Chapter 681 A Slave of Three Surnames. Ancestor, the entire Central Plains is now under my control, Qin Feiyu. Heaven will fall, leaving only the gate of hell, which is nothing to fear. The National Medical Hall is under my control, and the Imperial Medical Bureau and the Grand Commandant's mansion are backing me up as long as we get the support of the Four Seas Medical Association, and with you, Ancestor, in charge, the entire ranking of medicine will be entirely up to us. At that time, you can appoint whomever you want to be among the top 10 in the Kyushu medical ranking. We are fully capable of unifying the medical practices of the 9 provinces. And you, Ancestor, will be able to firmly sit on the throne of the number 1 medical ranking in the medical field of the 9 provinces. You are the only one to be respected and followed. At the dinner table at Yanshanlu, Qin Feiyu was beaming and talking animatedly, listing all the benefits he could think of in an attempt to win over Guo Qianshan, the great medicine master. As long as Guo Qianshan agrees, he can do whatever he wants in Zhangzhou from now on. What Heaven Society, what Hellgate, they are all trash that he trampled underfoot and humiliated. However, despite Qin Feiyu's best efforts and flowery words, Guo Qianshan didn't even glance at him. Guo Qianshan took out the dregs and trash from his arms, which were wrapped in a cloth, and carefully placed them on the table as if they were precious treasures. As soon as I opened the handkerchief, a strong medicinal scent wafted out. Xia Senyun and the others were greatly shocked when they smelled the medicinal aroma. What kind of amazing, top-grade elixir must it be to leave such a strong medicinal aura? This is absolutely unprecedented. Xia Xianyun's eyes widened in shock as he asked, Ancestor, are these the leftover materials from your alchemy? Judging from the medicinal aura, it must be at least a 9th grade pill to achieve this level, right? Could it be that your medical skills have already transcended the ordinary and reached sainthood, allowing you to obtain 9th grade pills with ease? The members of the Sihai Medical Association were shocked beyond words. If Guo Qianshan has reached this level of medical skill, then medical rankings are completely unimportant. The entire Sihai Medical Association can rise several levels thanks to Guo Qianshan's great reputation. Soaring high, it caused a sensation throughout the land. However, Guo Qianshan just smiled and shook his head. If I could do that, that would be great. Then my life wouldn't have been in vain. These materials are the remnants from the alchemy of that god-level master I met in the mountains. I begged and pleaded to get these materials. If we can figure out how to use them, the medical community around the world will benefit immensely. Let me test you. Look at these materials. What kind of pills were these leftovers from? Upon hearing this, Xia Senyun and the others were so shocked that their scalps tingled. A powerful figure in the mountains? Could it be the king of Kyushu? Xia Senyun immediately realized that the medicine saint Ancestor and the king of the 9 provinces had arrived almost at the same time. And only that one could be respectfully addressed as Big Boss by the Ancestor. Otherwise, who on sight could possibly catch the eye of the patriarch? However, he never dreamed that the king of the 9 provinces, who looked so young, had already reached such a high level in the art of medicine, and was able to refine 9th grade pills. Could it be that the strange phenomenon of dragon roars on the mountain range was also caused by the king of the 9 provinces refining a 9th grade elixir? Xia Senyun felt a chill run through his body, his whole body went numb, and he dared not think any further. Just how powerful is that extraordinary person? If you go against someone like that, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Xia Senyun stared at the dregs of medicine on the table for a long time before saying, could it be that this is caused by the 9th grade divine medicine, the Dragon Yang Great Rejuvenation Pill? In his understanding, only a high grade or above Great Rejuvenation Pill could achieve this level. Combined with the Dragon's Roar phenomenon, it is very likely the ultimate, divine grade, Dragon Yang Great Rejuvenation Pill of legend. Wrong. However, Guo Qianshan interrupted him directly, a smirk playing on his lips, and said in a profound and enigmatic tone, completely wrong. It seems your understanding is insufficient, but I can't blame you. Your knowledge of medical arts is limited, so it's normal that you can't imagine it. This is a top-tier, divine medicine of the 9th grade, the Dragon Breath Rejuvenating Pill. My God! Xia Senyun and the others were all shocked and their expressions changed. Dragon's Breath Rejuvenating Pill. No wonder. No wonder it could cause the heavens and earth to change color. Throughout the entire world, within the last 100 years, they had never heard of anyone who could refine such a top-grade 9th-rank divine medicine. Therefore, as long as I can comprehend the intricacies of it, I, Guo Qianshan, have a chance to reach the realm of the medical emperor in my lifetime. At this point, Guo Qianshan, whose face was usually gaunt, became radiant and laughed heartily with excitement. Qin Feiyu's face darkened. Because the people from the Sihai Medical Association didn't listen to him at all. They completely ignored him, as if he didn't exist. He didn't care at all about big shots or medical emperors. All he cares about now is whether Guo Qianshan is willing to give him face and step in to oversee things. But being ignored like this made him feel a surge of anger, and his face darkened. Our ancestor is mighty. Our ancestor will surely enable our 4C's Medical Association to regain its century-old prestige. Xia Senyun and the others were also extremely excited. They happily stood up and bowed to Guo Qianshan, their flattery and respect overflowing. Get up, all of you children, don't be too happy yet, even I'm not sure I can fully comprehend such divine medical skills. Guo Qianshan chuckled. Qin Feiyu couldn't stand it any longer and frowned, saying coldly, Ancestor, did you hear what I just said? Huh, what? What did you just say? Guo Qianshan then slowly turned his head and looked at Qin Feiyu with a puzzled expression. He was so focused on showing off that he didn't even hear what Qin Feiyu said. You? Qin Feiyu was so angry he almost vomited blood. He stood up abruptly and said angrily, I say, I want to invite the ancestor to oversee the medical profession and unify the medical profession across the 9 provinces. The Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office will never forget your contributions and will surely reward you handsomely, allowing you to achieve great success. Oh, about that. Guo Qianshan smiled calmly. Pursuit and self-interest are like fleeting clouds to me. If I cared so much about merit and self-interest as for profit, I'll stop living a life of leisure once I, Guo Qianshan, reveal my name. How many wealthy and powerful figures across the land wouldn't be begging to come and pay me homage? Why should I need any rewards from your Imperial Physician's Office or Grand Commandant's Office? They're not even icing on the cake. Guo Qianshan said with a hint of sarcasm. You. Qin Feiyu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Since that's the case, then we can't agree on anything. I will remember what Elder Guo said today on behalf of all the bigwigs of the Imperial State. You guys can pay for this yourselves. Qin Feiyu angrily flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Wan Shirin also hurriedly got up and followed. Everyone present was a big shot, and she dared not utter a single word. Although she felt that Qin Feiyu was too impulsive, there was nothing she could do. However, if you are willing to come over and kowtow to me 3 times and become my disciple, I don't mind supporting you. However, just as Qin Feiyu reached the door, Guo Qianshan's meaningful words slowly rang out. Qin Feiyu suddenly stopped in his tracks. Both fists were clenched together. Is it humiliation? Or is it a bribe? Or coercion and shackles? Even Qin Feiyu felt his mind racing at this moment, unable to understand Guo Qianshan's intentions. Qin Feiyu was a favorite of the Imperial Physician's Office on one hand, cultivated by the Grand Commandant's Office on the other, and now he wants to become the disciple of the Medicine Saint Ancestor. Isn't he becoming a traitor to 3 masters? Qin Feiyu's teeth immediately started grinding together. 682, Chapter 682. An old horse stumbles. Ancestor, this is not appropriate. Upon hearing Guo Qianshan's words, Xia Senyun and his group immediately showed expressions of shock and worry. Who are Qin Feiyu and the Wan family, and what are their motives? They've been aware of this all along. These 2 are going against the king of Kyushu. Wan Shirin, in particular, harbored a deep dislike and contempt for the king of Kyushu. In this situation, what if they conspire with Qin Feiyu again? Isn't that going against the king of the 9 provinces? At that time, the 4C's Medical Association will not even know how they died. Xia Xianyun leaned forward anxiously. Ancestor, listen to me, this kid is facing. Alright. Guo Qianshan raised his hand to interrupt, and said with a calm smile, no matter who he is facing, if I dare to take him in, I naturally have the ability to help him deal with it. Well, kid, do you want me to back you up? If so, come over here, kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me, and perform the apprenticeship ceremony. Guo Qianshan tilted his head slightly and grinned as he spoke. Qin Feiyu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and the veins on his face bulged. A 3-surname servant is a trivial matter. If we do this, and Grand Commandant Su finds out, he'll be skinned alive. But if he didn't do that, it would be as difficult as climbing to heaven for him to unify the medical practices of the Central Plains. He can't get past Guoqianshan alone. Cousin? Wan Shirin also looked at Qin Feiyu with a complicated expression. I have absolutely no idea what to do. Even Wan Shirin herself didn't know how to deal with the current situation. Besides, given her status and position, she wouldn't even have a chance to get a word in edgewise. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. A moment later, Qin Feiyu, his face grim, gritted his teeth, turned around, and knelt down in front of Guoqianshan. He kowed out 3 times to Guoqianshan, bowing and saying, "This humble one, Qin Feiyu, pays respects to the ancestor. From this day forward, I will respect the ancestor as my master. The medicine saint ancestor is my one and only master. I shall honor him as my father." Okay. Guoqianshan said good. 3 times, laughed heartily, and nodded, saying, "Not bad, you've got the hang of it. I'll accept you as my disciple. Get up. I have a prescription here for a 7th grade elixir. Take it and use it. I'll have someone prepare the herbs for you. If you don't understand anything, just ask me." Guoqianshan took out a 7th grade medicine prescription from his bosom and handed it to Qin Feiyu. Feiyu. Thank you, master. Qin Feiyu accepted it respectfully. Then, with his head lowered, he slowly said, "Master, please enjoy your meal. I'll go arrange some other things to prepare for the medical rankings." Go! Guoqianshan waved his hand. Qin Feiyu then bent over and backed out of the room. Wan Shirin followed closely behind. The two arrived at the foot of the restaurant and got back into the carriage. Qin Feiyu's face was as gloomy as still water. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "That old dog, he's gone too far. I offered him benefits and rewards from the Imperial Physician's office and the Grand Commandant's office in exchange for an equal relationship, and he still wants to force me to become his disciple. He took advantage of me completely. Just wait, once this is over, the first person I'll kill is him. But he is the patriarch of medicine, saint of Zhengzhou, whose medical skills are divine. Dealing with him will probably not be so simple." Wan Shirin hesitated for a moment before speaking. The medicine saint ancestor. Qin Feiyu curled his lip and sneered disdainfully. "In the end, he's just a leader in Zhengzhou. He can be a kingpin in this small place, but what is he in Dezhou? Such an old dog would be like an ant if thrown into Dezhou. He actually wants me, a rising star of 2 major powers, to become his disciple. Is he even qualified?" Qin Feiyu was furious. Then he tossed the prescription to Wan Shirin, his gaze dark and cold as he snorted, "Take it. This is enough to give your one family a huge leap forward. Although it won't make you the #1 in Zhengzhou yet, it's not far off." "Thank you so much, cousin Qin." Wan Shirin held the prescription and was immediately overjoyed. She couldn't care how Qin Feiyu fought with others, but obtaining this 7th grade medicine formula was a real and enormous fortune. The day when Wanzhou will become famous throughout the Central Plains is just around the corner. Inside a restaurant room, Xia Xinyun looked at Guoqianshan with a grim expression. "Ancestor, why is this? What merits does this boy possess to deserve being taken as your disciple? Moreover, this matter has a significant impact." "That's right, I want to have a huge impact." Guoqianshan remained calm and composed, grinning as he said, "Do you know what that kid is thinking? He just wants to use me to consolidate his strength. A mere kid who hasn't even grown his first hairs dares to play mind games with me. If I simply agree, he'll probably turn on me first once it's all over. They might even use the Imperial Medical Academy and the Grand Commandant's office to attack me. But if I take him as my disciple and tie him to my side, and he dares to turn against me, he'll be branded as a traitor and a murderer. That would be enough to condemn him to eternal damnation." Guoqianshan, like an old fox, was full of confidence and said with a big smile, "This." Xia Xinyun and his group's faces darkened even more upon hearing this. Guoqianshan had calculated things very well. The medicine sage ancestor didn't live most of his life in vain. However, Guoqianshan overlooked one crucial detail. Xia Xinyun said with great frustration, "Ancestor, do you know who that big shot you met in the mountains was? Do you know that big shot is currently overseeing the Shen family and the Yin family? In other words, as long as a big shot is present, no one can affect the ranking of the 9 provinces medical Dao. Not to mention, Qin Feiyu is nothing. You can conspired with Qin Feiyu, you're courting death. What? Guo Qianshan raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on Xie Xianyun, and frowned. Then do you mean you know who that big shot is? I've heard a little about him. I even had dealings with him before at the Yun family's medicine garden. He is the current king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the 8 million war god army. I always thought he was only skilled in martial arts, but now it seems he's more than that. His medical skills were also at the pinnacle. For Qin Feiyu to oppose the king of the 9 provinces was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xie Xianyun finally said what he wanted to say. What? Puff. Guo Qianshan spat out his tea, nearly fainting from anger. You mean, the big shot I met was the king of the 9 provinces, and he even refined the 9th grade divine medicine, the dragon breath rejuvenation pill, right in front of me, and Qin Feiyu is the one he's going to deal with? Guo Qianshan trembled all over, his face shaking violently. I'm going completely crazy. That brat is incredibly audacious. He actually dares to oppose the king of the 9 provinces. If you want to die, then so be it. He even got caught up in this scam. Thinking of this, Guo Qianshan went into a frenzy, almost to the point of madness. It's all over, it's all over. Unexpectedly, the old horse stumbled. He had been shrewd for half his life, but in the end, he suffered this mishap. Why didn't you say so sooner? Guo Qianshan appeared to be insane, his eyes wide open, as if he were about to go crazy. I've been wanting to say this for a long time, but you wouldn't let me speak up, ancestor. Xie Xianyun was so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. 683, Chapter 683. Walking on Thin Ice. Then, ancestor, what do we do now? Xie Xianyun asked cautiously. What else can we do? Since we've already come this far, we might as well play along and not let that kid succeed. We absolutely cannot let the Wan family succeed either, otherwise we'll be stubbornly clinging to our delusions and committing a colossal mistake. That big shot is someone our entire Sihai Medical Association can't afford to offend. Anyway, I've been annoyed with that kid Qin Feiyu for a long time. If he wants to play, I'll play with him to my heart's content. Go prepare the medicinal herbs right away, but change the dosage of the herbs for me. What kind of vile creatures and rats dare to challenge me? Guo Qianshan snorted coldly, his face grim. Understood. Xie Xianyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood Guo Qianshan's intention. He hurriedly led his men to turn around and go down to prepare a prescription for a 7th grade elixir. If the proportions of the medicinal ingredients are changed, then what is produced will be poison. Even if it doesn't poison anyone, if something goes wrong, the Wan family and Qin Feiyu will be in deep trouble and make a huge mess of things. They will then distance themselves from the matter. Qin Feiyu and the Wan family are doomed. Their desire to rule the medical field in Zhengzhou is simply a pipe dream. Wanjia headquarters. Dad, Mom, look what this is. Wan Shirin rushed back excitedly and eagerly handed the prescription for the 7th grade elixir to her father, Wan Jinshan, and Luo Hongxia. She was eager to share this joy and let the entire Wan family know that she, Wan Shirin, was getting closer and closer to becoming the #1 in Zhengzhou. Wan Jinshan took the prescription and looked at it closely. When he realized that it was a 7th grade prescription, his hands trembled and his whole body shook. This is the prescription for a 7th grade elixir? My God, where did you get Cheyenne from? This is incredible. With this, how can our Wan family not soar to new heights? Wan Jinshan could hardly help but be excited. In the past, the highest grade medicine prescriptions they had come into contact with in Yunqing were only 3rd or 4th grade. Even after arriving in Zhengzhou, he still made millions in profit with just a 5th grade medicine prescription. Now we've also obtained a 7th grade medicine prescription. Isn't this an immense fortune? Isn't this an immense fortune? With this thing, it's no exaggeration to say that the Wan family will become the #1 in Zhengzhou. Mentioning this, Wan Shirin turned to look at Qin Feiyu and said with gratitude, "It's all thanks to Cousin Qin. If it weren't for Cousin Qin's intervention, no one would have given me face. How could they have bestowed upon me a 7th grade medicine prescription? Moreover, this prescription was personally bestowed by the medicine saint ancestor of Zhengzhou." OMG. Upon hearing this, Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia were so shocked they almost fainted. The fact that the sage of medicine of central China personally bestowed this gift is an immense honor and favor. This story, once it gets out, is enough to shock the entire Central Plains for a while. Moreover, by saying this, Wan Shireen means that they have already gained the support of the Four Seas Medical Association and have also climbed up to the backing of the Medicine Saint ancestor. The entire Wan family was practically in an uproar. I told you long ago that Feiyu is a dragon among men, far superior to those petty villains. To be accepted into the Imperial Physician's office and the Grand Commandant's office shows that Feiyu's abilities are outstanding. Truly exceptional, Shireen. You two are a match made in heaven. Look, everything you do together goes so smoothly. Thank you so much, Feiyu. I'll definitely have Cheyenne treat you to a proper meal tomorrow. Luo Hongxia looked at Qin Feiyu with shining eyes, as if he were a golden son-in-law, and the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen blushed. He looked at Qin Feiyu but didn't say anything. No. Qin Feiyu waved his hand dismissively and said expressionlessly, a 7th grade medicinal prescription is nothing to brag about. I said I would support your Wan family to become the #1 in Zhengzhou, and I meant it. If there's nothing else, I'll go rest now. They will deliver the medicinal herbs tomorrow. Okay, you should go and get some rest and recharge. Luo Hongxia said with a cheerful smile. Qin Feiyu turned and left impatiently. Wan Shireen saw it all. Knowing that Qin Feiyu was forced by Guo Qianshan to kneel down and become his disciple, he was furious. But a real man should be able to bend and stretch. Qin Feiyu is capable and indeed outstanding, living up to the name of the pride of the imperial state. It's a pity he lacks magnanimity. He's really a bit petty. In this respect, he really can't compare to that good-for-nothing Su Ming. Although that kid is far inferior to Qin Feiyu in every aspect, he is better than anyone else at swallowing his pride. The kid seemed to never take anyone's mockery or insults to heart. However, this also indirectly shows that the guy is a coward. A capable person would never swallow such an insult. Wan Shireen shook her head. How could she compare someone like that to Qin Feiyu? It was a joke. She turned around and went to rest. The next day, the entire Wan family waited quietly for the Sihai Medical Association to deliver the prepared medicinal herbs. In this way, they could follow suit and begin refining 7th grade pills, fully utilizing the strength of the Wan family. But no matter how long they waited, it was already past noon, and the medicinal herbs still hadn't arrived. Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia were both somewhat worried and asked Wan Shireen, Shireen, has the Four Seas Medical Association gone back on its word? Did they never intend to help us complete the 7th grade prescription? Wan Shireen was also very impatient. This kind of thing can't afford to go wrong. The die is cast, and there's no turning back. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'll make a call and ask. Wan Shireen said something, then took out her phone and went to the side to make a call. The call connected very quickly. Xia Senyun answered the phone. Hello, Miss Wan. Xia Senyun said it in a calm tone. President Xia, didn't we agree on this? And now the entire Wan family is waiting for you to deliver the medicinal herbs, Wan Shireen said, trying to soften her tone, though she was nervous inside. Oh, I've been so busy, I almost forgot the herbs are all prepared, but we're busy right now. If it's convenient for you, if so, come and pick it up yourself. We're preparing to receive a big shot right now. After saying that, Xia Senyun hung up the phone. Hosting a big shot? What big shot? Wan Shireen put down her phone, puzzled. But I also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the Sihai Medical Association did not back down, but was simply negligent for a moment. Wan Shireen turned around and said to Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia, Dad, Mom, the Sihai Medical Association is hosting some bigwigs and they can't get away right now, so they asked me to go and get it. I'll go over there then. I see. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. I never imagined that the Four Seas Medical Association, with its prestigious status, would be so powerful now that the Medicine Saint ancestor has returned. They're even hosting such a big shot. This central continent truly is a place where hidden talents abound. Could it be an old friend of the ancestor? If so, he must be a top figure in the 9 provinces. Of course, he can be called a big shot. You better go there quickly, but be careful not to offend anyone. Our Wan family is walking on thin ice right now. We can't afford to offend any of these big shots. Wan Jinshan confessed. I understand, Dad. Wan Shireen responded, put on her coat, and turned and left with a heroic air. 684, Chapter 684. You're not happy even after I say a few words to you. Just before setting off, Wan Shirin made a phone call to Qin Feiyu. He wanted Qin Feiyu to come with him. After all, given Qin Feiyu's current status and position, he is still the rightful disciple of the medicine saint ancestor. It would be much easier to talk and do things if Qin Feiyu went with her. Little did they know that Qin Feiyu now harbored deep hatred for Guo Qianshan and had no desire to see anyone from the Sihai Medical Association. Besides, Qin Feiyu has other things to do. He didn't answer her call at all. Wan Shirin had no choice but to drive alone to the location of the Sihai Medical Association. However, she was curious about what kind of big shot the Sihai Medical Association was receiving. Could it be the same expert mentioned at the dinner table who can refine 9th grade pills and has unparalleled medical skills? If such a master truly existed, she would be eager to meet him and broaden her horizons. What is the Sihai Medical Association busy with right now? Naturally, the entire association is busy apologizing to Su Ming. Unbeknownst to them, they had already committed a grave offense. In order to prevent this trouble from escalating, they must apologize to Su Ming and make amends in time. Outside the hotel room, Xia Xianyun and the others stood there tensely, sweating profusely. No one dared to move, their fearful eyes fixed on the door, barely daring to breathe. Inside the room, Guo Qianshan knelt on the ground, prostrating himself before Su Ming, apologizing and begging for forgiveness. If you, King Su, do not agree, I will immediately have the prescription withdrawn and Qin Feiyu and the Wan family put to death. I implore you, King of the 9 provinces, to give this old man a chance. Su Ming stood calmly in the room, his hands in his pockets. You called me here just for this trivial matter? Su Ming said coldly. Guo Qianshan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Su Ming snorted coldly and continued, besides, do you really have the ability to deal with Qin Feiyu? Although you are of a higher generation than him and your medical skills are better, in terms of status and background, he is in no way inferior to you. If you lay a finger on him, the Imperial Physician's office and the Grand Commandant's office will definitely not let you off the hook. Do you have the guts? Upon hearing this, Guo Qianshan turned pale with fright and couldn't utter a sound for a long time. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth and said, his face flushed, I brought this trouble upon myself, and I will make amends even if it costs me my life. If Prince Su really wants me to do this, I will fight Qin Feiyu with my life. Come on. Su Ming rolled his eyes. What's your old body worth? Besides, I don't care about this trivial matter at alley. Don't care about any medical rankings as long as the position of number 1 in medicine is not shaken. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Just don't mess with me. Who is the number 1 in medicine? It is Su Ming's master, the previous king of Kyushu, and the true lord of the war god army. He learned all his skills from this master. Lord of Kyushu Island. In short, do what you're supposed to do. Don't bother me, but you'd better keep that in mind. Don't wait until I take action to regret it. Su Ming said coldly. Yes, I understand. I know what to do. Guo Qianshan nodded repeatedly in fright. Alright, that's settled then. By the way, do you have any more Futian lotus here? Have someone fetch some for me? After Su Ming finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the gate. Yes, I will have someone fetch it for Prince Su immediately. Guo Qianshan followed closely behind. Upon opening the door, Xia Senyun and the others hurriedly knelt on the ground and respectfully shouted to Su Ming, the entire 4C's Medical Association begs forgiveness from the King of the 9 provinces. But Su Ming didn't even glance at it and strode away from the scene. So majestic, so powerful. Kneeling on the ground, Schwellinger felt the oppressive aura emanating from Su Ming, and her very soul trembled. I didn't realize it before. They thought the king of Kyushu was just a young upstart and nothing special. No matter how great a title is, it's just an empty name. But now, having truly provoked them and experienced it firsthand, I realized just how terrifying that oppressive aura really is. I was almost suffocating, feeling like I was about to die at any moment. It's ridiculous that Miss Wan from the Wan family doesn't even take such a man seriously. Who could possibly compare to such a being? Even Qin Feiyu is nothing but a fart in front of this big shot. After Su Ming left, a servant came down to reporting to Chairman Xia, Miss Wan Shirin of the Wan family has come to collect her medicine. Schwellinger immediately rolled her eyes. It's true what they say, speak of the devil and he appears. I wonder what kind of expression Wan Shireen would have if she met this big shot now. Xia Senyun also stood up, preparing to get the medicine. But Guo Qianshan said to Xia Senyun, King Su wants the lotus of subduing heaven, so bring it to him as well, and bring more of it. Dawdle. I understand. Xia Senyun nodded repeatedly, then turned and left in a panic. Downstairs, Wan Shireen, tall and graceful, waited. But when I looked up, I was surprised to see Su Ming coming down from upstairs. He couldn't help but show a look of surprise and doubt. Isn't the Sihai Medical Association hosting a big shot? Upstairs is where the members of the Four Seas Medical Association live. Why did this kid come down from upstairs? Even she wasn't qualified to go up, so how could this kid be qualified? Seeing Su Ming come out, Wan Shireen frowned and asked, Did you come down from upstairs? Su Ming stopped, looked up and saw Wan Shireen. He was speechless and replied indifferently, Yes, did I bother you? Get in my way, you're not qualified. Wan Shireen raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly, You just happen to live here too, and then you came downstairs. Do you know who lives upstairs? Aren't they just people from the Four Seas Medical Association? Su Ming pursed his lips and shook his head. Those good-for-nothings were kneeling and begging for forgiveness from him just now. How could he not know who lives there? It seems you're not so ignorant as to be beyond redemption. Since you know that, you still dare to wander around up there. Aren't you afraid of offending people you can't afford to mess with? Any one of those people up there could make your life a living hell. This isn't Cloud City, you can't just wander around like that. Wan Shireen said with a haughty snort. This is also a reminder to Su Ming. Don't think that just because you have the Shin family as your backer, you can put on airs in Zhengzhou. In a place like Zhengzhou, where all sorts of people mingle, it's not a place for a nobody like him to swagger around. The Shin family is no longer worthy of her attention. Soon, with the support of the Four Seas Medical Association, the Shin family and the Yun family will be left far behind, only able to look up to her. They're not even in the same league anymore. This kid thinks he's something special just because he found these powerful backers. Little does he know that only his own strength matters. Even mountains can crumble if you rely on them. You must be strong yourself to succeed. Are you done talking? Su Ming snorted coldly. I'm just too lazy to deal with Wan Shireen. They were too lazy to even wait for the Four Seas Medical Association to pick up the medicine, so they just had those guys deliver it to the Shin family themselves. Su Ming is preparing to leave. You get upset when I say a few words to you. That's just how you are. You'll never recognize your own limitations. That's why you'll always be a low-level hoodlum. Getting to where you are today is your greatest honor. Wan Shireen snorted coldly. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Very impatient. Just getting ready to leave. Xia Senyun chased after him from behind. Prince Su, wait, the medicine has been brought. 685, Chapter 685. You're with me from now on. King Su? Wan Shireen was taken aback and suddenly turned to look at Xia Senyun, who had run out. Xia Senyun handed the medicine to Su Ming with a rather respectful expression. Su Ming reached out and took it, calmly saying, Thanks. Then he turned and strode away. Wan Shireen was left speechless. King Su? He didn't mishear, did he? That's what Xia Senyun called out, right? Although she had heard people call Su Ming that before, those people were not of high status and had little knowledge, so she didn't take them to heart. But who is Xia Senyun? He's the vice president of the Four Seas Medical Association. What hasn't he seen? They actually call Su Ming that too? President Xie, did you just call him Su Wan? Wan Shireen asked blankly. Yes, is there a problem? Xia Senyun turned around, looked at Wan Shireen with a smile, and asked. Within the Central Plains, who wouldn't respectfully address this powerful figure as king? Could he be the big shot your Sihai Medical Association is going to receive today? Wan Shireen was instantly shocked, feeling her scalp tingle, and asked in a daze. What's wrong with this woman? Xia Senyun frowned. He doesn't even know who the king of Kyushu is? Is it genuine ignorance or feigned ignorance? Xia Senyun immediately looked down on Wan Shireen even more. shaking his head and saying, "No, no, don't you know who he is?" Oh, it wasn't like that after all. Hearing this, Wan Shireen seemed to have gotten the answer she wanted. She let out a heavy breath and smiled, saying, "I knew it. How could that kind of kid possibly have that ability? Even if he worked hard for decades more, it wouldn't be enough for the 4C's Medical Association to welcome him. I knew it was impossible." "No, you." Xia Senyun felt like he was about to vomit blood from Wan Shireen's anger. He handed the medicinal herbs directly to Wan Shireen and said irritably, "Fine, think what you want, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. You'd better watch yourself." He initially thought that the ancestors' order to change the dosage of medicinal herbs, which would lead to the utter ruin of the Wan family and Qin Feiyu, was a bit too serious. Qin Feiyu is alright, but that kid deserves to die. But Wan Shireen is a woman, so she probably doesn't even know what happened, so he felt some sympathy for her. But now it seems there was no need for that at all. Such an ignorant woman deserves to die. Xia Xianyun, with a stern face, turned and left with a flick of his hand. Xia Xianyun's attitude left Wan Shireen completely baffled. Why did she suddenly have a stern face? Did she say something wrong? Did mentioning that good-for-nothing Su Ming upset Xia Xianyun? But thinking about it, it makes sense. What kind of status does Su Ming have? How could he be compared to the 4C's Medical Association, let alone be welcomed by them? I was too outspoken. Fortunately, we've already obtained the medicinal herbs. Wan Shireen shook her head and left with the medicinal herbs. Su Ming returned to the Shin family and handed the lotus of fertility he had brought back to Shin Luoyun. "That's wonderful, Brother Su. I didn't expect you to get such a difficult thing so easily as expected of you. With this, our Shin family can finally refine the last rank 7 pill. The top grade pill exhibition can finally be officially held." Shin Luoyun cheered with joy. The news that the Shin family was going to hold a top grade elixir exhibition had already been released. But it has been delayed for a long time. It's because the last grade 7 pill hasn't been refined yet. But now it's finally all done. Previously, the Shin family had risen to the top 50 in the 9 provinces of medicine thanks to the 7 fragrance pill, but they had never received official recognition from the outside world. But this elixir exhibition will surely cause a sensation throughout the entire Central Plains. At that time, the Shin family's position will naturally be unshakable. The Shin family's invitation was sent to various bigwigs in Zhengzhou. Qin Feiyu also received one. At this moment, Qin Feiyu was sitting at the headquarters of the National Medical Center. Zhang Jichuan, the deputy director of the National Medical Center, and Li Zhiqi, the prefectural officer, were both sitting here. Also, Qin Qingyun, who was already highly regarded at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic because of Su Ming's intervention, was also sitting in the office. This was also the first time Qin Feiyu had met Li Zhiqi after receiving orders from Grand Commandant Su and arriving in Zhengzhou, which could be considered as finally completing the handover. Li Zhiqi has been incompetent and has been spending his time hiding in the traditional Chinese medicine clinic lately. Sitting next to Qin Feiyu, he didn't even dare to lift his head. After glancing at the invitation letter from the Shin family delivered by the servants of the National Medical Center, Qin Feiyu grinned and tossed it aside. Look, the Shin family has risen to prominence, attempting to gain a foothold in Zhengzhou, while the National Medical Center, representing the Imperial Medical Academy, hasn't made a single move. What's this all about? If the Imperial Medical Academy finds out about this, they'll probably fire all of your senior staff. Qin Feiyu sneered, mocking the incompetence of traditional Chinese medicine clinics. These useless people dare to compete for the ranking of the 9 provinces medical Dao. It's laughable. Sweating profusely, Zhang Jichuan hurriedly replied, Young Master Qin, the Shin family has powerful backers, and their position is already unshakable. This exhibition of top-grade pills was expected. But we weren't unprepared. We also have a medical expert here, a rising star who will surely shine in the medical ranking competition and not disgrace the Imperial Medical Academy. Zhang Jichuan kept talking. An outstanding individual, who is it? Qin Feiyu asked sarcastically. Even he couldn't guarantee that he would shine in the medical rankings, so where did these guys get their confidence from? That's him. Zhang Jichuan hurriedly stood up, pointed at Chang Qingyun, and introduced him to Qin Feiyu. Young Master Qin, this is Chang Qingyun, the eldest young master of the Chang family in Yunqing. He has already reached the realm of the medical king, and he possesses rare abilities that are unmatched by others. Oh? Qin Feiyu then raised his eyebrows and slowly lowered his gaze to Chang Qingyun. People from Yunqing, what kind of geniuses could come from that remote mountain village? Qin Feiyu also stood up and looked at Chang Qingyun. He asked, what skills do you have? Tell me about them. Chang Qingyun glanced at Qin Feiyu, too lazy to reply. He had absolutely no interest in such an arrogant and condescending person. Zhang Jichuan quickly replied, he knows the 13 ghost needles. The 13 needles of the ghosts and gods? Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu's expression turned serious and solemn. His gaze sharpened, and he asked earnestly, really? As a prodigy of the imperial state, Qin Feiyu had heard of all kinds of medical skills. He never expected that someone would actually know this long-lost divine medical skill. If it's true, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, giving him a huge boost. Young Master Qin is asking you a question, answer him quickly. Zhang Jichuan couldn't stand it any longer and urged Chang Qingyun to hurry up. Even though he is the disciple of the king of Kyushu, he can't be so carefree and arrogant. Chang Qingyun slowly raised his head, looking at Qin Feiyu impatiently, and said, if you believe it, it's true. If you don't believe it, it's false. There's nothing more to ask. You? A group of senior executives at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic were nearly scared to death. He only dared to say such things because he had the king of the 9 provinces as his backer. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, daring to offend Qin Feiyu, they would probably only face death. You've got some temper, kid, not bad. You're coming with me from now on. Qin Feiyu wasn't angry at all. Instead, he nodded appreciatively and said to Chang Qingyun with a smile. 686, Chapter 686. Disgusting. Neuropathy. Chang Qingyun looked up at Qin Feiyu as if he were an idiot. What should I say to him? Who does this kid think he is? Su Wan didn't hear this, otherwise this good-for-nothing would have died on the spot. Hey! Hey, you little rascal! The entire senior management of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic was shocked and furious. Zhang Jichuan stepped forward, pointed at Chang Qingyun, and scolded him angrily, you're so ungrateful. Do you know who young Master Qin is? He's a favorite of the imperial physician's mansion, a prodigy of the imperial state. Countless people would kill to follow him. If you follow him, your future will be bright. You still don't know your place. Never mind. Qin Feiyu wasn't angry. He waved his hand to interrupt, grinned, and said, having a temper is good. It shows he's capable and confidence, just a bit shallow and ignorant, but he's still better than those spineless cowards. After he comes with me for a walk and sees the higher mountains and the wider world, he will have a sudden enlightenment, as if struck by lightning. Cut. Chang Qingyun was so angry he laughed. A higher mountain? The king of Kyushu is the mountain at the very top of the entire Kyushu. Compared to that person, who can surpass him? This Qin Feiyu is truly ignorant to the extreme, like a frog in a well. By the way, I just received an invitation from the Shen family for a top-grade elixir exhibition tonight. I want to see what makes the Shen family so capable of hosting such an exhibition. I also want to see who their backer is. Those of you who are interested, come with me, and you too, come with me, I'll show you even higher mountains. Qin Feiyu's gaze fell on Chang Qingyun, and he smiled with amusement. Qin Feiyu had absolutely no interest in it. But upon hearing that the Shen family is involved, and that Su Ming is also within the Shen family, it's likely that this exhibition was initiated by Su Wang. I absolutely have to go. Thinking of this, Chang Qingyun nodded, okay. This child is teachable. Qin Feiyu had a big smile on his face. Chang Qingyun was so angry he wanted to kill someone. Young Master Qin, we'll go with you too. Zhang Jichuan and several other senior executives quickly spoke up. They wanted to see it for themselves. Let's go then. Qin Feiyu waved his hand and led the way outside to the Shen family to attend the exhibition. As evening fell, guests arrived in droves outside the Shen family residence, with luxury cars filling the parking lot, creating an impressive scene. One by one, the bigwigs from all over Zhengzhou entered the Shen family to participate in the exhibition. In the parking lot at the entrance, a luxury car stopped, and a tall, beautiful woman with delicate features got out of the car. It was Chu Qingqing. Lu Jianming got out of the car behind Chu Qingqing. Since being educated by Su Ming at the Yun family medicinal garden, Lu Jianming has completely realized the reality that he, the so-called medical genius of the Four Seas Medical Association, is nothing but an ant in front of the real big shots. So now Lao Qinming has completely become low-key. After being discharged from the hospital, he returned to Chu Qingqing's place to help her refine medicine. Although he kept a low profile, he was still somewhat unwilling to give up. He tried to help Chu Qingqing make a name for herself and then use her medical skills to become famous overnight. He thought that even the king of the 9 provinces and other big shots would probably look at him with new respect. A man must endure humiliation and swallow his pride. As long as he doesn't give up, one day he will turn things around. Moreover, he was a medical genius appointed by the Four Seas Medical Association. How could he be content to be mediocre? A beautiful woman in a white dress stepped out of the car next to Chu Qingqing. She raised an eyebrow, her gaze falling on Chu Qingqing, and said with a puzzled look, "Qingqing, you told me that coming here would allow me to meet a true dragon among men. Man, a big shot in the 9 provinces. That's why I came with you. Don't disappoint me, or I won't be interested in this kind of exhibition at all." The beautiful woman said with an arrogant expression. "Don't worry, Miss Ouyang, the person I'm going to introduce you to is guaranteed to be a top-tier figure, someone who will leave you utterly shocked," Chu Qingqing said with a big smile. "The woman in front of me is Ouyang Mingyue, the eldest daughter of the Ouyang family, who is among the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou. And the person she was going to introduce Ouyang Mingyue to was naturally Su Ming. She got to know Ouyang Mingyue through business dealings, and they gradually became familiar with each other. And this Shen family exhibition was attended by all the important figures. Chu Qingqing is nameless and unknown in Zhengzhou, and hasn't made a name for herself yet. If she comes here like this, she'll probably make a fool of herself. That's why I brought Ouyang Mingyue along to back me up. That's good. I'll wait and see what kind of prodigy he is." Ouyang Mingyue showed an expectant expression. "Come with me." Chu Qingqing walked ahead, leading Ouyang Mingyue and Lu Jianming towards the Shen family's gate. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chu Qingqing handed over the invitation. Just as she was about to speak, she glanced up and saw Su Ming standing at the gate, checking the invitation with the rest of the Shen family. Chu Qingqing was immediately stunned, staring blankly at Su Ming. Su Ming, what are you doing here?" Chu Qingqing was shocked. Given Su Ming's status, the Shen family must treat him like an ancestor and a god of wealth. Shen Luoyun, in particular, was like a leech, sticking to Su Ming all the time. Why would they let Su Ming come to the door to check the invitation? This is so bizarre. Could it be that the Shen family is blind and treats Su Ming like trash, using him as a servant? Su Ming remained unmoved, calmly glancing at Chu Qingqing and nodding slightly. "Qingqing, it's been a long time. Please go in." "No, what are you doing here?" Chu Qingqing stared wide-eyed, her face full of surprise as she asked. "It's nothing. The Shen family is having a lot of fun today, so I came out to help out," Su Ming said calmly. "So that's how it is." Chu Qingqing nodded and didn't say anything more. Because of her past conflict with Su Ming, she doesn't dare to say anything more now. "Who is he? Do you know him, Qingqing? How do you know someone like that, a doorman from the Shen family?" Ouyang Mingyue, who was standing nearby, looked Su Ming up and down and said with a look of disgust. Given their status and Chu Qingqing's, wouldn't it be shameful for them to know someone like that? Chu Qingqing was the same. She even talked to the other person, which was incredibly beneath her dignity. But Chu Qingqing was so frightened that her expression changed, and she shouted loudly. She turned to Ouyang Mingyue and whispered, "Miss Ouyang, he is the big shot I wanted to introduce to you." "What?" Ouyang Mingyue's mouth gaped open, and her jaw almost dislocated. "Are you crazy, introducing me to a servant of the Shen family? Someone like that isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes. What kind of big shot is he? I think he's just a piece of trash." Ouyang Mingyue looked at Chu Qingqing in shock, as if she had heard the most bizarre thing in the world. "You're not what you see." Chu Qingqing was also frustrated and didn't know how to explain. "Stop talking. I really misjudged you. This kind of trash doesn't even deserve to know me, let alone introduce me to anyone. I'd rather befriend those big shots from Zhengzhou." Nausea. Ouyang Mingyue rolled her eyes at Su Ming, as if looking at trash, her eyes filled with disgust. 687. 687, Chapter 687. Be careful. What Ouyang Mingyue didn't notice was that when she finished speaking, Xu Qingqing and Lu Jianming next to her were already sweating profusely and pale-faced. Lu Jianming, in particular, didn't dare to lift his head and didn't dare to look Su Ming in the eye. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to the three of them if they angered Su Ming. Only Ouyang Mingyue, so shallow and ignorant, knows nothing, would dare to say such a thing. If Ouyang Mingyue knew Su Ming's identity, I wonder how terrified that woman would be. Fortunately, Su Ming wasn't angry. That little girl has a sharp tongue. She looks exactly like Xu Qingqing back then. People who are not on the same path will never walk together. However, he was too lazy to bother with a young girl he had only met once. He merely glanced indifferently at Ouyang Mingyue. Are you finished? If you are, go inside and don't block the way for the other guests. Cut. Ouyang Mingyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. You think you're superior just because you're a doorman? Is this all you've ever accomplished in your life? Waste. Ouyang Mingyue snorted coldly, glanced at Su Ming with disdain, and strode into the Shin family compound. Xu Qingqing and Lu Jianming followed closely behind. Miss Ouyang, are you crazy? Do you know who he is? Xu Qingqing followed beside Ouyang Mingyue, speaking with trepidation. All right. Ouyang Mingyue shook her head dismissively. No matter how powerful the Shin family is, they can't just lift themselves up. Their servants are all useless. You're comparing a Shin family servant to me. What is he anyway? Xu Qingqing, I'm so disappointed in you. I thought you were so powerful, that you'd made connections with some influential people. So this is the kind of trash you are. Don't talk to me anymore, I'm ashamed. Ouyang Mingyue snorted coldly and stepped into the Shin family's main hall. Why? Xu Qingqing sighed, speechless, unsure of what to do. She saw her younger self reflected in Ouyang Mingyue. Ouyang Mingyue wouldn't listen to anything, and she had no choice but to wait for the girl to suffer the consequences before she would realize her mistake. It seems I'm not the only discerning person in the world. There are others like me who can see through your hypocritical mask and understand what kind of person you really are. The sound rang out again at the entrance of the Shin family's gate. It was Wan Shirin leading the Wan family to attend the exhibition. Almost immediately after Ouyang Mingyue, Wan Shirin also heard Ouyang Mingyue's evaluation and contempt for Su Ming. This made Wan Shirin feel like she had found a kindred spirit. Those women like Shin Luoyun and Yun Lian from the Yun family seemed to be blind, completely trusting Su Ming and idolizing him. It's ridiculous. They've been married for 3 years, so is there anyone in the world who understands Su Ming better than her? It seems that Miss Ouyang is worth befriending. We're kindred spirits. How did you end up like this, working as a doorman for the Shin family? Have the Shin family finally realized how useless you are? Where is Shin Luoyun? Didn't she protect you? Wan Shirin looked at Su Ming with cold sarcasm. Su Ming rolled his eyes, too lazy to pay attention, and simply reached out his hand to ask, where's the invitation? No entry without an invitation. Trying to make things difficult for me with this, that's all you've got. Wan Shirin gave a mocking sneer, took out the invitation and handed it to Su Ming. Unfortunately, my current status and position are far beyond your imagination. An invitation from the Shin family is nothing special to me. Neuropathy. Su Ming took the invitation, glanced at it casually, and nodded, saying, let's go in. He knew, of course, that Wan Shirin had an invitation. All the invitations sent out by the Shin family had been handed to him for his review. The Shin family will only dare to issue it if he agrees. If he doesn't agree, Wan Shirin won't be able to get the invitation. Snort. Wan Shirin snorted softly, feeling extremely pleased to see Su Ming's embarrassed expression. Even though they've become strangers after the divorce, deep down she doesn't want to see Su Ming living a better life than her, otherwise wouldn't that prove she made a mistake back then? If you get kicked out of the Shin family and have nowhere to go, you can come to the gate of my Wan family group to beg for food. I can arrange a security guard for you, no problem. Wan Shirin smiled haughtily, tilting her white neck back, and swaggered into the Shin family home like a swan. No sooner had Wan Shirin left than another group of people arrived. It was Duan Xingyue and the commanders of the left and right wings of the capital. Duan Xingyue is now practically confined to her quarters wherever she goes. she is followed by the left and right wing commanders, who never leave her side. Whatever she wants to do is restricted. However, Duan Xingyue insisted on coming to the Xin family exhibition. Since she was a princess, the two of them didn't dare to really do anything to Duan Xingyue, so they came along with her to participate. Snort! Duan Xingyue arrived at the door, saw Su Ming, and simply snorted coldly, her face full of contempt. Unlike the previous two, he didn't mock Su Ming, but his contempt for Su Ming was evident in his words. Duan Xingyue did have some manners, though, and wouldn't dare to make sarcastic remarks at the gate. He casually tossed the invitation to Su Ming and strode inside. The left and right helmsmen were startled when they saw Su Ming, and their eyes shone with a burning light. Su Ming recognized the two of them and waved slightly. The two hurriedly followed Su Ming to the corner of the wall. The Grand Steward of Internal Affairs, Under Steward Shui, and the left and right wing commanders pay their respects to the King of the 9 provinces. The two men bowed and scraped, about to kneel before Su Ming on the spot. All right. Su Ming shook his head and said expressionlessly, no need for such formality. Shui Hai sent you here. What do you want to say? Why haven't you brought Duan Xingyue back yet? Hearing this, the two exchanged a glance and smiled wryly. She is, after all, the third princess. We can't force her. Once the 10-day period is up, she will have to return, whether she likes it or not. Shui Dath Steward does have a message for us to deliver to Prince Su. In the Imperial Prefecture, Grand Commandant Su is already making moves. With millions of troops gradually approaching the capital, we have instructed Prince Su to be careful. Su Ming grinned. This Su De really can't wait even a day. Is probably under a lot of pressure from the news that I'm still alive. If I return to Dizhou, all his plans will fall through. Alright, I understand. You can go and now keep an eye on Duan Xingyue and make sure he doesn't do anything reckless. Su Ming said calmly. Yes. The two men, their faces filled with reverence, respectfully responded before turning and walking towards the main entrance. What are you two doing sneaking around with that kid outside? Do you even know him? Are you trying to get him to disagree with my annulment of the engagement? You two lackeys, are you just here to disgust me? Don't you know whether someone like that is good enough for me? When Duan Xingyue saw the left and right captains return, she immediately became angry and snorted coldly. The two rolled their eyes, almost fainting from anger on the spot. Even the king of Kyushu is not worthy of her, so who in the world is worthy of this third princess? This princess has such a terrible temper. 688, Chapter 688. You're lucky. The Xin family's watchdog is indeed a complete waste. Qin Feiyu, accompanied by Chang Qingyun and the National Medical Center, arrived at the Xin family's gate. Upon seeing Su Ming, he immediately uttered a contemptuous curse. The expressions of the group of senior members of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic changed instantly, and they looked at Qin Feiyu with utter shock. Is this guy crazy? To publicly spit insults at the king of Kyushu, is that courting death? Everyone was almost going crazy. Chang Qingyun's face instantly darkened, and he stared at Qin Feiyu with icy eyes, asking, what did you say? Say what? Qin Feiyu turned his head, looked at Chang Qingyun smugly, and grinned. Did I say anything wrong? What else could this be but utter trash? Let me tell you, don't have the slightest sympathy for this kind of garbage. A strong person should have the pride and spirit of a strong person. This kind of trash is not from our world. He might be lucky enough to see us here today, but who knows where he'll end up tomorrow, being treated like a drowning dog. And all of this stems from his incompetence. He's a complete waste. Qin Feiyu sneered, arrogant and haughty, showing off his power and establishing his authority in front of Chang Qingyun. You're asking for it. Chang Qingyun instantly flew into a rage, veins bulging on his forehead and eyes blazing with fury. That kid is a complete waste. As Chang Qingyun's master, Su Ming was more painful to Qin Feiyu than to be cursed himself. Staring at Qin Feiyu, Chang Qingyun almost had the urge to kill him instantly. What's the meaning? Why are you getting so worked up when I insulted him? Qin Feiyu frowned and glanced at Chang Qingyun, his face full of bewilderment. You son of a bitch. Enraged, Chang Qingyun was ready to fight Qin Feiyu to the death on the spot. Although he might not be Qin Feiyu's match, he would be letting down Su Ming's 13 ghost needles if he didn't make a move today. In addition, Su Ming saved the Chang family many times when he was in Yuncheng. This kindness is enough for anyone in the Chang family to treat Su Ming as an ancestor. Brother Su. Just then, a sound came from the doorway. Shen Luoyun ran out and stood in front of Su Ming, her face full of sweet joy. Brother Su, what are you doing here? I've been looking everywhere for you. The conference is about to start, so let's hurry inside. Su Ming nodded, smiled slightly, and without even glancing at Qin Feiyu, walked inside with Shen Luoyun. In his eyes, Qin Feiyu was like a piece of trash or a fly, unable to arouse the slightest emotion in him. Perhaps the arrival of Qin Feiyu's master, Su De from the Grand Commandant's office, will elicit a reaction from him. But Qin Feiyu, forget it. Humph, all pretense. What a waste of this young lady from the Shen family. She's quite pretty and possesses the medical skills of a king at such a young age. She should have had a bright future. It's a pity she has such limited vision, clinging to such a good-for-nothing. That's all she'll ever be. Qin Feiyu curled his lips, looking at Su Ming's retreating figure, and sneered disdainfully. I'm warning you. Unable to contain himself any longer, Chang Qingyun grabbed Qin Feiyu by the collar and roared furiously, if you utter another word of insult to him, I, Chang Qingyun, will fight you to the death. Even if I die, I won't let you get away with this. Insult her? Qin Feiyu looked up again and immediately realized what was going on. He looked at Chang Qingyun with a mocking expression and said, I get it now. I was wondering why you were acting so strangely. So you've taken a fancy to Miss Shen Luoyun of the Shen family. No wonder you're behaving so oddly, like I stepped on your tail. But you're being such a simp. Shen Luoyun treats that good-for-nothing like a treasure, and you're still fawning over her. You even protect the people around her? I'm starting to look down on you. With a skill like the 13 needles of the ghost god, and by following me, what woman wouldn't you have? Why would you need to fawn over such a short-sighted woman? Qin Feiyu scoffed and laughed dismissively. He looked down on Chang Qingyun a few times. I thought he was a brave and capable future genius who could be compared to me, but it turns out he was just an emotional fool. This greatly disappointed Qin Feiyu. Go to hell. Chang Qingyun flew into a rage and punched Qin Feiyu in the face. Smack! Chang Qingyun's fist was caught easily by Qin Feiyu before it even reached the air. Then, with a mocking and disdainful look, he said to Chang Qingyun, did I hit a nerve? You're still too green to fight me. I am not just a favorite of the Imperial Physician's Mansion, I'm also a martial arts master at the Heavenly Profound Realm. What kind of trash are you? You dare to lay a hand on me? You've got some nerve. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson so you'll realize the difference between us. Qin Feiyu snorted coldly, grabbed Chang Qingyun's hand and twisted it sharply, pulling his arm behind his back. Chang Qingyun's face turned blue with pain instantly, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. I'll cripple one of your hands today. Once you understand, come kneeling and begging me, and I'll consider whether or not to heal you. Qin Feiyu's eyes hardened, his face filled with murderous intent, as he prepared to completely rip off Chang Qingyun's arm. Young Master Qin, you mustn't. A group of senior executives from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic saw this and rushed over to stop them. The group of people grabbed Qin Feiyu tightly, sweating profusely with anxiety. The mere existence of Chang Qingyun shouldn't have frightened them this much. But this is a highly skilled disciple personally taught by the king of Kyushu. If anything were to happen to Chang Qingyun, their traditional Chinese medicine clinic would be completely finished. Moreover, Qin Feiyu is an idiot. He not only insulted the king of Kyushu in public, but now he wants to cripple the king of Kyushu's personal disciple. This is already a huge disaster, and they don't even realize it. The senior management of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic were almost frantic with worry. Why not fly, Qin Feiyu, can cripple whomever I want in Zhongzhou. Who are you to stop me? If you can't give me a reason, I'll cripple you all too. Qin Feiyu said with a fierce expression. A group of high-ranking officials at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, including the deputy director Zhang Jichuan, turned green with rage. That guy is a complete idiot. It seems they have no idea who the king of Kyushu is. After this incident, they must completely sever ties with Qin Feiyu, otherwise they will be implicated and killed by this good-for-nothing sooner or later. But now, they dare not easily reveal Su Ming's identity. The name of the king of Kyushu has long been a taboo subject. Large beads of sweat rolled down Zhang Jichuan's face as he said with a grim expression, Young Master Qin, Chang Qingyun is a key talent that our National Medical Center is cultivating. We are counting on him to shine in the medical ranking competition. If you cripple him, won't our National Medical Center be finished? Moreover, with one of his arms crippled, he will never be able to use the 13 needles of the ghost god again. This is a tremendous loss. After hearing this, Qin Feiyu pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. That makes some sense. Consider yourself lucky, you beast. I'll let you off the hook today, but if you dare to mess with me again, it won't be as simple as just crippling one of your arms. Waste. Qin Feiyu gave a cold shout, pushed Chang Qingyun to the ground, glanced at him disdainfully, ignored him, and stepped into the Shin family compound. Chang Qingyun clutched his arm, enduring the excruciating pain, and stared fiercely at Qin Feiyu. Zhang Jichuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, wiping their sweat, still shaken. 689, Chapter 689, 9th Grade Qilin Pill. Qin Feiyu, young Master Qin has arrived. In the Shin family's main hall, someone shouted. Qin Feiyu strode into the hall with a radiant smile. Immediately, everyone present was moved and turned to look at Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu proudly raised his head, feeling an air of superiority over all others. He, Qin Feiyu, deserved this treatment. The mere fact that the two major powers of Guangdi Prefecture are backing them is enough to terrify everyone. Is that Qin Feiyu, the prodigy of the imperial state? My goodness, he is indeed dashing and radiant. When Ouyang Mingyue, who was sitting in the front row, saw Qin Feiyu, her eyes lit up with excitement and joy, as if she had seen a treasure. She couldn't help but turn to Chu Qingqing and say, Look, this is the kind of person I should know. This is a true dragon among men, a genius like this, someone I should aspire to be my equal. 100 of those kinds of trash you're talking about wouldn't be worth a single hair on young Master Qin's head. No, I have to take the initiative to talk to him later. After all, there must be countless people lining up to pursue such a prodigy. Ouyang Mingyue's face flushed with excitement. He? Chu Qingqing turned her head and glanced at it, then rolled her eyes in annoyance. Before she knew Su Ming's identity, perhaps she, like Ouyang Mingyue, would have looked at Qin Feiyu with newfound respect and admiration. But now, forget it. Having seen even greater mountains and truly great figures, Qin Feiyu was no longer on the same level in her mind. Once you've seen the ocean, other waters seem insignificant. Once you've beheld the clouds of Wushan, other clouds are not worth seeing. Chu Qingqing sighed helplessly, not wanting to see Ouyang Mingyue make the same foolish mistake she had made back then. Turning back, he said, Miss Ouyang, this Qin Feiyu is nothing but a show-off, all bark and no bites, not on the same level as the one I'm talking about. Don't be fooled by him. Smack! Ouyang Mingyue slapped Chu Qingqing across the face, her eyebrows furrowed, her face sharp, and she shouted, Who told you to speak? Did I give you permission to speak? How dare you insult young Master Qin, saying he's all show and no substance? Ha, you should take a good look at yourself. Why don't you go to the toilet, take a piss, and look at yourself in the mirror? Ouyang Mingyue sneered. You? Chu Qingqing covered her reddened face, her eyes trembling, feeling like she was about to go crazy with anger. This woman. It's utterly absurd and hopeless. But Ouyang Mingyue didn't even glance at him. She stood up and greeted Qin Feiyu, Young Master Qin, this way. I have an empty seat here, please sit here. In fact, if Qin Feiyu wanted to sit, everyone present except for a few people would have to give up their seats for him. However, Ouyang Mingyue is also a beautiful woman. Qin Feiyu did not refuse and walked straight over to sit down next to Ouyang Mingyue. Ouyang Mingyue was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Qin Feiyu. The pride of the imperial state accepted her invitation and sat next to her, so much so that he could even feel her breathing. Oh my God! Is this a dream? Ouyang Mingyue was so happy and joyful that she almost fainted. Seeing this scene, Wan Shirin, who was sitting in the middle, couldn't help but frown. Another competitor. She remembered the name Ouyang Mingyue. No wonder Qin Feiyu didn't answer her calls. With Qin Feiyu's status and position, he would be surrounded by admirers and be very popular wherever he went. The Wan family only received preferential treatment because they were related to Qin Feiyu. Otherwise, even she, and the entire Wan family, wouldn't be worthy of Qin Feiyu's attention. She married above her station, but she didn't know how to cherish it. This made Wan Shirin tense up a bit. Meanwhile, the curtain slowly rose ahead, officially opening the exhibition hall. Each glass case, about half a person's height, was placed on the table, and inside each case were rare, top-grade elixirs. Upon seeing these top-grade pills, everyone present widened their eyes, staring intently at them with longing. Some are for treating illnesses, some for maintaining health, and some for prolonging life. The Shin family's top-grade pills are at least grade 7, and each one here is worth over $1 billion. If they could get even one, their trip would have been worthwhile. In pairs of eager, burning eyes. The head of the Shin family, Shin Songlin, slowly walked out, stood on the high platform, faced the crowd, and said with a smile, "Welcome everyone, you have given face to the Shin family and to me, Shin Songlin. It is truly an honor for me, Shin Songlin. I won't waste any more words. I will project the effects, explanations, and value of these pills for everyone to see for themselves. If you're interested, you can contact me after the exhibition ends. First come, first served, since there aren't many of these pills. My Shin family put in a lot of effort to refine them." Shin Songlin laughed and then stepped aside. With a snap. As the lights dimmed, the projector shone its light onto the wall in front, displaying detailed information about each pill. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their eyes glued to the screen. A 7th grade Great Rejuvenation Pill, my goodness, it can add 10 years to one's lifespan. It's simply a top-grade divine medicine. Also, that Rejuvenation Pill, grade 8, is it really something the Shin family could refine? The Shin family's strength has reached such a level that they can even refine 8th grade pills? A collective gasp of amazement erupted from the audience. Even Qin Feiyu, who was sitting next to Ouyang Mingyue, couldn't help but have a gloomy expression and slightly raise his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, the small Shin family possesses such strength. Rank 7, rank 8, they keep appearing one after another. It seems I underestimated the Shin family. If the Shin family has such power, then it will be extremely difficult for me to unify the medical field in central China within 2 months. Such a powerful family of doctors, they will not give in to themselves so easily. Even though he has the venerable medicine sage of Zhengzhou as his backer. But even the medicine saint ancestor could only refine 8th grade pills at most, or even lower grade 9th grade pills. Compared to the Shin family, how much stronger are they? Qin Feiyu immediately felt extremely annoyed. A 9th grade elixir. The Qilin pill, my god, how is that possible? When the last picture was shown, it was like a thunderclap, causing a huge uproar. Countless people stood up, their faces pale with shock. He stared at the projection screen in front of him in disbelief, his whole body trembling with shock. It really is the Qilin pill. I heard that the core ingredient required for the Qilin pill, the Futian lotus, is only held by a few major medical forces. Obtaining it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. I never expected the Shin family to also have the lotus of destiny. They even managed to refine a 9th grade elixir. Oh my god. The numerous wealthy and influential figures from Zhengzhou present were all going crazy for it. Even Qin Feiyu, Duan Xingyue, Wan Shirin, and the people from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic stood up in shock. Qilin pill? The Shin family produced the Qilin pill. Although it is only the lowest grade of pills among the 9 ranks, it is already amazing enough. With just this one pill, they could overpower any other medical force, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they would be famous throughout the land. In all the world, how many people can refine the Qilin pill? 690, Chapter 690. Please, Prince Su, uphold justice for me. Can the Shin family produce the Qilin pill? Grade 9 elixir. Even in the imperial state, it's estimated that you can only find it in the Imperial Medical Academy. Could it be that the Mirshin family of Zhengzhou has already reached a level of strength comparable to the Imperial Medical Academy? Duan Xingyue raised her eyebrows upon seeing this, her face full of surprise and doubt. Master Shin, did you personally refine this 9th grade pill? Qin Feiyu, with a gloomy expression, asked Shin Songlin on the stage. No. Shin Songlin turned his head, revealed a smile, and said with a smile, although I did not refine it myself, it is still produced by my Shin family and is a product of my Shin family, so you can rest assured. Actually, this thing was made by Su Ming, with Shin Luoyun assisting him. However, Su Ming didn't care about such low-grade 9th-rank pills at all. He only obtained the Heavenly Lotus on a whim and casually refined it, then handed it over to the Shin family to display. After all, an exhibition of top-grade pills needs at least one grade 9 pill to make it a proper event. The Shin family has a close relationship with Su Ming, so as long as Su Ming agrees, this thing will undoubtedly belong to the Shin family. So Shin Senglin's statement is not wrong at all. But Qin Feiyu didn't believe it. He didn't believe that a mere Shin family could produce such a sensational 9th-grade elixir in the medical world. Who knows about items belonging to the Shin family? Qin Feiyu sneered coldly, his gaze icy. As far as I know, Mr. Shin, you're only at the medical king level. Your daughter, Miss Shin Luoyun, is only a half-step medical saint. In other words, the Shin family can't even find a medical saint. In the entire central continent, those who have reached the level of a medical sage are few and far between, and those who can also refine 9th-grade pills are even rarer. The only person I know is Qu Qianshan, the patriarch of medicine in Central Plains. Did your Shin family invite someone here to concoct medicine for you? Qin Feiyu gave a sarcastic sneer. Whether it is or not, what does it matter? Shin Sonlin also sensed Qin Feiyu's hostility, standing on the stage, looking down at Qin Feiyu with a frown. What does the Shin family have to do with this prodigy from the capital? Why do you sound so sarcastic? Qin Feiyu curled his lips and continued, because it's very simple. If so, it means your Shin family is truly powerful enough to invite them here. If not, then no one in your Shin family can refine a 9th-grade pill. Since no one in your Shin family can refine a 9th-grade pill, where did you get your Qilin pill? Stolen, robbed, and then flaunted it in front of all of us at the top of Zhengzhou. The Shin family's style is too dirty, too unscrupulous. Presumptuous. Shin Songlin could no longer contain himself and flew into a rage, shouting at Qin Feiyu, "Young Master Qin, I respect you as a guest, but don't spout nonsense and make baseless accusations. Who said that only the medicine saint ancestor in Zhengzhou can refine 9th-grade pills? Then tell me, who else is there? Is it someone else in your Shin family? As for me, I only recently became the disciple of the medicine saint ancestor, and he personally acknowledged me as his student. I know his whereabouts perfectly well, and he would never appear in your Shin family." Qin Feiyu sneered, his face full of mockery. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the scene erupted in uproar, while countless top figures from Zhengzhou remained unmoved. I never imagined that young Master Qin would achieve such success, and that he has already been personally accepted as a disciple by the medicine saint ancestor. My goodness, not only is he being cultivated by the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office, but now even the medicine saint ancestor is showing him great favor. Young Master Qin's future is truly boundless, and he will rise to prominence. Who can surpass him? Everyone was amazed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. With a genius like Qin Feiyu, a prodigy in the capital, which senior would not be tempted and would not want to take him as a disciple? It also provides an opportunity to establish connections with the capital. What an honor! As expected, talented people can get along well wherever they go. Ouyang Mingyue looked at Qin Feiyu with absolute admiration, and she wanted to throw herself at him. This is the dream lover she has always longed for. Throughout the entire Central Plains, those so-called rising stars and geniuses didn't even have the right to kneel down and lick Qin Feiyu's shoes. That's incredible. Master Shin, can you tell me who made this? If you can't, I'm going to file a complaint against you with the Imperial Medical Bureau in the capital. Your family, a disgrace to the medical profession, is a disgrace to the medical tradition of the 9 provinces. If this gets out, not only you, but the entire Shin family will be finished. From now on, there will be no more Shin family in Zhengzhou. Qin Feiyu was aggressive, his face sharp and menacing. Regardless of whether Shin Songlin can give a reasonable explanation, he must give the Shin family a taste of their power today. By trampling the Shin family underfoot, we can also take this opportunity to establish our authority and let the entire Central Plains see who truly calls the shots in the medical field. Well, Shin Songlin laughed, provoked by Qin Feiyu, and sneered, "Of course I can shout it out, but if he steps forward, don't be so scared that you kneel on the ground. Come, let me see." Qin Feiyu looked disdainful and laughed arrogantly. "I'd like to see who the Shin family is, who is the great master they have, who can refine a 9th-grade pill. We have no idea." Let me, Qin Feiyu, broaden my horizons. If you really dare to shout it out, I, Qin Feiyu, will kneel down and kowtow to your Shin family in front of everyone today to apologize. Qin Feiyu's smile stretched almost to his ears. There could never be such a person in the Shin family. Shin Songlin is just taking advantage of others' power and stubbornly sticking to his guns. Yes, Mr. Shin, call it out so we can see for ourselves. Look who's so amazing, let's admire them. A group of bigwigs from Zhengzhou were laughing and jeering at the scene. Shin Songlin was so angry that his face turned red. He finally couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at the ceiling, "Turn on the lights." Snap! The lights in the entire Shin family hall shone brightly again, as bright as day. Everyone squinted. Then Shin Songlin turned around and quickly came to amidst the curious gazes of everyone below the stage. He rushed over to Su Ming, who was sitting in a corner of the room. He knelt on the ground with a loud thud. He addressed Su Ming with a mixture of respect and indignation, saying, "Please, King Su, do justice for my Shin family." What? Seeing this, everyone's eyes fell on Su Ming. They were all stunned. Prince Su, this kid? Wan Shirin stood up abruptly. Shin Songlin, has he gone mad? Ouyang Mingyue was also filled with disbelief. Has Shin Songlin been driven mad? Kneeling before one's own servants and then begging them to intervene, isn't that backwards? The scene was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at what they were seeing. Su Ming shook his head speechlessly. Shin Songlin, you're still too impatient. After being provoked by Qin Feiyu, he knelt down and begged him to come forward. If it's him, he'll deny it to the death and even teach Qin Feiyu a lesson, so what? In any case, the principle of presumption of innocence applies, so can Qin Feiyu produce any evidence? However, this concerns the face and dignity of the Shin family, so it is not incomprehensible that Shin Songlin, as the head of the Shin family, was so agitated and angry. Now, he has no choice but to step in. Su Ming stood up slowly with a smile on his face. 691, Chapter 691 Cunning. That's right, the Qilin pill was made by me. In the dead silence, Su Ming's deep voice slowly rose. These words caused an uproar throughout the room. Countless top figures from Zhengzhou stared at Su Ming in shock. I thought that someone who could refine a 9th-grade pill must be a renowned master who was famous throughout the land, but I never expected that he would be such an unremarkable-looking boy. You? Qin Feiyu's gaze fell on Su Ming, and he gave a sinister laugh. Others may not know who you are, but I know you perfectly well. You're nothing but a piece of trash abandoned by the Wan family. What right do you have to claim you can refine the Qilin pill? This is a 9th-grade elixir. Do you know what a 9th-grade elixir is? Do you understand medicine? Do you know anything about medicinal herbs? You're nothing but a scapegoat pushed out by the Shin family, yet you think you're so capable? Qin Feiyu mocked him, completely disregarding Su Ming. Wan Shirin and Duan Xingyue and the crowd also shook their heads sarcastically. Qin Feiyu was absolutely right. This kid was being used without even realizing it, and he really thought he was some big shot. If Su Ming doesn't understand medicine and herbs, and is investigated, it won't be so simple. This kid is being sold out and he's still helping them count the money. Duan Xingyue looked at him with utter contempt. He was so stupid. No one like him could ever be worthy of her, not even in 10 lifetimes. Believe it or not. Su Ming glanced at Qin Feiyu coldly and sneered disdainfully, I'm just telling you a fact. Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. You? Qin Feiyu raised an eyebrow and sneered, fine, since you're so confident, tell me, what medicinal herbs are used to refine this Qilin pill? With so many people watching, if you can say it, it proves that the Qilin pill truly came from your hand. Otherwise, you're a complete and utter piece of trash. Qin Feiyu's face was filled with a sinister and cold expression. This good-for-nothing dares to disregard him and put on airs. Doesn't he even know who he's putting on airs in front of? However, Su Ming's words almost made Qin Feiyu vomit blood. Why should I tell you? Do you even deserve to listen? There are hardly any people in the entire 9 provinces who would listen to me, a specialist in medicinal herbs and alchemy. You are even less worthy. Su Ming said coldly, his face expressionless. He wasn't lying at all. Even Guo Qianshan begged to become his disciple. At the entrance of the 9 provinces war god temple, there are probably still people kneeling there, begging to pay their respects to him. Qin Feiyu really doesn't deserve that qualification. Are you pretending? Qin Feiyu was so angry that he almost had a stroke. He pointed at Su Ming and shouted, "You fucking don't know, otherwise why don't you dare to say it? If you don't dare to say it, it proves that the origin of the Shin family's 9th grade pill is unknown. I will call and report to the Imperial Medical Academy tonight. Let's see how you explain yourselves." Okay. Su Ming grinned coldly, slowly walked towards Qin Feiyu, and said with a smile, "It seems you're quite confident in yourself. How about this? Let's make a bet. If I can name just one medicinal herb correctly, I'll slap you across the face. If you name them all and get them right, besides the slap, you'll kneel here today and kowtow 3 times to me. How about it?" Whoosh! The crowd was once again stunned. That kid has some nerve. They actually wanted to slap the pride of the imperial state and make him kneel down and admit his mistake? This is tantamount to indirectly provoking the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office. Does this guy even know what he's doing? And do they really have that ability? Instantly, all eyes were filled with shock as they focused on Su Ming and Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu gritted his teeth, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. He didn't know where Su Ming got his confidence from, nor did he know why Su Ming dared to challenge him. But actually, it's not difficult to name the medicinal ingredients. As long as you've seen the recipe for the Qilin pill and remember it, you can still name it even if Su Ming didn't refine it. This put him in an awkward position. If he, Qin Feiyu, were to be slapped in public by such a piece of trash and then kneel down and kowtow, he would have nowhere to go in Zhengzhou. Even the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office might abandon him. But if he didn't agree, with so many people watching, it would make Qin Feiyu seem like he had no guts, that he didn't even have that much courage, and that he was even worse than a good-for-nothing from the Shin family. Qin Feiyu gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Those standing close enough could hear him gritting his teeth. "Su Ming, stop fooling around." Just then, Wan Shirin slowly stepped out from the crowd, staring coldly at Su Ming and said, "You don't understand medicine at all. What can you say? What makes you think you can compare to Qin Feiyu? Be smart and step back now. You'll save some face, otherwise, no one can save you later." Wan Shirin's eyes were cold, and she also believed that Su Ming was just pretending. Moreover, offending Qin Feiyu is something that someone like Su Ming simply cannot afford. If Wan Shirin hadn't stepped forward, Su Ming might have left Qin Feiyu some room to maneuver. Seeing Wan Shirin's attitude, Su Ming suddenly found the matter quite interesting. Then let's take this opportunity to show Wan Shirin what kind of good-for-nothing she's been currying favor with and relying on. So, Su Ming grinned at Qin Feiyu and said, "Well, young Master Qin, are you afraid to accept? You are a prodigy of the imperial state, a key figure cultivated by the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office, and ranked on both the 9 provinces medical ranking and martial arts ranking. Do you think someone like you is afraid of a servant of the Shin family like me? If you're scared, then get off. I won't make things difficult for you." Su Ming said with a faint smile. Yes, if you're scared, then get off." In the hall, Chang Qingyun, who had long harbored resentment towards Qin Feiyu, joined in the loud commotion. He couldn't wait to see Qin Feiyu get beaten so badly he couldn't lift his head. This beast, he's been acting all the way from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, and he even tried to cripple his arm. That's practically suicide. Take it. I'm taking it today. Let's see what you can say. If you can't, I won't just report the Shin family, I'll kill you in public, you piece of trash. Qin Feiyu gritted his teeth, his face sinister and vicious as he raised his head and spoke. Anyway, he's at the heavenly profound realm of martial Dao. Even if something unexpected happens to him, this piece of trash in front of him can't do anything to him. Cousin Qin. Hearing this, Wan Shirin was slightly moved. She came to Qin Feiyu's side and said in a low voice, "Why bother arguing with someone like this? Get out of my way." Qin Feiyu snorted coldly, his anger flaring, and grinned maliciously. "He wanted to die, so he can't blame me now. List out the medicinal herbs one by one." Smack! However, as soon as Qin Feiyu finished speaking, Su Ming slapped Qin Feiyu across the face. This caught Qin Feiyu completely off guard, leaving him utterly bewildered, and blood instantly spilled from the corner of his mouth. Su Ming then slowly smiled and said, "The first medicinal herb is the lotus of the summer solstice. Boom! The entire audience erupted in cheers. Shameless, utterly shameless. That beast. Everyone knows that the core ingredient of Qilin Dan is Fuchsian Lion. We were just discussing this here a moment ago, any kid could probably come up with that. Unexpectedly, this kid pulled a fast one, slapping Qin Feiyu across the face right there and then. Nobody expected this guy to be so cunning. 692, Chapter 692. If you want to hit me, then hit me. But that's all. This kid only knows about the lotus of the heavenly stems, he probably can't name any of the other medicinal herbs. If Su Ming were to receive that slap, he would face Qin Feiyu's raging fury, paying a 100-fold price, and possibly even losing his life. It's incredibly foolish to risk your life just to be a hero for a moment. Everyone shook their heads, looking at Su Ming as if he were a dead man. Cousin Qin, are you alright? Wan Shirin nervously asked Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu's face was as dark as water in the dead of winter, his eyes glaring menacingly at Su Ming. Fine, I'll take this slap now, let's see if you can say anything. If you can't answer, I'll kill you right here. Qin Feiyu roared, his voice echoing throughout the area. Wan Shirin also gave Su Ming a sharp look. What an ungrateful wretch. I've warned him 1,000 times before, yet he still dares to provoke Qin Feiyu. Doesn't he realize the price he'll have to pay for this momentary pleasure? Or did they simply not realize the gap between themselves and Qin Feiyu? Next, this kid probably won't be able to say anything at all. Smack! However, no sooner had Qin Feiyu's roar subsided than Su Ming slapped Qin Feiyu across the face again. He said with a smile, the second ingredient is flame pearl powder. Whoosh! He was right again. The whole audience was shocked. Everyone stared at Su Ming in disbelief. Their initial surprise and disdain had turned into shock, and they were speechless. Although most people don't understand medicine, they don't know if what Su Ming said is right. However, there were people knowledgeable in medicine present, and even high-ranking officials from the National Medical Center were there. If Su Ming said even half a wrong word, these guys would definitely stand up and point it out. But now the scene is deathly silent, so you know that Su Ming was right again. Looking at Qin Feiyu's face again, it was already a mix of blue and purple, looking as ugly as pig liver. I was so angry I was trembling all over. Su Ming was ruthless, slapping Qin Feiyu twice on different sides of his face in a short while. Qin Feiyu's face was swollen and red, looking like a pig's head. Wan Shirin was completely dumbfounded. Is this kid for real? Why were they able to get it right one after another? The first ingredient is something everyone knows, so that's fine. But how did this guy know about the second ingredient? Could it be that the 9th grade Qilin pill really came from his hands? Even the third princess, Duan Xingyue, looked at Su Ming with a shocked expression. What's going on with this guy? Cool. Chang Qingyun, standing in the crowd, let out a soft, excited shout. Is there any medicine formula in the world that even the king of the 9 provinces doesn't know? Absolutely impossible. He had wanted to teach Qin Feiyu a lesson for a long time, but he didn't have the ability. Now that Su Ming had helped him vent his anger, he felt incredibly happy. In the ensuing silence, Wan Shirin whispered to Qin Feiyu, Cousin Qin, maybe we shouldn't gamble with him. This guy is acting strangely. He might have already seen the prescription beforehand. Let him speak. However, Qin Feiyu was now consumed by rage and had lost his temper from the moment he received the second slap. The nature of the matter had completely changed. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind, kill this piece of trash. He simply didn't believe that Su Ming could tell him everything. Moreover, if we just give up like this, not only will we be laughed at, but we'll also get slapped twice for nothing. Qin Feiyu isn't that stupid. Young Master Qin, do you still want to continue? It's not too late to admit defeat now, otherwise, I'm not going to hold back. This Qilin pill has at least a dozen or 20 kinds of medicinal herbs, and if I slap you more than 20 times, I'm afraid I'll kill you. Su Ming said with a mocking smile. Go to hell. Qin Feiyu cursed angrily, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward, like a vicious dog, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Su Ming. If you can really kill me, then I'll consider you capable, but you don't know how big the gap is between me and my martial Dao heavenly profound realm strength. From now on, you won't even be able to touch a hair on my head, and if you can't kill me, I'll kill you. Qin Feiyu's eyes were filled with such hatred that he wanted to devour Su Ming alive. Yeah? Su Ming merely curled the corners of his lips slightly and said, then let's begin. The third medicinal ingredient is monk grass. The fourth medicinal ingredient. Slap slap slap. Immediately afterwards, one slap after another echoed through the hall, sounding like thunder. Qin Feiyu was prepared even if Su Ming could name the medicinal herbs. As long as he activated his heavenly profound realm qi, Su Ming wouldn't be able to hit him, and it would be lucky if he wasn't injured. But something shocking happened. Immediately afterwards, each of Su Ming's slaps landed accurately on his face, and the energy around his body seemed to lose its effect. This situation is somewhat similar to my previous fight with Qin Shuang, who had learned the Withdrew subduing demon skill. I couldn't sense any energy from this kid, yet I was able to injure him easily. What's even more terrifying is that this guy has an unusually strong hand. By the 10th slap, Qin Feiyu's mouth was full of blood, and 2 of his teeth had been knocked out. That's so brutal. The wealthy people of Zhengzhou were so shocked by what they saw that they were speechless with disbelief. It was so horrifying that they could hardly bear to look at it. The pride of the capital city was beaten so badly by an unknown nobody. The 18th medicinal ingredient, Fei Hong and I, flying goose mud. Su Ming was about to slap him again. But at this moment, Qin Feiyu was already in excruciating pain from the beating. When he saw Su Ming raise his hand, he trembled with fear and turned to run away. Trying to leave, I'm not finished fighting yet. With a sharp shout, Su Ming grabbed Qin Feiyu by the collar, pulled him back, and slapped him hard across the face. Bang! The blow caused Qin Feiyu to cough up blood and kneel heavily before Su Ming. The 19th medicinal ingredient. Su Ming raised his hand again. Call. Just then, Wan Shirin flashed forward, blocking Qin Feiyu's path, and glared angrily at Su Ming. Stop hitting him, are you crazy? You don't know who he is? You don't know what the consequences of doing this will be? Can you withstand the retaliation from the Imperial Medical Academy and the Grand Commandant's office, 2 major powers in the Imperial State? You're playing with Qin Feiyu's life. Wan Shirin was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Him? Su Ming smiled and said, the Imperial Physician's office and the Grand Commandant's office don't give him the final say, do they? The bet between him and me was heard by everyone present. How can it be considered valid if it's not finished? Wan Shirin gritted her teeth in anger. Fine, hit me if you want, I'll take the next few slaps for him. Su Ming frowned instantly. Is this woman an idiot? Even Qin Feiyu, a heavenly profound realm cultivator, couldn't withstand those slaps. If Wan Shirin came, she would be slapped to death on the spot. However, Wan Shirin's stubbornness really annoyed him. At a time like this, they still want to protect Qin Feiyu. Okay. Su Ming's eyes suddenly turned cold. He has been more than tolerant of Wan Shirin. It's time to let this foolish woman see the truth. 693, Chapter 693. You're finished. Okay, there are at least 5 more medicinal herbs and 5 more slaps to go. Are you sure you want to take them for him? Su Ming stared coldly at Wan Shirin. I'm sure. Wan Shirin raised her head, staring at Su Ming with an unyielding attitude. She believed that Su Ming would never dare to hit her, which is why she dared to stand up. Unless this kid is insane, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her. Moreover, even if he does take action, Su Ming will face Qin Feiyu's overwhelming retaliation, and whether he will survive is another matter entirely. And she got the chance to stand up for the pride of the capital. Su Ming is courting death. Her actions opened the door to wealth for the Wan family's future. However, the next moment, Su Ming's words stunned Wan Shirin. Alright, you said it yourself, so I won't hold back. Even Qin Feiyu couldn't withstand that slap. Let's see if you can. After speaking, Su Ming's gaze darkened, and he slowly raised his hand. The entire room fell silent, everyone staring at Su Ming in disbelief. Is this for real? This kid even hits women? Wan Shirin was terrified, standing there blankly, staring at Su Ming's raised hand. Even before it fell, she could already feel the terrifying power emanating from it. Is this guy really going to attack her? Wan Shirin was so frightened that her legs trembled involuntarily. Yes, even Qin Feiyu couldn't withstand it. Let alone 5 slaps, even one slap would probably give her a concussion. At this moment, Wan Shirin was filled with deep regret. She never dreamed that Su Ming would dare to attack her. He used to never dare to say a word in front of her. What's going on? Just as Wan Shirin was about to die of fright and Su Ming was about to strike, a fierce shout rang out from the doorway. You dare to harm a single hair on my Wan family's daughter, I guarantee you'll pay with your life. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. They saw Luo Hongxia and Wan Jinshan, leading more than a dozen members of the Wan family, storming into the Shin family's hall. Luo Hongxia, her face fierce and gloomy, strode through the crowd to Su Ming. Pointing at him, she spoke with a sharp, sarcastic, arrogant tone, coldly sneering, "You beast, our Wan family raised you for 3 years, and you didn't even know how to be grateful. Now you dare to hit your ex-wife. You're not even as good as a dog. Even a dog knows how to repay a debt of gratitude. What are you? You dare to lay a hand on Cheyenne. Let me teach you a lesson, you heartless bastard." After saying that, Luo Hongxia raised her hand and slapped Su Ming across the face. Smack! Bang! The slap landed with a loud bang, sending a figure flying. But it wasn't Su Ming who flew out. It was Luo Hongxia. Luo Hongxia was just an ordinary person. She had barely raised her hand when Su Ming saw it. Before she could even swing her hand halfway, Su Ming slapped her across the face. He was sent flying several meters away, crashing into a chair next to him, spitting out blood. Su Ming wiped his hands, his expression calm, as if he had just slapped away a piece of trash, and said indifferently, "Fine, if Wan Shirin doesn't get slapped, then all of you from the Wan family are scrambling to get slapped." Mom! Everyone was stunned. Wan Shirin exclaimed in surprise and rushed over to help Luo Hongxia up. When she turned back, her eyes were filled with anger and hatred as she looked at Su Ming. That brat, old habits die hard. He's still the same bastard who beat his own brother and hurt his parents. She would never show Su Ming any mercy again. You beast! Wan Jinshan also roared, his face flushed, and pointed at Su Ming, shouting, "Men, seize this beast and execute him on the spot in front of my Wan family." Boom! Instantly, the dozen or so people brought by the Wan family surged out, each one exuding a fierce aura. Su Ming's eyes were dark and gloomy. He was already preparing to unleash a massacre. Let's see who dares to make a move. Just then, Shen Luoyun also rushed over with her men and stood in front of Su Ming. The situation instantly became complicated and tense. What started as Qin Feiyu's questioning and provocation of the Shin family has now escalated into a feud between Su Ming and the Wan family. The Wan family has never taken Su Ming seriously, and now they are going to teach this stray dog a lesson in front of everyone. I have already notified the Imperial Medical Academy of the Imperial State. Just then, Qin Feiyu, whose face was covered in blood from Su Ming's beating, slowly stood up, holding his phone in his hand, his eyes cold as ice, staring at Su Ming with murderous intent. The Imperial physicians will arrive in Zhongzhou by tomorrow morning at the latest. I'll see how your Shin family explains themselves, and how this kid explains himself. This is the price you have to pay. Your Shin family is finished. Qin Feiyu's face was terribly gloomy. I never imagined that the Imperial Physician's Office had been alerted. All eyes in the room were focused on Su Ming. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. He's made a huge mess of things. Of all people to offend, why did he have to go against Qin Feiyu, a rising star of the Imperial Physician's Mansion and a prodigy of the Imperial State? Can someone like this bear the wrath of the Imperial Physician's Mansion? Once the Imperial Physician's Office arrives, let alone this kid alone, even the entire Shin family probably has no chance of turning things around. The Shin family was incredibly foolish. They're completely finished now. The entire Shin family remained silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Shen Luoyun and Shen Sonlin, in particular, looked at Qin Feiyu with surprise and disbelief. What an idiot! Are you crazy? Provoking trouble here, even minor disturbances, and then notifying the Imperial Medical Bureau. Given Su Ming's status, let alone the Imperial Medical Academy, even if the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, Zhang Qianxi, came in person, he would probably have to treat him with amicable respect. As a result, he suffered a loss and even had to alarm the Imperial Physician's Office. Was he afraid that he wouldn't die a miserable death? Everyone in the Shin family thought Qin Feiyu was an idiot. Qin Feiyu, however, remained smug, believing that the Shen family's reaction meant they were too frightened to utter a word. Su Ming shook his head slightly and said with a mocking smile, "I don't know what will happen to the Shen family, and what will happen to me is none of your concern, but you, Qin Feiyu, you're almost finished." "Me, finished?" Qin Feiyu laughed arrogantly. "With your worthless background, you're miles behind me. You have no idea what kind of annihilation you're about to face. You're so stubborn. Let's see how stubborn you can be tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you to kneel down and beg for mercy." "Qin Feiyu, how dare you!" As Qin Feiyu finished speaking his harsh words, a thunderous roar of curses echoed from the doorway once again. A large group of people, bustling and noisy, poured into the Shen family's main hall. Leading the group was none other than Guo Qianshan, the medicine sage of Zhengzhou. Guo Qianshan glared angrily, trembling with rage, his eyes filled with a murderous intent towards Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu turned his head and was completely dumbfounded. "Master?" 694, Chapter 694 Expelled from the sect. Although Qin Feiyu was reluctant to admit it, he did formally kneel down and formally become Guo Qianshan's disciple, a fact witnessed by everyone in the Sihai Medical Association. "You beast, you still recognize me?" Guo Qianshan's loud shout was deafening. Everyone else at the scene was too scared to speak. Although everyone present was from the top echelons of Zhengzhou and had considerable influence, compared to Guo Qianshan, they were all ants and not worth mentioning. This big shot is furious, who dares to say a word or be disrespectful? Guo Qianshan was so shocked when he received news that Qin Feiyu was causing trouble at the Shen family and was going to confront Su Ming that he almost fainted. He was filled with deep regret for taking such a wicked child as his disciple. He dares to provoke anyone, but if he provokes his nominal master, he won't escape either. In that case, he and the entire Sihai Medical Association will probably be implicated and killed. Guo Qianshan rushed over without stopping, and now he wished he could slap Qin Feiyu to death. Guo Qianshan strode up to Qin Feiyu, his eyes wide with rage, like a furious tiger, and roared, "You wretch, kneel down." Qin Feiyu frowned, his eyes darkening. Asking a dignified prodigy of the imperial state to kneel down, even Guo Qianshan, seemed somewhat unqualified. If he weren't afraid of ruining his reputation, he wouldn't even want to call him master. But now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he has to give an explanation. Qin Feiyu gritted his teeth and said with a cold expression, "Master, I did nothing wrong. What's wrong with questioning the origin of the Shen family's 9th grade pill, the Qilin pill? Besides, I have already notified the Imperial Medical Academy. Tomorrow, the people from the Imperial Medical Academy will come to examine it, and it will be clear who is right and who is wrong." Qin Feiyu raised his head and said with an arrogant expression. This was also a way of telling Guo Qianshan that he was from the Imperial Medical Bureau and the Grand Commandant's office of the Imperial State, not a lackey under Guo Qianshan, and that he shouldn't be compared to the useless people of the Four Seas Medical Association. Unexpectedly, Guo Qianshan became even more enraged upon hearing this, slapping Qin Feiyu across the face and roaring, "You dare to notify the Imperial Medical Academy? Are you really not afraid of death? A 9th grade pill from the Shen family? Who are you to question it? Who do you think you are? I told you to kneel down, did you hear me?" Guo Qianshan was furious, which made everyone around him fearful. They stared in shock at the medicine saint of Central Plains, not daring to even breathe. I had long heard that this medicine saint of Zhengzhou had an eccentric temper and a fiery personality, but seeing him in person is truly better than hearing about him. "You?" Qin Feiyu was also filled with rage after being slapped. His face had already been beaten into a pig's head by Su Ming, and yet Su Ming still dared to slap him. His face was contorted with rage, and he wished he could kill Guo Qianshan. "Ancestor!" At this moment, Wan Shirin stepped forward and said respectfully, "Ancestor, none of this has anything to do with cousin Qin. It was this kid who caused trouble. He even hit someone." Wan Shirin raised her hand, pointing at Su Ming with anger and hatred. Guo Qianshan turned his head and saw that Wan Shirin was pointing at Su Ming. He was so frightened that he almost knelt down. He hurriedly shouted angrily, "Shut up, who gave you permission to speak, you little brat? Who gives you the right to talk here? I'm disciplining my disciple. What right do you have to interrupt? Get out of my way." This. Wan Shirin's face turned extremely ugly from the shout, and she was caught in a dilemma, unable to back down. Su Ming watched with great interest. This Guo Qianshan was quite intriguing. He also wanted to see how Guo Qianshan would deal with Qin Feiyu. Will you kneel or not? Guo Qinshan pointed at Qin Feiyu and asked. Qin Feiyu's anger flared up again, and he said through gritted teeth, "You're not worthy of my kneeling." Good, very good. Guo Qinshan laughed fiercely. Everyone heard it. Qin Feiyu from Dizhou doesn't respect his teacher, he's disrespectful to his superiors, and he doesn't take me seriously today. I, Guo Qinshan, will clean house and expel Qin Feiyu from the family from now on. Qin Feiyu is no longer my disciple. His actions have nothing to do with me. As soon as Guo Qinshan said those words, he seemed to breathe a heavy sigh of relief, as if he had unloaded a huge burden of pressure. He couldn't wait for Qin Feiyu to rebel so he could quickly sever ties with her. Otherwise, sooner or later I'll be ruined by this kid too. But Qin Feiyu was unaware of this, and thought that Guo Qinshan was just trying to show off his power. He immediately grinned and sneered, "I've never respected you as my master and you even expelled me from the sect. Guo Qinshan, you think too highly of yourself. Besides, you said it yourself, when the imperial physician's office comes down, you'd better not regret it. Furthermore, you've courted death. Now I don't just want to investigate the Shin family, I also want to investigate your Sihai Medical Association. Guo Qinshan, you and your men had better not give yourselves away in the slightest. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it, and you won't be begging me on your knees then." Qin Feiyu's teeth were practically ground to powder, and his eyes were blazing with hatred and rage. "Alright, let's see just how capable you really are." Guo Qinshan crossed his arms, completely relaxed, and looked at Qin Feiyu as if he were watching a joke. "You wait." Qin Feiyu smiled sinisterly, his gaze sweeping across the scene as if he were trying to remember how many enemies he had made. Then he sneered and cursed, "A bunch of idiots and good-for-nothings." After saying that, he turned and strode away. When the Wan family realized that even the medicine saint ancestor was no longer on Qin Feiyu's side, they knew that any further trouble would only bring them more trouble. Moreover, we must hold on tightly to Qin Feiyu, this big tree. The Wan family members, including Wan Shirin, also hurriedly left with Qin Feiyu. Duan Xingyue shook her head in disappointment amidst the crowd. "I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Qin Feiyu was just too stupid. It's one thing to scare the Shin family, but to actually bring in the imperial physician's office to settle scores is another. If this matter affects the Imperial Medical Academy, things won't end so easily." This kid couldn't swallow this insult and only thought about revenge, without considering how much negative impact it would have. The pride of the imperial land is nothing but a pile of dog shit. However, it was Su Ming who impressed her. Facing so many powerful figures, he remained completely composed and even dared to stand up for the Shin family. He certainly showed some manly qualities. No wonder Shin Luo Yun protects her like a treasure. It seems I need to rethink things. The matter was over, and there was no point in staying here. Duan Xingyue turned and left, walking out with the two heads of internal affairs. "I've made up my mind, I'm not breaking off the engagement." Standing in the parking lot outside the Shin family's residence, Duan Xingyue seemed to have made a decision, and a smile appeared on her face. The two leaders were taken aback and looked at Duan Xingyue with surprise. This third princess, how can she change her mind faster than turning the pages of a book? When he first entered the Shin family, didn't he want to trample Su Ming under his feet? Is the third princess willing to go back with us? The right-hand leader asked. No, I want to test him again. Not announcing the engagement doesn't mean I agree to it. Still not good enough for may need to test him further and see what he's really worth. Duan Xingyue smiled deeply, a confident smile on her face, and stepped into the car. The two leaders shook their heads in frustration and could only get into the car. 695, Chapter 695. Let him come and pick up her crazy daughter. Inside the Shin family's main hall, Ouyang Mingyue, Qin Feiyu, and the others had already left. Most of the top-level residents of Zhengzhou also left the scene. Only Chu Qingqing, Lu Jianming, and a few others who no longer have any connection with the Shin family remain here. Thump! The medicine saint ancestor Guo Qinshan knelt directly in front of Su Ming and bowed to him, saying, "This humble one, Guo Qinshan, pays respects to the king of the 9 provinces." The other members of the Four Seas Medical Association also knelt on the ground. Those who remained at the scene were all shocked by what they saw. King of the 9 provinces? This unassuming young man is none other than the renowned king of the 9 provinces, the leader of a million-strong army of war gods. Everyone was instantly stunned, their scalp tingling. No wonder he dared to stand up and challenge Qin Feiyu, and dared to say that he refined the Qilin pill himself. If even the king of the 9 provinces can't refine it, then I'm afraid no one in the world can. No wonder Guo Qianshan was willing to turn against Qin Feiyu because of this. It turns out that the medicine saint ancestor already knew. The crowd was shocked and knelt down one after another, shouting in unison, "Greetings, king of the 9 provinces." All right. Su Ming shook his head and said to Guo Qianshan, "Go back to where you came from. We didn't need you to handle this matter today." If Guo Qianshan hadn't suddenly appeared, Qin Feiyu would have died here today if he had continued to cause trouble. Guo Qianshan's appearance, seemingly to help the Shen family out of their predicament, actually saved Qin Feiyu and the Wan family's lives. "Prince Su, Qin Feiyu said he has contacted the Imperial Physician's office to come down. Should I go and handle it myself?" Guo Qianshan still wanted to curry favor and do something for Su Ming. Roll. Unexpectedly, Su Ming, looking impatient, gave a sharp shout. Yes. Guo Qianshan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly nodded in agreement, then got up and left the scene with his men. After the people from the Sihai Medical Association left, Su Ming's gaze fell on Chu Qingqing. "Aren't you leaving yet? Is there anything you want to say?" Upon noticing that Su Ming had noticed her, Chu Qingqing, like a startled little rabbit, hurriedly stepped forward and cautiously said, "I asked my cousin Lu Jianming to help me refine medicine, but it hasn't been released to the market yet, so I wanted to ask you, no, Your Highness Su, for permission to release it?" "Apply for what?" Su Ming frowned. What Chu Qingqing sells has nothing to do with him, so why should he apply to him? But in Chu Qingqing's eyes, Su Ming is now in charge of the entire central continent, and even the medicine saint ancestor has to bow and scrape. If I don't apply and instead offend Su Ming, my fate will probably be even worse than Qin Feiyu's. She didn't have Qin Feiyu's ability to challenge Su Ming. She has already suffered enough because of her ignorance back then. However, because of what happened back then, she is now hesitant to speak up, fearing that Su Ming will hold a grudge and disagree. As for Su Ming, he had long forgotten. Chu Qingqing was utterly insignificant in his eyes. "If you want to sell, then sell. It's none of my business. I don't make a single penny of profit. Why do you need to apply to me?" Su Ming shook his head and said. Chu Qingqing felt deeply indebted and said gratefully, "Thank you, King Su. By the way, my parents are coming to Zhangzhou, and my mom wants to see you," Chu Qingqing said happily, looking up at him. "Don't push your luck." Su Ming gave a cold snort. Chu Qingqing's happy mood was instantly dampened, and she hurriedly lowered her head. "Yes. However, I can see Aunt Lin, but I won't see anyone else." Su Ming paused for a moment, then spoke again. "I understand, I'll tell my mom." Chu Qingqing was so happy she almost jumped for joy. She turned around and left with Lu Jianming. Then Su Ming turned to Shen Songlin and said, "I have something to attend to. I'm going out for a bit. Let me know if the Imperial Physician's office comes tomorrow." "Alright, Prince Su, take care." Upon hearing this, Shen Songlin instantly felt reassured and completely calmed down. "Brother Su, I'll go with you," Shen Luoyun hurriedly said. "No need, it's just a personal matter." Su Ming refused and then left the Shen family hall. Once we arrived at the parking lot, we found our car and prepared to drive off. He was going to meet the people from the War God Army, and also to see Yi Tang. Yi Tang is back during this time. Yi Tang returned to the border region and has been dealing with the War God Army. She has also collected a lot of clues related to the border region. Asking Yi Tang will also allow us to learn about all of Su Da's movements in the Imperial Capital's Grand Commandant's office, and what he plans to do next. Only in this way can we easily defeat Su Da, and then the matter of being besieged and harmed back then will also have a result. Su Da was, after all, a Grand Commandant, one of the most powerful figures in the Imperial Court. If we take action against him without solid evidence, even the emperors of the 9 provinces would probably not allow it. Dealing with Su Da is completely different from dealing with other minor henchmen. Just as Su Ming was about to drive off, he suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps all around him. Su Ming looked up and saw 20 or 30 people rushing out of the nearby parking lot. Bang! An iron rod flew from more than 10 meters away and smashed into his car window with a loud bang, shattering the window on the spot. At the front of the crowd, Ouyang Mingyue walked forward with a fierce expression. In an instant, dozens of people surrounded Su Ming's car. Su Ming rolled down the car window, stuck his head out, and looked at Ouyang Mingyue. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Ouyang Mingyue pointed at Su Ming and sneered coldly, "Get down and kneel before me. I'll only cripple your legs otherwise. Since you dared to hurt my idol Qin Feiyu today, I'll avenge him and pay with your life." Ill. Su Ming rolled his eyes. "Does Qin Feiyu know what you're doing?" "He doesn't need to know, and your fear and regret are useless now. This is the consequence of your ignorance," Ouyang Mingyue said sharply. Su Ming shook his head and took out his phone. "Your surname is Ouyang, right? The eldest daughter of the Ouyang family. Okay, I'll make a call." After saying that, Su Ming dialed a number. "Hey, Guo, don't you want to do your job? Go to the Ouyang family and have the head of the Ouyang family come over and take his crazy daughter back. If you're late, I don't know what will happen." Then, Su Ming hung up the phone. "What, Qianshan?" Ouyang Mingyue raised an eyebrow. Could this kid be calling the medicine saint ancestor? He even had the medicine saint ancestor do things for him? Are you kidding me? You don't actually think that the medicine saint ancestor turned against Qin Feiyu because of him, do you? This kind of trash is nothing but a fart in front of the ancestor. He even told the other party to go find his father, which is utterly ridiculous. I've never seen anyone so good at showing off. Ouyang Mingyue burst into laughter in anger, looking at Su Ming as if he were a useless, dead man. This brat has really taken himself seriously after showing off a little in the Shin family. If she doesn't break this kid's legs today, she's not Ouyang Mingyue. Are you kidding me? Get your hands on me. Ouyang Mingyue's clear, cold shout echoed throughout the entire parking lot. 696, Chapter 696. What kind of dad is he? A group of thugs brought by Ouyang Mingyue rushed up and smashed Su Ming's car. Iron bars and machetes kept falling on the car, making a loud banging sound. It looked like hail had hit the car. Su Ming simply sat calmly in the driver's seat, his hands gripping the steering wheel, his cold eyes fixed on Ouyang Mingyue. He only had 10 minutes left to give the Ouyang family. If they don't arrive within 10 minutes, then it's impossible to guarantee whether Ouyang Mingyue is alive or dead. No matter how much bragging you do, in the end you can only hide in your car like a dead dog, right? You're the epitome of useless. Ouyang Mingyue snorted coldly. Smash the car window and drag the dead dog out of the car. Ouyang Mingyue loudly issued orders. Bang! The car window was finally smashed open, and glass shards flew everywhere. A thug crawled halfway through the window and reached out to grab Su Ming. Boom! Su Ming slapped the thug across the face, knocking him unconscious on the spot. The thug, limp and powerless, leaned against the car window, blocking the hole in the wall. Su Ming glanced down at the time. 3 minutes left. What's this good-for-nothing looking at? What's he pretending for? He's probably so scared he's wet his pants and doesn't dare to move, right? Ouyang Mingyue frowned, her face turning cold. Almost simultaneously, a kilometer away from the Shin family's parking lot, Ouyang Changhe, the head of the Ouyang family, sat in his car, making the driver frantically step on the gas. Hurry up, you fucking hurry up. If I wait until my daughter dies, my entire Ouyang family will be finished. Ouyang Changhe is almost insane. The driver was on the verge of tears. He had almost stepped into the gas tank, but this wasn't an airplane, and this was the maximum speed he could go. At the same time, Ouyang Changhe picked up his phone and kept calling his daughter. However, Ouyang Mingyue was focused on dealing with Su Ming, and her phone had been silenced for a long time. She hadn't answered any of the calls. You unfilial son. Ouyang Changhe is going crazy. Inside the parking lot. Bang bang bang. All 4 windows of Su Ming's car were smashed, and countless thugs crawled into the car. Kid, you think you're still alive this time? Leave him with a breath, drag him over here, I'm going to deal with him myself. I'll make him realize just what kind of trash he really is. Ouyang Mingyue wore a smug, cold smile. The most important thing was that she wanted to film a video to record how Su Ming knelt down and admitted his mistake. She wanted to show the video to Qin Feiyu later so that he would be impressed and grateful. Perhaps, she can even become the woman of the emperor's pride. Thinking this, Ouyang Mingyue couldn't help but reveal a proud and delighted smile. Boom! Just then, a loud explosion rang out from inside the car, and half of the thugs who had crawled inside were sent flying out, spitting blood as they landed and immediately losing consciousness. Those who didn't fly out fared even worse, dying instantly inside the car with blood all over the windows. The remaining thugs were terrified when they saw this. Everyone stared in utter shock inside the car. Ouyang Mingyue was also shocked, her pupils trembling. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? Is this a dream? Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Su Ming opened the badly damaged and battered car door and slowly stepped out. He was completely unharmed. He walked straight towards Ouyang Mingyue. Time's up, Ouyang Mingyue. It seems no one is coming to save you, Su Ming said coldly. Help me? Ouyang Mingyue laughed angrily. Who do you think you are? You're the one who needs saving. What are you all standing there for? Get him! Ouyang Mingyue roared, her face pale. Although she was stubborn, she was so frightened by Su Ming's domineering approach that she involuntarily took 2 steps back. What's going on with this kid? Could he be some kind of hidden master? That's impossible. If he were a master, would he be working as a doorman or servant in the Shin family? Seeing how terrifying Su Ming was, the thugs around him were trembling with fear, and they dared not attack. Going up there could be fatal. Su Ming arrived in front of Ouyang Mingyue without any hindrance. Ouyang Mingyue dared not look Su Ming in the eye. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she swallowed hard, saying, I am the eldest daughter of the Ouyang family. With your status, if you dare to touch me, your whole family will be wiped out. I'm the only one who can touch you. You have no right to touch me. Smack! Su Ming slapped Ouyang Mingyue across the face. A slap made Ouyang Mingyue's mouth bleed. Your Ouyang family has no manners, so I'll teach you a lesson on their behalf, Su Ming said, looking at Ouyang Mingyue with icy eyes. You dare hit me, I'll make you pay tenfold. Do you know who I am? You still dare to lay a hand on me? These few dozen men can't take you down today, but what about hundreds or thousands? Can you handle them? From now on, I'll make you have nightmares every night and die a violent death in the streets. Ouyang Mingyue turned her head with bloodshot eyes, staring at Su Ming with resentment and hatred. Smack! Su Ming slapped Ouyang Mingyue across the face again. This slap was even harder, causing Ouyang Mingyue to stagger and fall to the ground, feeling dizzy and unable to stand up. When she looked up again, she saw only the chilling killing intent in Su Ming's eyes, as if he were scrutinizing her like the Grim Reaper. At this moment, Ouyang Mingyue felt her soul tremble with cold. Is this kid really going to kill someone? If you say another word, you won't see the sun rise tomorrow. Su Ming said somberly. You dare! Ouyang Mingyue gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. If I die, Qin Feiyu will definitely tear you to pieces if he knows that I died for him. It's beyond saving. Su Ming shook his head and raised his hand again. With this slap, Ouyang Mingyue would surely die. Prince Su, please show mercy. Su Wan, spare her life. At that moment, Ouyang Changha came running over from dozens of meters away in the parking lot. He finally arrived. Thump! Almost immediately, Ouyang Changha knelt on the ground, slid over, and crawled to Su Ming, kowtowing repeatedly. Prince Su, the Ouyang family has erred. I, Ouyang Changha, am a sinner. I beg you to show mercy. My daughter is young and spoiled, and doesn't know any better for any offense she has committed. My entire Ouyang family kowtows to you in apology. Dad? Ouyang Mingyue, who was full of resentment, was stunned when she saw this scene. She stared blankly for a long time, unable to come back to her senses. What's going on? Could a mere servant of the Shin family have frightened his father like this? Judging from my father's devastated state, even if he had met the most outstanding person in Zhengzhou, he wouldn't be like this, would he? What exactly happened? Father, what? Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow to apologize to Prince Su. You're going to ruin the entire Ouyang family. Ouyang Changha was furious and roared wildly with a contorted face. Ah! Ouyang Mingyue was completely dumbfounded. 697, Chapter 697, Picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Was the entire Shin family implicated and killed? Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over this kid? My own father is exaggerating. Ouyang Mingyue looked shocked and bewildered, feeling like she was about to go crazy. He said, unwilling and unconvinced, Dad, I think you've got it wrong. Even if you gave him 100 of these good-for-nothings, they wouldn't be able to harm the Shin family in the slightest. You're giving him far too much credit. Smack. However, as soon as Ouyang Mingyue finished speaking, Ouyang Changhe slapped her across the face. Will you kneel or not? Will you kowtow and apologize? If you don't kowtow, my Ouyang family will sever all ties with you, and I won't care about your life or death anymore. Ouyang Changhe spoke with a stern and resolute voice. Seeing her father so fierce, Ouyang Mingyue felt so wrong that tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why does my own father side with outsiders instead of me? But she had no choice. She could only obediently get up, kneel on the ground, and kowtow repeatedly to Su Ming. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I was willful, I am an idiot, please be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Su Ming shook his head, immediately feeling bored. He glanced coldly at Ouyang Changhe. Keep your men in check. You can't teach them, so I'll teach them for you next time. But next time, you'll be here to collect their corpses. Yes, your majesty. Su is magnanimous, may your majesty live 10,000 years. Ouyang Changhe trembled with fear, nodding repeatedly in agreement, his head bobbing like a chicken pecking at rice. Then Su Ming picked up his phone and called Yitang. Yitang, call a car to pick me up, my car has been vandalized. What? Yitang was startled, thinking Su Ming had been attacked by some enemy, and hurriedly said, King Su, should I come to your aid? Who dares to do this? I'll wipe out their entire family. Alright, it's all sorted out, just call a car over. Su Ming said calmly. Yes, I'll be right there. Yitang hung up the phone and immediately drove off. Yitang? Yitang, one of the 8 Azure Dragon war gods of the Border War God Army. Upon hearing Su Ming's call, Ouyang Changhe trembled with fear, barely daring to breathe. It seems that it was absolutely right. This man is none other than the unparalleled king of the 9 provinces. No wonder even the medicine saint ancestor Guo Qianshan came to inform him personally. If things are allowed to escalate today, he really doesn't know how miserable his Shin family will become, or how badly they will die. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Just thinking about it terrified Ouyang Changhe, leaving him filled with lingering fear. The father and daughter knelt on the ground, not daring to move an inch. Ouyang Mingyue kept wiping away tears, but they were tears of grievance, not tears of fear. A moment later, a black SUV rumbled into the parking lot, the window rolled down, and there was Yitang. Yitang peeked at Ouyang Mingyue and Ouyang Changhe, her eyes filled with nothing but cold, icy killing intent. It really is Yitang, the Azure Dragon war god. Ouyang Changhe felt like he was going to die. The terrifying aura was so oppressive that he almost suffocated. Su Ming had already opened the car door and gotten in. Prince Su, are these useless pieces of trash? I can execute them at any time. Yitang's tone was stern. Executing them couldn't be simpler. Let's drive. Su Ming said calmly. Yes. The car roared like a wild beast and sped away. Ouyang Changhe finally breathed a sigh of relief and almost collapsed. Afterwards, he took Ouyang Mingyue and got into the car. Ouyang Mingyue's eyes were bloodshot, and she remained silent. Do you know who he is? Ouyang Changhe asked in a deep, cold voice as he started the car. Who else could it be? Just a good-for-nothing from the Shin family. Putting on airs, Ouyang Mingyue said dismissively. Inside the Shin family's main hall, he witnessed firsthand what kind of person someone could be who even looked down upon Wan Shirin and the Wan family. Presumptuous. Ouyang Changhe let out a cold shout, his deep voice rebuking, that's why I say you're ignorant, almost causing a terrible mistake. He is the current king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the war god army. Trash, how many trash combined can compare to a single hair of his? Even the Qin Feiyu you admire is nothing but a lackey, an ant, whom he can crush at any time. Ouyang Changhe's still shaken voice echoed throughout the carriage. What? Ouyang Mingyue suddenly looked up, her fair face instantly turning deathly pale. But I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. that idiot was just someone who was kicked out of the Wan family in Yunchen. What do you know? Could it be that the medicine saint ancestor Guoqian Shan came to find me personally and personally inform me? There must be some truth to it. Do you know who that guy who drove up just now was? He's Yi Tang, one of the 8 Azure Dragon War gods, a master of martial arts. He alone could wipe out our Ouyang family, let alone the king of the 9 provinces. Ouyang Changhe snorted coldly. That's so childish. His own daughter couldn't even tell who the real people were. They definitely need more discipline in the future. Ha! Ouyang Mingyue finally understood, and was instantly so shocked that her scalp tingled and her hair almost stood on end. But then I quickly understood everything. No wonder the medicine saint ancestor turned against Qin Feiyu in front of everyone. No wonder the Shen family dared to say that the Qilin pill was refined by that guy. That guy is the true dragon and phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens of the 9 provinces. At this moment, Ouyang Mingyue was deeply shocked and felt extremely regretful. I was so blind to the truth that I picked up a sesame seed and lost a watermelon. However, all of this was caused by those ignorant women, Wan Shirin and Chu Qingqing, otherwise, I wouldn't have made such a terrible mistake. Then, Dad, what should we do now? Ouyang Mingyue's voice trembled as she asked hesitantly. What else can we do? Well, first, we should go back and prepare generous gifts, and then ask the medicine saint ancestor to help us make connections and see if we can still have a chance to meet Prince Su and apologize to him in person. Ouyang Changhe Wunai said. Yes. Ouyang Mingyue felt a mix of emotions and dared not speak again. Inside the 5-star hotel in Zhengzhou, Yi Tang personally recounted everything she had found to Su Ming. King Su, the border regions are currently in turmoil, but most of it is caused by Su De. Countless troops are approaching the imperial state from all directions. The Su De is impatient for quick success and instant benefits, and he will stop at nothing to buy people everywhere. He has even brought some bandit leaders under his command with heavy money. This includes the martial arts master, Rakshasa, who was chased by us and fled overseas. This person has been cultivating overseas for some time and has now reached the peak of the king realm. His strength should not be underestimated. And they also frequently appear in border areas. Yi Tang lowered her head and spoke respectfully and solemnly. Is that really the case? Su Ming curled his lips into a cold smile. Back then, he joined forces with the 8 bandit leaders but failed to kill me. Now that he knows I'm still alive, he's thrown into chaos and is frantically recruiting people. As long as we gather all this evidence and show it to the emperor of the 9 provinces, killing him will be a simple matter of one strike. Su Ming exclaimed, his aura vast and powerful. 698, Chapter 698. Just Dance. What connection does this ranking of medical practitioners have with the Grand Commandant's mansion? He's been considering this for a while now. But I still can't understand why, even if Su De wanted to rebel and seize power, it had nothing to do with the ranking of doctors, so why did he send Qin Feiyu to muddy the waters? He spared Qin Feiyu's life because he wanted to see what Qin Feiyu was up to. However, there is currently no indication of what has happened. Oh, about that. Yi Tang thought for a moment, looking embarrassed and puzzled, and shook her head, saying, Su De probably wants to win over the Imperial Medical Academy after all. The Imperial Medical Academy is one of the top powers in the Imperial State. If Su De holds the medical ranking in his hands, he will have the leverage to collude with the Imperial Medical Academy. After all, the strength that a force of millions of soldiers could exert with the full support of a power like the Imperial Medical Academy would be unimaginable. Yi Tang said slowly. Is that so? Su Ming thought about it and agreed that there was some truth to it. Then we absolutely cannot let Su Deshang succeed. Otherwise, if Su De were to check and balance the Imperial Medical Bureau, and 2 major forces were to be formed, even he would have some headaches. It's not that it's impossible to win. But in such a situation, even the War God army would likely suffer serious damage. From now on, completely block Qin Feiyu's movements. Also, the people from the Imperial Medical Academy are coming down tomorrow. Come with me to meet them, and we can get a better understanding of the situation. Su Ming said to Yi Tang. Yes. Yi Tang responded respectfully. The next day, at Yanshanlu. My lords, you have finally arrived. Qin Feiyu, am deeply honored. Your presence is a great honor for me. Would like to offer you a toast. Inside the Yanshinlo Hotel, Qin Feiyu raised his wine glass and toasted the two people from the Imperial Physician's office in front of him. One of them was an elderly man with a white beard, over 60 years old, who served as a scholar in the Imperial Medical Academy. They are of a very high generation. The other was a woman dressed in black with a cold expression. She was tall, stern, and had a captivatingly aloof beauty. It's not about giving you face, it's about giving face to the Qilin pill. Is everything you said on the phone true? The Shin family really did produce a grade 9 Qilin pill, but they can't say who refined it? The old man asked Qin Feiyu. That's right. Qin Feiyu nodded hurriedly, his eyes wide, and said, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Elder Gu, you also know the significance of the Qilin pill. Last night, I questioned the Shin family and had a conflict with them. Look at my face, it's a result of that conflict with the Shin family. Qin Feiyu pointed to his face, which was covered in bloodstains and swollen like a pig's head, and had not yet healed. Gu Zhen glanced at Qin Feiyu and shook his head. You're supposed to be at least a heavenly profound realm expert. How could you let someone injure you in Zhengzhou? Aren't you ashamed? Qin Feiyu was immediately filled with frustration and unable to respond. He wasn't just hurt by someone else, but by a good-for-nothing he looked down on. It would be even more embarrassing to say it out loud. It's strange, really. He had previously thought that Su Ming's internal energy was at most at the earth-profound realm based on what he had seen in him. But last night, that kid had no martial arts energy at all, yet he managed to slap him across the face every time, which left him completely baffled. They couldn't even resist. Could it be that the kid also practiced the Withdrew subduing demon skill? However, the characteristic of the Withdrew subduing demon skill is that it is a passive counterattack, which means that you need to digest the opponent's energy before you can use it for your own benefit. So last night, taking this into consideration, he didn't even take the initiative to act. Even so, he still got a severe beating. This puzzled him no matter how hard he tried. The Qilin pill is the lowest grade of the 9th grade pills. Even so, it is still a rare 9th grade pill in the world. There are very few people in the entire 9 provinces who can refine it apart from Master Gu. It is estimated that only Zhang Qianqi of the Imperial Medical Academy can refine it, or the medicine saint of Zhengzhou might be able to give it a try. The aloof woman spoke slowly. Yes. Qin Feiyu slapped his thigh. That's why I had my suspicions. Miss Yuan, you're absolutely right. As expected of Elder Ji's last disciple, your insight is extraordinary. Therefore, I urge you both to come to the Shin family and investigate thoroughly in person. After all, this concerns the future of the medical rankings. Otherwise, Shinjia could easily be in the top 10 of the medical rankings with just one Qilin pill. Qin Feiyu said excitedly. Don't worry, leave this to us. If this Qilin pill really didn't come from the Shin family, then the Shin family will definitely have to bear the responsibility from now on. They will have no chance to practice medicine. Old Gu stood up and spoke with an imposing air. That's great, then I won't go with you. My injury still needs treatment, otherwise I won't be able to show my face in public. I'll be waiting for your good news, Elder Gu. Qin Feiyu said with a big smile. Gu Zhen nodded slightly, got up, and left with Yuan Feihua. An elderly man and a young boy went downstairs, preparing to leave the hotel. They ran right into Su Ming and Yi Tang. Guo Qianshan had invited him, saying that the Ouyang family father and daughter wanted to personally apologize to him. Although he wasn't really interested, he happened to want to find out what was going on with the Imperial Physician's office, and as a result, he bumped into them at the door. Su Ming recognized at a glance that Gu Zhen and Yuan Feihua were both from the Imperial Physician's office. The people from the Imperial Physician's office all have a strong medicinal smell that they can't get rid of. Seeing Su Ming's unbridled gaze, Yuan Feihua immediately noticed him as well. She despised such lecherous men the most and immediately shouted, "What are you looking at? Get out of the way, a good dog doesn't block the way." Court death. Yi Tang flew into a rage, her face filled with murderous intent. Su Ming raised his hand to stop Yi Tang and smiled. You two are from the Imperial Physician's office, aren't you? Yuan Feihua stared coldly at Su Ming without saying a word. What's your relationship with Qin Feiyu? I advise you to cut ties with that kid as soon as possible. Also, don't go to the Shin family, otherwise you'll have made a wasted trip and only embarrass yourselves. Su Ming said with a smile. Presumptuous. Yuan Yuan Feihua flew into a rage, her eyebrows furrowed, and she immediately tried to slap Su Ming across the face. Xiao Yuan, don't cause trouble. Old Gu gave a low shout. Then, he glanced at Su Ming from head to toe, adopting a smug and condescending manner, and said with a smile, "Thank you for the reminder. However, if the Shin family really has problems, they can't escape it. You're from the Shin family, aren't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a hurry to speak up for them. You should be planning for your own future. If the Shin family is really shut down, you'll have nowhere to go. At such a young age, if you don't study hard, you'll achieve nothing." Gu Zhen shook his head with a sarcastic smile, then led Yuan Feihua toward the hotel entrance. Su Ming rolled his eyes. That old scoundrel is even better at pretending than him. I wonder what Gu Zhen's expression will be after he goes to the Shin family. This good-for-nothing brat spouts nonsense and deserves to die. Outside, Yuan Feihua was shouting and cursing fiercely. He's just a lackey, is so eager to protect him that he doesn't know there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. There's no need to bother with him once the Shin family falls. Such an ant won't even have a place to hide. Let's go to the Shin family first. Old Gu spoke calmly and arrogantly, as if nothing had happened. 699, Chapter 699. Trash among trash. Prince Su, this is a gift I prepared for you as an apology. Please take a look. Ouyang Changha had someone carry something covered with a red cloth to Su Ming. Su Ming lifted the lid and saw a jade guanyin statue, 30 centimeters tall, carved from green jade. Ouyang Changha went to great lengths to acquire this item, mobilizing the Ouyang family's stock funds and spending 50 to 60 million yuan to finally obtain it at the auction. I couldn't bear to touch it myself, so I had it delivered over non-stop. Almost simultaneously, Ouyang Changha knelt on the ground with a thud. This is just a small token of my Ouyang family's goodwill. May the king of the 9 provinces enjoy boundless happiness and longevity. Su Ming shook his head. These family leaders are good at playing these kinds of tricks. He had no idea where to put this thing except to move it back to the Shin family home. Ouyang Mingyue also knelt on the ground, but her face was flushed and she didn't dare to look up at Su Ming. Su Ming said in a deep voice, "Alright, I wasn't planning on arguing with you anyway, let's leave it at that." "Thank you, King Su, for your great kindness." Ouyang Changha finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. "Prince Su, I have also prepared a gift for you." Ouyang Mingyue ran up with small, quick steps, her face flushed. She took out a red string tied with pearls from her bosom and carefully put it on Su Ming's wrist. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. "This is something I obtained from the temple. It brings great fortune and can ensure the safety of King Su," Ouyang Mingyue said in a low voice. She originally intended to give this to Qin Feiyu. But after learning Su Ming's identity, she realized that there was only one person in the world worthy of her feelings, and that was Su Ming. Su Ming nodded slightly, said nothing more, and looked at Guo Qianshan, asking, "When does the medical ranking conference begin?" Guo Qianshan hurriedly replied, "Soon, in about 20 days." Is Prince Su also interested? "I'm not interested, but I want to know who's involved," Su Ming said in a deep voice. Guo Qianshan nodded immediately. "I understand. I will find out and make a list to send to Prince Su." "Okay, then let's do it this way." Su Ming nodded, got up, and left. "Prince Su, I'll see you off." Ouyang Changha and Ouyang Mingyue followed closely behind, walking out with Su Ming. When they arrived at the main hall below, Yanshanlu, Qin Feiyu, and Wan Shirin also came out. Wan Shirin's face lit up with joy when she saw Ouyang Mingyue. She had developed a good impression of Ouyang Mingyue at the Shin family's house, and this was a good opportunity to make her acquaintance with her. Moreover, she also knew that Ouyang Mingyue admired Qin Feiyu very much. With Qin Feiyu by her side, winning over the Ouyang family would be twice as effective. If we can get the Ouyang family's help, the 7th grade pills that my Wan family will soon release will be even more sensational, giving us a strong foundation. Wan Shirin took the initiative to step forward, but upon getting closer, she discovered that Su Ming was also there. Moreover, standing next to Ouyang Mingyue and Ouyang Changha made her frown immediately. How come this kid is everywhere? And why should he stay with Ouyang Mingyue? Ouyang Mingyue probably wants to kill this kid. Don't follow me, I'm leaving now. Su Ming waved to Ouyang Changha and Ouyang Mingyue, and strode out with Yi Tang. Yes. Ouyang Changhao bowed respectfully, while Ouyang Mingyue watched Su Ming leave with a look of longing and admiration, her gaze even more intense than when she looked at Qin Feiyu. What's going on? Wan Shirin rubbed her eyes hard, wondering if she was seeing things. What's with the attitude of these two from the Ouyang family? Why are you being so respectful and obsequious? You wouldn't even treat Qin Feiyu like this. Wan Shirin was filled with shock and doubt. Unable to resist, he stepped forward, a smile on his face, and asked, Mr. Ouyang, Miss Ouyang, what are you doing? Do you know that young man? That kid? Ouyang Mingyue turned around and glanced at Wan Shirin, letting out a disdainful sneer. It's this kind of woman who makes you mistakenly believe that the king of Kyushu is some insignificant piece of trash. Almost caused a major disaster. At this moment, Ouyang Mingyue felt utterly contemptuous of Wan Shirin, the Wan family, and even Qin Feiyu. He sneered with disgust, what's it to you? Wan Shirin was stunned once again. What's with Ouyang Mingyue's attitude? She has no grudge against the other party, right? Wan Shirin adjusted her mindset and continued with a confident smile, saying, Miss Ouyang, don't you remember me? I am Wan Shirin, the president of the Wan family. I came to say hello, and our Wan family is about to launch a 7th grade pill. If you are interested, I am willing to accept the Ouyang family's investment and guarantee that you will receive double the dividends. Wan Shirin didn't beat around the bush and directly stated her confidence as an advantage. Roll. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Mingyue snorted coldly, looked Wan Shirin up and down, and sneered disdainfully, a woman like you wants our Ouyang family to invest? You don't think you're so great or powerful, do you? Someone as shallow-minded and ignorant as you will never get a single benefit from our Ouyang family in your entire life. You? Wan Shirin's face turned green with anger. This was clearly the first time I had ever interacted with Ouyang Mingyue. Why did the other party insult her for having shallow vision? Wan Shirin gritted her teeth and said coldly, Miss Ouyang, I have no grudge against you, so why are you speaking so hurtfully? I thought you were one of us, but now it seems you are not. You are just a willful and unruly little girl. Little girl? Ouyang Mingyue laughed heartily, even if I were a little girl, I'd still be much smarter than you. That's all you've got. What's wrong? Seeing that Wan Shirin couldn't handle it, Qin Feiyu couldn't help but come up as well. Head held high, chest out, with an imposing presence. Although he had no feelings for Ouyang Mingyue, he still had to maintain a good image in front of such a fervent fangirl. Miss Ouyang, it's nice to see you again. Qin Feiyu had a confident and proud smile on his face. Idiot. Ouyang Mingyue got angry whenever she saw Qin Feiyu, especially Qin Feiyu's pretentious attitude, which made her want to vomit. It's hateful that I was so young and ignorant before, and even idolized such a person. It's a disgrace to think about it. What did you say? Qin Feiyu's eyebrows shot up in fury. I'm telling you, you're an idiot, all pretentious, and you don't even know your own worth. Go take a piss and look in the mirror. Just looking at you makes me want to vomit. Ouyang Mingyue snorted coldly, her face full of disgust. You're asking for death. Qin Feiyu's face instantly contorted with rage. That brat is utterly courting death. What surprised him even more was how quickly Ouyang Mingyue's attitude changed. Just before, at the Shin family, she seemed to want to give him her life. How dare they be so arrogant now? What exactly is going on? Could it be that this girl knows some secret about him, or has she noticed something? That's absolutely impossible. But Ouyang Mingyue's thoughts were simple. She had come to her senses and blamed Qin Feiyu for all the trouble she had caused by her previous ignorance. I wish Qin Feiyu were dead right now. Especially after comparing her to Su Ming, in her mind, Qin Feiyu was the worst of the worst. 700, Chapter 700 Jealousy to the point of twisting. Qin Feiyu exuded murderous intent, his eyes glaring at Ouyang Mingyue as if he wanted to devour her. Ouyang Changhao realized something was wrong. This prodigy from the imperial state is a genuine expert at the heavenly profound realm. If they anger him, neither he nor his daughter will be able to leave alive. He hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. Young Master Qin, my daughter is young and ignorant, and spoke recklessly, offending you. I apologize to you. I am truly sorry. Please don't be angry. I will definitely teach her a lesson. Then he turned to Ouyang Mingyue and shouted, why aren't you apologizing to young Master Qin right now? He doesn't deserve it. Ouyang Mingyue snorted coldly. You? Ouyang Changhe was almost furious. First they offended the king of the 9 provinces, and now they've offended Qin Feiyu. My daughter is too arrogant, I need to discipline her properly in the future. Alright. Qin Feiyu snorted coldly, stop playing dumb with Mike. You're lost that you don't know what's good for you and refuse to cooperate with the Wan family. You don't actually think that Zhengzhou is still the same as before, do you? I'm telling you, my people from the Imperial Medical Academy have come down and gone to the Shin family. Gu Zhen, have you heard of Scholar Gu? Once he severely punishes the Shin family, the entire Central Plains will know. Even if you come kneeling and begging me to take you in and cooperate with you, you won't have the chance. This is caused by your own ignorance. You idiot! Qin Feiyu let out a sharp snort and strode away with Wan Shirin. The main reason is that the Yanshanla restaurant is frequented by people of high status, so he couldn't make a move there. Moreover, the injury on his face hasn't healed yet, so if he causes trouble, he'll be the one who embarrasses himself. Just wait and see when news comes from the Shin family, the entire Central Plains will be shaken. Now, all he needs to do is sit back and reap the benefits. The Imperial Physician's Mansion, I wonder if the people there will be so frightened that they'll kneel on the ground when they see Prince Su. This Qin Feiyu is too stupid. I've never seen such a stupid person. Ouyang Mingyue kept sneering. Alright. Ouyang Changhe rolled his eyes, my goodness, please watch your mouth and give me a break. No matter how powerful Prince Su is, he's still powerful. If you keep causing trouble everywhere like this, we're really doomed. What's there to be afraid of? With Prince Su backing us up, 100 Qin Feiyus are nothing but ants. Ouyang Mingyue said dismissively. Ouyang Changhe was almost furious. The main hall of the Shin family. Gu Zhen and Yuan Fei have arrived, and the entire Shin family is in a tense situation. Besides Shin Songlin and Shin Luoyun, there were also some prominent figures from Zhengzhou who had rushed over upon hearing the news. They all blocked the gate of the Shin family, waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. Let's wait and see how the Shin family explains themselves. If they can't explain themselves, then the entire Shin family will be shut down and they'll be made a fool of themselves. With the Shin family gone, they've lost a major competitor. In the hall, Gu Zhen put on a pair of reading glasses, his eyes fixed on a round pill in front of him. After a moment, he slowly raised his head and said, indeed, this is a genuine grade 9 Qilin pill. Moreover, its color is quite deep, indicating it was made by a master of medicine. It is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Then your Shin family really needs to give us an explanation. All the medical knowledge of your entire Shin family combined couldn't possibly be used to refine such a pill, could it? Gu Zhen's face was grim, and he spoke with a sharp expression. He had done his research before coming and knew almost everything about the Shin family. Among the Shin family's medical practitioners, the one with the highest level of skill is undoubtedly the younger generation, Shin Luoyun. A rising star, his medical skills have already reached the threshold of a medical sage, and his strength far surpasses that of Shin Songlin. Even if one reaches the threshold of becoming a medical sage, one is still a long way from refining the Qilin pill. Moreover, such a high-quality Qilin pill is something even most medical sages probably couldn't produce. But this Qilin pill does indeed belong to our Shin family, and it was made by our Shin family, Shin Songlin said with a grim expression. Alright, I won't wrong anyone. The Imperial Physician's Office doesn't bully people by abusing its power, it's just doing things fairly. If you want to prove it, it's very simple. Take out the formula for the Qilin pill and explain the entire refining process in detail. I, Gu Zhen, have no special skills, but everyone in the capital calls me a living encyclopedia of medicine. If you make even the slightest mistake or omission, your Shin family will be finished. Gu Zhen said with a gloomy expression. The prescription is simple. Shin Songlin immediately had it retrieved. The prescription was already in the Shin family's possession. But explaining the process of making the medicine stumped him. He didn't witness Su Ming refining medicine with his own eyes. Shin Sanglin's face turned green instantly, and he didn't know where to begin. Seeing Shin Sonlin's expression, Gu Zhen and Yuan Fei immediately sneered, almost certain that the Qilin pill was not made by the Shin family. Let me speak. Shin Luoyun slowly stepped forward, his face full of confidence and composure. When refining the medicine, first add the arhat grass, then the flying goose mud. Finally, burn the heavenly lotus into a medicinal liquid and integrate it into all the other medicinal ingredients as quickly as possible. The Qilin pill is now complete. If she were asked to replicate it, she wouldn't be able to do it. But if you want to memorize it, you can really recite it backwards and forwards without missing any details. Guzhen and Yuan Fei were both shocked. They stared at Shin Luoyun in disbelief, their faces wide with astonishment. Guzhen, in particular, was so shocked that even the white beard on his chin was trembling. He was completely stunned. Because Shin Luoyun was absolutely right, only in this way could such a perfect Qilin pill be refined. Could it be that this grade 9 Qilin pill was made by such a young girl? How astonishing! Presumptuous! Yuan Fei shouted angrily, her jealousy rising, and stepped forward to slap Shin Luoyun across the face. With a distorted expression, he shouted sternly, "Is it your turn to speak here? Who are you to interrupt? And what you said, you're all wrong. You still dare to pretend and try to deceive our Imperial Medical Academy. You're the first one who deserves to die." Yuan Fei entered the Imperial Physician's mansion at a young age and was taken in as a disciple by Guzhen at the age of 16. He has thoroughly studied various medical classics and his own medical skills have reached the level of a half-step medical sage. He was even taller than Shin Luoyun. Even so, she didn't know the process of refining the Qilin pill, let alone how to refine it. But even a young prodigy like her couldn't compare to a mere Miss Shin from Zhengzhou. How could she not be consumed by jealousy? This girl from the Shin family is simply not fit to be kept alive. She wouldn't allow anyone to be better than her, especially not a woman of similar age, a mere ant from the Central Plains. 701, Chapter 701 Blind to Truth. Boom! Shin Luoyun was slapped. The entire Shin family was in an uproar. Countless people surged forward. But given their status, Guzhen and Yuan Fei didn't take the Shin family seriously at all. Guzhen's eyebrows shot up, and he shouted sternly, "What, does your mere Shin family want to rebel against the heavens? Based on your actions today, I can immediately apply to the Imperial Medical Academy for a ban and notify the enforcement team to come and seal off the area and arrest people. None of you are getting away." Guzhen's stern shouts echoed throughout the Shin family's main hall. Shin Songlin and Shin Luoyun's expressions instantly turned extremely ugly. Although they knew that Guzhen and Yuan Fei were deliberately causing trouble, the Shin family really didn't have any resources to contend with the Imperial Medical Academy. A ban on banning goods, old go, what a show of force. Just then, a cold shout rang out from the doorway. Su Ming led Ji Tang slowly through the main entrance. The Shin family members immediately showed joy. Guzhen and Yuan Fei turned around abruptly and saw that it was Su Ming. They both frowned and looked at each other with a mocking and disdainful expression. This kid really is from the Shin family. But to dare to jump out at a time like this good-for-nothing really has no sense of propriety at all. Do they really think they're someone important? So it was you piece of trash. Yuan Fei sneered contemptuously, "You uttered arrogant words at the hotel entrance before, and I haven't even settled the score with you, you good-for-nothing. You've delivered yourself right to my doorstep now. The Shin family has another charge against them, disrespecting the Imperial Physician's mansion." The Imperial Medical Academy, what a load of rubbish. Su Ming curled his lips into a mocking laugh. "Let your leader, Zhang Qianqi, come here and see if he dares to talk to me like that. The two of you aren't even worthy to kneel down and shine my shoes. You bastard." Yuan Fei instantly flew into a rage. "How dare you be so insolent, not even putting the Imperial Physician's mansion in your eyes. I think you have a death wish today. I'll teach you a lesson, you piece of trash from the Shin family, and open your eyes to the world." Yuan Fei walked up aggressively and slapped Su Ming across the face. Su Ming smirked. Suddenly raising his hand, even faster, he slapped Yuan Fei across the face. With a snap, 5 bloody marks were left on Yuan Fei's face, and blood was drawn from the corner of her mouth. "This slap is on behalf of Shin Luoyun." Su Ming sneered. "You?" Yuan Fei covered her face, glaring angrily at Su Ming, both shocked and furious. This kid actually dared to fight back. Was he really so lawless? Or is this good-for-nothing just too ignorant, completely unaware of who he's dealing with and how much trouble he's caused? You want to die. Yuan Feier's eyes were bloodshot, and she rushed forward, ready to fight Su Ming to the death. Court death. Yi Tang strode forward, grabbed Yuan Feier's arm, and twisted it sharply. With a snap, Yuan Feier's arm was broken. Ah! With a piercing scream, Yuan Feier knelt on the ground, her face contorted in pain, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. Kudzu was terrified. What's going on with this kid? Such audacity, is he a madman or a lunatic? Gu Zhen's eyes turned bloodshot with shock and rage, and his hair and beard trembled. You bastard, do you know what our status is in the Imperial Medical Academy? I, Gu Zhen, am a Grand Academician of the Imperial Medical Academy, a third-rank official in the court. You're dead. Snort. Su Ming shook his head with a smile. The Imperial Medical Academy only raises useless trash like you. No wonder you've never amounted to anything. You were even used by Qin Feiyu. Your stupidity is beyond redemption. Grand Academician of the Imperial Medical Academy, right? From today onwards, you are no longer one. Before arriving, Su Ming had already informed Shui Hai of the Imperial State. Shui Hai's Ministry of Internal Affairs, in conjunction with the Imperial State's royal family, directly ordered the Imperial Medical Bureau to dismiss Gu Zhen from all his posts. Although the Imperial Medical Bureau did not know what had happened, orders could not be disobeyed. In addition, Gu Zhen was quite old and was just an old scholar with a title in the Imperial Medical Academy, and was completely insignificant. You're talking nonsense. Gu Zhen didn't believe it at all. His eyes widened, and he said angrily, who do you think you are, a piece of trash like you will never even cross the threshold of the Imperial Physician's Mansion in your entire life. You think you can just say it's not true? What do you think you are? You don't believe me, call back and ask them yourself. Su Ming gave a disdainful sneer. Gu Zhen gritted his teeth, his heart filled with doubt and unease, a sense of panic and foreboding spreading through him. But he couldn't possibly believe Su Ming's nonsense. He's lived most of his life and holds a high position. How could he be fooled or scared by such a piece of trash? So there's no way he could call and ask, that would be too stupid. But just then, his phone rang. Gu Zhen was startled and quickly took out his phone from his pocket and pressed the answer button. Hello? This is the headquarters of the Imperial Medical Academy. Scholar Gu Zhen, I am here to formally inform you that all your positions in the Imperial Medical Academy have been revoked. This includes everything you received during your tenure, your residence, your title, and the medicinal herbs provided for your research. All of these have been confiscated. You have lost all obligations within the Imperial Medical Academy. We reserve the right to pursue this matter. If there are any items that have not yet been recovered, we will pursue and confiscate them at any time. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Ah! Gu Zhen was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. He knelt on the ground with a thud, his white hair disheveled, and in an instant, he looked as if he had aged more than 10 years. Yuan Feier also turned her head in a daze, staring at Gu Zhen in shock. Seeing his master's reaction, he was deeply shocked, his heart filled with a storm of emotions. Could it be that what this kid is saying is true? But to do such a thing, would it mean dismissing one's master from the position and achievements he has worked so hard for his entire life? What kind of identity does this guy have? Yuan Feier turned around abruptly, staring at Su Ming with disbelief, her whole body covered in goosebumps. Do you believe me now? Su Ming looked at Gu Zhen, who was as dejected as a dead dog, and asked with a smile. Who exactly are you? Gu Zhen slowly raised his head, looking as aged as a candle flickering in the wind, staring at Su Mingwen in despair and collapse. What are you, idiot? Our Shen family can't refine 9th grade pills, but someone else can. It's him, Prince Su, the king of the 9 provinces. How dare you two call yourselves big shots of the Imperial Medical Academy? You're so blind. No wonder you were used by Qin Feiyu. No wonder King Su called you all trash. You're utterly useless. Shen Songlin stepped forward, sneering, feeling incredibly pleased with himself. The people of the Imperial Medical Academy are a joke. 9. The king of the 9 provinces? He's the king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the war god army. How is that possible? Gu Zhen rolled his eyes and almost fainted on the spot. Yuan Feier felt her scalp tingle and stared at Su Ming with wide eyes. This kid they didn't take seriously was actually the king of Kyushu, famous throughout the land and renowned across the 4 seas. She had always thought that Su Ming was just a lackey of the Shin family. Now she understood completely. No wonder the Shin family possesses 9th grade pills. No wonder Shin Luo Yun could recite it backwards. It turns out there was such a powerful figure backing them up. Yuan Feier felt dizzy and weak, almost collapsing to the ground. 702, Chapter 702 Takeoff. Prince Su, I was wrong, please forgive me this time. A lifetime of hard work was destroyed in an instant, and Guzhen collapsed. He crawled on his knees to Su Ming and kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. His head hit the ground, and blood gushed out instantly. Yuan Feier slumped to the side, dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. I warned you at the hotel entrance to get out of here, but you didn't listen. Today, while I am at the Shin family's residence, you must kowtow and beg for mercy. If I'm not here, the entire Shin family will suffer at your hands. What are you? Don't you know perfectly well? Su Ming stared intently at Guzhen with cold eyes, as if he were looking at trash. Guzhen's face turned ashen instantly, and he couldn't utter a single word. Get out of here, before I even have the intention to kill you. Otherwise, you'll not only be dismissed from your post, but you'll also lose your life. Get out. With a sharp shout, Su Ming kicked Guzhen to the ground. Guzhen realized how big a mistake he had made and that there was no hope left. Disheartened, he could only kowtow to Su Ming again. Long live King Su, I deserve to die. I take my leave. Then, Guzhen and Yuan Feier left the Shin family in defeat. Once outside, Guzhen was out of breath and collapsed against the wall. Master! Yuan Feier was startled and rushed forward to help him. Guzhen's confidence and charisma stemmed entirely from his status as a member of the Imperial Physician's Mansion, a position he had earned through a lifetime of hard work. Although it was merely a nominal title of Grand Scholar, outside the capital, even within the entire province, no one dared to disrespect him. With this title, even if he passes away 100 years later, he will still have a good reputation and be able to bless his descendants. But now, his 1,000 years of cultivation have been destroyed in an instant, which shows how devastating the blow was to him. Little Yuan, don't follow my example. You must always keep your eyes open in the future. Guzhen, never understood this in my entire life. Even in my old age, I still stumbled and made such a terrible mistake. Guzhen was filled with regret and hatred, and his whole body trembled. Master, this isn't your fault if anyone's to blame. It's that beast Qin Feiyu of all people to mess with. He had to provoke such a powerful figure and now we're all suffering because of him. He doesn't even deserve to be a member of the Imperial Physician's Office. He deserves to die. When I see him again, I will definitely make him suffer, Yuan Feier said through gritted teeth. Actually, she also hated Su Ming. However, Su Ming's status and strength are too high not to mention Yuan Feier. Even the entire Imperial Physician's Mansion would probably be helpless against such a powerful figure. Therefore, all the blame can only be placed on Qin Feiyu. Just then, Guzhen's cell phone rang. He pulled it out and saw that it was a call from Qin Feiyu. At this moment, Qin Feiyu was still at the Wan family headquarters, feeling smug and listening to the Wan family members flattering and praising him. He couldn't have been happier. He was just waiting for Guzhen to take over the Shin family. He was practically ready to pop champagne in celebration. With the Shin family gone, the National Medical Hall, which was originally affiliated with the Imperial Medical Academy, and the Four Seas Medical Association, which was in cooperation with the Wan family, would have the entire medical field of central China under their control. Then invite Guzhen and Yuan Feier to oversee things from then on. In Zhengzhou, who wouldn't know that Qin Feiyu is the #1 doctor? So when the call came in, Qin Feiyu's voice was exceptionally excited. Old Gu, is it all settled? Has the Shin family's property been seized? Investigate you my ass. Upon hearing Qin Feiyu's voice, Guzhen, who was already limp and barely alive, suddenly sprang up and started cursing at Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu's face immediately darkened. Gritting his teeth, he said coldly, Old Gu, I haven't done anything to you, have I? I was the one who reported this to my superiors. I sent you here to shut down the Shin family. It was a great achievement. Instead of being grateful, you're cursing me. Out I sent that a bit ungrateful? Besides, we're all from the Imperial Medical Academy. If you're worried I'll steal your credit, you can simply not mention me, Qin Feiyu, at all when you report, right? There's no need for such harsh words. Qin Feiyu respected Gu Zhen's position in the Imperial Physician's office, so he suppressed his anger and tried to reason with Gu Zhen. Gu Zhen was so angry that his face turned as red as a pig's liver. That beast ruined his entire life's achievements. How dare you spread rumors here? If Qin Feiyu were in front of him, he would want to fight Qin Feiyu to the death. Gu Zhen gritted his teeth and asked coldly, "What the hell do you want? If you don't have anything to say, just shut up." I originally had something to discuss. Taking down the Shen family would practically guarantee my unification of the medical field in central China. Plus, with the Wan family under my command, the release of their 7th grade elixir is about to cause a sensation throughout the central Shen. I wanted to invite you to come and share in this opportunity, to witness this golden age, but now, you don't seem too keen on it. Qin Feiyu said with a proud, cold laugh. Fine, I'll do it right now, you just wait. Gu Zhen gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. Yuan Feier couldn't help but ask, "Master, was that Qin Feiyu calling? What's wrong?" That beast invited me to the Wan family to sit with him's practically trying to make me a laughingstock throughout the entire Central Plains. Gu Zhen said angrily. Shameless scoundrel. Yuan Feier was so angry that she started cursing. Shall we go? Yuan Feier asked. To hell with this golden age, I'll fucking call it a golden age. I want to see how he dies. He doesn't even know who he messed with. Whatever he wants to achieve, I'll destroy it all. I'm suffering, and I'll never let him get away with it. A raging fire blazed in Gu Zhen's eyes. Then, together with Yuan Feier, one old and one young, they headed towards the Wan family's location. Wanjia headquarters. Wan Jinshan, Luo Hongxia, Wan Shirin, Wan Hua, and the others all watched Qin Feiyu intently with expectant expressions. Seeing Qin Feiyu put down his phone, Luo Hongxia eagerly asked, "How did it go, Feiyu? Did Grand Secretary Gu from the Imperial Physician's office agree to come?" "Did you?" "Of course, he already agreed on the phone. He should be here soon." Qin Feiyu put down his phone and smiled calmly. In reality, Gu Zhen was cursing at him over the phone. But the truth definitely can't be revealed. If he were to say it, he would lose all face. This is why, even when Gu Zhen scolded him, he didn't retaliate and instead pretended to be amiable, even though the entire Wan family was watching him. However, he couldn't understand what was wrong with Gu Zhen. After going to the Shen family and showing off his power, he really thinks he's something special, daring to treat Qin Feiyu the same way. Treat Qin Feiyu like a nobody. What a senile, idiotic old fool. Very good. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin and the others were so happy they almost jumped for joy. Feiyu, you are truly a young man of great talent and accomplishment. You deserve to be called the pride of the imperial state. Even a big shot like Grand Scholar Gu Zhen has to give you face. Our Wan family has really taken off this time. Luo Hongxia laughed heartily, beaming with joy. 703, Chapter 703 Night Owl War God. Mr. Wan, the first batch of profit data has been collected. The first batch of pills on the market generated a total profit of 7 billion. At Wanjia's headquarters office, Wanjia's senior executives reported on the company's performance to Wan Shirin. Immediately, the Wan family members, who were already overjoyed, were almost ecstatic. The first batch of pills alone has already generated a profit of 7 billion. Next, shouldn't we aim for tens or hundreds of billions? From this day forward, the Wan family's reputation in Zhengzhou will surely soar to new heights. Luo Hongxia was so excited she almost fainted. Wan Jinshan was also grinning from ear to ear. My daughter is so accomplished. He has made many influential friends and has abundant resources, much like his former self. If things continue like this, Wan Shirin will likely have a place in the 9 provinces and be remembered in history. Sis, you're amazing. Wan Hua kept flattering him, saying that this way, he, the only son of the Wan family, could legitimately be a parasite and a spendthrift anyway. With Wan Shirin making money, he could never spend it all in his lifetime. Wan Shirin nodded in satisfaction. I feel a great sense of accomplishment. All my hard work running around these past few days has been worthwhile. Hard work will pay off. Besides, Wan Shireen is no ordinary person, how could she be compared to others? In Yunqing, she was a business prodigy and one of the top CEOs in Zhengzhou. Once she arrives in Zhengzhou, she will also become a top player. Women like Zhang Yilin from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce can only look up to themselves now. Zhang Yilin hasn't achieved anything remarkable yet and is virtually unknown in Zhengzhou, almost no longer comparable to herself. From now on, even the Tianming Chamber of Commerce will only be able to look up to the Wan family. Mr. Wan, this is the guest list for tonight's celebration banquet, please take a look. Another executive handed over the banquet list. Read it out loud. Wan Shireen said calmly. Yes. The higher-ups responded and began reading the list of guests in front of Qin Feiyu and the others. Among those attending the celebration banquet are Han Shancheng, the richest man in Zhengzhou, and Wang, the second richest man in Zhengzhou. The higher-ups read out more than a dozen names in one breath, most of which were among the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou, which was entirely expected. Even if these people weren't after the Wan family's performance, they would still come because of Qin Feiyu's reputation as a prodigy in the capital. But when the higher-ups read out a name, Qin Feiyu and Wan Shireen were shocked and moved. Rakshasa. Rakshasa, the war god Rakshasa of the Borderlands Night Owl, are you sure you didn't mispronounce it? Qin Feiyu stood up abruptly, staring at the Wan family executives with a shocked expression. The executives were all startled by Qin Feiyu. They looked down and carefully examined the list, then nodded and said, "Young Master Qin, I'm not mistaken, you can check it yourself if you don't believe me." The executive handed the list to Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu took a look and was immediately shocked to the point of scalp tingling. Wan Shireen was also stunned. Rakshasa, what Rakshasa, is it famous? Luo Hongxia had never heard of it and asked Wang Jinshan with a blank look. Wang Jinshan was also shaken, and glared at Luo Hongxia with annoyance. That's why I told you to read more international news and world information in your spare time. This Rakshasa is no ordinary person nicknamed Night Owl War God. He is a peak martial arts king. He is well known throughout the world, and has 1 million strong soldiers under his command. He is a true war god of the frontier, whose prominence rivals that of the leader of the war god army and the king of the frontier. The Night Owl god of war's 1 million-strong army, also known as the Night Owl army, is feared by all, and no one in the world dares to disrespect them. I never expected that our humble Wan family's victory celebration banquet would attract such a big shot. Even in the entire imperial state, there are very few people who can compare to this kind of big shot. Wang Jinshan spoke with utter shock. Oh my god. Luo Hongxia was so frightened by Wang Jinshan's introduction that she almost fainted. But what would a war god like him do at our Wan family's victory celebration banquet? We're afraid he wouldn't even want our little favors and pills, would he? Luo Hongxia said in shock. This. Wang Jinshan's gaze fell on Qin Feiyu. Only someone of Qin Feiyu's status would know what was going on. Qin Feiyu's face was grim. I know some things, but not all of them. What he knew was that Night Owl war god Rakshasa had an inseparable relationship with the Grand Commandant's mansion. The deployment of the Rakshasa could be the intention or order of the Grand Commandant's office, or something else entirely. But the Grand Commandant's office did not notify him. But no matter what, it's not a good thing for him for such a big shot to come to Zhengzhou. He prided himself on being the pride of the capital, but in front of this true war god, he was not even an ant. Could it be that Grand Commandant Su disliked his incompetence and therefore sent Luocha to take over and unify the Central Plains? Qin Feiyu felt as if he had eaten shit. Wang Jinshan stood up and said, "No matter what, tonight's celebration banquet must be a resounding success, Shireen. This important task can only be entrusted to you. Don't you dare to neglect these big shots." I know. Wan Shireen also looked solemn. Tonight is a golden opportunity for countless families to take off. Unexpectedly, even a big shot like Rakshasa has come tonight. The Wan family will surely cause a sensation throughout the entire Central Plains. Zhengzhou Martial Arts Academy. Night Owl war god Rakshasa sat on the tiger head chair in the main hall, like an eagle, his overwhelming aura enveloping the entire martial arts hall. No one dared to breathe loudly at the scene. Everyone from the martial arts school knelt on the ground, their faces filled with terror. Kneeling before the Rakshasa was none other than Li Ziqi, the commandant of the Grand Commandant's office. I heard you found out that the leader of the war god army, the king of the 9 provinces, is still alive, is that true? Li Ziqi trembled with fear, his face pale, and he dared not raise his head trembling. He said, "That's what the people I sent to Yunqing told me, but so far I've never seen the king of Kishu. It's probably just a rumor, fake." Li Ziqiu had actually already met Su Ming at the Yun family's medicine garden and knew Su Ming's identity. But he dared not say it. Rakshasa are indeed terrifying. But no matter how terrifying the Rakshasa is, it has little to do with him. Moreover, since they are both from the Grand Commandant's mansion, the Rakshasa wouldn't want to take his life. But if he were to reveal Su Ming's identity and attempt to oppose him, he wouldn't even dare to imagine the consequences. So he lied about the past. Fake? Rakshasa slammed his hand on the chair and stood up with a bang, making the air in the entire hall seem to tremble. It was because of this news that I traveled thousands of miles from the border to meet this so-called king of the 9 provinces. Only by killing him can my name, Night Owl, resound throughout the 9 provinces, unparalleled. Moreover, the war god army chased me for thousands of miles back then, even driving me overseas. I must avenge this grudge. You're telling me now it's fake? The Rakshasa, her face filled with murderous intent and a terrifying aura, came head-on, almost scaring Li Ziqiu to death. Report, Duan Xingyue of the royal family outside wishes to pay homage to the Night Owl war god. At the door, a subordinate scrambled in to report. Duan Xingyue? Rakshasa raised a thick eyebrow and coldly ordered, "Let her in." 704, Chapter 704. Do me a favor first. Luocha had heard of the name of Duan Xingyue, the 3rd princess of the royal family. And that was another purpose of his trip. Captured Duan Xingyue alive. He brought Duan Xingyue back to the Grand Commandant's mansion, a great achievement, and was granted the title of king and marquis. If the Grand Commandant's mansion had Duan Xingyue as leverage, then even the emperors of the 9 provinces would be powerless against Su De. He never expected that before he could even set out to find them, they would come to him on their own. A strange smile instantly appeared on Rakshasa's face. Footsteps echoed in the hall as Duan Xingyue and the 2 leaders of the Internal Affairs Department slowly stepped into the martial arts hall. I've long heard of the Night Owl war god's invincibility, and seeing him today, he truly is extraordinary. His power and might are earth-shattering. Duan Xingyue started by offering a few words of flattery. Rakshasa stood up, a smile on her face. "3rd princess, you flatter me. No matter how powerful I, Rakshasa, am, I am just a warrior in terms of status and position. I am like an ant in front of the 3rd princess." Upon hearing this, Duan Xingyue couldn't help but burst into laughter. Night Owl war god, seeing is believing. "I didn't know you, 3rd princess, had come all this way. Is there anything I can help you with?" Rakshasa asked with a half-smile. "It is indeed a small matter, but with your abilities, war god, it's nothing more than a piece of cake," Duan Xingyue said with a smile. "Please speak, 3rd princess." Rakshasa had a big smile on his face. "There's a brat in the Shin family named Su Ming. He's incredibly arrogant and doesn't take me seriously at all, so I'd like to ask you, war god, to teach him a lesson. I don't need to kill him, just break one of his legs. That way, he'll have to bow down and bend over whenever he sees me in the future. This is the lesson I'm going to teach him." Duan Xingyue raised her head and said with an arrogant expression. Upon hearing this, the 2 leaders behind him grimaced, their faces turning extremely grim. Is this the little test that Duan Xingyue mentioned? The small test was to have someone like Rakshasa take action and cripple one of his legs. That's too ruthless. Fortunately, the person Duan Xingyue was referring to was the king of the 9 provinces. If it were anyone else, they would probably be scared to death on the spot upon seeing a war god like Rakshasa. That godlike being, Rakshasa, is nothing more than that. If this Rakshasa dares to take on this task, then this guy will be the one in trouble. This Night Owl god of war probably has no idea what he's about to face. After listening, Luocha smiled without saying a word, his eyes sharp as an eagle's as he stared at Duan Xingyue and said, "Then I wonder, what benefit will I get from doing this?" The benefits are numerous. I can go back and report to my father, and he'll grant you a title, allowing you to legitimately join the Kyushu army instead of wandering outside. Also, I can return your 10 billion and the best house in the capital. Is that enough? With just a few words, Duan Xingyue fully demonstrated her royal status and immense wealth. No one could resist such a reward. That's why she dared to come this time. Rakshasa laughed after hearing this, laughing so loudly that the entire hall seemed to shake. He laughed loudly. So, does the third princess mean that my night owl army is nothing more than a vagrant, a stray dog, not even worthy of being called the army of the 9 provinces? Duan Xingyue remained unmoved, calmly saying, if you insist on thinking that way, then you can think that way, because as long as you are not incorporated into the army and not recognized, you will always be bandits. No matter how great your reputation is, Night Owl War God, you will never be considered respectable. You cannot even set foot in the 9 provinces. Ha! Rakshasa chuckled and shook her head. Little girl, your sharp-tongued whether I, Rakshasa, am granted a title is none of your business, and your father, the emperor of the 9 provinces, is nothing but a coward who only dares to hide in the capital. He doesn't even have the right to confront me directly, so what ability does he have to bestow a title upon me? You? When Duan Xingyue heard Luocha's arrogant insults towards her father, she was furious, and her pretty face turned red with anger. But the commanders of the left and right helms behind him instantly realized that something was wrong. This Rakshasa doesn't seem like the type to obediently follow orders. Can't the third princess tell yet? If this continues, none of them will likely make it out alive. Large beads of sweat had formed on their foreheads, and their nerves were on edge. The right-hand helmsman stepped forward, grabbed Duan Xingyue, and said, Third princess, I think you'd better not say anything more. How can you trouble Night Owl War God with your little matter? It's not worth mentioning at all. Let's go back. This is no longer a trivial matter. This beast was insulting my father. Didn't you two hear it? And you're pretending to be dead. How can you just swallow this insult? What about the dignity of the royal family? Duan Xingyue was furious. That nearly scared the 2 leaders to death. Boom! However, at that moment, the Rakshasa in front suddenly erupted, his black robes flying high, and he pounced on Duan Xingyue like a tiger. Its overwhelming momentum pressed down like a mountain. The 2 leaders were taken aback and quickly stepped in front of Duan Xingyue, then attacked together. 2 arms and 4 fists shot out in the air like cannonballs, heading straight for the Rakshasa. Ants! Rakshasa laughed loudly and suddenly swung his fist, smashing it into the fists of the 2 men. Bang! The overwhelming aura seemed to tear even the air apart. Both leaders possessed peak martial Dao heavenly profound realm strength, practically equivalent to a half-step king realm. Faced with the terrifying power of the Rakshasa, they couldn't even block a single punch and were instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away by the flood-like aura. After landing, he coughed up blood and couldn't get up no matter what he did. Duan Xingyue was terrified, frozen in place, staring dumbfounded at Luosha. As the third princess, she's lived this long and seen it all. I've never seen such a terrifying expert, such a terrifying aura, like a raging torrent. A monstrous wave crashed towards us. If it weren't for the 2 leaders blocking her way, she might have been seriously injured by the Rakshasa energy and wouldn't even have been able to resist. Bang! Rakshasa leaped up and stood in front of the left-hand leader, stomping heavily on his head. The leader of the left-hand drive was trampled until blood flowed from all 7 orifices, his head was crushed and deeply embedded in the floor, and he died on the spot. The leader of the right-hand helm was terrified when he saw this. He rolled his eyes, then stopped moving completely, even his breathing ceased. Duan Xingyue's legs were trembling as she stared blankly at Luocha. What exactly do you want to do? Rakshasa grinned, like a ghostly jackal. Didn't you want me to help you? But before that, you have to do me a favor and borrow your body. This bastard, is he planning to force himself on me? Duan Xingyue was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. Is the Borderland Night Owl War God really this despicable and shameless? Rakshasa walked up directly and slapped Duan Xingyue across the face, causing her to vomit blood and faint on the spot. Then Luosha took out her phone and called Su De from the Grand Commandant's office. Hey, Grand Commandant Su, it's all settled. Send someone to pick them up from now on. You're in charge of the entire capital. 705, Chapter 705. You'll all be finished sooner or later. Really, as expected of Rakshasa, you're amazing. You've accomplished what I've always wanted to do. As soon as you arrived in Zhongzhou, compared to you, everyone else is just trash and useless. At the Grand Commandant's residence in the capital, Su De stood up excitedly, his whole body trembling slightly. I'm just one step away from achieving my great goal. Unexpectedly, Rakshasa was captured so easily, and he got it done for him so readily. This is even more exciting than winning the lottery. If I had known it was this simple, I would have just sent you. Qin Feiyu and Li Ziqi are both utterly useless. However, it will take some time for me to send someone to meet you, or you could just send them out of Zhengzhou and set off immediately. I'll send someone to meet us halfway, so we can finish faster. Su De said excitedly. Alright, I'll do as you say. Don't worry, with me, Rakshasa, here, no one can take this woman away. The Rakshasa was brimming with confidence and made numerous guarantees. I had my 4 war gods escort her out of the city. These 4 are my trusted confidants and capable generals. Each of them is a 7th level king realm expert. Even if the people from the border war god temple came, they could fight them. It is Rakshasa, Rakshasa said with a smile. Okay, I'll be waiting for your good news. Su De was overjoyed. He immediately ordered people to set off. The Grand Commandant's mansion, with more than a dozen experts, set off in the afternoon to pick up people on their way to the capital in Zhengzhou. Meanwhile, Rakshasa, having made all the arrangements, set off for the grand celebration banquet at the Wan family's residence. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to find out whether the king of the 9 provinces was really in the central province. If they were there, that great battle, a desperate fight to the death, would have been unavoidable. If he is not there, then the news that the leader of the war god army is still alive is just a rumor. From this day forward, no one in the 9 provinces will be able to stop him. The Wanjia headquarters, inside and out, was brightly lit. Wealthy figures from all over Zhengzhou came to attend the victory celebration banquet. Several luxury cars stopped, and the 10 richest men in Zhengzhou got out one after another, walked towards the entrance of the Wan family's house, handed over their invitations one by one, and stepped into the Wan family's house. Meanwhile, Su Ming, along with Xin Luoyun, Xin Sonlin, Yun Lian, and Yun Zhang, arrived outside the Wan family's residence. He originally had absolutely no interest in the Wan family's affairs. Whether the Wan family achieves great success or falls from grace, it has nothing to do with him. Wan Shirin's relationship with him had long since faded with time, becoming like that of strangers, undisturbed by any waves. However, Yun Lian insisted on coming to see for herself, and Xin Luoyun also joined in the fun. Su Ming also came with the crowd to make up the number of people. Upon reaching the door, Xin Luoyun handed over the invitation. The people responsible for greeting people at the door were Wan Hua, Luo Hongxia, and a group of Wan family servants. Wan Hua and Luo Hongxia accepted the invitation with smiles on their faces, preparing to let the Xin and Yun families in. Looking up, Wan Hua saw Su Ming mixed in with the crowd and immediately shouted, "Wait, everyone else can come in, but this kid can't." A shout stunned the entire audience. Even the 10 richest men in Zhengzhou who had just entered the Wan family hall couldn't help but turn around at this moment. When they saw that the person Wan Hua refused to let in was actually Su Ming, they were all nearly scared to death. This Wan family, what an imposing presence, what a grand style, they wouldn't even let the king of the 9 provinces in. If the king of Kyushu cannot enter, then what are they? Are they qualified to go in? This would make them even more hesitant to enter. The Wan family's situation was a minor matter, but if Prince Su were stopped at the door and they still swaggered into the Wan family's victory celebration banquet, the crime they would commit would be much more serious. A group of top figures from Zhengzhou stood in the hall, watching this scene, not daring to even breathe. If Prince Su is really driven away, they will be enraged and turn against the Wan family. What did you say? Xin Luoyun raised her head and stared at Wan Hua with a sharp look. Wan Hua, beaming with pride, crossed his arms and looked at Xin Luoyun with a sneer. "Miss Xin, look at this place, look at what day it is today, look at who these people are who have entered here today is our Wan family's victory celebration banquet. Those who can enter are either rich or noble. What is this kid? I know that you, Miss Xin, treat this idiot like a treasure, and even now you still protect him like a precious gem, but just because you, Xin Luoyun, are short-sighted doesn't mean that our Wan family should be like you. If you insist on protecting him, then your Shin family will not be allowed in and you'll have no way to regret it. Wan Hua sneered, showing no respect whatsoever. Looking at Su Ming was like looking at an enemy. Luo Hongxia also walked over, glanced at Su Ming with disdain, and nodded in agreement, saying, "My son Wan Hua is right, our Wan family only welcomes distinguished guests, not good-for-nothings. And those who hang out with trash are all birds of a feather. Losing one member of the Shin family won't affect us in the slightest, but you'll miss out on such a grand event and the opportunity to expand your social circle. You'll regret it." Luo Hongxia strutted around arrogantly, smiling smugly. The mother and son's arrogance instantly made Shin Luoyun's face turn red with anger. This mother and son from the Wan family really haven't changed at all. Su Ming sneered and shook his head. "Forget it, if they don't welcome us, let's not be shameless, let's go." "Yes." Shin Songlin and Yun Jiang quickly responded. Shin Luoyun looked at the Wan family mother and son with an angry sneer. "You had better keep up the act, or you'll be chasing after us begging for our lives." Ha 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 ha. Wan Hua and Luo Hongxia both laughed arrogantly and triumphantly. The Wan family, the Shin family, and the Yin family are actually competitors. Although the Wan family is not a medical family, they still have to compete in the pharmaceutical market. Seeing the Shin and Yun families suffer such a humiliation now fills me with immense satisfaction. Beg you, what a joke, associating with such trash, both of your families are doomed sooner or later. Luo Hongxia's smile stretched so wide it almost reached her ears. What an idiot. At that moment, Gu Jian and Yuan Feier walked to the door. The two of them witnessed the whole process. Now Gu Jian could understand why Qin Feiyu was associating with the Wan family. They're all equally stupid. People who aren't family don't enter the same door. The Wan family and Qin Feiyu are beyond saving. Luo Hongxia and Wan Hua recognized Gu Jian at a glance, knowing that he was a big shot in the Imperial Medical Bureau. I thought Gu Jian was cursing the Shin family and Su Ming. Luo Hongxia, radiant with joy, stepped forward with a broad smile and said, "Old Gu, well said, the Shin and Yun families are idiots, they treat such trash like treasures, trying to win them over, but those people are nothing more than stray dogs that our Wan family has driven out. They picked up our Wan family's garbage and are even smug about it. No wonder our Wan family is thriving, while the Shin and Yun families have plummeted." Luo Hongxia burst into laughter. "I'm cursing you." Enraged, Gu Jian immediately launched into a tirade, spitting as he spoke. 706, Chapter 706 Prince Su Saves Lives. What? Luo Hongxia and Wan Hua were both stunned. They stared at Gu Jian in disbelief. I wonder if I misheard. Was Gu Jian cursing at the two of them? What a joke, Gu Jian only came because of Qin Feiyu, didn't he? The Wan family is on good terms with Qin Feiyu, and this is the first time they've met with the Imperial Physician's Mansion. Gu Jian and Yuan Feier, what grudge could they possibly have? Luo Hongxia felt completely stunned. Luo Hongxia stared blankly at Gu Jian and said, Old Gu, are you mistaken? Have we offended you in any way? If we have, we will apologize to you. Why do you have to resort to hurtful words? Oh. Gu Jian sneered, I don't need your apologies. Your Wan family isn't worthy of them. You're blind fools. You're recording disaster, and no one can stop you. No. Luo Hongxia felt like she was about to faint. She stared blankly at Gu Jian and said, Old Gu, no matter what, let's go inside first. I'll immediately notify Qin Feiyu to come down and personally greet you. We can talk inside. Luo Hongxia offered kind words of advice. After all, Gu Jian was a grand academician of the Imperial Medical Academy. Such a status was different from that of the Shin and Yun families, and she deserved to be treated with the utmost courtesy by the Wan family. Moreover, if Qin Feiyu and Wan Shirin found out about this, she and Wan Hua would have offended Gu Jian. That's something that's hard to explain. Despite all the nice words, Gu Jian sneered disdainfully, Go in, you Wan family are all so great, who dares to enter your Wan family's gate? I, Gu Jian, am afraid I don't have that qualification. I am here simply to curse you a couple of times, but attending your Wan family's victory celebration banquet is out of the question. Farewell. Gu Jian snorted coldly, flicked his hand, and turned to leave with Yuan Feier. What? Luo Hongxia and Wan Hua were completely dumbfounded by what they saw. The two stood at the gate, looking completely bewildered in the wind. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. But what would make them even more desperate was yet to come. The top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou, who had already entered the hall of the Wan family, were thoroughly reminded by Gujian when they saw this scene. Even the king of the 9 provinces was driven away, and even the grand academician Gujian of the Imperial Medical Academy dared not enter. What are these people compared to him? If they continue to attend this celebration banquet, wouldn't they be joining forces with the Wan family and becoming birds of a feather? In the future, wouldn't that mean becoming an enemy of the king of the 9 provinces? That would be outrageous. Upon realizing this, a group of top wealthy individuals from Zhengzhou turned pale with shock and stepped forward. One by one, they said to Luo Hongxia, "I'm not participating either, I'm not qualified." That's right, we'd better not participate in this victory celebration banquet. Goodbye. Farewell. The 10 richest men in Zhengzhou hurriedly walked out of the Wan family's house one after another. No, you. Luo Hongxia was going crazy and tried desperately to stop her, but she couldn't hold her back. One by one, the top billionaires left the Wan family in a hurry, as if they had seen a ghost. Finally, Luo Hongxia sat at the door with a look of despair on her face. The entire Wan family hall was instantly deserted, completely silent. She was completely bewildered. How did it suddenly turn out like this? What exactly did she do wrong? If Wan Shirin or Qin Feiyu knew this, they would definitely give her a thorough dressing down. Wan Hua remained stunned for a long time before walking to Luo Hongxia's side and asking anxiously, "Mom, do you think we caused trouble because we drove away the Shin family and that boy? Otherwise, why would all these wealthy people, including old Gu, turn their backs on us and leave as soon as the Shin and Yun families left?" By this point, Wan Hua was so shocked that he had goosebumps all over his body. Impossible. Luo Hongxia, however, denied it outright. He sneered, "What is the Shin family? 10 Shin families combined wouldn't even be worth a hair on the imperial physician's mansion. Besides, that kid is completely unrelated. I think there's more to this than meets the eye. I need to find Shirin and find out the truth right away." So the two got up and went back to the main hall of the Wan family. Su Ming and Shin Jiayun were about to leave when a dark figure suddenly rushed out in front of them after they had only gone a short distance. This startled all 4 members of the Shin and Yun families. Su Ming flashed out and stood in front of the 4 people. Only then did they realize that the dark figure rushing out was none other than the right-wing commander of the Imperial Household Department, who had been ordered to bring back Duan Xingyue. The right-hand helmsman stumbled a few steps towards Su Ming and then collapsed in front of him. Su Ming rushed over and helped the right helmsman up. He saw that the man's face was covered in blood and he was on the verge of death, barely able to breathe, let alone speak. Su Ming hurriedly raised his hand and pinched the right helmsman's vital point, then took out a silver needle and pierced it into the man's major acupoint. Hiss! The right-hand helmsman gasped in shock, his eyes widening as he stared at Su Ming. He felt a surge of energy welling up from his body, and he, who was on the verge of death, suddenly seemed to have inexhaustible strength. As expected of the king of the 9 provinces, he's amazing. Amazing. Stop staring. What happened? How did you end up like this? Where's the left helmsman? Su Ming asked, frowning. The right-wing commander hurriedly replied, "It was Rakshasa, the night owl war god, who suddenly attacked the 3rd princess in the martial arts academy. The left-wing leader and I fought back together, and he was killed on the spot. I also managed to escape by holding my breath and pretending to be dead in the critical moment, but the 3rd princess has already been kidnapped by him, and he says he will send her to the Grand Commandant's mansion. Prince Su, regardless of the circumstances, the 3rd princess is my fiancée, and this matter concerns the entire imperial state's upheaval. Furthermore, there are the Grand Commandant's wolfish ambitions. Please help me save the 3rd princess." The right-hand helmsman, his face flushed, excitedly grabbed Su Ming's arm and said. Su Ming's face was gloomy as he nodded slightly. "All right, I understand. Leave the rest to me." The right-hand helmsman finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the king of the 9 provinces is willing to take action, there is no problem within the 9 provinces that cannot be solved. The mere Rakshasa are nothing more than ants. Su Ming turned to Shen Luoyun and said, "Help him back, but don't touch the silver needles on his body. Let Chang Qingyun treat him." Also, please inform Qin Shuang to bring the war god army over. We'll wait for them at the city gate. Su Ming immediately gave orders and made a series of instructions. In that instant, the aura of the king of the 9 provinces soared into the sky. Only now did the 4 members of the Shin and Yun families truly witness what the leader of a million-strong war god army was like. Normally, Su Ming is calm and doesn't take anything to heart, so they haven't realized just how terrifying his aura really is. Shin Luo Yun also knew that this matter was very serious. With a grave expression, he said, "I'll go and inform them right away." Then the 4 men helped the right-hand helmsman into the car and returned. Su Ming hailed another taxi and headed towards the city gate. In the car, he took out his phone and called Yi Tang again. Because he was unsure how many people Rakshasa had arranged to escort him, their strength, and the route and location, it would be too slow to investigate these things on his own. It's better to let Yi Tang use her resources, that way, we can find out faster. 707, Chapter 707 Interception. Reporting to Prince Su, we have found out that a group of people departed from the martial arts academy this afternoon at their speed. They should be about 50 kilometers outside Zhengzhou city by now. Yi Tang quickly replied to Su Ming. Alright, you take some men and intercept them right away, I'll be there shortly. Su Ming replied to the message. Yes. Yi Tang led her people off over there. Su Ming waited at the city gate for a few minutes, and soon after, Qin Shuang and 20 or 30 war god army soldiers arrived. Upon hearing that they were to leave the city, the entire group of warriors became incredibly excited. This is a fantastic opportunity to fight alongside the king of Kyushu. Who wouldn't be excited? Su Ming led Qin Shuang and the others in several cars, heading towards a location 50 kilometers away. 50 kilometers away. It is a continuous mountain range with a narrow highway running through it. At that moment, a black minivan sped along the highway. 2 burly men sat in the front seat. They were the second of the 4 great war gods of the Night Owl army, nicknamed Mad Dragon and Fierce Tiger. There were 2 more people in the back carriage, named Black Panther and White Lion. These 4 are the 4 great war gods under Rakshasa, each of them a master of the king realm. Duan Xingyue was bound hand and foot, and her eyes were covered with a black cloth. She was huddled in the corner of the carriage, completely unaware of what was happening. But she knew that this time, something really bad had happened. The Rakshasa attacked her without restraint, and no matter who she fell into next, her life was in danger. Most importantly, if she is used, the entire imperial family of the empire could be affected. Thinking about all this, Duan Xingyue felt a pang of regret and pain. Only now did they realize how willful she was, and why she wouldn't immediately listen to the 2 heads of the imperial household department and return to the capital. I insist on staying in Zhengzhou. As a result, it fell into the hands of someone like Rakshasa. Thinking about it, Duan Xingyue felt utterly desperate. Moreover, she couldn't imagine anyone coming to her rescue. The leaders of the left and right wings had been killed, so who would know that she had been kidnapped by Rakshasa? And who else would dare to challenge a war god like Rakshasa? Duan Xingyue shook her head, feeling utterly hopeless, and tears streamed down her face. The van roared through the darkness like a wild beast. The driver, Quanglong, shook his head with a relaxed smile. Leader Rakshasa is really making a mountain out of a molehill. Such a little girl, and he actually wants the 4 of us to personally escort her, let alone Zhengzhou, even in the capital, throughout the 9 provinces and 4 seas. How many people can be a match for the 4 of us combined? Even if the top 2 on the martial arts ranking came, they would only face certain death if they faced the 4 of us. Quanglong grinned fiercely and arrogantly, picked up a lighter with one hand, and lit a cigarette with a snap. Hanhu grinned and said, "That's true, but it's still better to be cautious. I heard that little girl is the 3rd princess of the royal family. This matter is of great importance, otherwise the Rakshasa leader wouldn't have asked us to escort her personally. Do you know what? With this little girl as a bargaining chip, it'll be a piece of cake for Grand Commandant Su to take down the Duan family and the royal family. Then, our entire Night Owl army will rise to prominence and become the masters of our own destiny. At that time, all those war god armies and those unorthodox methods will have to step aside. Our Night Owl army will be the strongest army in Kyushu." As he grinned, Hanhu spoke, his excitement rising just thinking about the glorious days to come. Most importantly, we'll be the heroes after this with the change of the imperial family in the capital. Shouldn't the four of us be ennobled as kings and marquises along with the Rakshasa leader? Back then, wherever we went, everyone knelt down to greet the four of us. I am so proud of myself, said the fierce tiger. That's true, we're just one step away from victory. The mad dragon laughed heartily. Thinking about the glorious future of being able to soar across the four seas and roam freely throughout the land, I couldn't stop smiling. When that day comes, Quanglong will first target the war god army. What kind of bullshit war god army is this? They even dare to chase after the night owl army. He'll kick the head of the war god army like a ball. Amidst laughter and conversation, the car drove into a toll booth at an intersection. The toll booth at this desolate mountain intersection, especially at night, is deserted, with only 2 staff members sitting lazily inside the toll booth platform, and there are no rules or regulations for checking people. Quanglong applied the brakes, slowed down, and slowly arrived at the entrance. Once we pass this toll station and get on the highway, it will be less than 400 kilometers from Dijon. In a few more hours, we can reach outside Dijon and complete the handover with the people from the Grand Commandant's office. Quanglong rolled down the car window, took out his phone, and asked the toll collector for a highway card. But when he looked up, he felt that the staff sitting on the platform looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place them. Sitting on the platform was a burly man with bronze skin and piercing eyes. This surprised Quanglong. When did the staff at the entrance to this mountainous area all look like this? And this person was none other than Yi Tang. Upon receiving Su Ming's order to investigate the route taken by Luocha's men, Yi Tang immediately started the helicopter and rushed to the toll booth to intercept them at an even faster speed. But he was not confident about facing 4 experts at the king level all by himself. That's why they pretended to be staff members and decided to stall for time here until the war god army reinforcements arrived, and also to wait for Su Ming to arrive. Yi Tang looked at Quanglong's phone, holding the prepaid card in her hand, but refused to give it to him. He just looked at Quanglong's car with curiosity, grinned, and said, "Brother, is this an old car, and you're blocking the view with your photos that won't do? You'll cause an accident if you drive like this on the highway. Why don't you fix it?" "What?" Quanglong frowned, looking completely bewildered. He said impatiently in a deep voice, "I'll take care of it before we get on the highway. Just give me the card." "That's not fine. If you don't fix it, and we can't park, then it'll be our responsibility. Just get out and fix it. It won't take long," Yi Tang said firmly. "Okay." Quanglong gave Yi Tang a gloomy look, and not wanting to waste any more time, he opened the car door and got out. What a lunatic, a toll booth worker, making such a fuss. Mad Dragon cursed and walked to the front of the car, looked at it, and roared, Where's the cover? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you crazy?" Yi Tang said, "It's the rear license plate. Let me show you." Yi Tang opened the platform door, stepped out, and jumped off the platform. Then he walked to the back, kicked a clump of mud onto the rear license plate, pointed and shouted, "Look, isn't this blocking it?" Quanglong circled around, saw that it was indeed true, rubbed it off with his foot, and asked with a cold gaze, "Is this okay now?" "Certainly." Yi Tang smiled and nodded. Then, pretending to go get the payment card, they let a few people pass through. But after taking 2 steps, Yi Tang suddenly turned around, stared at the carriage, and said, "I hear a sound coming from inside this carriage. Are there rats? Open it and let me see." "No." Mad Dragon was completely impatient. He glared at Yi Tang and snapped, "Are you trying to cause trouble? What's in my car is none of your business. You're just a toll booth worker, not part of the enforcement team, and certainly not from the military. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Take your card and pass. Got it." Yi Tang grinned and said, "Don't be angry, you old man. I am just curious. I didn't mean to meddle. If you really can't, just open it and let me take a look. I won't tell you what I see, okay?" 708, Chapter 708. Let me broaden your horizons. Killing intent was already flashing in the eyes of the Mad Dragon. He stared intently at Yi Tang. In this desolate wilderness, even if Yi Tang were killed, no one would care. Since he has already killed countless people, killing one more henchman will have no impact whatsoever. The veins on Quanglong's face were starting to bulge. But when he looked up, he saw the surveillance cameras on both sides of the toll booth, pointing directly at them. Quang Long grinned menacingly, forcing a smile as he walked up to Yi Tang. He led Yi Tang aside, pulled out a cigarette, and offered it to him. Brother, I know what you're up to. You just want some benefits this late at night, right? It's tough for guys like you, guarding a toll booth so late at night. I understand. Here, light a cigarette. Quang Long lit a cigarette for Yi Tang. Yi Tang took this opportunity to stall for more time. He lit a cigarette and grinned, saying, Brother, you know what I'm talking about. It's not easy to earn money, otherwise I'd struggle to support my family on that meager salary. Clear. Quang Long nodded, took out a wad of cash from his pocket, and handed it to Yi Tang. 20,000 yuan, just a small token. Take it, that'll cover your salary for this month. Go home and get some rest. I can't accept this. Yi Tang smiled and accepted the money, putting the 20,000 yuan into her pocket. Then he turned and glanced at the carriage, smiling as he said, Why don't you open it and let me see? I swear, no matter what I see, I won't tell anyone. You? The mad dragon is really about to unleash its power. That beast, he's really pushing his luck. Why take the money and not leave? Why do you still want to watch? Do you really think he's so easy to fool? Little did they know that after Yi Tang pulled and tugged at them, more than 10 minutes had already passed. What's going on? Is it still not fixed? The driver of the car, Hulk, was getting impatient. He opened the door and got out, cursing as he walked. It's just a toll booth, why is it taking so long? Quang Long shook his head. This guy said the rear license plate was blocked. I came to check, and it's fine now. Oh, really? Han Hu nodded with a gloomy look in his eyes. Let me see what's going on. He turned to check the license plate, but the next moment, Han Hu suddenly turned around and punched Yi Tang in the head. Yi Tang was taken aback and quickly raised her hand to defend herself. Bang! Wang Zhijing unleashed a powerful burst of energy, sending Yi Tang flying back more than 10 meters with a single punch. Yi Tang stopped, swung his arms, grinned, and asked, What do you two mean by this? Quang Long stared blankly at Han Hu. What are you doing? Didn't I say it was all taken care of? With Han Hu making his move, there's no way to avoid a fight. He has to kill Yi Tang here, or he can forget about getting away with it today. I didn't want to make such a big deal out of this, but if anyone's to blame, it's Yi Tang, that idiot, for being so clueless. He took the money and kept dawdling around. He really deserves to die. However, Tiger sneered and looked at Mad Dragon with icy eyes. Are you an idiot? The license plate was blocked, and he was sitting on the toll booth platform. How could he see it? Does he have a built-in rear-view mirror? Obviously, this guy isn't a staff member here. Besides, he could even block one of my punches. How could he be an ordinary person? Quang Long suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Yi Tang in shock. Is what he said true? Who exactly are you? Do I even need to ask you? Kill him! The fierce tiger roared angrily. It was obvious that Fierce Tiger was far more astute than Mad Dragon. While Mad Dragon was powerful, he was also a burly, uncouth man. If Fierce Tiger hadn't gotten out of the car, Yi Tang could have stalled for time by making small talk, but now, that opportunity was gone. Two experts at the King Realm immediately charged towards Yi Tang from the left and right, like ferocious beasts. The terrifying force almost distorted and trembled the air itself. Boom! Boom! Two fists shot out at Yi Tang like cannonballs in mid-air. Yi Tang's expression was solemn. She dared not be careless. These two are top-tier war gods in the Night Owl army, and their strength is no less than his. If it were just one of them, he wouldn't be afraid. But when the two join forces, their fighting power becomes extraordinary. Yi Tang raised her hands, her whole body trembled, her clothes moved without wind, and she punched her fists into the air. Boom! Four fists collided in mid-air, the powerful impact creating a gust of wind that pulverized and destroyed the surrounding flowers and plants, sending them tumbling into the distance with the shockwave. Yi Tang was forced back 3 or 4 steps again. His face was flushed red, and his blood was surging. No! He won't gain any advantage in a head-on confrontation if things continue like this. He won't be able to hold out for long before reinforcements arrive. He might die at the hands of these two. Thinking of this, Yi Tang didn't hesitate at all. With a turn, she sprinted towards the toll station like a nimble cheetah. Kill him! The fierce tiger roared. The two men chased after Yi Tang from the left and right, surrounding and blocking her. Yi Tang sprinted across the platform and hid behind the toll booth counter. Before I could even catch my breath, Bang! A deafening explosion rang out behind him as Quanglong slammed his fist into the workbench, blasting a large hole through the massive surface. Yi Tang dodged to the side in time, otherwise this attack would have sent him flying. Meanwhile, from the side, Han Hu leaped out and slammed his leg into Yi Tang with a heavy kick. Go to hell! Yi Tang's eyes widened, and she raised her arm again to block the fierce tiger's kick in midair. But Hu Han changed his move at the last minute, kicking Yi Tang in the chest midair. Yi Tang was no match for this. He was kicked and sent flying backward, crashing into the platform behind him with a muffled groan. Mad Dragon and Fierce Tiger then strode out. You dare to play tricks on me, you're tired of living, I'll give you one last chance, tell me who you are before you die, we'll let you die with some dignity, otherwise, you won't even have a proper corpse. There was no burial in the capital. The raging dragon raised its head, its arrogance soaring to the heavens, domineering and domineering. Yi Tang clutched her chest, panting heavily. The Night Owl army's top 4 war gods are indeed not to be underestimated. If these 4 are already this strong, how strong must the true leader, Rakshasa, be? Yi Tang dared not even think about it. If they were to encounter that person, it would probably take the combined efforts of the 8 Azure Dragon war gods to put them to the test, otherwise, who could possibly stop them? I gave you a chance, but you didn't talk, did you? Then you can die. Quanglong approached Yi Tang, looking down at her as if she were already dead, then he raised his fist and slammed it down on Yi Tang's crown. Die! The violent roar echoed throughout the tollbooth intersection and the entire night. Puff! Just as the Mad Dragon's fist was about to strike Yi Tangtian's skull, Yi Tang suddenly drew a long knife from behind her back. The knife slashed through the air, cutting a long gash in Quanglong's clothes under his armpit. His skin was torn open, and blood gushed out. The Mad Dragon was taken aback and retreated abruptly. Han Hu also looked at Yi Tang with a wary expression. Yi Tang slowly stood up, brandishing his longsword wildly in front of him, then raised it to his right, grinning at the two of them. Listen up, you two brats, Grandpa is skilled with a sword. I am well versed in ancient martial arts classics, and I'll show you the heaven-opening fiery blade today. 709, Chapter 709 War God Army, Defeated Generals. The heaven-opening fiery blade? You're one of the Azure Dragon war gods of the War God Army? I knew I wasn't wrong, you're no ordinary person. The fierce tiger stared at Yi Tang and grinned maliciously. The two men became serious again, and at the same time, they were determined to kill Yi Tang. The 8 Azure Dragon war gods of the War God Army are all proficient in an ancient martial arts manual, making them brave and skilled in battle. Moreover, if the difference in strength between them is not significant, they are likely to suffer losses. It is precisely because of the power of this ancient martial art that it is easy to be caught off guard. However, the 4 members of the Night Owl army were mortal enemies of the War God Army, and naturally had already thoroughly studied what the War God Army knew. You guys have some sense, you deserve to die by my hand. Yi Tang grinned, revealing a cold and cruel smile. Who dies is still uncertain. Don't brag. If your 8 Azure Dragon war gods were to gather together, the 4 of us would indeed have no choice but to flee. But if you're alone, you're like a tiger trapped in a cage, struggling in its death throes. Do you really think our Night Owl army is no match for your War God Army? The leader of the War God Army has been missing for so many years, and they are just a bunch of rabble without a leader. What is there to fear? Mad Dragon's face was full of disdain. Court death. Yi Tang snorted coldly, said no more, and suddenly drew his sword to attack Quanglong and Han Hu. The long sword swept across the air with such speed that it was like a raging fire, causing the air to stir and churn with heat waves. The heaven-opening fiery blade follows a fierce and powerful approach, sweeping across all directions with wide and sweeping movements. As long as one is within Yi Tang's attack range, there is no way to dodge it. Boom! With a burst of energy, the longsword swept straight towards the necks of the 2 men. Let me see just how awesome you are. With a roar, the Mad Dragon charged straight at Yi Tang instead of retreating, reaching out to grab Yi Tang's arm. Its entire body seemed to emit the sound of a dragon's roar. These 4 people are all proficient in unique skills. His strength is in no way inferior to Yi Tang's. Boom! The 2 forces collided again. Yi Tang's longsword broke through most of the force on Quanglong's body, but it could not advance any further and could not reach Quanglong at all. The collision of the two powerful forces was like the collision of large rocks, causing them to explode. The mad dragon was thrown several meters away. Yi Tang was forced back several steps by the force of the attack, but before she could regain her footing, the fierce tiger in front of her leaped out like a beast and punched Yi Tang in the air. Can you withstand this punch from me? The fierce tiger seized the opportunity to pursue Yi Tang, giving her no chance to catch her breath. Yi Tang suddenly looked up, glanced at it, and then reversed the blade, sweeping it towards the tiger's arm. Boom! After another clash of forces, Yi Tang was forced back about 10 meters. Once she regained her footing, she was panting heavily. Meanwhile, although Guanglong and Hanhu were also in bad shape, they were taking turns attacking, so the pressure they had to bear was naturally not as great as Yi Tang's. The two stood up and approached Yi Tang again. That wasn't all. The back of the black van not far away had already opened, and the two remaining Night Owl army warriors, White Lion and Black Panther, jumped out and walked towards them. What's wrong? Why hasn't the car left yet? White Lion asked, looking up. No rush, we found something interesting. Do you know who this is? One of the Azure Dragon war gods of the War God Army, wielding the heaven-opening fiery blade. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Yi Tang from the Azure Dragon war gods. Kill him, report to the Rakshasa leader, and it'll be another great achievement. Mad Dragon grinned and chuckled as he spoke. Oh. Upon hearing this, the two men who had come down immediately turned their gazes to Yi Tang, as if they were looking at prey, and let out a sinister sneer. Yi Tang was instantly covered in sweat, feeling immense pressure. He kept looking back at the road behind him, but all he could see was darkness. Reinforcements had not yet arrived. It's over. He was already feeling the strain from just the two of them. Now that the four of them are working together, he probably won't last 2 minutes before collapsing here. His death is a minor matter, but we can't just stand by and watch these four people take Duan Xingyue away and send her to the Grand Commandant's mansion. That would be the end of us. If Su De of the Grand Commandant's office were to obtain this hostage, then the armies throughout the 9 provinces would likely be at the Grand Commandant's command. Most importantly, the War God Army will likely fall into the hands of the Grand Commandant's mansion. In that instant, Yi Tang made up her mind that even if it was a battle to the death, even if it meant death, she would wrap her hands around the feet of the four people and bind them here, preventing them from moving forward even half a step. Yi Tang's eyes were bloodshot, her fighting spirit surging. Then what are we waiting for? Kill him! Black Panther roared in his hoarse voice, and immediately the four of them leaped and bounded, some high and some low, all rushing towards Yi Tang. They attacked Yi Tang from all sides. Come! Yi Tang roared and stood up, charging towards the four people. Boom! After a deafening explosion, Yi Tang was sent flying 20 or 30 meters away like a broken sack. Upon landing, she coughed up blood and could not get up again. Even the long sword fell to the side. How dare you think you can stop all four of us? The four approached Yi Tang, each like a wild beast sharing its prey. From now on, your War God Army will be nothing more than defeated opponents of the four of us unless your leader, the commander of the War God Army, the Border King, comes. Perhaps he will still be qualified to fight us. Otherwise, the War God Army is far too weak. From now on, if you see our Night Owl Army, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and call us Grandpa 3 times, then we might consider whether to spare the lives of the War God Army. At this point, all four of them burst into laughter, their arrogant and boastful laughter soaring into the sky. But for you, this is the end. You won't see any more horrific scenes of the War God Army. Mad Dragon approached Yi Tang, raised his foot, and aimed it at Yi Tang's head. I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Being able to become the Azure Dragon War God of the War God Army, your life wasn't in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, the Mad Dragon's foot was about to land. Rumble! Just then, a loud explosion occurred in front of us. It came rolling in like thunder. The four were startled and turned to look, only to see 2 cars speeding towards them in the darkness ahead. The car stopped several dozen meters away. The car door opened, and an unremarkable-looking young man jumped out of the car and walked towards the 4 people. The man looked at them expressionlessly and said, "Before you die, remove your feet from his head, otherwise, the Night Owl Army will spare no one." Puff! Guanglong burst out laughing. "Kid, who are you? Yi Tang's subordinate, came here to save your master. Don't you even know your place? Even your boss, the Azure Dragon War God, was trampled under our feet. You dare to talk back? Get out of the way if you don't want to die. We, the four war gods of the Night Owl army, do not kill nameless nobodies. The four men wore mocking expressions, completely disregarding Su Ming. But Yi Tang grinned, revealing a joyful smile through her bloodied mouth. Prince Su, you've arrived. 710, Chapter 710 Peerless Hero. You four, kneel down before me and kowtow 3 times, and I might consider leaving you with a complete corpse. Su Ming stood before the four war gods of the Night Owl army, his expression unchanged, his eyes as cold as if he were looking at 4 dead men. Go to hell! With a roar, the mad dragon pounced down from the platform, hurtling towards Su Ming. He threw a punch straight at Su Ming's head. I'd like to see what kind of king you are, you lowly scoundrel. You dare to call yourself king? Lie down. The roar of the raging dragon was like a thunderclap. The other 3 looked at Su Ming with smug and mocking expressions, showing no intention of ganging up on him. The opponent is such a piece of trash, Mad Dragon alone is enough. Their actions were somewhat like ganging up on the weak. Boom! Just as the fist was about to land on Su Ming's head, Su Ming suddenly struck out, his right fist striking Quanglong's chest like lightning. The others hadn't even figured out what was going on. With a sound like a cannonball, the mad dragon was sent flying backward dozens of meters. His body traced an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground like a tattered sack. He landed, vomited blood, and died instantly. This? The remaining 3 were stunned, as if struck by lightning. They stared at Su Ming with disbelief on their faces. How did this kid do that? How is that possible? Mad Dragon, one of the 4 great war gods of the Night Owl army, killed a master of the King realm with a single punch. Are you kidding me? The 3 of them even suspected they were hallucinating, rubbing their eyes vigorously before widening them again. The reality remained unchanged. Su Ming remained standing there motionless, while Quanglong was as still as a dead dog. Something's not right. Almost instantly, all 3 of them realized something was wrong. Although no trace of energy could be sensed from Su Ming, such terrifying power was probably unmatched in the entire 9 provinces. Could it be? Could this kid be the leader of the war god army who disappeared several years ago? Impossible. Amidst the shocked gazes of the 3, Su Ming took the initiative to approach and close in on them. Behind them, the war god army and the 2 vehicles, along with Qin Shuang, had already rushed over with their men, forming an encirclement from both sides, giving the 3 no chance to escape. Prince Su, shall I join the attack? Qin Shuang stepped forward to inquire. No need, they injured Yi Tang, so it's my duty to personally retaliate. Anyone who dares to insult my war god army has only one path, death. Su Ming spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Tang's eyes filled with tears, and the other members of the war god army were also so excited that their hands and feet trembled. As expected of the king of the 9 provinces, this is the true king of the war god army. At this moment, the remaining 3 finally understood Su Ming's true identity. It seems there's no doubt about it, this kid is the Night Owl army's nemesis, their true enemy whom the entire Night Owl army wishes they could devour alive, the Borderland King. Attack together. The 3 exchanged glances, then charged at Su Ming from 3 directions, left, right, and center. The 3 experts at the King realm unleashed their auras in an instant, overwhelming and carrying a monstrous momentum, as they joined forces to launch a siege against Su Ming. Lend me a knife. Su Ming turned his head and said. Prince Su, may I stay here? Immediately, a member of the war god army drew his sword and threw it to Su Ming. Su Ming raised his hand, using the long sword in midair, and charged towards the 3 of them. Puff puff puff. In less than 30 seconds, one person's head was chopped off, and another was cut in 2, with blood and internal organs spilling all over the ground. Another person, with 1 hand and 1 foot severed, lay in a pool of blood, unable to move at all. Su Ming carried the food over there. The last one remaining was the slightly more cautious fierce tiger. With eyes blazing with fury and his body trembling, Han Hu stared at Su Ming. King of the 9 provinces, you truly live up to your name. I, Han Hu, am convinced, please don't kill me, promise no one else will know what happened tonight. Duan Xingyue is in the carriage, you can take her with you, spare my life, and I promise I will never have anything to do with the Night Owl army again. The fierce tiger stared at Su Ming, trembling. His previous arrogance vanished completely at this moment, leaving him like a cripple struggling for his life. Su Ming curled his lips into a sinister smile. Didn't you just say that the war god army was leaderless and easily defeated? Didn't you say that only I was qualified to go up against the four of you? Now, are the four of you qualified? Su Ming's tone was icy and chilling. Han Hu also realized that, let alone the four of them, even the leader of the Rakshasa would probably not be able to withstand more than a few moves from this big shot. That's terrifying. He had never seen anyone so terrifyingly strong in martial arts. They're like gods and demons. It's so powerful it's hard to comprehend. You can't kill me. Even the tiger's eyes trembled, and its voice shook violently as it said, if you kill me, the Rakshasa leader will know you're still alive. He's currently in Zhengzhou, and if he finds out we're dead, he'll definitely stop at nothing and go on a killing spree. Furthermore, I know about the Grand Commandant's mansion and all of Grand Commandant Su's plans. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. Han Hu knew that in front of this big shot, there was no hope of survival except to keep revealing his trump cards. Even so, Su Ming still smiled and shook his head. Take these secrets with you and go down safely, Rakshasa. It won't be long before I send him to see you. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming slashed the tiger's neck with his sword. Blood splattered everywhere. The four great warriors of the Night Owl army were all wiped out by this point. Even as he lay dying, the tiger's eyes remained wide open, filled with endless resentment. In the back of a black van not far away, Duan Xingyue pressed one ear against the wall, listening to everything happening outside. From the beginning, Yi Tang delayed the time, and she heard everything clearly from the moment Su Ming appeared. He knew that the leader of the war god army, the Border King, was still alive, and that he had even killed the four war gods of the Night Owl army to save him. He is simply a peerless hero, unparalleled in the world. Only someone like him deserves to be Duan Xingyue's dream lover and idol. Only he deserves to be her fiancé. She was overjoyed and excited, but unfortunately her eyes were covered and her mouth was sealed by footsteps, so she couldn't make a sound at all. We also couldn't see what this peerless hero actually looked like. She was extremely anxious. In that instant, she heard footsteps getting closer and closer beside the carriage, as if someone was approaching. Is it him? Are we finally going to see this prodigy in person? What does it look like? Is it heroic and imposing? However, no one came up to remove the blindfold from her eyes. Only a cold voice asked, Prince Su, what should we do with her? Take her back to Zhengzhou first, send her to the Shin family, and check if she's injured at the same time. I'll notify the people in Dezhou to come and pick her up. The Grand Commandant's men are already intercepting her outside Dezhou. It's not safe to send her there now. Su Ming glanced at Duan Xingyue and said indifferently. Yes. Qin Shuang responded, then got into the car herself, accompanied by two war god soldiers, and drove Duan Xingyue back. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Have you heard of it somewhere before? Duan Xingyue in the car was almost going crazy. Why not let yourself see for yourself what this Border King who saved you looks like? 711, Chapter 711 The God of War Who Eats Shit. Imperial State, Royal Family, Hall of Internal Affairs. Report. Chief Steward Shuai jogged all the way to the Emperor of Kyushu and knelt down with a thud. With a tense expression, he reported, Your Majesty, we have just received news that the third princess has been kidnapped. What? The Emperor of the 9 provinces stood up abruptly, his aura of supreme power erupting and enveloping the entire hall. Who did this? Who has the audacity to do this? Didn't I tell you to send someone to bring that girl back? Why was she kidnapped? The throne of an emperor is like a dragon's fury, terrifying beyond measure. Shuai, drenched in sweat, wiped the brow with his sleeve and said, Your Majesty, you know how willful the third princess is. Although we sent people over, we can't force her if she doesn't agree. We won't be able to bring her back anytime soon. As for the people who kidnapped the third princess, I've received intelligence that it was the Night Owl army, Rakshasa. Rakshasa, this scoundrel is still alive. he dares to appear openly within the territory of Kyushu. Does he really think there's no one left in Kyushu? Then what are we waiting for? Quickly send someone to rescue Duan Xingyue. The Emperor of the 9 provinces shouted sternly. Reporting to your majesty, the person has been rescued, Shuai said with an embarrassed expression. What? The emperors of the 9 provinces were once again filled with surprise and doubt. Who else has this ability and this speed? Within the entire 9 provinces, he really couldn't think of a second person who could carry out a rescue so quickly. Could it be that Shuai had already made arrangements in advance and rescued Duan Xingyue? Shuai then looked up cautiously at the emperor of the 9 provinces, a smile involuntarily appearing on his lips as he said, "It is Su Ming, the leader of the war god army and the king of the 9 provinces. Ah." The emperor of the 9 provinces was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good, so he really isn't dead yet. He knew it. With his abilities, he wouldn't die so easily. I never expected that after disappearing for so many years, you would suddenly reappear. Great. As expected of the king of the 9 provinces whom I personally appointed, with him here, I feel much more at ease. The emperor of the 9 provinces burst into laughter, his voice echoing throughout the entire inner court, unrestrained and heroic. Shuai, immediately pass on my order, have Night Demon Xiao Jian bring Duan Xingyue back to me. Also, inform Su Ming to come to Dizhou to pick me up when he is time. He's engaged to Duan Xingyue, so he's practically my son-in-law. I am waiting to see him. The emperor of the 9 provinces laughed heartily as he offered his condolences. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. Shuai withdrew. Night Demon Xiao Jian, the personal bodyguard of the imperial prince, is a true master of martial arts. It is said that his martial arts realm has become unfathomable, and rumors suggest that he has reached the legendary emperor realm. When a master of the emperor realm makes a move, the world changes color. However, Xiao Jian, being a top-notch imperial guard, rarely left the royal palace. But once he leaves the imperial state, he will sweep away everything in his path. Imperial Prefecture, Grand Commandant's residence. Reporting to Grand Commandant Su, there's been a problem. The people sent by the Night Owl war god Rakshasa leader were intercepted halfway. One of his men, sweating profusely, came to report to Grand Commandant Su. What? Su Da's face was contorted with rage, and his whole body trembled. He stood up abruptly, like an enraged lion or tiger. No wonder he waited all night without receiving any news. He thought it was good news, but it turned out to be such a terrible one. Who exactly is this person? Who would dare ruin his plans? Su Da gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. Who did this? Have no idea. The subordinate replied in a trembling voice, Duan Xingyue was kidnapped hundreds of kilometers away from where we were supposed to meet her. In other words, things went wrong before she even left Zhongzhou. We still haven't received any news. Damn it! Su Da roared, immediately tell the men who went to meet me not to come back, all of them, go to Zhongzhou, find out exactly who ruined my plans. Everyone connected to Duan Xingyue, kill them without mercy. If you have to, get her back for me. Su Da's roar echoed throughout the Grand Commandant's mansion. Yes. The subordinate received the order and went to carry it out. Su Da, still seething with anger, paced around in a rage for a few moments before picking up the phone on the table and dialing Luocha's number. The moment the call connected, Su Da launched into a tirade. Night Owl Army war god, you fucking piece of trash. What kind of work are you doing? Didn't you swear to me that everything would be foolproof? Where are you? What? Meanwhile, Luocha had just arrived at the Wan family's victory celebration banquet, and before she could even stand firmly on her feet, she had not received any news at all. After all, Su Ming had killed all 4 of the Night Owl Army's war gods, and he hadn't received any feedback whatsoever. Su Da's words left him completely bewildered and confused. Are you still pretending to be stupid with me? Su Da instantly flew into a rage, roaring, Duan Xingyue has been kidnapped, and you still don't know. You're still living a carefree life in Zhongzhou, you piece of trash. The Night Owl war god, I think you're a shit-eating war god. I've already sent people over to investigate thoroughly. If they don't find out, you can forget about living. Your million-strong Night Owl army, get out of Kyushu from this day forward. After shouting, Su Da slammed down the phone. Duan Xingyue has been kidnapped? Inside the Wan family's main hall, Luocha slowly put down her phone, her entire face contorted in pain. Who did it? Could it be that the leader of the war god army, the Border King, is really still alive? Moreover, they secretly observed him and ruined all his plans? Thinking of this, Rakshasa was immediately filled with murderous intent and was filled with rage. You are the Rakshasa war god, aren't you? Welcome, welcome. Wanjinshan came forward and immediately recognized that Rakshasa had an extraordinary demeanor and imposing aura within a 3-meter radius around him. Rakshasa's killing intent was almost everywhere. With such imposing presence, the Night Owl war god is undoubtedly the only one. That's right. Rakshasa's icy gaze fell upon Wanjinshan. Wanjinshan felt a tremor in his heart, and even his soul was shaking. This Night Owl war god is truly astonishing. And in the other side of the hall, Wan Shireen was furious. Mom, what's going on? Where is everyone? Weren't you and Wan Hua outside greeting guests? Why is there no one here? Did you all kick them out? Looking at the empty hall and the deathly silence of the entire Wan family home, Wan Shireen was so angry she felt like she was about to have a heart attack. No, daughter, I'm innocent, I don't know what happened either. Luo Hongxia cried out her innocence with a mournful face. Then he told Wan Shireen everything that had happened at the door. Wan Hua was present and corroborated this testimony. After hearing this, Wan Shireen's eyebrows furrowed together, and she said in shock and anger, "Are you sure that you only drove away the Shin family, the Yun family, and Su Ming, and then everyone else followed?" "I'm sure, I'm absolutely sure, I swear." Luo Hongxia pointed to the sky with one finger and said anxiously. "Yes, sister, I can vouch for that, there's not a single lie." Wan Hua nodded in agreement. How could this be? Could this matter be related to the Shin family, or that kid? Why was he kicked out, and why did everyone else follow suit? Wan Shireen couldn't understand it, she felt like her head was about to explode. What exactly happened? What exactly did the Wan family do wrong? Can such a piece of trash still influence the top echelons of Zhengzhou? 712, Chapter 712 Kicked Out? Where is Gu Zhen, the scholar from the Imperial Physician's office? Isn't he already on his way? Wan Shireen pressed for an answer. It's fine if everyone else leaves, as long as the key figures don't miss out, the loss to the Wan family won't be significant. That big shot came for Qin Feiyu, he can't just leave, can he? Upon hearing this, Luo Hongxia and Wan Hua's expressions immediately turned extremely grim. Luo Hongxia, her face flushed, said, "He was the one who led the way and left first when he left. He gave us and the Wan family a good scolding. He said we were all idiots who didn't even know who we had offended and that we were doomed sooner or later." What? Wan Shireen almost fainted. Isn't this the person Qin Feiyu invited with a firm conviction? Aren't they all from the Imperial Medical Academy? And yet they hurl such vile insults at everyone? My own mother is the same. She should have kept this to herself and talked to me about it in private. Now that she said it in public, the Wan family has lost all face. Sure enough, the remaining guests in the hall all turned to look at Wan Shireen with strange expressions. Wan Shireen was so ashamed and indignant that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. And who did they offend? Why would even Kudzu Root say such things? What powerful figure did the Wan family offend? Is it the gates of heaven or the gates of hell? Wan Shireen was in a terrible predicament. It doesn't matter anymore. Just then, Wan Jinshan's loud voice rang out from the side, and he strode over with Luosha. Let them leave if they want. Our Wan family is at the height of its power today, and we don't need one or two more guests. Their departure is their loss. If they knew now what kind of big shot had come to our Wan family, they would probably be begging and pleading to be let in, even if it meant breaking their heads. Wan Jinshan looked smug. Dad, what do you mean? Wan Shireen turned her head and asked in surprise. Look who this is. Wan Jinshan turned to the side with a smug look on his face and pointed to the Rakshasa behind him, speaking to the crowd. Who? The crowd's puzzled gazes fell upon Rakshasa. He is none other than Rakshasa, the current Night Owl war god of the borderlands. The Rakshasa war god's arrival at our Wan family is a sensation that will shake the entire central continent. Those wealthy people who left early must be kicking themselves. Wan Jinshan was extremely pleased with himself and laughed heartily. Night Owl God of War? Only then did Wan Shireen and the others see clearly. As expected of the Night Owl war god who was famous throughout the land, his aura is 2 meters and 80 centimeters. Just standing next to Rakshasa, they felt immense pressure. Such a renowned martial arts master, at the pinnacle of skill, has come to the Wan family. It is truly a great fortune for the Wan family. Wan Shireen's gloomy expression vanished instantly, and she became happy. That's right, with such a powerful figure in charge, all the wealthy people in Zhengzhou, the Shin family, and the Yun family are nothing but trash and ants. Idiot? That kudzu root is blind. They can't even tell who the idiot is. With a smile on her face, Wan Shireen approached Luocha and knelt down on one knee with a thud, respectfully saying, "This humble woman, Wan Shireen, the president of the Wan family, pays respects to the Night Owl war god." Luo Hongxia, Wan Hua, and the others were both surprised and delighted, and hurriedly came forward to kowtow and pay their respects. The remaining guests in the entire Wanjia hall were all in an uproar and came up to pay homage to the Rakshasa. For a time, the entire Wanjia hall was filled with a lively atmosphere, and it was quite a grand occasion. But Rakshasa was also troubled at the moment Duan Xingyue had been kidnapped, which meant that his top combat power, the 4 war gods, were all dead. He couldn't think of anyone else who could do something like that. After all, if those 4 joined forces, unless the number 1 expert on the Kyushu martial arts ranking came, they could fight all the others and wouldn't be wiped out. Then, only one person can do it, and that is his mortal enemy, the leader of the war god army. As for the thousands of families in front of him, Rakshasa had no interest whatsoever. His gaze fell on Wan Shireen, and he said coldly, "I've long heard that Miss Wan is a business prodigy, a dragon among men. Seeing her today, I can see she is indeed extraordinary. To remain calm and composed before me, Rakshasa, her future is limitless. She will surely have a place in the 9 provinces." Hearing Luocha's praise and affirmation, the entire Wan family was overjoyed. One sentence from Night Owl war god is worth millions of praises. Thank you for the compliment, war god Night Owl. Wan Shireen was also extremely proud and said happily, "However, I won't interfere in your Wan family's affairs. I am here to ask you about someone. I received information that this person seems to have some connection with your Wan family. You just need to tell me where he is." "Get out of here. I'll make all the top 20 richest people in Zhengzhou line up to support your Wan family." The Rakshasa's words shocked everyone present. Only the Night Owl god of war could utter such domineering words. Wan Shireen was so overjoyed she almost fainted. Actually, Rakshasa didn't need to do all that. All she had to do was spread the word that she was here, and everyone in the entire central continent would be begging to curry favor with the Wan family. However, since even Rakshasa has offered such conditions, it's an even greater surprise. Overjoyed, Wan Shireen hurriedly said, "Night Owl war god, please ask away. No matter who it is, I, Wan Shireen, will answer to the best of my knowledge." "Very good. The person I want to inquire about is named Su Ming." Rakshasa spoke coldly. "Su Ming?" Upon hearing those 2 words, the entire Wan family was shocked almost instantly. The hall of the Wan family was deathly silent. No one expected that what Rakshasa wanted to inquire about was that kind of good for nothing. They assumed that if Rakshasa wanted to inquire about someone, it must be someone extremely famous throughout the 9 provinces. Now, everyone in the Wan family was completely dumbfounded. Why would even the Night Owl god of war know about the existence of that kind of trash? Could it be that that kid really has some kind of ability? Then, recalling how a group of wealthy people from Zhengzhou had left as if they had seen a ghost after driving away the Shin family and Su Ming. Could it really be because of that kid? Luo Hongxia and Wan Hua were instantly shocked, their scalps tingling and the hairs on their bodies standing on end, but they dared not speak. Wan Shireen looked up in astonishment, staring blankly at Luocha, and said, "How do you know this person, Night Owl war god? What makes him worthy of your attention? Why are you inquiring about him?" Luocha raised an eyebrow and looked at Wan Shireen with a puzzled expression. What does this woman mean? Why are you asking him questions instead? He frowned and said coldly, "All you need to do is answer whether I know or not. He and I have a grudge, and I'm going to settle it with Hemas for what it is. Do I need to report to you?" Wan Shireen was startled, realizing she had spoken out of turn. He hurriedly apologized, "God of war, please forgive me. This man does indeed have some connection with my Wan family. As my ex-husband, and my one family took him in for 3 years, but I divorced him a long time ago and kicked him out. Although he's still in Zhengzhou, he's long since become a worthless nobody. That's why I was curious. Your one family kicked him out of the house? Upon hearing this, Rakshasa immediately laughed. It was as if I had heard the biggest joke in the world. He burst into laughter, his thunderous laughter echoing throughout the entire one family hall, even causing the ground to tremble. 713, Chapter 713. Things have gone wrong. Wan Shirin and the others looked at Luo Sha with bewildered expressions. I wonder what the Rakshasa is laughing at. Is there anything funny about this? Good, well done. Rakshasa laughed loudly and said, he deserved this fate, he lived up to it. You one family, how interesting. Alright, your one family is worthy of my order to bring back people from Zhengzhou to your victory celebration, but now you have to tell me, where is that kid? Rakshasa said with a smile. He laughed because he felt a sense of satisfaction and joy at hearing that his former enemy had met such an end. But that doesn't mean Wan Jia is particularly shrewd. In his eyes, the Wan family was extremely foolish. If the Wan family were smarter, they could have curried favor with that kid. They wouldn't be struggling here for a victory banquet. They would already be a prestigious family in the whole country. However, he did not say these things. He was more than happy that Su Ming was abandoned by everyone. That would make him even happier. Really, thank you, Night Owl War God. The entire Wan family was immediately overjoyed. It seems that driving away the Jinx was a wise move. There couldn't have been a smarter decision. Otherwise, how could I have gained the Rakshasa's approval and assistance today? Wan Shirin hurriedly replied, I don't know where he is, but I know he's with the Shin family. If we go to the Shin family, we should be able to find him. The Shin family, fine, this time I'll make sure they suffer a fate worse than death. The Rakshasa laughed heartily and strode away. Seeing this, everyone in the Wan family was horrified. It turns out that Kid was blind and provoked this Night Owl God of War, offending this big shot. Now even the entire Shin family will be implicated that Kid really is a jinx. The Shin family is already in dire straits, and they probably don't even know it yet. Luo Hongxia couldn't help but laugh, and stood up happily, saying, that's wonderful, so that good-for-nothing was easy to mess with, but he managed to provoke this Night Owl War God. No wonder he came to inquire about that idiot Su Ming. I knew it. What qualifications does that kid have to be known by the Night Owl War God? Thank goodness we drove him away back then, otherwise we would be the ones suffering now. That's great, we don't even need to lift a finger, someone else has already wiped out the Shin family for us and we'll never have to see that good-for-nothing again. Luo Hongxia laughed heartily. Wan Shirin shook her head, her expression calm. Although Su Ming brought this upon himself, he should bear the consequences of his own actions. But with this Night Owl War God making his move, the entire Shin family will likely be wiped out. Although Wan Shirin wanted to bring glory to the Wan family and treated Su Ming like trash, the Wan family did not deserve such a crime, especially since they were implicated by Su Ming. Thinking of this, Wan Shirin stood up, walked to the side, picked up her phone and called Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming was on his way back to Zhengzhou, carrying the seriously injured Yi Tang, preparing to return to the Shin family for treatment. Su Ming saw that it was Wan Shirin calling, frowned, thought for a moment, and then picked up the phone to answer. Hello? Su Ming asked calmly. You're not dead yet, are you? Where are you now? Wan Shirin spoke coldly. Su Ming grinned and said, Miss Wan is really polite. She cursed me to die as soon as she arrived, but I'm still alive and well, thank you for your concern. Su Ming sneered mockingly. Stop giving me that nonsense. Don't you know how much trouble you've gotten yourself into? Don't you have any idea who you've offended? The entire Shin family is going to be dragged down by you. Yuri is useless as ever, but you're also harming others. Yuri hopeless, Wan Shirin said in an icy tone. Ha, who did I offend? Please enlighten me, Miss Wan. Su Ming said with a joking smile. Alright, then I'll tell you. You'd better hold on tight, or you'll wet your pants. He is Night Owl War God Rakshasa. He already knows you're at the Shin family, and he might already be on his way there, and all of this is your doing. Do you know how many people you've harmed? Wan Shirin said coldly and gloomy. Oh, a Rakshasa? Su Ming's tone suddenly turned serious. Wan Shirin immediately let out a cold laugh. Keep pretending. This kid should realize now that he's really messed things up. In fact, even without Wanshireen saying it, Su-Ming knew that the grudge with Luosha had to be resolved. He just killed the 4 war gods under the Rakshasa. He personally led the war god army to pursue and kill the Rakshasa all the way to the outskirts of Kyushu. The two had long since reached a point of no return. He just didn't expect the news from Rakshasa to come so quickly. He hadn't even gone back yet, and they had already found out that he was at the Shin family's house. If Rakshasa were to go at this time, he would truly be trespassing. It's likely that no one in the Shin family can withstand the Rakshasa. But who exactly told Luo Sha that she was in the Shin family? If it were just a matter of investigation, the speed of the Rakshasa wouldn't be this fast. Thinking of this, Su-Ming's tone hardened, and he asked coldly, "Could it be that it was your Wan family, or you, Wanshireen, who told him I'm from the Wan family?" Su-Ming's suspicion made Wanshireen feel guilty. Wanshireen hurriedly denied it, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who said it's so important? With Rakshasa's abilities, how difficult would it be for him to inquire about someone, let alone someone as insignificant as you? Don't blame my Wan family just because you're afraid. Since you know how to be afraid, why did you offend such a big shot?" Wanshireen snorted coldly. Su-Ming understood instantly. He sneered, "Fine, the Wan family is really something, but at least you had some conscience making this Kali. Hope you're not begging me for anything. Please, it's not worth it. I'll never beg you in my life. Just don't come kneeling down to beg me. After all, I'm not the one who's caused this mess." Wanshireen laughed in anger and slammed down the phone. This kid is ridiculous. He really thinks he's something. Can he live? It's still an unknown until tomorrow. Wanshireen simply couldn't be bothered to pay any attention. But as soon as she hung up the phone and turned around, several calls came in one after another, sounding extremely urgent. Wanshireen picked it up and saw that it was a call from a high-ranking member of the Wan family headquarters. He hurriedly answered the phone. "Hey, Mr. Wan, something terrible has happened. The first batch of pills from our Wan family's listed products has encountered a major problem. They've been found to be toxic. In just one night, tens of thousands of people have been poisoned and sent to the hospital. Among them are many well-known wealthy people in Zhengzhou. This is a big deal," a senior executive from Wanjia said in a panic on the phone. "What?" Wanshireen was instantly horrified. Almost simultaneously, a commotion erupted in front of the Wan family's residence. The top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou who had left earlier returned and gathered again at the entrance, each one filled with anger and fury. The immense fury was so intense it threatened to engulf every household. Seeing this, Wanshireen was completely dumbfounded. 714, Chapter 714. Old dog, I want you dead. The 7th grade prescription given by Guo Qianshan was problematic from the start. After the first batch of medicine prepared by the Wan family according to the prescription was launched on the market, everyone immediately experienced adverse reactions. It's only because the 4C's Medical Association showed leniency. Otherwise, if they had tampered with the prescriptions and problems had only surfaced in the second or third batch, things wouldn't have been so simple. Moreover, it was just an adverse reaction, not to the point of being toxic. However, the impact it brought was also quite significant. The Wan family, who were celebrating their victory, were suddenly thrust into the spotlight and faced huge compensation claims. "Where is Qin Feiyu? Find Qin Feiyu right now. Call the 4C's Medical Association immediately. Contact Mr. Guo. What exactly is going on?" Wanshireen was almost going crazy, constantly issuing orders in the hall. Panic gripped the entire Wan family. They all followed Wanshireen's orders and went to contact people. A moment later, he ran back to report. "Sister, Qin Feiyu isn't at the Wan family's house. He was only there for a short while this afternoon, and then he seemed to have received a phone call and left. We can't reach him now." Wan Hua ran back to report, covered in sweat. "What?" Wanshireen's face turned deathly pale instantly. Why did Qin Feiyu disappear? Did he know that something bad was going to happen to the Wan family, so he ran away in advance? If that's the case, then wouldn't the entire Wan family have to bear the burden of this mess? At the same time, Wan family executives rushed over and said to Wanshireen, "President Wan, we can't get in touch with Sihai Medical Association either. Sihai Medical Association refuses to answer the phone." Oh my god.
Wan Shireen stumbled back 2 steps, feeling dizzy and almost collapsing to the ground.
She then realized what it meant to be pushed around when you're down, and what it meant to be isolated and helpless. All the previous glory was an illusion. The Wan family suddenly plummeted from heaven to the bottom. Was all of this a scheme orchestrated by Qin Feiyu in conjunction with the Four Seas Medical Association? Keep calling until you get in touch.
Wan Shireen said weakly.
In fact, Qin Feiyu was completely unaware of this.
This all happened because Guo Qianshan realized the seriousness of the matter and went back on his word, causing the Sihai Medical Association to alter the prescription.
Knowing this, Qin Feiyu wouldn't do something so foolish. It would do him absolutely no good.
As for why they couldn't get in touch, it's because Qin Feiyu is currently preparing to connect with a dozen or 20 experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion.
At the gate of Zhengzhou City, Qin Feiyu eagerly awaited his arrival. 2 black sedans slowly drove into view, the doors opened, and one after another, smartly dressed men in black got out. Qin Feiyu quickly went to greet him, looked around, and saw someone familiar. He immediately smiled and said, "Chen Kuo, Chief Chen, it really is you. I am relieved to have a martial arts master like you, a 7th level King Realm expert, personally leading the team. These people are all at the King Realm level, with the lowest being at the 2nd stage of the King Realm. Any one of them could easily crush the martial arts of Zhengzhou. These dozen or 20 combined are enough to crush the entire Central Plains several times over." Chen Kuo's gaze fell on Qin Feiyu, and he snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "You are highly regarded by Grand Commandant Su, but after being in Zhengzhou for so long, you haven't even made a sound. You have truly disappointed Grand Commandant Su." Qin Feiyu chuckled awkwardly, his face beaming like a chrysanthemum. "Yes, I'm incompetent and have disgraced the Grand Commandant's mansion this way. Everyone IVE already booked rooms at the hotel. Please rest here tonight, then I'll explain the situation to you in detail." "Stop talking nonsense."
Chen Kuo snorted coldly and said impatiently, "We came here on a mission. Grand Commandant Su ordered us to capture or seize Duan Xingyue and deliver her to the Grand Commandant's residence. So, all you need to do now is tell us where Duan Xingyue is, and we'll head straight there to avoid any unforeseen complications," Chen Kuo said with a sharp look in his eyes.
"Duan Xingyue, the 3rd princess?"
Qin Feiyu's eyes sharpened, and he instantly understood what it meant. It was probably that the Grand Commandant's mansion wanted to use Duan Xingyue as a bargaining chip. "I just didn't expect that Grand Commandant Su would take this matter so seriously, sending out half of the experts from his mansion. Since that's the case, he dared not be negligent in the slightest."
However, he didn't know where Duan Xingyue was. Duan Xingyue's identity must be extremely secretive. Where is he supposed to find one now? Qin Feiyu's expression immediately turned ugly.
"What, you're not suggesting that you've been staying in Zhengzhou all this time and don't even have this most basic intelligence? What use are you to the Grand Commandant's office then?" Chen Kuo shouted sharply.
Yes.
Qin Feiyu nodded hurriedly, then wiped his sweat and said, "You guys get in the car first, I'll make a call and give you the specific address right away."
"Okay."
So Chen Kuo and his group got back into the car. Qin Feiyu also got into the car and drove ahead to lead the way. The 3 cars drove into Zhengzhou City one after the other.
In the car, Qin Feiyu took out his phone, intending to ask someone about Duan Xingyue's whereabouts.
When I took it out, I realized that my phone had been ringing off the hook. It was freezing, and I couldn't even swipe the screen end from the notifications. They were all from Wan Jia or Wan Shireen.
Qin Feiyu was instantly enraged. What the hell is Wan Shireen up to?
Qin Feiyu had no choice but to turn his phone off and then on again. After turning on the phone, I called Wan Shireen back first. As soon as the call connected, Wan Shireen asked impatiently, "Qin Feiyu, where are you? How can you ignore something this serious has happened? Did you already know?"
"All right."
Qin Feiyu coldly interrupted Wan Shireen's grumbling, scolding her irritably, "What nonsense could you possibly have? It's just your Wan family's petty squabbles, a victory celebration banquet. You think you can't handle it yourself while I'm not around? Don't give me that crap. Can you find out where Duan Xingyue is? Here's my address."
"Duan Xingyue?"
Wan Shireen was taken aback, only then remembering who Duan Xingyue was.
"Isn't that the president of the Heaven Society, the big boss of the imperial state?"
He shook his head and said, "I don't know, but he should probably be at the Shin family's place because Rakshasa is also from the border region of the imperial state, and he's gone to the Shin family now. Wan Shireen gave me a perfunctory place.
Okay, I understand.
Qin Feiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, you just said something happened. What happened? Wan Shireen finally got a chance to speak. There's been a problem with our Wan family's pills. It's that 7th grade prescription you gave us. More than 10,000 people have been poisoned and sent to the hospital. If this matter blows up, I'm afraid all the money my Wan family has earned recently will be lost, and we might not even be able to make up for it.
Cousin Qin, you gave me this prescription yourself. Even if I don't blame you, you still bear some responsibility. Such a thing is true.
Qin Feiyu was also taken aback upon hearing this, and his eyebrows immediately rose. But he instantly realized that Guo Qianshan had set him up.
This old dog wants to kill me. Very well, let's see who kills whom. Don't worry, I'll give you an answer tonight.
Qin Feiyu was furious, his eyes blazing with anger. He stepped on the gas and headed straight for the Sihai Medical Association.
Guo Qianshan, you old dog, I'll kill you.
Qin Feiyu's roar echoed throughout the carriage.
715, Chapter 715. Waiting to collect the old dog's corpse. Inside the Zhengzhou Yanshanlu.
Ancestor, I just received news that the Wan family is in trouble. The 7th grade medicine prescription that the Wan family took has indeed caused a huge problem.
Xia Senyun reported to Guo Qianshan with a big smile on his face.
Good. After hearing this, Guo Qianshan burst into laughter. That Qin Feiyu was just a brat, trying to outsmart me. What kind of genius is he? He's so arrogant. When I was learning medicine, he was still in his mother's womb, far too green to fight me. I'll send a message to Prince Su right away. Qin Feiyu is going against Prince Su. He deserves to die. Such good news definitely deserves to be shared with Prince Su.
Guo Qianshan smiled broadly and took out his phone to send a message to Su Ming. Bang!
Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open, and Qin Feiyu led his men in, their overwhelming killing intent rushing out. The members of the Sihai Medical Association in the private room were all alarmed and stood up in shock. Immediately, Qin Feiyu appeared, leading a large group of more than a dozen experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion, completely blocking the entrance. Guo Qianshan slowly raised his head and saw that it was Qin Feiyu, but he was not surprised at all. After such an incident, unless Qin Feiyu was hopelessly stupid, he should be able to figure out where things went wrong. So it was expected that Qin Feiyu would bring his men to cause trouble.
My good disciple, you've already remembered your master and come to pay your respects so quickly?
Guo Qianshan had a smug smile on his face, and he didn't forget to take a jab at Guo Qianshan.
Go to hell, you old dog Guo. You think you can play tricks on me? You ought to kill me, Qin Feiyu. I'll give you a chance now. Come here and kneel down in front of me to die.
Qin Feiyu was furious, his murderous aura soaring to the sky.
Presumptuous.
Xia Xianyun slammed his hand on the table, pointed at Qin Feiyu, and shouted, "You little brat, a junior, the ancestor could be your ancestor. How dare you disrespect the ancestor?" Guo Qianshan slowly stood up, grinned at Qin Feiyu, and said, "Didn't you scheme against me first? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking, you little brat? Didn't you want to use me to help you unify the medical path in Zhengzhou so that you could shine in the medical ranking competition? So you didn't think things through. Who can you blame? I was just playing along. I just taught you a lesson. Stop making a scene in front of me in terms of seniority, and medical achievements. You, Qin Feiyu, still have a lot to learn. Although you are not worthy to be my apprentice, come and kneel down before me, be my dog, and I'll still be willing to give you a few pointers." Guo Qianshan was smug and didn't take Qin Feiyu seriously at all. "Fuck you." Qin Feiyu was completely enraged, almost to the point of madness, and grabbed a chair next to him and smashed it violently at Guo Qianshan. Guo Qianshan dodged to the side, and the chair smashed against the wall behind him with a bang. Qin Feiyu was furious and pointed at Guo Qianshan, roaring, "I'm giving you one last chance, or you'll be dead tonight." "Ha ha ha." Guo Qianshan laughed loudly. "Why should I? Just because of you, Qin Feiyu. If you dare to hurt me even a little, you'll be making an enemy of the Four Seas Medical Association. Besides, you have no idea why I'm treating you this way, do you? It's because there's a powerful figure hundreds of times more influential than you backing you up by attacking me. You're challenging that figure's authority.
A height that someone like you will never reach in your entire life. Guo Qianshan grinned confidently.
With the king of the 9 provinces, a great god, presiding over the central province, Qin Feiyu, a small fry, can't possibly stir up any trouble. This kid probably still doesn't realize how powerful his opponent is.
You fucking die.
Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Feiyu charged at Guo Qianshan like a mad dog, baring his teeth in fury. His aura as a heavenly profound realm cultivator suddenly erupted, almost creating a whirlwind that overturned the surrounding tables and chairs.
Qin Feiyu pounced on him like a ferocious beast. Presumptuous.
Several angry roars erupted from the members of the Sihai Medical Association. The people of the Four Seas Medical Association are not all just medical practitioners. After all, medicine and martial arts are linked. If one is a master of medicine, it is not difficult to cultivate a martial arts expert.
Inside this room, the Four Seas Medical Association has at least 2 or 3 experts around the 9th level of the heavenly profound realm. This is also why Guo Qianshan is so fearless. Even without seeking help from King Su, Qin Feiyu alone could not do anything to him. 3 experts from the Four Seas Medical Association at the heavenly profound realm instantly surrounded Qin Feiyu, their combined strength about to pin him down on the spot. Boom! Boom!
Just then, Chen Kwa, a master from the Grand Commandant's mansion behind Qin Feiyu, stepped forward and unleashed his King Realm aura.
The immense energy shot out like a cannonball. It was like a towering ocean wave, churning terrifyingly. With a loud bang,
the 3 experts from the Four Seas Medical Association at the heavenly profound realm were all blasted away, crashing into the walls on their left and right sides respectively, spitting blood, and falling unconscious upon landing. Seeing this, Guo Qianshan, Xia Senyun, and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Qin Feiyu was one thing, but behind him was such a terrifying expert? If someone can seriously injure 3 martial arts masters at the heavenly profound realm with just one appearance, what kind of strength must this person possess? Could it be another realm of kings? Guo Qianshan's expression changed drastically. No wonder they were courting death in front of me. You have no idea what's going on. These are all top experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion, not just one, but more than a dozen. All of them are experts at or above the King Realm. Even if we storm your Four Seas Medical Association headquarters, we can still slaughter your entire Four Seas Medical Association. Qin Feiyu's arrogant voice echoed throughout the private room.
What?
Upon hearing this, the members of the Four Seas Medical Association were completely terrified. Guo Qianshan was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground with a thud. More than a dozen experts at the King Realm, my god. He almost fainted. These people are indeed capable of destroying any force. How could he have imagined that the Grand Commandant's office would send so many experts down for such a trivial matter? Could it be that Qin Feiyu's status and influence in the imperial state are this powerful? Could the Grand Commandant's mansion really offer such generous assistance? Bang bang bang. Qin Feiyu stepped forward and, without giving Guo Qianshan any chance to beg or struggle, slapped him several times, causing Guo Qianshan to vomit blood and lie on the ground, barely alive.
Kill him,
Chen Kwa said in a cold voice. No need, he's still useful. The Wan family has caused such a huge mess. We need to come up with an antidote, otherwise we won't be able to fill this hole,
Qin Feiyu said with a gloomy expression.
Then he reached out and lifted Guo Qianshan up like a dead dog, his extremely gloomy eyes fixed on the members of the Four Seas Medical Association, and said, if you still want this old dog dead, bring the antidote prescription within 3 days, otherwise, you can wait to collect his corpse. After saying that, Qin Feiyu picked up the dying Guo Qianshan and turned to leave. Xia Senyun, Shui Linger, and the members of the Four Seas Medical Association were trembling with fear, their faces pale and ashen, and they dared not even breathe. The oppressive force of more than a dozen experts at the King Realm. That feeling is indescribable. It was as terrifying as being in hell. 716, Chapter 716. The God of Slaughter blocks the door. Is this what you wanted to do by changing course halfway, Duan Xingyue? To risk the medicine sage of Zhangzhou for a mere 10,000 families? Chen Kwa stood beside the car, staring at Qin Feiyu with a gloomy expression. Qin Feiyu threw the unconscious Guo Qianshan onto the car, turned to Chen Kuo and said, Chief Chen, this is a long story. It's not just the Wan family. The Wan family isn't worth me doing this for, but this old dog has humiliated me and schemed against me time and time again. He doesn't take me, Qin Feiyu, seriously at all. They didn't even take the Grand Commandant's mansion seriously. In short, this is my matter, and I thank Chief Chen and all the big shots for their help. Now, let's head to the Shin family. Qin Feiyu shook his head and said, Alright, lead the way. Chen Kuo didn't say much, just a simple and straightforward sentence, and got into the car. Qin Feiyu continued driving and leading the way. Another half-hour later, Qin Feiyu led the group to the gate of the Shin family compound. The Shin family's house is an independent compound located on a hillside, backed by mountains, with a grand entrance. At this moment, standing in front of the Shin family's courtyard gate was a person, none other than the night owl war god Rakshasa, who had come to attack at dusk. Rakshasa stood at the entrance of the Shin family's residence, like a god, towering over the heavens and earth, making it hard for people to breathe. At the feet of the Rakshasa, corpses lay scattered about. They were all thugs of the Shin family. More than 30 people were killed, not one of them was unharmed. They were all killed by the Rakshasa, and not one of them was still breathing. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Qin Feiyu led a group of experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion to a place about 500 or 600 meters away from the Shin family. After stopping the car, they were all dumbfounded when they saw what was happening. They stared in shock, speechless. That's a Rakshasa? Chen Kuo recognized him at a glance. Night Owl God of War? Qin Feiyu stared in shock, his face filled with horror, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. This Night Owl God of War is too brutal. He had been in Zhengzhou for so long and had never seen such a brutal person. He stood atop a mountain of corpses and a pool of blood, his expression completely unchanged. It was terrifying. Chief Chen, shall we go over there? Qin Feiyu asked Chen Kuo with a grim expression. Chen Kuo's lips twitched instantly. They were also wary of this Night Owl war god, even though they were all at the King realm. But Rakshasa is different. She is at the peak of the King realm and half a step into the Emperor realm. Moreover, she has experienced countless battles in the border region and has even fought against the war god army. This big shot could kill them as easily as strangle a chick. Most importantly, although they both served in the Grand Commandant's office, this Rakshasa was violent and ruthless. When she killed people, she did so as if she were cutting melons and vegetables, showing no mercy whatsoever. Without understanding Raksasa's purpose, if they rashly go over and anger him, none of them will be able to leave alive. Chen Kuo and the others had cold sweat on their palms. Chen Kuo swallowed hard and said in a deep voice, Let's retreat first. As long as we're sure Duan Xingyue is in the Shin family, there's no rush. We'll come back after this Night Owl war god is gone. Well. Qin Feiyu was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Then they reversed frantically, making a loud rumbling noise, and the three cars turned around and headed down the mountain. At the entrance of the Shin family's residence, Luo Sha turned her head and glanced in the direction of Qin Feiyu and the others, but ignored them. The entire Shin family is now going crazy. With such a killing machine blocking the doorway, no one dared to cross the line. Anyone who dares to step out is doomed. Previously, Shin Tsonglin had wanted to confront this Rakshasa head-on, sending out all of his Shin family's elite martial arts experts to fight her. However, they were all shattered upon contact, and none of them returned alive. This made the Shin family fully realize the terror of this Night Owl war god. It seems that it would be as easy as turning one's hand to slaughter the Shin family. It's just a matter of whether the other party wants to or not. From this evening until now, the entire Shin family has been shrouded in a deathly oppressive atmosphere. Most importantly, no one in the entire Central Plains can rival this god of death. They didn't even know who to ask for help. Of course, there is one person who can save the Shin family, and that is Su Ming. Unfortunately, Su Ming's phone has been unreachable since the afternoon. Shin Sanglin's sweat had dried and then become wet again, then dried again. The servants of the Shin family were trembling with fear. Let me go and meet him. I want to see if this so-called god of war is really that powerful. In the hall, Su Fanghua stood up with a sharp expression, her aura surging and her fighting spirit soaring. Su Fanghua has never submitted to anyone. Especially after experiencing several consecutive battles, her strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and she is now at the third level of the king realm. King Zhijing's view of all opponents and all strong individuals has changed. She did not believe that the Rakshasa were completely invincible. Let me go. After being sent back to the Shin family, Duan Xingyue, now recovered, stood up and said with a confident and firm gaze, no matter how powerful he is, he's just a brute. Who am I, the third princess of the royal family? Does he dare to lay a hand on me? I think he doesn't want his million-strong night owl army anymore in my father's name. If I tell him to back down, he has to back down. Duan Xingyue's face was full of pride. My two aunts, I beg you, please spare the Shin family's life, stop causing trouble. Shen Songlin was almost fainting. If either of these two were to suffer any mishap, the Shin family would be unable to bear the consequences. One is the younger sister of Su Zifeng, the commander of Shuzhou, and the other is the third princess of the royal family. Both of them are closely related to Su Mingten. Shin families cannot compare to them. Dad, I think I should go. At this moment, Shen Luoyun slowly walked out and said calmly. You go? Immediately, everyone was astonished, staring at Shen Luoyun in shock. Given Su Fanghua and Duan Xingyue's identities, they weren't even confident enough to face Rakshasa, so what makes Shen Luoyun think she can go? Does that mean you prick the other person with silver needles? That's right, I'll go. I am nameless and unknown. He, Rakshasa, might not even take me seriously, or perhaps I'll have a chance to communicate with him at least. I'll need to know what he's up to. Bar. Shen Luoyun said calmly. No, daughter. Shen Songlin was 100% against it. The Shin family finally had a chance to rise in status, all thanks to Shen Luoyun. He couldn't bear the consequences if something happened to Shen Luoyun. Dad, stop talking. Is there a better way? Are we just going to let this Rakshasa block our doorstep, and can you guarantee that he won't go on a killing spree after a while? It'll be too late to regret it then. Shen Luoyun spoke to him with emotion. All right. Shen Songlin let out a heavy sigh, closed his eyes, and realized there was absolutely no other way. Then be careful. If anything happens, scream even if it means death. I'll lead the entire Shin family to fight him to the death, Shen Songlin said through gritted teeth. I see. Shen Luoyun smiled confidently and nodded, then turned around and strode out of the Shin family's gate with a resolute and unrestrained air. Everyone in the Shin family stared at Shen Luoyun's retreating figure, almost suffocating. By the way, where is my savior, the border king, the leader of the war god army? Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to take down a Rakshasa? Duan Xingyue recalled what had happened before and said with shining eyes. 717, Chapter 717 Cloud Mist Manor. Upon hearing this, Shen Songlin and Su Fanghua both turned and looked at Duan Xingyue in surprise. It seems Duan Xingyue already knows Su Ming's identity. That's not surprising after all, she's the third princess of the royal family, she shouldn't be that slow-witted. Shen Songlin immediately shook his head and said, I've already contacted him, but I haven't been able to reach him since this evening. I don't know where he is, but if he were here, a mere Rakshasa wouldn't be worth mentioning. Right. Duan Xingyue was overjoyed. He is my hero, but unfortunately, I still don't know what he looks like. Such an amazing person must be handsome and dashing. Duan Xingyue acted like a little fangirl. Shen Songlin and Su Fanghua rolled their eyes. It seemed this woman still didn't know anything. They immediately lost interest in arguing with Duan Xingyue. All attention turned to the outside of the Shen family's house. Shen Luoyun walked slowly but steadily, step by step, until she reached Rakshasa. Luosha glanced down at Shen Luoyun and sneered, Is the Shen family really out of anyone? Why send a little girl like you out to die? Aren't you afraid I'll slap you to death? Shen Luoyun remained calm and smiled indifferently. I am just a small woman, powerless to even kill a chicken. If Night Owl War God wanted to kill me, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant. But given your status, if this gets out, it might damage your reputation. Ha 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 ha. The Rakshasa laughed loudly, his laughter deafening. Just that imposing aura and that thunderous laughter made Shen Luoyun involuntarily take 2 steps back. I am wary. Luocha laughed loudly and said, You little girl, your sharp tongue too bad. Grandpa won't fall for your tricks. If no one from your Shin family steps forward on this trip, none of them will survive. Don't even mention being weak as a chicken. I'll crush even an ant for you.
I, Rakshasa, have never cared about such empty fame.
Speak, let's see what you can say. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you can't say anything, I'll leave you lying among these corpses.
Rakshasa grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Shen Luoyun was shocked. She never expected that this Rakshasa was not only violent but also shameless.
Her mental preparations were completely shattered.
Shen Luoyun looked at Luocha with a grim expression and said, I came out to ask you why you, Night Owl War God, have attacked us so viciously, since my Shen family has no grudge against you?
Fine, I'll make sure you die knowing why.
Rakshasa sneered, I came here because I learned that the king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the war god army, is in your Shen family. What a pity, you're such a coward, watching your Shen family members being slaughtered like this, watching your Shen family being crushed by me, you still don't dare to come out and see me.
Is it because you know you're no match for me, so you'd rather be a tortoise?
The Rakshasa deliberately raised its volume. He was convinced that Su Ming was in the Shen family's house, so he made provocative remarks.
Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyun immediately understood and couldn't help but grin sarcastically.
Little girl, what are you laughing at? Do you find it laughable because you know the king of the 9 provinces is inferior to me? Luocha looked at Shen Luoyun with a sarcastic expression.
No, I just find you ridiculous. My brother Su is no match for you. Are you dreaming? You're not even an ant in front of him's not avoiding you. He's just out on urgent business and hasn't returned yet. Otherwise, would you be so presumptuous here?
Shen Luoyun sneered. You brat, you're asking for it. Rakshasa flew into a rage, her face contorted with murderous intent, and grabbed Shen Luoyun by the throat. Tell me, where is that piece of trash? If you don't tell me, I'll snap your neck, Rakshasa roared, his face contorted with rage.
Shen Luoyun remained completely calm. Just then, the phone rang. Even with Rakshasa holding him by the neck, Shen Luoyun calmly pulled out his phone and grinned, saying, Look, brother Su is calling you. Just waiting to die.
Luocha raised an eyebrow, looked around in surprise, and confirmed that there was no trace of Su Ming. Then he released Shen Luoyun and gritted his teeth, saying, Catch.
Shen Luoyun answered the phone in front of Luocha and excitedly called out, Brother Su, where are you?
I'm at Cloud Mist Manor in Zhongzhou because Yi Tang's injuries were serious. I brought him here to treat him first. Is everything alright over there? You said this evening that Rakshasa didn't force his way in, so I didn't rush over, Su Ming asked.
Shen Luoyun calmly smiled and said, It's nothing. This guy is still blocking the doorway, right in front of me, clamoring to have a showdown with you. I told you, in front of you, Brother Su, he's just an ant.
The Rakshasa in front of him was so angry that he jumped up in a rage. But this was his chance to find out Su Ming's whereabouts, so he suppressed his anger and did not take action. Alright, tell him to come find me at Cloud Mist Manor. I'll be waiting for him here. After Su Ming finished speaking, he hung up the phone.
Shen Luoyun then smiled and looked up at Luosha, saying, Brother Su said you should go to Cloud Mist Manor to find him. Do you dare to go?
I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid he'll die too quickly and I won't have had enough fun. Rakshasa glared angrily, roared, and turned to leave, saying as she went, After I kill that piece of trash, I'll come back and wipe out your Shen family. You brat, pray that kid can hold on for a few more seconds. This way, your entire Shen family can live a few more seconds. The Rakshasa figure gradually disappeared.
Idiot. Shen Luoyun rolled her eyes. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Cloud Mist Villa. Thank you, Prince Su, for saving my life.
Having recovered some strength from her serious injuries, Yi Tang couldn't wait to get off the bed, kneel down in front of Su Ming, and express her gratitude. Su Ming turned his head to look at the 2 azure dragon war gods of the war god hall standing next to him.
2 women, tall and slender, dressed in black, exuding a heroic and captivating beauty.
He grinned and said, You should thank Spring, Snow and Thunder. If they hadn't delivered the medicinal herbs from the Temple of War in time, these low-grade herbs from Central Continent wouldn't have been enough to save your life. Because you are at least a king-level expert, your injuries are different from those of ordinary people. Yi Tang scratched his head and chuckled, That's all thanks to Prince Su's miraculous healing skills. With Prince Su's medical expertise, I wouldn't have died even if I wanted to. Su Ming shook his head. At this moment, a servant from Cloud Mist Manor rushed in, knelt before Su Ming, and respectfully said, Your Highness, the people from the Four Seas Medical Association outside request to see you. They've been kneeling at the door for over half an hour.
Alright, let them in,"
Su Ming said in a deep voice. A short while later, Xia Xinyun, Shui Linger, and their entourage stepped into Cloud Mist Manor. Cloud Mist Manor, the highest residence in Central Plains, is said to be owned by a renowned reclusive master from across the 9 provinces. Cloud Mist Manor usually avoids visitors, and ordinary people are not even qualified to approach it. Although it was a cry for help, it was thanks to Su Ming that Xia Xianyun and the others were able to broaden their horizons.
718, Chapter 718, A Gathering of Heroes.
The Medical Association of the Four Seas pays homage to the King of the 9 provinces. We beg the King of the 9 provinces to save our ancestor of the Four Seas Medical Association.
Xia Xinyun led the members of the Four Seas Medical Association to kneel before Su Ming.
Oh? Su Ming raised his head slightly, looked at Xia Xianyun and his group, and calmly asked, "Your Four Seas Medical Association is powerful and influential, why do you need my help? Oh, besides, Gu Qianshan is the medicine saint ancestor, if he is in trouble, many people should rush to save him." Upon hearing this, Xia Xianyun and the others did not look too pleased.
If it's an ordinary person, then of course that's how it is. But this time, the move was extraordinary.
So Xia Xianyun told Su Ming everything that had happened at the hotel, without daring to hide anything. After listening, Su Ming's gaze was calm and his eyes were cold. "So that's how it is. No wonder your Four Seas Medical Association had to kneel down and beg me. More than 20 experts at the King Realm are indeed not something a medical force can contend with."
"But what does that have to do with me?" Su Ming grinned and sneered, "I'm not in the mood to deal with your meddlesome affairs right now. Why should I help you?"
This.
Xia Xianyun and the others froze on the spot, their faces grim. Yes.
No matter how powerful Su Ming is, he has no relation to the Four Seas Medical Association, no gratitude or grudge, and no connection whatsoever.
There were even some minor disagreements before. Why would Su Ming intervene to save them?
But the ancestor offended the Grand Commandant's mansion because he was helping you deal with Qin Feiyu and the Wan family. I beg you, Prince Su, to be magnanimous and save the ancestor.
Xia Xianyun pleaded. Ha ha ha. Su Ming laughed loudly, stood up abruptly, and stared coldly at Xia Xianyun. "You brainless lackeys of the Four Seas Medical Association, and you, as the vice president, are you brainless too? You even helped me deal with Qin Feiyu. If I wanted Qin Feiyu dead, would he still be alive? Do I need you?" Su Ming sneered.
Xia Xianyun then realized he had said the wrong thing, and his face immediately turned red. "Since you, Prince Su, are unwilling to take action, please introduce us to the Master of Cloud Mist Manor. The Master of Cloud Mist Manor is a reclusive master and should be able to save our ancestor,"
Xia Xianyun tentatively said.
Su Ming grinned. "I am the owner of Cloud Mist Manor. This Cloud Mist Manor is merely a meeting place for the high-ranking members of my war god army. That's why we avoid receiving guests. Now you've seen me."
This? The entire Seahai Medical Association was shocked once again.
It turns out that the famous and extremely mysterious owner of Cloud Mist Manor is none other than Su Ming.
No wonder Su Ming was here. Everyone immediately understood. This left them completely helpless.
The next day, news that Night Owl War God Rakshasa was going to challenge the king of the 9 provinces at Cloud Mist Manor spread throughout the Central Plains.
It caused a huge sensation.
The king of Kyushu, the lord of Cloud Mist Manor, and Night Owl War God Rakshasa, 3 top figures from Kyushu, have all gathered at Cloud Mist Manor. What an enormous influence this is. It's something that happens only once in a century. Countless people in Zhengzhou are eagerly awaiting the results and want to see who among these 3 top figures is truly the most powerful. But no one knew that Su Ming alone held 2 of the 3 big shots positions.
Meanwhile, the battle for the ranking of medical skills is less than 10 days away. Medical forces from all over Kyushu flocked to Zhengzhou.
This includes the Kyushu Medical Academy, Xiao Qingyu, Luo Qianshan, and their forces. Also present were Lei Chongyun, the president of the Seahai Medical Association, and other senior members of the Seahai Medical Association. It was even rumored that Zhang Qianxi, the head of the Imperial Physician's Office, had come down in person, but his whereabouts were extremely secretive, and no one had seen him with their own eyes. In an instant, the entire Central Plains was a scene of great upheaval and change.
Inside a small bar in Zhengzhou City, Several young men and women were discussing the matter in a lively atmosphere.
In this battle at Cloud Mist Manor, who do you think is the most powerful among these three big shots? I think it's Rakshasa. Rakshasa is a true war god of the border region, and his various battle records are clear to everyone. There are very few people who can compare with him now. The king of the 9 provinces may have a great reputation, but he has been missing for so many years that no one has ever seen him in person. Who knows if this king of the 9 provinces is truly powerful or just pretending to be? He might not even be able to withstand a single move from a Rakshasa in a single encounter. A young man said excitedly. I think so too. Rakshasa is so powerful. When he came to Zhongzhou, no one dared to be disrespectful in front of him. The top tycoons of Zhongzhou wouldn't even dare to fart in front of him.
Does the king of the 9 provinces have that ability?
A woman next to him chimed in with a chuckle. That's right, I think he's nothing but a coward. He hides and doesn't dare to face anyone, otherwise how come no one has ever seen his true face?
Some people said it very strongly. Fart.
Just then, a sharp shout came from the side.
The lively atmosphere was suddenly shattered. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. A girl in a white dress was glaring angrily at them. It was none other than Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing happened to be in the bar as well. Since it was also the day her parents were arriving, she had arranged a time to pick up Chu Tiankai and Lin Shouyun. I never expected to hear these people slandering Su Ming like this behind his back. She couldn't listen to it anymore.
Hey, beautiful lady, do you have any brilliant ideas? Upon seeing Chu Qingqing, a beautiful woman with a stunning appearance, the group immediately began to mock and ridicule her.
Chu Qingqing said coldly, What Rakshasa, that's nothing but bullshit, a mere brute. You have no idea what the king of the 9 provinces represents. I, on the other hand, have seen it with my own eyes, and even spent a long time with him. That Rakshasa, if he didn't kneel down on the spot in fear when he saw the king of the 9 provinces, he'd be lucky.
You've seen him? A group of young men and women immediately showed expressions of surprise and doubt.
Are you kidding me? Tell us what the king of the 9 provinces looks like? Chu Qingqing sneered, No need to say anything, he'll be there soon. You'll see him for yourself. Keep pretending.
The group immediately sneered, Who are you? Although we think the king of Kyushu is inferior to Rakshasa, do you think you can know someone of that level? You must be joking.
Everyone laughed and didn't believe Chu Qingqing's words at all.
Creak. Just then, the bar door was pushed open, and Su Ming slowly stepped into the small bar. When Chu Qingqing saw Su Ming, her face lit up with joy, and she said with shining eyes, He's here, now you've seen him with your own eyes. Several young men and women immediately turned to look, but when they saw that it was Su Ming, they were all stunned.
Him? Is he the king of the 9 provinces?
Pfft, ha ha ha. The group couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if they had witnessed the biggest joke in the world.
Could this kid really be the king of the 9 provinces?
Then they'd all be like the heavenly king himself.
Mocking and contemptuous laughter echoed throughout the small bar.
Chu Qingqing was so angry that her face turned red.
719, Chapter 719. You've met the wrong person. Beautiful lady, is this the king of the 9 provinces you were talking about? You're making me laugh.
We know that the 3 big shots in Zhongzhou are currently gathered together, making a huge splash, and everyone wants to get a piece of the action, but this isn't the way to do it. Look at this kid, dressed like this, he's a far cry from being the king of the 9 provinces. If he becomes the king of the 9 provinces, then the entire 9 provinces are doomed. Several young men and women laughed loudly, looking at Chu Qingqing and Su Ming as if they were clowns. You? Chu Qingqing stomped her feet in anger.
Su Ming's gaze fell on the crowd, but his expression remained calm and composed.
The reason he is here today is because Chu Qingqing invited him. Lin Shouyun and Chu Yingkai will be coming over, and he agreed, so he came to meet Lin Shouyun. Otherwise, these people would never have had the chance to meet him.
Do you know what the king of the 9 provinces looks like?
Su Ming walked slowly forward, smiling as he looked at the group and asked. The group chuckled, looking at Su Ming with disdain. We've never seen the king of the 9 provinces, but he certainly doesn't look like you. The true king of the 9 provinces must be high above, dressed in fine clothes. What are you? Several young men and women looked at Su Ming as if he were an ant or trash. Su Ming grinned, not angry at all, and said calmly, Don't make hasty judgments about things you haven't seen before. After saying that, Su Ming turned around and said to Chu Qingqing, "Let's go, we don't have much time left."
Good. Chu Qingqing glared at the group of people, knowing that arguing with them would be pointless. Besides, Su Ming wasn't angry, so she couldn't say anything.
The two then prepared to leave the small bar. Seeing Su Ming's appearance, the others assumed that Su Ming had given it away. A young man rushed forward, blocking Su Ming's path. He crossed his arms and looked down at Su Ming, saying, "Kid, you think you can just show off and leave? It's not that simple. You're not the king of the 9 provinces, so this isn't a place you can just come and go as you please. Alright, I won't make things difficult for you. My shoes are a bit dirty, so kneel down and wipe them for me, and I'll let you go otherwise."
Bang!
However, before the young man could finish speaking, Su Ming slapped him across the face.
A loud bang.
The young man was sent flying several meters away, spitting out blood and losing several teeth. This instantly terrified the few remaining young men and women in the bar. Everyone stared at Su Ming in disbelief.
What's going on with this kid? How can a slap send a normal person flying that far? What kind of power does that require? Could he really be the king of Kyushu? No, that's impossible. How could the king of Kyushu possibly come to a place like this?
Although their strength seems terrifying, they are all ordinary people. Anyone above the Grandmaster or War God level can do it easily. Maybe this guy is just a bodyguard or thug for this woman.
That's what everyone was thinking.
After all, the king of Kyushu was far beyond their comprehension. The gap between them was simply unimaginable. Chu Qingqing, however, was filled with excitement, her whole body tense up with pleasure. It wasn't that she didn't want to argue, but she simply didn't have the ability. However, seeing Su Ming take action, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if the anger in her heart was about to burst out of her head.
You fucking dare to hit me. Do you even know who I am?
The young man, who had been beaten and was lying on the ground, raised his head, his eyes blazing with fury, his face contorted with rage as he glared menacingly at Su Ming. "I am the eldest son of the Luo family, ranked 25th in Zhongzhou. My family's assets are worth hundreds of billions. Killing me is as easy as stepping on an ant. My Luo family even has connections with the richest man, Han Xiancheng."
You piece of trash, you've messed with the wrong person.
The young man gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, then pulled out his phone, ready to call for help. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, then took out his phone and called Han Xiancheng.
The call was answered in less than 3 seconds. "Hello, King Su?" Han Xiancheng's voice was filled with panic and fear.
When Han Xiancheng suddenly received a call from Su Ming, she thought she had made a mistake again, and her heart trembled with fear. Su Ming held his phone and said with a faint smile, "There's some young master from the Luo family here who says he knows you. Why don't you talk to him about it?" After saying that, Su Ming walked up to the young man with his phone, grinning. "The call hasn't gone through yet, has it? Then don't call yet, or even a god couldn't save you later. Answer this call first." Su Ming handed over the phone.
The eldest son of the Luo family looked up at Su Ming with utter shock.
He took the phone with a mixture of surprise and doubt, and held it to his ear.
"Hello?" The eldest son of the Luo family asked tentatively. "Who the hell are you? I'm Han Xiancheng. What Luo family young master, do I even know you?" Han Xiancheng's voice was cursing loudly on the phone.
Upon hearing this furious voice, the eldest young master of the Luo family was so frightened that he almost wet himself.
"My whole body trembled instantly, and I got goosebumps." He said in a panic, "Mr. Han, I'm Luo Erlang from the Luo family. I even visited you with my father before and brought you gifts. Do you remember?"
"I don't remember your head, get lost."
Han Xiancheng roared, "Do you know who's standing in front of you? The current king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the War God army, and Luo Erlang. If you mess with him, the entire central province will be doomed. And you want me to be implicated? Believe me, I'll take my men and wipe out your Luo family right now." Han Xiancheng's irritable voice rang out incessantly. Upon hearing this, Luo Erlang was completely terrified.
She looked up, staring at Su Ming in disbelief.
"This kid is actually the king of the 9 provinces? Can I have my phone back now?"
Su Ming grinned and reached out his hand to Luo Erlang.
Yes.
Luo Erlang, trembling and shaking like a leaf, held the phone in his trembling hands and handed it back to Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and nodded. "Oh, and one more thing, I held back just now, otherwise, you'd be a corpse by now." After saying that, Su Ming's smile vanished, his face turning as cold as ice, and he strode out with Chu Qingqing. Luo Erlang slumped to the ground, as if his soul had been drained, his eyes devoid of any life. Several young men and women surged forward from behind. They helped Luo Erlang up one after another. "Young Master Luo, are you alright? You just let him go like that? How dare this kid be so arrogant and act so disrespectfully in front of you?" Several people were filled with righteous indignation and became enraged. "Shut up, all of you, don't even mention me." Even 10 or 100 members of the Luo family wouldn't be able to afford to offend him. Because he truly is the king of the 9 provinces. Luo Erlang said, looking utterly dejected and filled with despair. "Ha!" Everyone was stunned and speechless, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, too terrified to utter a single word. The entire small bar was deathly silent. 720, Chapter 720. I bought. Inside the Zhengzhou Hotel. Chu Tiankai and Lin Shouyun arrived first and were greeting their distinguished guests. A middle-aged man with an overweight build and a potbelly, named Zhou He, is the general manager of the Zhengzhou branch of Chu Yingkai Jinsheng Company. Chu Yingkai invited this general manager over because he wanted to apply for a job transfer. Chu Qingqing has established a firm foothold in Zhengzhou, expanding her business there. Chu Yingkai and Lin Shouyun also plan to move here. But to move here, the job transfer must be completed first. Lin Shouyun is alright, she can easily lose her job at the pharmacy, since she only earns a few thousand yuan a month anyway. But Chu Yingkai is different. He had already successfully become a regional department manager in Yunqing thanks to Su Ming's influence, earning tens of thousands of yuan a month. He can't bear to leave. So I plan to apply to headquarters if I can be transferred from Yunqing. That would be great and a logical step. Moreover, if he can climb to a higher position in the future, it will also be of some help to Chu Qingqing's career. Manager Zhou, please have a seat. These are gifts I brought you from Yunqing. Look, these are all Yunqing specialty cigarettes, fine wines, you can't buy them anywhere else, and this is the most valuable one, my Chu family heirloom, the Bagua mirror. Someone offered us over 100 million before, but we didn't sell it. Chu Yingkai bowed and scraped, displaying his flattery to the fullest, and respectfully presented the local specialties and the Bagua mirror. Zhou leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, looking arrogant, and didn't even glance at the local specialties Chu Yingkai had given him. What kind of local specialty is this? They say you can't buy it anywhere else. But in reality, it's just some rustic, unsophisticated thing from a remote mountain village. You can't see cow dung in the city, but is that stuff valuable? Zhou He scoffed. He came here to see what benefits Chu Yingkai could offer, but he was disappointed to find it was all this rubbish. Someone like that wants to be transferred to head office, that's just wishful thinking. There was another person in the room, the general manager of the branch company, Jinsheng Company. I came along to plead for Chu Yingkai. However, it was because Su Ming understood. If the company can retain members of the Chu family, it means they have some connection with that big shot. He came here to prevent such a situation from happening. The general manager immediately smiled broadly and said to Zhou He, Manager Zhou, Chu Yingkai has performed very well at the Yunqing branch. He has helped our company secure many large contracts. You are absolutely capable of handling the tasks assigned by headquarters. I have already communicated with headquarters and completed the handover procedures. All I need to do here is give your approval. Jin Quan said to Zhou He with a big smile. Jin Quan, are you out of your mind? Unexpectedly, as soon as Jin Quan finished speaking, Zhou He suddenly turned around and looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at an idiot. Do you think that just because you're surnamed Jin, you can call the shots in the entire Jinsheng company? What can this country bumpkin do if he's transferred to headquarters? Do you know that every contract at our Zhengzhou Jinsheng company headquarters is worth millions? This country bumpkin would probably be terrified if he saw the contract figures, right? He throws all sorts of trash over here. I bet being in that rural place has lowered your standards, you idiot. Zhou He showed no mercy and started cursing at Jin Quan. It appears to be an insult directed at Jin Quan, the head of the branch office. But in reality, it was an insult directed at Chu Yingkai and Lin Shouyun, mocking them as country bumpkins. Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun understood this principle perfectly well, and were instantly humiliated, their faces turning red with shame, unable to even lift their heads.
If he were capable, would he have brought this pile of garbage to see me? He can't even be a decent human being, yet he wants to get things done. He's over 50 years old, don't be so naive.
Joey's face was sharp, and he snorted coldly. Jean Quan's expression was extremely awkward. He composed himself and said, Manager Zhou, I know you have high standards, but things aren't that simple. Chewing size transfer has a huge impact. The implications behind it aren't what you see. This matter is entirely beneficial to our company.
If you agree, the entire headquarters will benefit from it.
Jean Quan tried his best to persuade him.
Go to hell.
Zhou flew into a rage and swept all the teacups off the table, smashing them to pieces on the floor.
What are you trying to say? Zhou raised his head, looking at Chu Yingkai and the other two with disdain. You mean this idiot has a powerful backer, right? He has connections, right? Who is his backer? Is it you? Let me tell you, do you know how many important figures have come to Zhongzhou these days? There are also 3 earth-shattering big shots meeting at Cloud Mist Manor. Cloud Mist Manor, have you 3 bumpkins ever heard of it? And he dares to talk to me about his background and connections. Roll.
Zhou was furious and had lost all patience. He stood up and prepared to leave.
Chu Yingkai hurriedly pleaded, Manager Zhou, please give me another chance. My daughter and another important person are arriving soon. Please meet them and we can talk about it. Say no what? Zhou turned his head and glared at Chu Yingkai. What important people could a country bumpkin like you possibly know? Creak.
At this point, the room door was pushed open.
Su Ming and Chu Qingqing have arrived. He opened the door and came in. Qingqing.
Chu Yingkai and Lin Xiaoyun hurriedly and happily got up.
Xiao Ming. Lin Xiaoyun blurted it out almost without thinking that there was anything wrong with it. But Chu Yingkai glared at Lin Xiaoyun, his face full of embarrassment, and nodded and smiled at Su Ming. Su Ming. He wanted to call out to King Su, but he just couldn't bring himself to say it. Boss. Jean Quan jumped to his feet, his face tense and his nerves on edge. What the hell? Zhou glanced at Su Ming from head to toe, then sneered, so you're chewing size backer, huh? I thought you were some big shot, but you're just trash. Who are you, young master or playboy? Get out of the way, don't block Grandpa's path. Zhou Heli's shouted voice. On the way here, Chu Qingqing had already told him about chewing size transfer and that she and Lin Xiaoyun were moving over together. Now that he saw the situation, Su Ming roughly understood what was going on. Although he didn't have a good impression of Chu Yingkai and Chu Qingqing. But at least they're family with Lin Xiaoyun. Moreover, Chu Qingqing has indeed changed since coming to Zhongzhou and has stopped causing trouble. Su Ming first nodded slightly to Lin Xiaoyun and smiled, Aunt Lin. That counts as giving a heads up. Then Su Ming turned around, his gaze falling on Zhou He, and said with a smile, Zhou He, right, Executive General Manager of Jinxing Company. How much is your Jinxing Company worth? Name your price, and I'll buy it. Ha! Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. Chu Yingkai, Lin Xiaoyun, and Jean Quan, in particular, were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. They all knew Su Ming's identity. Even if it's amazing, it can't be this exaggerated. That's not how you spend money. After his initial surprise, Zhou burst into laughter, looking at Su Ming and saying, You piece of trash, trying to show off in front of Meido. You even know how much our Jinxing Company is worth? You want to buy it? Can you afford it? All of you combined in this room couldn't even buy a tenth of it. Stop talking nonsense and name your price. Su Ming said indifferently. Get out of here, you phony. Zhou didn't want to waste time with Su Ming. But Su Ming's time is more precious. He glanced up at Zhou He and said with a faint smile, All right, I forgot, you're just a general manager, you don't have that authority, right? Fine, then you're fired. I'll speak directly with your chairman. After saying that, Su Ming took out his phone and called Zhang Yilin. Hey, take your men to the headquarters of Jinxing Company in Zhongzhou immediately and acquire the entire company. I need to receive a message within 10 minutes. Oh, right, there's also Zhou He. From now on, he's no longer an employee of Jinxing Company. After speaking, Su Ming slowly put down his phone. 721, Chapter 721. I am the master of the manor. Keep pretending, I'm giving you the chance to keep pretending.
Hearing Su Ming make the phone call, Joey grinned.
Instead, they stopped moving. He turned and walked to the dining table, pulled up a chair and sat down, a sneer on his face. Wasn't it 10 minutes? I'll give you 10 minutes. Let's see how you good-for-nothings clean up this mess. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're one of the top 3 big shots in Zhengzhou? By the way, I'm not just going to wait for you for 10 minutes. I'm going to make sure none of you leave. After saying that, Joey took out his phone and called the board member with whom he had the best relationship within his company. Hey, Chairman Lin, could you please bring 20 or 30 men over here? We've run into a bunch of country bumpkins. I am going to teach them a lesson they won't forget. How dare they act so disrespectfully in front of me? Joey, I'll show them what real power is. After saying that, Joey arrogantly put down his phone, crossed his arms, and waited to see how Su Ming and the others would die. Manager Zhou, he really is. Jin Quan couldn't stand it anymore, so he took 2 steps closer and said with a look of fear on his face. Shut up! Joey roared, interrupting Jin Quan's words. He glanced at Jin Quan with anger and contempt, and shouted, birds of a feather flock together, never seen a big snake piss before. You think you're something special today? I'll show you, Jin Quan, that Zhengzhou isn't a place for you country bumpkins to act tough. You? Jin Quan was so angry he was about to faint, but Joey was completely unyielding, and he had no way to reason with him. They could only stand obediently to the side. This idiot doesn't deserve to work at the Central State Headquarters, let alone be a manager. The truly short-sighted person is Joey. They won't let him speak. Fine, he wants to see how Joey dies. Only by clearing away this garbage will he have a chance to climb up. 5 minutes have passed. Jin Quan still hadn't received any news. On the contrary, Chu Yingkai, Lin Xiuyun and others were a little flustered. Why haven't we heard anything yet? Logically speaking, if it were truly the acquisition of a company worth tens of billions, it should have caused an instant sensation in Zhengzhou. Could it be that Su Ming's identity has become useless? Or is it that Su Ming's identity is only useful in Yunqing, but becomes useless in Zhengzhou? Just thinking about it made Chu Yingkai start to feel uneasy. His heart was practically in his throat. Boom! At that moment, the door to the hotel private room was pushed open, and a man in a black overcoat stepped into the room. Upon seeing the man, Joey was overjoyed. He stood up abruptly, walked over, and shook hands with the man. Chairman Lin, you're here, good brother. I knew it. If I had called, you would have come immediately. As he spoke, Joey turned and gave Su Ming a disdainful look. You still have 10 minutes, you've already missed your chance. From now on, it won't matter if you bunch of trash beg for mercy. It's over. Seeing this, Chu Yingkai's heart sank to the bottom, his eyes filled with despair. There's been no news from Su Ming for quite some time. But their reinforcements arrived in no time. How can this be compared? Sure enough, this kid is completely unreliable. He's nothing but a braggart. He has no real ability whatsoever and can only put on an act in front of ordinary people like them. Smack! However, the next moment, Chairman Lin did not shake hands with Joey. Instead, he slapped Joey across the face, his thick eyebrows raised, his eyes filled with rage, and he roared, useless trash, look at the mess you've made. The entire company has been ruined because of you. The chairman has been fired, and half the company has lost their jobs. It's all because of you, you piece of trash. I wish I could kill you. Chairman Lin gritted his teeth, wishing he could beat Joey to death. What? Joey's face was covered in blood from the slaps, but he had no time to care. He just stared at Chairman Lin in shock. Why, I caused this, how is that possible? Waste. Chairman Lin didn't even bother to look at Joey, and said angrily, you still want to be my brother, you're not even worthy of being my dog. After saying that, Chairman Lin turned around, knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud, and handed a document to Su Ming with both hands. Chairman, this is a contract transferred by Jinsheng Company. From today onwards, you are the chairman of Jinsheng Company. Ah? Joey felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Chu Yingkai and the others stared wide-eyed, speechless. Su Ming said calmly, give the contract to Zhang Yilin and bring it under the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Yes. Chairman Lin bowed his head respectfully. Then take this piece of trash with you and get out of here. Don't disturb our meal. Su Ming said again. Yes.
Chairman Lin stood up and kicked Zhou He to the ground. Not only are you fired, but all your assets in Jinxing Company have been frozen from now on. You have no right to work in Zhengzhou. Moreover, many board members outside are waiting to take your life. Whether you'll even see the sunrise tomorrow is uncertain.
Chairman Lin sneered. Oh my God.
Zhou He was so frightened that he fainted on the spot.
Drag him away. Chairman Lin gave a stern shout.
Immediately, his men rushed up and dragged the unconscious Zhou He away like a dead dog.
Please enjoy your meal, sir. If you need anything, feel free to order. It'll be on my tab, Chairman Lin said with a smile as he took his leave at the door, then closed the door behind him. The entire room fell silent. Su Ming and the others sat down again. Shu Yingkai didn't even dare to breathe loudly.
Now he truly understood how powerful and influential Su Ming was in Zhengzhou, 1,000 times more terrifying than he had imagined. Most importantly, from now on, he's working for Su Ming.
Xiaoming, I never knew
you were so amazing. We were almost at our wits' end, but you solved it with just one phone call. Now I know just how incredible you are. Lin Xiaoyun held Su Ming's hand, praising him endlessly, her joy genuine happy.
Unlike others, Lin Xiaoyun was genuinely kind to Su Ming. Whether Su Ming was the king of Kyushu or Su Ming who was seriously injured and had nowhere to go, she treated him with sincerity. This is also why Su Ming has always been completely open with Lin Xiaoyun. Su Ming smiled and said, just let me know about these things in the future. By the way, Aunt Lin, do you have a place to stay? Why don't you stay at Cloud Mist Manor for a while until you find a place to stay? Cloud Mist Manor? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent.
I just heard Zhou He mention Yunwu Mountain Villa, a gathering place for 3 top talents. They never expected Su Ming to invite them to Cloud Mist Manor. What a huge honor that is.
Shu Yingkai almost fainted.
Shu Qingqing was also shocked. She had intended to say that she had plenty of places to stay, but upon hearing the words Cloud Mist Manor, she swallowed the words back. She would have no regrets in her life if she could spend one night in a place like that.
But Su Ming only invited Lin Xiaoyun. They probably weren't qualified.
Moreover, Cloud Mist Manor has a mysterious bigwig, the manor lord. If too many people are invited, it's probably not something Su Ming can decide on his own.
Can I go? I heard that there is a mysterious master in Yunwu Manor, and I'm afraid of offending him.
Lin Xiaoyun said, flattered. I am the master of Cloud Mist Manor. Su Ming said with a smile. At this moment, everyone realized that Su Ming was one of the 3 so-called big shots of Zhengzhou.
722, Chapter 722. The Master of Cloud Mist Manor, him?
At the Wan family headquarters, Wan Shirin received a call from Qin Feiyu.
You mean you need to go to Cloud Mist Manor to get the antidote prescription? Wan Shirin asked.
That's right, the Four Seas Medical Association has already sent word that we can get the antidote prescription once we arrive at Cloud Mist Manor. Their medicine Saint Ancestor is in my hands. They wouldn't dare lie even if they had 10 lives. Qin Feiyu said on the phone. I understand now, thank you, cousin Qin. I thought the Wan family was doomed this time. Now, we're saved. Wan Shirin said gratefully and hung up the phone.
Wan Shirin's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, was finally put at ease.
With this incident these past 2 days, the Wan family is facing pressure from the entire Central Plains, and she almost went crazy. In retrospect, it seems that the Four Seas Medical Association did indeed scheme against us. Fortunately, Qin Feiyu was capable enough to threaten the Four Seas Medical Association, otherwise, the Wan family wouldn't have known how to resolve this problem.
Shirin, how is it? What did Qin Feiyu say?
Wan Jinshan, Luo Hongxia, Wan Hua, and the others looked at Wan Shirin with tense expressions and asked.
It's been resolved.
Wan Shirin regained her composure and smiled as she spoke. Neither we nor Qin Feiyu knew anything about it. We were all tricked by the Four Seas Medical Association. However, Qin Feiyu has already captured the medicine Saint Ancestor, and the Four Seas Medical Association has agreed to hand over the prescription. They've sent me to Cloud Mist Manor to retrieve it. Wan Shirin smiled and said.
Very good.
Upon hearing this, the Wan family members breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, and almost collapsed to the ground.
This huge problem is finally solved.
Qin Feiyu is the most reliable one. I knew it. only he was willing to help us after all. He's family, not an outsider. If it were your good-for-nothing husband back then, he would probably have been scared out of his wits on the spot. Luo Hongxia said with a big smile. Yes, Xian, seize the opportunity to get the antidote and resolve this problem. We must be careful in the future. We can't afford to let this happen twice.
Wan Jinshan reminded him. I see.
Wan Shirin nodded calmly. At this moment, a senior executive from the Wan family headquarters walked in and respectfully said to Wan Shirin, reporting to President Wan, the matter you asked us to investigate has been clarified. The Night Owl War God Rakshasa did indeed visit the Shin family and went on a killing spree, killing dozens of the Shin family's servants and henchmen. However, the Night Owl War God wasn't looking for Su Ming, but rather for the king of the 9 provinces already headed to Cloud Mist Manor, and it's estimated that a major battle that will shake the Central Plains is inevitable in the next couple of days.
I see.
Wan Shirin nodded calmly, now she understood completely.
Su Ming and the like are nothing but ants, just a fuse.
A big shot like Rakshasa wouldn't possibly be after Su Ming. His purpose was nothing more than to use Su Ming to attack the Shin family and force them to reveal information about the king of Kyushu. Unexpectedly, the king of Kyushu, who is famous throughout the 9 provinces, is also at Cloud Mist Manor.
It seems the rumors circulating outside are true.
The gathering of 3 top figures who have made a name for themselves throughout the land at Cloud Mist Manor is truly a once-in-a-century event.
Shirin, why are you asking about the Night Owl War God? Do you want to win over that important figure? This is not a good thing. Putting aside that important figure, he is not someone our Wan family can win over. Our little temple cannot support such a god. Moreover, that Rakshasa kills without blinking an eye. If we offend him even slightly, our entire Wan family will be finished. Wan Jinshan looked at Wan Shirin with a fearful expression. People need to understand their own identity and status.
Although the Wan family is somewhat well known in Zhengzhou, they are still a long way from being a top-tier powerhouse like Rakshasa. They are not people who can be mutually restrained. For a Rakshasa to wipe out 10,000 families is as simple as lifting a finger.
Wan Shirin, don't be so confused.
Wan Shirin smiled calmly, her gaze deep yet radiant, and said confidently, Rakshasa is not worthy. Although he has a great reputation, his name is not legitimate in the end. Without being incorporated, he is just a bandit. What I want to see is the king of the 9 provinces. Moreover, I am certain that the king of the 9 provinces will win this decisive battle.
The king of the 9 provinces? Everyone in the Wan family stared wide-eyed.
Only then did he realize how ambitious Wan Shirin was.
They've even looked down on someone like Rakshasa.
Instead, he wanted to befriend the king of Kyushu.
With such vision and perspective, how could any family not prosper and flourish?
Everyone then realized that Wan Shirin was no longer the same as before, and had higher aspirations for the future.
Who is worthy of Wan Shirin now?
In any case, I'll take some people to Cloud Mist Manor first. If we're lucky enough to meet the king of the 9 provinces, then my Wan family will truly rise to prominence. Wan Shirin, with an imposing air, turned and walked out. Only Wan Jinshan and a few others were left dumbfounded. Half an hour later, Wan Shirin led her people to the foot of Yunwu Mountain Villa. On the way up the mountain, they happened to run into Su Ming leading Lin Shouyun to Cloud Mist Manor. Wan Shirin turned her head and glanced at it, and immediately became furious.
Is this kid really so oblivious to his impending doom? Having provoked the Night Owl God of War, and luckily escaping death, instead of fleeing for their lives, they're still swaggering around here. Are they afraid they won't die fast enough? And who is that next to Su Ming? Isn't that Lin Shouyun from the Chu family in Yuncheng? Wan Shirin almost fainted from anger. Leading his men, he strode up to Su Ming, blocking his path, and angrily said, Are you out of your mind? Can you be this stupid? Have you never understood life? Do you even know where you are?
Su Ming glanced up at Wan Shirin, but had no interest in paying attention to the woman. He simply said indifferently, Cloud Mist Manor. You knew that, yet you still came. Didn't you know that Rakshasa was near Cloud Mist Manor, waiting to fight the king of the 9 provinces? Did you provoke Rakshasa before? Do you really want to die, and drag others down with you? Explain. At this point, Wan Shirin couldn't help but glance at Lin Shouyun. That woman is stupid. It's been so long, and I still haven't seen through this kid's true colors. It's not surprising, though the Chu family is all unambitious and narrow-minded in Yunchenj. It's understandable that they would believe in a kid who talks big. It's true that every pitiful person has something hateful about them. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyun frowned and shook her head, saying, Miss Wan, are you mistaken? Xiaoming is the master of Yunwu Manor. If he's not qualified to come here, who is? Ha! Hearing this, Wan Shirin was so angry she laughed, seeing Su Ming and Lin Xiaoyun shaking their heads. She felt that the two were beyond saving.
Him, the master of Cloud Mist Manor, if he were the master of Cloud Mist Manor, would he have ended up like this?
Lin Xiaoyun, I'll call you Aunt Lin. You'd better see reality sooner rather than later. Don't be fooled by a few words from some people, otherwise, even a god can't save you.
Wan Shirin looked at Su Ming with an icy expression.
It harms both others and yourself. What a hopeless guy. 723, Chapter 723. A Superb Treasure Land.
Are you done talking? Can you get out of here now that you've finished talking?
Su Ming looked up, offering no explanation, but staring coldly at Wan Shirin.
No one can change this woman's mind. There's not much to explain.
Fine, you can't reason with a suicidal ghost if you want to die. Who can stop you? You'd better pray that you don't encounter any Rakshasa on your way up the mountain, otherwise you won't even see what Cloud Mist Manor looks like, and you might already be lying dead in the wilderness. After speaking, Wan Shirin slowly stepped aside, making way for the path up the mountain. Su Ming didn't even bother to look at Wan Shirin, and led Lin Xiaoyun up the mountain.
On the way, Lin Xiaoyun couldn't help but worry. She had no doubt about Su Ming's identity.
But she learned from Wan Shirin that Su Ming had offended some Rakshasa. She had been hearing about it ever since she came to Zhongzhou. That Rakshasa was a ruthless character. Because if Su Ming were to encounter someone like this while trying to take her up the mountain, it wouldn't be good. So Lin Xiaoyun said to Su Ming with some concern, Xiaoming, why don't we go up the mountain? Yunwu Manor isn't anything special, to put it bluntly. It's just a house with a big reputation. You can see that anywhere.
Aunt Lin, you don't believe me either, do you? Su Ming smiled and said.
No, I'm just worried about that Rakshasa. Lin Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment before speaking. I see, then there's no need to worry. Cloud Mist Manor is perfectly safe. I wouldn't dare to force my way in even if I gave Rakshasa 10 lives. Besides, I also want to show Aunt Lin how someone like this can fall at my feet.
Su Ming grinned. Seeing Su Ming's confidence, Lin Xiaoyun didn't say anything more.
A moment later, the two entered Cloud Mist Manor, and Lin Xiaoyun was amazed by what she saw.
This is not just a house with a big reputation.
The entire Cloud Mist Manor enjoys the best of timing and location, as if it were surrounded by clouds and mist. Furthermore, Su Ming used the array to adjust the atmosphere, and the manor was filled with spiritual energy. Upon entering, one immediately felt refreshed, lightheaded, and at peace, with a sense of comfort throughout.
The furnishings inside are exquisitely detailed, and every single item is a priceless antique.
Lin Xiaoyun was dumbfounded. This was truly an eye-opening experience. If Su Ming hadn't brought her here, she might never have come into contact with something like this in her entire life. Even if Chu Qingqing worked hard for her whole life, she didn't know if she could ever get her hands on such a top-tier mountain villa.
This is something that money alone can no longer grant access to.
Su Ming turned his head and saw that the people from the Sihai Medical Association were indeed still there. Since he was unwilling to take action, the people from the Sihai Medical Association had no choice but to agree to hand over the antidote formula to ensure Guo Qianshan's safety. But his encounter with Wan Shirin just now annoyed Su Ming.
Su Ming sneered, who gave you permission to give the Wan family the antidote formula?
Xia Senyun stood up abruptly, his face grim, and said, Prince Su, we have no other choice. If we force it, we'll all lose our lives and still not be able to save our ancestor. We have no other option but to temporarily appease Qin Feiyu, and the Wan family's prescription has no antidote.
I see. Su Ming snorted coldly, well, you do have a bit of quick wit, knowing to use my Cloud Mist Manor as a backer that way. Even if Qin Feiyu brings people to exchange, you can go back on your word on the spot and he can't do anything about it. But let me tell you, they didn't bring Guo Qianshan with them at all, so your trick will work.
Su Ming said with a cold laugh.
What? The members of the Sihai Medical Association looked at each other in astonishment.
This Qin Feiyu really has no intention of letting the medicine saint ancestor go. Xie Xianyun's face was extremely ugly.
Alright,
I can help you save Qianshan, but you're not allowed to give the players any antidote, let them fend for themselves.
Su Ming's gaze darkened as he spoke coldly.
Yes. The entire medical association of all over the world expresses its deepest gratitude to King Su for his great kindness and virtue.
Hearing that Su Ming had finally agreed, Xia Senyun and the others were overjoyed.
They all knelt on the ground and thanked Su Ming. Call Qin Feiyu and have him bring his men over. Tell him the owner of Cloud Mist Manor wants to see him, Su Ming said coldly.
Thank you, Prince Su.
Xia Senyun was overjoyed, feeling a huge weight lifted off his shoulders, and was so excited he almost collapsed. Immediately pull out your phone and contact Qin Feiyu. Su Ming led Lin Xiaoyun further inside. Lin Xiaoyun looked at him with suspicion.
Xiaoming, who were those people just now? What did they ask you for? Why were they also agitated?
Lin Xiaoyun asked, her face full of curiosity and doubt.
Judging from Xia Xianyun and the others' attire, they don't look like ordinary people.
They are from the Four Seas Medical Association. The one in front is Xia Xianyun, the vice president of the Four Seas Medical Association. They are begging me to save their ancestor of the Four Seas Medical Association, who is also the medicine saint of Zhangzhou.
Su Ming answered calmly. Oh my god. Lin Xiaoyun was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth.
That's when I truly saw just how powerful Su Ming's status and position really were. The Four Seas Medical Association is a renowned and massive medical association throughout the land, producing only the most talented individuals. Back then, Lu Jianming, with his identity as a member of the Sihai Medical Association, was able to swagger around and thrive in Yuncheng. But now, the entire Sihai Medical Association is kneeling here, begging Su Ming to save them. What authority this is! After they sat down in the hall, Su Ming personally poured tea for Lin Xiaoyun. At this moment, Yi Tang quickly walked over and respectfully said to Su Ming, Your Highness, we just received news that Rakshasa is at the foot of the mountain, and it seems she is meeting with several important figures. It appears they are preparing to attack the mountain and this. Yi Tang took out a letter of challenge and handed it to Su Ming.
This was discovered outside this morning. It was clearly sent by Rakshasa as a challenge to you.
Su Ming didn't even glance at it and told Yi Tang to throw the challenge letter into the trash can.
He's just a defeated foe, no matter how many he gathers, they're all a rabble. I am right here. Here we wait for him. If he doesn't dare enter the manor, he doesn't even deserve to challenge me. No need for excessive defense, let them have thousands of troops, I alone am enough. Su Ming remained calm and composed, exuding an imposing aura.
Yes. Yi Tang smiled, her blood boiling, full of confidence. The war god army has never been afraid of anyone. Moreover, he is the leader of the war god army. On the slope of Yunwu Mountain. What a wonderful, naturally blessed place. An old man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the scene before him with astonishment, as if he had discovered a treasure. I never imagined that such a small place as Zhongzhou would have such a treasure. Look, the flowers and plants here are several times more vibrant and lush than those outside, not to mention the Cloud Mist Manor shrouded in mist. It must be full of spiritual energy. If I could cultivate here for 3 to 5 years, my martial arts realm would reach its peak. Rakshasa, you've come to the right place. The old man had bright eyes, stroked his white beard, and said with a smile. The Rakshasa stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Master, the reason I invited you here is so that you can witness with your own eyes how I slay the king of the 9 provinces. From this day forward, the name of our blood fiend hall will resound throughout the entire 9 provinces. With the death of the king of the 9 provinces, no one can stand against us anymore. Rakshasa wore a wicked smile, exuding boundless arrogance. Once I kill the king of the 9 provinces, I will present this Cloud Mist Manor to you, Master, as a congratulatory gift.
724, Chapter 724 Invitation. Okay.
Upon hearing this, Rakshasa Master Blood Demon Hall Ghost Venerable laughed heartily and said good.
3 times. However, I've heard that the king of Kyushu is no ordinary man. Several years ago, he single-handedly killed 8 bandit leaders. Are you sure you can handle him by yourself? Would you like me to lend you a hand? The Ghost Venerable asked the Rakshasa. He coveted the Cloud Mist Manor terribly, and Rakshasa could not afford to lose it this time. Rakshasa laughed confidently, that coward is not worth mentioning. He is the king of the 9 provinces,
but he has only a name. I have been in the central province for several days now, and he knows I am here, but he has been avoiding me. Now he is even hidden in the Cloud Mist Manor and is acting like a coward. Master, rest assured, killing him is as easy as crushing an ant. I have already issued a challenge to him. If he doesn't show up by noon today, I will personally storm the manor and take his head.
The Rakshasa was filled with heroic spirit and brimming with murderous intent. Good. The ghost venerable smiled broadly. Your training has not been in vain. I will wait and see. The ghost venerable stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Wan Shireen arrived at the entrance of Yunwu Manor and waited, but she never saw anyone from the Seahai Medical Association. Did the people from the Four Seas Medical Association go back on their word? They refused to hand over the antidote formula? Are they even willing to risk the life of Guo Qianshan, the medicine saint? Just as Wan Shireen was hesitating whether to knock on the door and go in, her phone rang. Wan Shireen took it out and saw that it was a call from Qin Feiyu. Wan Shireen answered. Hello? Where are you now? Qin Feiyu asked excitedly over the phone. I'm at the entrance of Cloud Mist Manor, and I haven't received the prescription yet, nor have I seen anyone from the Four Seas Medical Association. I was just about to ask you what's going on. Wan Shireen said, frowning. That's good. Don't wander around recklessly, and don't offend the Cloud Mist Manor Master. I just received news that the Cloud Mist Manor Master personally invited me to see him. Do you know what a huge opportunity this is? With the Master's help, what is the Four Seas Medical Association? They'd be kneeling down obediently, handing over the antidote prescription to you with both hands. Qin Feiyu laughed smugly. Real? Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen was overjoyed. Although her original target was the King of Kyushu, even if she could meet him, given her status, the King of Kyushu might not cooperate with her or have any dealings with her. The owner of Cloud Mist Manor, though not as powerful as the King of Kyushu, is still a renowned top figure. These three big shots, apart from Rakshasa, would be incredibly powerful and wealthy if they could get help from any one of them. You wait, I'll bring my men and Guo Qianshan over right away. This time, Qin Feiyu, will truly turn the tables. Qin Feiyu laughed heartily, hung up the phone, and had obviously already set off. Wan Shireen smiled and put down her phone. Unexpectedly, this good fortune turned into misfortune, and he gained the favor of the manor lord. Wan Shireen will soon break out of Zhengzhou and stand on a higher stage. Oh, isn't this Miss Wan Shireen? Just then, a voice came from behind Wan Shireen. Wan Shireen turned her head and saw that it was Duan Xingyue who had arrived with her people. Duan Xingyue ran away secretly. Su Ming ordered the Shin family to keep a close watch on Duan Xingyue and to wait there until the people from Dizhou came to take the girl back. But how could Duan Xingyue, who loves to join in the fun, possibly miss such a big event as Cloud Mist Manor? She would regret it for the rest of her life if she missed it. Moreover, upon learning that her savior, the Border King, was located within the Cloud Mist Manor, she was filled with longing and eagerness to see him. I finally met my hero. President Duan. Wan Shireen turned around and bowed her head respectfully to Duan Xingyue. Although she had received definite information about Qin Feiyu, at present, her status was still vastly different from that of someone like Duan Xingyue from the imperial state, so she dared not be the slightest bit presumptuous. Duan Xingyue could command the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou with just a word. This is something that can't be achieved simply by having a certain status. But it will be soon. She, Wan Shireen, will soon have such a day too. Wan Shireen was filled with boundless ambition. Duan Xingyue glanced at Wan Shireen and smiled, saying, You want to enter Cloud Mist Manor, but with your status, it would be difficult for you to even get in. Well then, since I'm in a good mood today, I'll take you in to broaden your horizons. I'll also let you see a true hero. Duan Xingyue was beaming with pride, and she also had another purpose, to show off. She wanted to see what kind of expression a woman like Wan Shireen would have when she met the Border King. No. Wan Shireen smiled awkwardly and quickly shook her head, saying, I've already made an appointment with someone else, and I'll be able to get in soon. Besides, it was the Manor Lord who personally invited me. You, the owner of Cloud Mist Manor, personally invited you. Fine, then I'll see if you have the ability. I'll go into Cloud Mist Manor first and wait for you. Seeing the proud and smug expression on Wan Shireen's face, Duan Xingyue couldn't help but let out a mocking sneer.
A short-sighted woman doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. She was invited by Duan Xingyue, but instead of seizing the opportunity, she even claimed that the Cloud Mist Manor owner had personally invited her. What a pipe dream. Duan Xingyue sneered disdainfully, ignored Wan Shirin, and led her people toward the main gate. Duan Xingyue pressed the doorbell, and a short while later, the door opened, and it was opened by the manor's servant who usually did odd jobs. Not recognizing Duan Xingyue, he shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, unless the manor lord personally invites you, no one else is allowed to enter." Duan Xingyue's eyebrows shot up, and she coldly shouted, "Are you blind? I am the third princess of the royal family, Duan Xingyue. I have come to see the border king. What are you, the manor lord, to do? You have to kneel and pay your respects to me too. If you dare not let me in, be careful your head rolls off the bridge." The servant looked at Duan Xingyue in astonishment. I never expected them to be so powerful. He hurriedly replied, "Princess, please wait a moment. I will go and inform the master of the estate immediately." Then why waste time? Duan Xingyue gave a cold shout. The servant hurriedly turned around and ran to report to Su Ming. Duan Xingyue was not one to wait patiently. Seeing that her servants had run away, she didn't wait for a report and swaggered into Cloudmist Manor. As soon as she entered, Duan Xingyue saw Xia Senyun and the rest of the Sihai Medical Association gathered around her. Xia Senyun knew Duan Xingyue's identity and gave her a respectful and polite smile. Duan Xingyue glanced at them, not taking them seriously, and said arrogantly, "I'm here to find the Borderland King. Do you know where he is?" Xia Senyun was taken aback. "Frontier King? Isn't that just King Su?" "It's just one person." It seems Duan Xingyue doesn't know Su Ming's identity yet, but there's no point in hiding it. Xia Senyun replied, "He should be having tea on the second floor, Miss Duan. You should be able to find him by going up from the side of the hall." "Thank you." Duan Xingyue, beaming with excitement, immediately told her subordinates to stay put and quickened her pace towards the second floor. "The thought of soon meeting my idol, my beloved, fills me with joy." Her heart was pounding. She had never felt anything like it before. 725, Chapter 725. The True Frontier King. Duan Xingyue arrived at the door of the room on the second floor and just saw the servant who had come to report coming out of the room. Now she was even more certain that her hero was in this room. We're finally about to see what they really are. Third princess. The servants were stunned when they saw Duan Xingyue arrive uninvited at the door. "You don't need to report anymore, I've come to see him myself. You can leave now." Duan Xingyue glanced coldly at the servants and said in a cold voice, "No, princess, now is not the right time." The servant looked anxious and tried to stop him. "Presumptuous!" Duan Xingyue shouted sharply, her eyes fixed on the other party with murderous intent. "The Borderland King is my fiancé, and he even saved my life. What's inappropriate about that? Do I need your permission to come see my future husband? Get out, or I'll have your head chopped off." The servants were immediately scolded by Duan Xingyue and their faces turned ugly. They dared not say a word and could only obediently go downstairs. Duan Xingyue then curled her lips into a smug smile. The Border King was certainly not her fiancé, but if she wanted, it would be easy for her father to arrange another marriage for her. In her heart, even though she was engaged to Su Ming. But how could such an idiot be worthy of me? Compared to the Border Kings, those guys are nothing more than toads on the ground. How could she, the third princess of the royal Duan family, possibly be engaged to that kind of person? Compared to a true frontier king, the two are worlds apart. She had previously mentioned considering whether to keep her engagement with Su Ming. Now there's no need to think about it anymore. She dreams of breaking off the engagement with Su Ming. Duan Xingyue shook her head. At a time like this, she shouldn't even think about trash like Su Ming. She composed herself and, without even knocking, pushed the door open and entered the room. A huge screen was placed in the room, almost dividing half of the room. Duan Xingyue was incredibly curious and heard the noises behind the screen confirming that the Borderland King was behind the screen. She slowly approached, barely daring to breathe. Whoosh! Duan Xingyue suddenly lifted the curtain beside the screen, squeezed inside, her face full of joy, and shouted, "King Jiang!" Wow! The sound of rushing water. Su Ming, who was soaking in the bathtub, stood up abruptly upon hearing the sudden sound, appearing completely naked in front of Duan Xingyue.
Duan Xingyue was completely dumbfounded.
Staring dumbfounded at Su Ming, his eyes scanned up and down, taking in everything he should and shouldn't have seen, before finally fixing his gaze on Su Ming. Upon recognizing him, he screamed as if he'd seen a ghost.
Ah!
Duan Xingyue screamed, covered her eyes, turned around, and fled back behind the screen, her face flushed red, stamping her feet in anger.
How could it be you, you beast? I'm doomed, I'm finished. If the king of Zhong finds out about this, I'll never be able to clear my name for the rest of my life.
Duan Xingyue was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Su Ming remained calm, retreating back into the bathtub. He rolled his eyes and said irritably, I didn't expect Miss Duan to have such a fetish, liking to peep at men bathing, and I'm the one who suffers. What are you yelling about? Su Ming's surprise just now was entirely because he didn't expect Duan Xingyue to suddenly appear. He didn't expect this woman to be so bold as to dare to barge into his room without his permission.
You beast, how dare you say that? Duan Xingyue was so angry that she cursed loudly. I came to see the Borderland King. Who do you think you are? If I saw the Borderland King taking a bath, that would be one thing, but you have simply defiled my eyes.
Duan Xingyue gritted her teeth, feeling wronged and humiliated, her gums almost crushed.
Su Ming sneered, you're really stupid. You call yourself the third princess of the royal family. I'm just a border king. I am the one who saved you. Can't you even figure that out?
Fart.
Duan Xingyue didn't believe it for a second and interrupted her with a shout. Who is the border king? He's the leader of the war god army. With unparalleled prestige, he can wipe out the 4 war gods of the Night Owl army all by himself. What are you? You can't even compare to a hair on the border king's head. Do you think you can win my favor by saying that? You'll only make me hate you more. You even deliberately let me see you taking a shower. You are absolutely disgusting. I have never seen a more disgusting man than you. The engagement must be annulled. You have no choice but to agree. Once I return to the imperial state, I will inform my father and have him strip you of all your identities, so that you will disappear from my world forever. I'm so angry. Duan Xingyue continued to curse angrily. Su Ming sneered.
This woman is beyond saving.
He sneered, I never said I wouldn't give you a refund from the beginning. I said I would. You brought this on yourself. What you do is none of my business. Get out and don't disturb my shower.
You wait.
Duan Xingyue said angrily and strode out in a huff. Once she reached the lobby downstairs, Duan Xingyue finally calmed down. Upon closer inspection.
That's not right, the servants came out of that room just now. There was no one else in the room except Su Ming. Could it be that the guy wasn't lying? Could he really be the border king, the one who saved him?
Think about it again carefully.
The voice I heard that night sounded about 70 to 80% like Su Ming's.
Could it be that the great hero in my heart is really that guy?
Thinking of this, Duan Xingyue was immediately shocked, and her delicate body trembled involuntarily.
No. Duan Xingyue kept shaking her head. Impossible. How could it be this kid? The voice sounds a bit similar, but that doesn't prove anything.
Moreover, the voice I heard that night was much sharper and more imposing than Su Ming's.
This guy is clearly a piece of trash. How can he compare to the border king? Duan Xingyue felt a mix of emotions, a myriad of flavors.
Something terrible has happened. I heard that the king of the 9 provinces has already started a war with the Rakshasa, on a hill about 500 or 600 meters below the manor. At this moment, a member of the Four Seas Medical Association ran in and said to Xia Xianyun and the others.
The war has already started, so quickly? Let's hurry, we absolutely cannot miss this once-in-a-century battle.
Xia Xianyun and the others jumped up and headed for the door, their faces full of excitement.
Ah! Duan Xingyue suddenly looked up. The war has already begun? Does that mean that the true king of the 9 provinces, the border king, has already gone outside to meet with the Rakshasa? Su Ming stayed in the room, and she happened to run into him. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, Su Ming would still be taking a bath, and even if he had wings, he wouldn't be able to go to battle so quickly. As expected. Duan Xingyue understood instantly.
As expected, the real border king had absolutely nothing to do with that kid Su Ming.
That idiot was just bragging, trying to get her attention. Duan Xingyue breathed a heavy sigh of relief.
It seems that all my guesses were correct. Without further hesitation, she quickly headed out of the villa.
726, Chapter 726 Why Go Down the Mountain to Kill a Dog?
In the room on the second floor, Su Ming was soaking in the bathtub, letting the medicinal water envelop his entire body, with wisps of medicinal vapor seeping into his body through his skin.
I can feel the surge of energy within my body. Su Ming remained calm. It's almost the same.
Having previously refined the Dragon Breath rejuvenating pill and taken it, along with the aid of this medicinal liquid, the toxicity in my body has almost completely dissipated. It has almost no effect on him anymore. Once all the poison was eliminated, his strength was fully restored to its peak. Even without expelling the poison, one could easily kill a Rakshasa. But he knew very well that behind Rakshasa was the Blood Fiend Hall, and everyone in the Blood Fiend Hall was a world-class martial arts master. In particular, the leader of the Blood Fiend Hall, Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerable, the war god of the realm, possesses unparalleled mastery of blood energy and divine skills, and is said to have reached the realm of martial arts supernatural powers. It can be described as reaching the pinnacle. They have always been mortal enemies of the Temple of War. After his master imparted all his skills to him, he left the Temple of War and traveled the world in order to find a way to break through his own limitations. Only in this way could he completely crush the Blood Fiend Heavenly Venerable. But his master has been missing for years, even longer than the time he spent wandering in Yunqing, and there has been no news of him since. And the heavy responsibility of dealing with the Blood Fiend Palace fell on his shoulders. Moreover, even setting aside the Blood Fiend Celestial Venerable, even if it were just a Rakshasa, a lion would still need to go all out to catch a rabbit. He would never make the same mistake he made in the battle against the 8 bandit leaders. Creak! The door to the room was pushed open, and a servant rushed in, knelt on the ground, and reported to Su Ming, reporting to the Lord, the 3 war gods, Yi Zhanshan, Dong Lei, and Chun Shui, have gone to the hilltop to confront Rakshasa in your name. But the current situation doesn't seem very optimistic. What if Rakshasa doesn't care about the consequences and attacks war god Yi directly? Su Ming grinned, a deep, cold smile on his face. No rush. Yi Tang, Dong Lei, and Chun Shui are all Azure Dragon war gods personally trained by the War God Temple. Each of them is at the peak of the King realm. Even if they are no match for Rakshasa, they can still escape unscathed with the 3 of them joining forces, unless an Emperor realm expert comes, who can do anything to them. Be careful to ensure the safety of others. If you see a Rakshasa, avoid him and do not fight him. Let him come to me in person. With an imposing aura, Su Ming calmly gave the order. Yes. The servant received the order and went to make the arrangements. On the hilltop of Yunwu Mountain, Yi Tang, Dong Lei, and Chun Shui looked down at Luo Sha, Gui Tianzuan, and the others below. Besides the Rakshasa demon lord, Qin Feiyu and more than 20 experts at the King realm from the Grand Commandant's mansion also arrived at the scene with Guo Qianshan. Wan Shirin met with Qin Feiyu. On the other side were Xie Xinyun and the members of the Four Seas Medical Association who had come down from the manor, as well as Duan Xingyue. Multiple forces converged on this hill. Seeing Qin Feiyu holding the dying Guo Qianshan, Xie Xinyun and the members of the Sihai Medical Association all had red eyes. Qin Feiyu, you beast, release our medicine saint ancestor. Xie Xinyun pointed at Qin Feiyu and roared angrily. Do you know what price you will pay for your actions? You are making an enemy of the Four Seas Medical Association and the entire medical community of Kyushu? Xie Xinyun's face turned bright red, and he bared his teeth in a rage. Qin Feiyu glanced at Xie Xinyun and the others, and sneered disdainfully, you, as enemies, if I want to make a move, I'll kill you like dogs. You dare to be my enemies? Did you bring the antidote formula? If you didn't, you can all wait to be dealt with by Guo Qianshan today. You beast. The members of the Sihai Medical Association were almost driven mad. Do you even know the enormity of your mistake? We've already sought the help of the king of the 9 provinces. If you don't release our ancestor, death is the only thing awaiting you. Xie Xianyun roared again. Ha 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 ha. Qin Feiyu threw his head back and laughed loudly, his face full of contempt and disdain. King of the 9 provinces? What a joke. Do you recognize the people behind me? More than 20 top experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion, each at the King realm. Even the king of the 9 provinces would have to kneel and beg for mercy. Oh, and I have some good news for your Four Seas Medical Association. Do you know why I'm here? The master of Cloud Mist Manor personally invited me, you bunch of idiots, calling yourselves the kings of the 9 provinces. How many people can the kings of the 9 provinces defeat? You're just cowards hiding your heads and tails, too ashamed to show yourselves. Qin Feiyu's face was full of disdain. With the master of Yunwu Mountain Villa and more than 20 experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion as his backers. At this moment, Qin Feiyu was incredibly confident, and his back was ramrod straight. Overwhelmed with pride and fearless. You? Xia Xianyun glared angrily. However, Qin Feiyu instantly realized that he had no idea that the king of the 9 provinces and the lord of Cloudmist Manor were actually the same person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. He made the call as Su Ming instructed, but Qin Feiyu thought it was the owner of Yunwu Manor who was impressed with him and extended an invitation. It's ridiculous. This kid doesn't even realize he's about to die. He was really looking forward to seeing what kind of expression Qin Feiyu would have when he met the real owner of Cloudmist Manor. Below, Wan Shireen proudly and confidently raised her head. This is the trump card in support that she and Qin Feiyu currently possess. This is the confidence they should have. Duan Xingyue. Now we can see just how influential she really is. So what if he's a big shot in the imperial state? Compared to such immense power, even Duan Xingyue would be far behind. Wan Shireen looked at Duan Xingyue with an arrogant and smug expression. But Duan Xingyue didn't even glance at Wan Shireen. She is now focused solely on finding out who the true king of Kyushu is. Is it Yi Tang? No. So old? Could it be Dong Lei and Chun Shui? That's even more impossible. They're 2 women. She clearly heard a man's voice that night. Duan Xingyue was completely baffled, scratching her head in confusion. White. Well said. Another voice rang out in the arena. It was the Rakshasa who spoke. Rakshasa turned to look at Qin Feiyu, his eyes filled with approval. He grinned and said, "You're right, kid. What kind of king of the 9 provinces is he? He's just a coward. He doesn't dare to come out and fight me head on. He sent you 3 as scapegoats instead. What, do you 3 think you can fight me? You 3 good for nothings. Who's going to be the first to die?" Rakshasa raised her head, her eyes filled with boundless, icy killing intent, her imposing gaze falling upon Yi Tang and the other 2. The king of the frontier said, "Killing you is as easy as killing a dog. If you want to kill a dog, why bother going down the mountain? The king of Jiang commands you to personally enter the mountain villa, kneel before him, and await your death." Yi Tang stood on the hillside, her eyes cold, looking at Luocha as if she were a dead man. Court death. The Rakshasa instantly flew into a rage, his aura exploding, and a fierce wind swept around him, almost causing the wind and clouds to reverse on half of the hillside, shaking him. 727, Chapter 727. Dissatisfied. Boom! Rakshasa unleashed a burst of energy, blasting away the grass and leaving the area within 3 meters of him barren. Then, he charged out like a tiger, carrying immense killing intent, towards Yi Tang and the other 2 on the hill. With a few large strides, he covered a distance of 100 meters, leaped onto the hilltop, and threw a punch in midair, aiming for Yi Tang's face. Cloudy and misty mountains, where strong winds are rising. Qin Feiyu, Wan Shireen, Duan Xingyue, and the others had their clothes fluttering in the strong wind. Staring in disbelief at the scene, mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. Is this the true power of Night Owl War God Rakshasa? It's absolutely terrifying. Just looking at it gives you a feeling of trembling fear in your soul. This feeling comes from the depths of my heart. It's like the fear of facing an insurmountable flood or ferocious beast. That's terrifying. They couldn't imagine how gruesome their deaths would be if the Rakshasa attacked them. Their bodies might not even be properly preserved. Faced with such a true god of death. Only then did they realize how insignificant they were. As fragile as grass and dust. Even the more than 20 experts at the king realm of the Grand Commandant's mansion were dumbfounded. The difference is enormous. They are both top-tier martial artists, yet the difference in their martial arts prowess is like an insurmountable chasm. A difference of a hair's breadth can be as vast as heaven and earth. If the 20 of them joined forces, they might be able to put up a fight, but they weren't sure if they could win.
Fortunately, they don't need to be enemies with such a terrifying adversary. Their target this time is Duan Xingyue.
At this moment, the gazes of more than 20 experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion were almost all focused on Duan Xingyue. Even the king of the 9 provinces might not be able to withstand such a god of death. But that doesn't matter. With the king of the 9 provinces gone, they have one less major enemy. Capturing Duan Xingyue and bringing her back to the Grand Commandant's mansion will be a piece of cake, and no one can stop them. Seeing the Rakshasa's cannonball-like fist almost upon him, carrying the force of mountains and rivers, Yi Tang hurriedly threw out a punch as well, using offense as defense, and clashed head-on with the Rakshasa.
Boom! A deafening explosion shook the earth, sending grass and trees flying and the ground trembling.
Yi Tang was blasted backward and flew more than 20 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, her face flushed red, as if it had been burned. Then look at Rakshasa, who landed on the ground without flinching, as if knocking Yi Tang away was effortless for him. Logically speaking, Rakshasa is only at the peak of the king realm, and there shouldn't be much difference between him and other Rakshasa who are also at the king realm. But in reality, the explanations given to the public are completely unreliable. As early as when she cooperated with the Grand Commandant's mansion, 2 years ago, Rakshasa was already at the half-step emperor realm. Now, he has reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and is only one miracle away from firmly stepping into the emperor realm. This difference in cultivation level is something Yi Tang could never bridge, no matter how hard she tried. This is also the absolute capital and confidence that allows him to challenge Su Ming head-on.
Brother Yi, are you alright? Dong Lei and Chun Shui rushed forward to help Yi Tang up.
He's only at the king level. If the 3 of us join forces, we're not invincible. The 2 beautiful war goddesses, their faces frosty, were filled with murderous intent.
No!
Yi Tang gritted her teeth, looking up at Luosha with some surprise and shock. He's not just a king realm expert. Even if we join forces, we're no match for him. Don't waste time, do as King Su says. Run.
Good.
Upon hearing Su Ming's name, the 2 beautiful warriors immediately calmed down, helped Yi Tang up, and turned to run towards Cloud Mist Manor.
Trying to run, too late.
The Rakshasa laughed loudly, growing stronger with each battle, his momentum overwhelming, his laughter deafening. With a few leaps, like a vicious dog, it pounced and chased after Yi Tang and the other 2. Once I kill the king of the 9 provinces, none of you 3 will escape. I'll kill the men, and the women will serve me in bed. Look at your delicate skin, I'll slowly ravage you. The Rakshasa laughed wildly, her figure disappearing into the distance.
They ran away?
Qin Feiyu and the others were dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, the people under the king of Kyushu were so easily defeated, unable to even withstand a single punch from Rakshasa, and were forced to flee in disarray. It now seems that the king of the 9 provinces is merely a figurehead and could never be a match for the Rakshasa. Qin Feiyu shook his head dismissively. What king of the 9 provinces? A piece of dog shit. It seems today is just a personal slaughter show by Rakshasa. Let's not stand there and hurry up the mountain. Maybe the manor lord is waiting for us in the manor. Qin Feiyu gave a speech and led everyone towards Cloud Mist Manor. Upon seeing this, Duan Xingyue became even more certain that none of Yi Tang's 3 were true borderland kings. A true frontier king would not allow the Rakshasa to be so rampant. It seems that the king of the frontier is still in the mountain villa. Moreover, with more than 20 experts below staring at her with hostile eyes, she dared not linger any longer and hurriedly followed Xie Xianyun and the others back towards the manor. The ghost venerable looked up and saw that the mist above Cloud Mist Manor had undergone a dramatic change, becoming turbulent and unpredictable, like a raging storm or a dark cloud, making it indistinct and unclear. A sense of foreboding spread rapidly through his mind.
Rakshasa, something seems to be going to happen.
He leaped up, his body moving with incredible speed, like a ghostly black shadow, rushing towards Cloud Mist Manor. Qin Feiyu led a group of experts to the back gate of Cloud Mist Manor, only to find that Rakshasa was nowhere to be seen. Only Yi Tang and a few others remained unharmed, guarding the back door. In the backyard, there could still be the furious roars of the Rakshasa, like those of a wild beast.
You wild dog from Kyushu, get out here, I'm going to tear you in 2.
The Rakshasa's voice, heard through a wall, sounded like thunder.
Qin Feiyu and the others were dumbfounded. Yi Tang looked at everyone expressionlessly and said, "This is the back gate of Cloudmist Manor. If you wish to visit, please use the main entrance. If you intend to cause trouble, I, Yi Tang, will be the first to respond." "Someone come here!" Yi Tang shouted. Suddenly, hundreds of warriors rushed out from both sides of the back gate wall, lined up side by side, exuding a murderous aura, with strict guards, each one like a sharp sword. Pairs of emotionless eyes stared at Qin Feiyu and the numerous experts. Qin Feiyu was instantly terrified, his face turning pale and his whole body trembling. "Now I understand." Yi Tang wasn't running away at all, she was luring him into a trap. This Rakshasa, like a naive fool, had already fallen into the ambush. The aura of this war god army is truly impressive. If we take one out of the picture, it might not be a threat. But when they come together, they're practically a group of fierce and ruthless warriors. Moreover, with Yi Tang and the other two Azure Dragon war gods standing at the forefront, if a fight broke out, they would not gain any advantage whatsoever. Most importantly, Qin Feiyu is only at the heavenly profound realm, which is incomparable to these big shots. Qin Feiyu swallowed hard, his face pale, and forced a smile as he said apologetically, "War god Yi, you've misunderstood. We're not here to cause trouble, much less to challenge the war god army. I am here as a guest at the invitation of the manor lord. Please calm down. We'll go to the front gate to pay our respects right away." After saying that, Qin Feiyu turned around sullenly and prepared to leave with everyone. But then he saw the leader, Chen Kuo, staring at Yi Tang with a look of dissatisfaction. They were all experts at the King realm, yet they were intimidated by a group of war gods. It would be incredibly shameful if word got out. Qin Feiyu was so startled that he rolled his eyes. He whispered, "All right, Chief Chen, even if you can get through this, aren't you afraid of the Rakshasa? If you go in and cause trouble, if the Rakshasa gets carried away with killing, they won't distinguish friend from foe and will kill you all. Besides, isn't our target Duan Xingyue? That girl didn't even come through the back door, she might have already gone through the front door. We can't let her get away." At this point, Chen Kuo nodded with a cold face. He led everyone and Qin Feiyu towards the front gate. 728, Chapter 728. You deserve to die by my hand. After Qin Feiyu and the others left, Ghost Celestial Venerable arrived at the back door shortly afterward. Looking up, Ghost Celestial Venerable said nothing and headed towards the back door. Yi Tang raised her hand to stop him, about to repeat what she had just said. Unexpectedly, without saying a word, Ghost Celestial Venerable slapped Yi Tang across the face. With a flick of his arm, a powerful surge of energy swept over like a whirlwind. Ghost Celestial Venerable was originally a master of the Emperor realm. Yi Tang was taken aback and hurriedly raised her hand to defend herself. Bang! With a loud bang, Yi Tang was sent flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into the courtyard wall next to her, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The slap from Ghost Celestial Venerable was even more terrifying than a full-force punch from Rakshasa. Everyone was shocked and stared in disbelief at the Ghost Celestial. Ghost Celestial Venerable didn't even bother to go through the back door. He pushed off with his feet and leaped into the air, about to fly onto the courtyard wall. Presumptuous! Enraged, several members of the war god army roared and leaped into the air, charging towards Ghost Celestial Venerable. But who is Ghost Celestial Venerable? Without even glancing at them, he kicked the charging war god army soldiers away with a few powerful kicks. In midair they scattered in all directions and landed in various places, all of them seriously injured and coughing up blood. Everyone was stunned and shocked. Such a master is beyond the reach of Qin Feiyu and his group. Even if everyone rushed forward, they probably wouldn't be able to stop Ghost Heavenly Venerable. Even if you could stop him, Ghost Celestial Venerable could stay or leave as he pleased. That's terrifying. To everyone's astonishment, Ghost Celestial Venerable's body had already landed in the backyard of Cloudmist Manor. As soon as Ghost Celestial Venerable landed, he saw Rakshasa waving her fists wildly in the courtyard like a mad dog, her eyes as if she were blind, completely unable to discern directions. But there was clearly no one in front of the Rakshasa. Fortunately, Qin Feiyu and his group did not force their way in, otherwise, the Rakshasa might have mistaken them for enemies and killed them all. It can only be said that Qin Feiyu was blessed with good fortune at this critical moment and escaped a calamity. Ghost Celestial Venerable frowned slightly, only to feel a cloud of mist flash before his eyes, and then everything went black,
so dark that he couldn't see his own hand in front of his face.
Ghost mist bewildering killing array?
Ghost Celestial Venerable shuddered, immediately closed his eyes, flicked his long sleeves, and abruptly turned around. His body remained steadfast, walking straight towards a locust tree in the corner of the courtyard. Upon reaching the locust tree, he kicked its trunk with a powerful blow.
There was a loud crack. The locust tree broke and fell to the ground.
The massive branches and leaves dispersed all the mist in the backyard, and from within the leaves, a cloud of black smoke rose into the sky. The ghostly mist and killing array that had enveloped the entire backyard was instantly shattered. Both the Ghost Celestial and the Rakshasa regained their sight. Rakshasa stood frozen in place, staring in shock at what was happening, still not understanding what was going on. Ghost Celestial Venerable came up behind Rakshasa, raised his hand and patted Rakshasa's shoulder, coldly saying, "It is the Ghost Mist Bewildering Killing Array. A unique creation of the War God Temple. It can be used to confuse vision and blind people. It can even be set up on the battlefield. The War God army is invincible and no one can resist it. This Ghost Mist Bewildering Killing Array has made a great contribution to it.
You've fallen for their trap."
Ghost Celestial Venerable finished speaking calmly.
If he hadn't come along, Rakshasa would have been trapped here to death today.
Once the Rakshasa has vented its anger and is exhausted, it will become nothing more than a pig or a dog waiting to be slaughtered. If you fall into the Ghost Mist Bewildering Array and don't know how to break it, even if you have a monstrous martial arts level, you'll be like a headless fly and will die sooner or later. The Rakshasa was so affected by the formation that she was on edge, her whole body tense. The Ghost Celestial Venerable's pat on the shoulder startled him. Without distinguishing friend from foe, he punched Ghost Celestial Venerable in the chest. The Ghost Celestial was greatly surprised and hurriedly raised his hand to defend himself.
Bang!
The two forces collided, and Ghost Celestial Venerable's face turned red, while Rakshasa was blasted 4 or 5 meters away. He looked up at Ghost Celestial Venerable in shock. "Master,
are you crazy?"
The Ghost Celestial was so angry that he cursed loudly.
"I'm sorry, Master."
Rakshasa then realized what was happening, and was immediately shocked and furious. He was shocked that someone had actually attacked Ghost Celestial, and furious that he, the renowned Rakshasa, had been so easily fooled. Ghost Celestial Venerable glared at Rakshasa, then angrily cursed, "Useless thing." Then he looked up at the tall building of Cloud Mist Manor and shouted, "To be able to set up the Ghost Mist Bewildering Killing Array, you must at least be a member of the War God Temple. Even if you are not the king of the 9 provinces, you should still have some strength. Why hide your head and tail, not even daring to see me, Ghost Heavenly Venerable? Is this the ability of your War God Temple, to act like a coward?" Even the Ghost Celestial Venerable was getting a little angry. At this moment, Su Ming slowly walked out of the room in front, grinning as he said, "Blood Fiend Hall, I knew I wasn't wrong. Rakshasa is nothing but a lackey. The Grand Commandant's mansion is probably just your tool. From the siege I suffered a few years ago on the summit of Mount Tai, to the Grand Commandant's mansion's massive recruitment of soldiers, intending to control the imperial state, these are all the arms of your Blood Fiend Hall,
aren't they? They're inextricably linked, they can't escape their connection."
Su Ming grinned, not even glancing at Rakshasa and Ghost Venerable, his gaze fixed on the old locust tree in the corner of the courtyard. "What a waste of such a fine tree of mine. You're not leaving here until you pay compensation."
"You're the one who set up the ghostly mist killing array?" Ghost Celestial Venerable was somewhat surprised to see Su Ming.
He thought it was a big shot from the Temple of War, but he didn't expect it to be such a kid.
Does this kind of person even deserve to challenge the Blood Fiend Palace?
Unless it's Gu Xiaoyao from the War God Temple who comes, he might be wary.
But what about a kid who hasn't even grown a full beard yet? Ghost Celestial Venerable was immediately disappointed.
"I was taking it too seriously."
"Su Ming, you really are a piece of trash. You dared to play me, I'll kill you."
With a fierce shout, Rakshasa charged directly at Su Ming, letting out a thunderous roar before delivering a powerful punch to Su Ming's head.
Bang! A deafening explosion. It was as if the heavens and earth were trembling.
Su Ming simply raised his hand and slapped Rakshasa away without any further movement.
Rakshasa's fist didn't even touch Su Ming's clothes before he was sent flying, vomiting blood upon landing and dying on the spot.
"This?" The Ghost Celestial Venerable trembled all over.
"What's going on with this kid?"
Rakshasa was his personally trained disciple, and he knew her capabilities very well. I'm not saying he's necessarily stronger than the people in the Temple of War, nor do I say he has a high status in the Blood Fiend Hall, but he's still a half-step Emperor realm being.
He was actually slapped to death by Su Ming with just one slap? And he looks so nonchalant about it.
The Ghost Celestial was shocked, his eyes trembled.
If that's the case, then what level has this kid's martial arts realm reached?
Ghost Celestial felt as if the roots of his hair were about to stand on end. Su Ming then slowly raised his head, his icy gaze fixed on Ghost Celestial Venerable. He pointed at Ghost Celestial Venerable and said, I just swatted a fly, nothing to brag about, that's why I didn't bother going down the mountain to find him, but you, Blood Fiend Palace, Ghost Celestial Venerable, are worthy of dying by my hand.
This is your last chance, kneel down before me.
Su Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it was thunderous, and his overwhelming power was overwhelming.
Ghost Celestial was completely stunned. 729, Chapter 729. Give me some face. Pretending to be something you're not, you're asking for it. Ghost Celestial Venerable's eyes sharpened, and he let out a loud shout. No matter what Su Ming's strength is, he must make Su Ming lie here today. Even if he manages to leave this place, it would be a disgrace if word got out that someone killed his apprentice right in front of him. Besides, he really didn't believe that Su Ming, a mere kid, had any ability. The Temple of War Gods, I've never heard of such a person. Boom!
The power of the Ghost Heavenly Emperor realm erupted, and a terrifying aura swept out, like an eagle swooping down on Su Ming.
Boom!
The earth shook violently, and the entire cloud mist manor seemed to tremble. In the main hall, the members of the Sihai Medical Association, Qin Feiyu, Duan Xingyue, and others all felt the ground tremble. The terrifying sound, like thunder, rolled in from afar. Needless to say, the king of Kyushu has already started a war with the Rakshasa.
It was truly breathtaking and awe-inspiring. They couldn't even imagine how terrifying the scene must have been.
Fortunately, they didn't force their way into the backyard, otherwise, with their strength, they would have been like ants caught in the crossfire of such an earth-shattering battle, unable to withstand it. Qin Feiyu breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had managed to stop Chen Kuo and his group in time.
He didn't even want to think about what would happen if he barged in.
However, it seems certain that the king of Kyushu will die in this great battle. Because Rakshasa alone is terrifying enough, and with Ghost Venerable backing him up, how can a mere king of the 9 provinces possibly contend with 2 top-tier martial arts masters?
With the death of the king of the 9 provinces, he and the Grand Commandant's office have lost a major enemy who would dare to interfere with his great cause in the future? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyu couldn't help but want to laugh out loud.
Moreover, even the master of Cloud Mist Manor is on his side now. His future is incredibly bright, and he has a huge stage to perform on. It's like he's ascended to the top in one step. Qin Feiyu's smile stretched almost to his ears. Qin Feiyu, release our Four Seas Medical Association's patriarch immediately, or you won't leave here alive today. In the hall, Xia Senyun, his face full of anger, pointed at Qin Feiyu and roared. Almost everyone from the Four Seas Medical Association stared at Qin Feiyu with ferocious expressions, wishing they could devour him alive. Guo Qianshan was on the verge of death, and was currently unconscious in the hands of Qin Feiyu and his group. Want people, trade the prescription for them. Didn't we make that perfectly clear before, you bunch of good-for-nothings? Think twice before you try to get something for nothing. Qin Feiyu looked at Xia Senyun with a cold sneer, as if he were looking at an idiot. You? Xia Senyun was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he was helpless. He could only stare at Qin Feiyu fiercely, his gums almost breaking. All they could do was pray that Su Ming would be alright and that he would quickly deal with Luo Sha so they could rescue Guo Qianshan. Otherwise, this situation would have been impossible to resolve. It's not just Qin Feiyu, the real problem is that there are more than 20 experts standing behind him. These are people they can't afford to offend. But at this moment, this group of experts completely ignored the people from the Four Seas Medical Association. Their eyes were fixed on Duan Xingyue,
as if eyeing prey. Duan Xingyue noticed it too, and the hairs on her body stood on end.
Upon closer inspection, she suddenly realized that these people seemed to have ill intentions.
It seems like they're all after me. Duan Xingyue instinctively took a few steps back, hiding behind the crowd, her face grim. I am filled with immense regret. I wish I hadn't come to Cloud Mist Manor. Who would have thought that so many people would target her? But she still doesn't understand who she offended that would attract so many experts. Where exactly is the King of Jiang? The only person she can rely on now is the powerful figure from Kyushu who saved her life, the Borderland King who is her great hero. That's the girl. Chen-Kwa spoke in a gloomy voice. Don't just stand there, with Rakshasa locked in battle with the King of Kyushu. All those powerful figures are too busy to spare any attention. Now is the perfect time for us to capture Duan Xingyue and bring her back to the Grand Commandant's mansion, and our mission will be complete. Chen-Kwa's tone was icy. Yes. Several subordinates behind him immediately responded and stepped forward, a powerful killing intent rising in the hall. Xia Senyun and the others were all startled and retreated in fear, wondering what these experts were up to. Duan Xingyue's face turned extremely ugly. She had nowhere to retreat, and there was no one she could rely on. She now even hopes that Su Ming can come out and crack jokes, brag a bit, and put on an act. Maybe he can even help her. Otherwise, she would have no idea what to do. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became tense and extremely oppressive. Just then, a servant from Cloud Mist Manor ran out from the side hall and shouted, "Who is Qin Feiyu?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu's face lit up with delight. He quickly stepped forward. "Yes, that's me, my name is Qin Feiyu." "That's good, the master wants to see Yoha's upstairs. Go up now, don't waste your time." The servant glanced at Qin Feiyu and said in a deep voice. "Understood, I'll go up right away." Qin Feiyu nodded repeatedly with delight, his heart overflowing with joy. In front of everyone, his face was filled with immense pride. He acted as if he was afraid that no one would know he knew the owner of Cloud Mist Manor. With a smug look in his eyes, Qin Feiyu turned back and fixed his gaze on Wan Shirin behind him. "I'm going up to meet the manor lord. You keep an eye on Guo Qianshan for me. Don't let the Four Seas Medical Association snatch him away. He's the only trump card that can save your Wan family. You should know that, right?" "I know, cousin Qin, you should go quickly." Wan Shirin immediately smiled and nodded. Knowing that Qin Feiyu would be dazzling when he returned from his trip up there, everyone would know that Qin Feiyu was a distinguished guest of Cloud Mist Manor. That would cause a sensation throughout the entire Central Plains. From then on, the Wan family and Qin Feiyu stood at the pinnacle of Zhengzhou, enjoying boundless glory. Qin Feiyu grinned and said to Chen-Kwa, "Chief Chen, give me some face and don't make a move yet. Wait for me to come back, and I'll make sure you complete the mission in style. If you make a move now, you'll disturb the manor lord, which won't be good for anyone." Chen-Kwa gave Qin Feiyu a cold look but said nothing. Qin Feiyu went upstairs in high spirits. Qin Feiyu followed the servants to Su Ming's room. The servant slightly raised his head and said, "Go in, the master is inside." "Is it inside?" Qin Feiyu was so excited that he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "Then take a deep breath, calm yourself down, and push open the door to enter." Inside the room, Su Ming stood by the window with his back to Qin Feiyu, looking down at the courtyard below. In the courtyard, servants were cleaning up the corpses of Rakshasa and Ghost Celestial Venerable. "Master!" Qin Feiyu watched Su Ming's retreating figure and called out to him with a mixture of excitement and respect. 730, Chapter 730 Mental Breakdown. Su Ming calmly hummed in response, without turning around. Qin Feiyu trembled with excitement and said, "The fact that the manor lord invited me here shows his discerning eye. Whatever the manor lord wants, as long as you cooperate with me, Qin Feiyu, there is nothing in Zhengzhou that you cannot obtain." Qin Feiyu was full of confidence and pride. He believed that the owner of Yunwu Manor must have recognized his potential to invite him. And the powerful backer behind him. The Grand Commandant's residence. The Grand Commandant's office now wields immense power and is just one step away from controlling the entire imperial territory. Who wouldn't choose such towering mountains? Anyone with even a modicum of sense would immediately choose a side and curry favor with the Grand Commandant's mansion, otherwise they'd only face certain death. The owner of Cloud Mist Manor, a renowned master throughout the land, could not possibly be so naive as to lack even this basic understanding. This is Qin Feiyu's greatest source of confidence. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. "Really, I can have whatever I want." "Right. Qin Feiyu nodded firmly. What about Su Da's head? Su Ming grinned and asked. What?
Qin Feiyu was startled, thinking he had misheard, and stared at Su Ming in astonishment.
Su De, the Grand Commandant Su? Did the manor owner just refer to Su De, or was it a slip of the tongue?
Qin Feiyu looked astonished.
At this moment, Su Ming slowly turned around, his icy gaze falling on Qin Feiyu.
Didn't you hear me? I said, Su Da's head and the lives of everyone in the Grand Commandant's mansion, can you give them to me?
Thump!
Qin Feiyu was so frightened that he sat down on the ground with a thud, staring at Su Ming in utter shock.
You, how could it be you?
Qin Feiyu's eyes widened, as if they were copper bells, and his eyeballs almost popped out, as if he had seen a ghost, his face full of disbelief.
But what shocked him even more was yet to come.
Immediately afterward, the door behind him was pushed open, and a servant from the manor walked in. Kneeling down before Su Ming with a thud, he respectfully said, reporting to King Su, the corpses of Rakshasa and Ghost Celestial Venerable have been collected. Should they be burned or buried?
Su Ming said indifferently, burn it. Yes. The subordinate accepted the order and turned to leave. What?
Qin Feiyu trembled all over, his hair stood on end, a chill ran from his feet to the top of his head, and his eyes were empty and blank.
What happened to you? Rakshasa, Ghost Celestial Venerable, died at your hands. This news directly impacted his worldview, bombarding his mind relentlessly. You are incredibly stupid.
Su Ming grinned, walked to the side, poured himself a cup of tea, and looked at Qin Feiyu with a cold smile, as if looking at a dead man.
Fine, your stupidity is beyond your comprehension. I'll just tell you directly, I am the master of Cloudmist Manor, and I am also the king of the 9 provinces. Inviting you here was my personal order. I don't want to cooperate with you, I just want you to hand over Guo Qianshan, and that's the end of this matter.
As for why you've survived until now, it's not because you're lucky or have a strong life, it's just that I can't be bothered with you. In my eyes, you're nothing but an ant.
Did you understand?
These words caused Qin Feiyu's mentality to collapse and his values to crumble. His eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted.
This kid, no, the real king of the 9 provinces, had been by his side all along, and he was a kid he had never taken seriously. OMG. This news was like a bolt from the blue.
At this moment, everything he had experienced, from the first day he stepped into Zhengzhou to his first encounter with Su Ming, came flooding back to him.
And now I understand everything.
Qin Feiyu's face turned ashen, and he collapsed, supporting himself on the ground with his hands, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from his body.
And the scariest thing is,
this guy is actually the owner of Cloudmist Manor and also the king of the 9 provinces, possessing both prestigious titles.
Even Rakshasa and Ghost Lord died at his hands. How terrifying must that be?
Just thinking about it made Qin Feiyu's forehead break out in layers of cold sweat, which finally condensed into large beads of sweat that rolled down his cheeks. At that moment, he understood that if Su Ming wanted him dead, he would definitely not survive.
Qin Feiyu was so scared that his liver and gallbladder almost burst. I'm asking you, did Guo Qianshan bring him? Su Ming's gaze suddenly turned cold as he asked again.
Yes, I brought it. Qin Feiyu trembled all over and spoke with a numb tongue.
That's good, have someone bring him over. You know how to explain it to him, right?
Su Ming said indifferently.
Yes, I know.
Qin Feiyu hurriedly pulled out his phone and frantically made a call to Wan Shireen.
The call connected, and Qin Feiyu's voice trembled as he said, Shireen, hurry and bring Guo Qianshan over. Get him to the manor lord's door. If we're even a second late, we're all finished. What? I understand.
Wan Shireen was also shocked, but she dared not delay and hurriedly led her people out of the hall and headed this way.
Su Ming sat down in the chair, looking down at Qin Feiyu, and grinned coldly. Then let's talk about Su Da's plan at the Grand Commandant's office. I realized I have a lot to say to you. Perhaps that's why you've survived this long.
Say it out without missing a single word. If you miss even one word, I'll burn you and the Ghost Celestial Venerable together. Su Ming spoke calmly, as if he were just talking about something very ordinary.
But Qin Feiyu was almost scared to death. He hurriedly replied, yes, I will tell you right away.
Grand Commandant Su's plan is to use the third princess, Duan Xingyue, as a hostage to restrain the imperial state's royal family, taking advantage of the medical ranking conference, when all the powerful figures are converging on the central state, leaving the imperial state vulnerable. He will launch an attack. Various armies will rise up across the 9 provinces, plunging the world into chaos and creating numerous obstacles, allowing the 9 provinces' army to overwhelmed by circumstances. He seized control of the imperial family of the 9 provinces, thus gaining complete dominance. From then on, he ruled over all of the 9 provinces.
Good. After listening, Su Ming smiled and nodded.
Qin Feiyu's words revealed the Grand Commandant's plan in detail.
But even if Qin Feiyu hadn't said anything, Su Ming already knew pretty much everything. This is merely further confirmation. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, Wan Shirin knocked on the door. Cousin Qin, Wu Qianshan has brought you here. Shall I come in?
Wan Shirin's clear voice rang out at the door. At this moment, Wan Shirin also frowned, looking puzzled.
Did he hear that right? Why does it sound like I can hear Su Ming's voice? Aren't there only the Cloud Mist Manor Master and Qin Feiyu here? No, no.
Hearing that Wan Shirin was about to barge in, Qin Feiyu screamed in fright. He was afraid that if Wan Shirin came in and didn't know Su Ming's identity, she would talk nonsense and cause trouble. If that happened, Qin Feiyu would be completely finished today. He's only in his early 20s, and he'll probably die of old age and be buried in the earth forever.
731, Chapter 731. A Master. Wan Shirin was startled by Qin Feiyu's excited voice. I have absolutely no idea what happened.
But it doesn't seem like a small matter. He hurriedly said, alright, then I'll leave Wu Qianshan at the door and go back to the hall first.
Wan Shirin's footsteps faded into the distance.
Qin Feiyu was covered in sweat.
Su Ming glanced coldly at Qin Feiyu, then looked up and said, bring Wu Qianshan in.
Yes. The servant at the door responded and dragged the barely breathing Wu Qianshan inside.
Qin Feiyu was so frightened that he dared not say a word.
He didn't know how Su Ming would deal with him. Su Ming looked at the dying Wu Qianshan, stepped forward, and stuck a needle into the top of Wu Qianshan's head.
Hiss! Wu Qianshan gasped, then sat up abruptly as if in a final burst of energy before death. He turned to look at Su Ming, his face filled with shock when he saw Qin Feiyu. His face immediately turned furious, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. If you want to vent your anger, then do it, don't hold it in.
Su Ming said indifferently, picked up his tea, and returned to the window, looking out the window.
Go to hell.
Wu Qianshan sprang up from the ground and began punching and kicking Qin Feiyu, roaring as he did so, using every ounce of his strength.
You dare lay a hand on your grandfather, you beast, I'll beat you to death, you bastard, calling for reinforcements, who do you think you are, go to hell.
Wu Qianshan used both fists and feet, raining down on Qin Feiyu like a storm. In reality, with Qin Feiyu's strength at the heavenly profound realm, even if Wu Qianshan exhausted himself, he still couldn't harm Qin Feiyu in the slightest. But in front of Su Ming, Qin Feiyu dared not resist at all, and did not even dare to mobilize the slightest bit of his internal energy. He could only cover his head with his hands and let Wu Qianshan beat him. Moments later, he was beaten until his mouth and nose bled, and he lay on the ground half dead.
Wu Qianshan, an old man, was almost out of breath from exhaustion.
Only then did he stagger to Su Ming's side, kneel down with a thud, and, covered in sweat, gratefully say to Su Ming, thank you, Prince Su, for saving my life. Su Ming sneered, I don't want to save you, I just don't want your people from the Four Seas Medical Association to bother me. Wu Qianshan bowed respectfully, yes, no matter what, I will never forget the great kindness and virtue of Prince Su. From now on, the entire Sihai Medical Association will obey Prince Su's orders. If anyone dares to disobey or offend, I, Wu Qianshan, will decide to expel them from the Sihai Medical Association. As for any medicinal herbs or prescriptions that Prince Su needs, just ask, and I, Wu Qianshan, will provide them with both hands. Speaking of this, Su Mingkai curled up the corners of his mouth, his gaze falling on Wu Qianshan, and grinned, I heard that your Sihai Medical Association has a treasure called the Four Directions Divine Medicine, is that true? Wu Qianshan's eyebrows twitched, but he quickly calmed down and nodded, saying, there is indeed such a prescription, but it's an ancient, incomplete one. If Prince Su needs it, I'll have Lei Chongyun personally deliver it to you before tomorrow evening.
Okay, then let me see it. Su Ming didn't stand on ceremony either. Yes. Guo Qianshan immediately nodded in agreement.
The Four Directions Divine Medicine is a top-tier divine medicine for breaking through the peak of martial arts. It is a divine medicine formula that the entire 9 provinces dreams of, a medicine formula at the pinnacle of the 9th grade.
Priceless.
This thing has been hidden deep inside the Sihai Medical Association for decades and has never seen the light of day.
It hurts.
But if the king of Kyushu wanted it, even if he hadn't saved his life, he wouldn't dare refuse.
Alright, let's go to the main hall first, lest that girl Duan Xingyue really gets kidnapped and taken hostage. Su Ming said something and started to walk out as he passed Qin Feiyu. He kicked Qin Feiyu and said coldly, "You're not dead yet, are you? If you're not dead, come down with me, don't dirty my place." "Yes, Prince Su."
Qin Feiyu, his face covered in blood, crawled up from the ground like a dead dog. Led by Su Ming, the 3 of them headed towards the main hall. In the hall, Chen Kuo and his group of experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion had grown extremely impatient. With the prey right in front of him, within easy reach, and that idiot Qin Feiyu gone and never to return, why should Chen Kuo give Qin Feiyu face? Thinking of this, Chen Kuo's thick eyebrows shot up, and he pointed at Duan Xingyue, shouting sharply, "Take her down." The shouts echoed throughout the hall. More than 20 experts at the King Realm level surged out. The combined terrifying aura nearly blew the roof off the Cloud Mist Manor. The members of the Sihai Medical Association were so frightened that their faces changed drastically, and they all retreated repeatedly, not daring to meddle in other people's business. Duan Xingyue was so frightened that she turned around and tried to flee, but the gates of Yunwu Manor had been sealed off. The hall was only so big, and when she looked around, there was nowhere for her to go.
"Chief Chen, didn't Cousin Qin tell you to wait for him and not to do anything rash?"
Seeing this, Wan Shirin quickly stood up, frowned, and said to Chen Kuo,
"Who do you think you are?"
With a sharp shout, Chen Kuo raised his hand and grabbed Wan Shirin by the neck.
5 fingers, like hooks, as hard as iron. In an instant, it almost snapped Wan Shirin's fragile neck. Wan Shirin's face turned bright red in an instant, and she almost suffocated.
Chen Kuo's face was filled with murderous intent, and his eyes were icy cold. He doesn't even give Qin Feiyu any face. For a woman to dare to yell at him like that is simply courting death.
Stop. When Qin Feiyu came downstairs and saw the scene, he was terrified. He lunged out like a madman, grabbed Chen Kuo, and exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Stop, do you want to die?" Qin Feiyu was terrified.
He couldn't imagine how horribly he and Chen Kuo's group would die if Su Ming made a move. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are more than 20 experts at the King Realm. That guy could easily kill even a ghost venerable.
What the hell do you mean? Chen Kuo was also enraged, his eyes glaring angrily at Qin Feiyu. "You dare to stop me, you want to betray the Grand Commandant's mansion. If you can't give me a straight answer, I'll be the first to kill you today. Chief Chen, I beg you, please stop, save me, and save yourself, okay?" Qin Feiyu's eyes were like copper bell.
His eyes were trembling. So terrified I almost knelt on the ground. Chen Kuo was also shocked to see Qin Feiyu like this.
When did this kid become so cowardly?
This is not how Qin Feiyu, the pride of the imperial state, should behave. And how did this kid end up with his face covered in blood? He was almost unrecognizable.
There are experts and big shots here, you can't afford to offend them.
Qin Feiyu spoke to Chen Kuo in a voice that seemed to tremble with fear.
A master? However, upon hearing this, Chen Kuo scoffed and laughed loudly. "A master, who can be more skilled than me? Qin Feiyu, did you go up there and get bribed, or did a donkey kick your brain? As a member of the Grand Commandant's mansion, how could you say such a thing? You're truly a piece of trash. What kind of expert are you? Shout it out and let me see."
Chen Kuo's arrogant voice shook the entire hall. However, everyone in the Sihai Medical Association looked at Chen Kuo as if he were already dead. What an idiot, the Grand Commandant's mansion, he doesn't even realize he's about to die.
Are all the people coming out of the Grand Commandant's office brainless idiots?
The King of Kyushu is right in front of me, yet I don't recognize him.
It's hopeless. 732, Chapter 732 Arrogance. Chen Kuo's arrogance nearly drove Qin Feiyu insane. He could only keep winking and glancing at Su Ming out of the corner of his eye, trying to signal to Chen Kuo. Chen Kuo followed Qin Feiyu's gaze and his eyes immediately fell on Su Ming. He couldn't help but let out a contemptuous and mocking laugh. Qin Feiyu, I think you've really become an idiot. You're not saying this kid is the expert you were talking about, are you? Qin Feiyu rolled his eyes in fright and was completely speechless. Chen Kuo then turned around and approached Su Ming step by step. In the hall, Duan Xingyue was secretly overjoyed to hear that there was a master, thinking that she was now saved. When he heard it was Su Ming, he almost fainted from anger. Why is this kid hiding somewhere else and coming into the lobby? Even if you're just pretending, don't stand in front of everyone. This is as thin as paper, it can be pierced with a single poke. Su Ming might not even be able to withstand one move from Chen Kuo, and then she would be finished as well. It's over, it's over. Duan Xingyue's face instantly filled with despair. And with such a major event occurring, why hasn't the king of the frontier appeared yet? Has he really died at the hands of the Rakshasa? Just thinking about it filled Duan Xingyue with despair. Wan Shirin sat on the ground, clutching her neck and panting. Although the appearance of Su Ming and the other two saved her from dying at Chen Kuo's hands. But when he looked up and saw that it was Su Ming challenging Chen Kuo, he immediately shook his head repeatedly. His idea was exactly the same as Duan Xingyue's. Compared to Chen Kuo, Su Ming was as vulnerable as an ant, and might be crushed to death on the spot at any moment. There are so many powerful figures rumored to be in Cloud Mist Manor, but apart from Rakshasa, she has never met any of them. It's just Su Ming putting on an act here. This kid has some nerve, how dare he show up anywhere? Kid, you dare call yourself a big shot in front of me, kneel down. Chen Kuo roared, his voice deafening. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be so scared that they would wet their pants and kneel on the ground begging for mercy in front of a master like Chen Kuo. But Su Ming simply raised his head slowly, looked calmly at Chen Kuo, and showed no expression in his eyes. This surprised Chen Kuo quite a bit. But this was immediately followed by overwhelming rage. You're asking for it. Chen Kuo suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a powerful punch at Su Ming. Even Guo Qianshan was forced back several steps by this force, staring in shock. Duan Xingyue turned her head away, not wanting to look anymore. After all, Su Ming had also been implicated and died because of her. Creak. However, at that moment, the gate of Cloud Mist Manor slowly opened, and a figure dressed in black stood tall at the entrance, stepping into the hall step by step. Everyone turned to look, their eyes filled with surprise and doubt. Who is this person? How dare they trespass into Cloud Mist Manor in this world? Are you tired of living? But when Duan Xingyue saw the other person's appearance clearly, her eyes lit up instantly, and she was so surprised that she almost jumped up. Uncle Xiao, is that really you? I'm here, did you come to pick me up? Upon hearing the voice, Chen Kuo turned his head sharply, his fist raised in the air stopped, and his gaze focused on the person who had come, recognizing their identity. The Grand Commander of the Imperial Guards, Night Demon Xiao Jian? Xiao Jian? The more than 20 experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion were all shocked and incredulous. The imperial family of Dizhou, the top martial arts master in the palace, has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He never sets foot in the imperial family. It is said that no one in the 9 provinces can rival him. Rakshasa, ghost deity, and all those other demons have to step aside. Because the true martial arts realm of this night demon Xiao Jian has reached an unimaginable height, which ordinary people simply cannot fathom. Unexpectedly, this big shot actually came out of the imperial state in person. Chen Kuo was deeply shaken. If it's this person, then the 20-odd people from the Grand Commandant's mansion today really aren't enough to take down Duan Xingyue. But why did Xiao Jian come to Zhongzhou? But he didn't receive any good news beforehand. Xiao Jian's eyes were cold and resolute, his gaze unwavering, not even glancing at anyone else, as if everyone else were as insignificant as ants in his eyes. With his upright posture, like a straight bamboo, he walked over step by step, knelt down in front of Duan Xingyue with a thud, and said respectfully, Xiao Jian, the leader of the Imperial Guards, has come to welcome the third princess back to the palace. Well.
Duan Xingyue nodded repeatedly, feeling relieved, and was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. Fortunately, Xiao Jian arrived just in time. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do today. If that's the case, does it mean that the rumored bigwig of Cloud Mist Manor is Xiao Jian, or is it that Xiao Jian was the one who saved me outside Zhengzhou City? Although the voice doesn't sound right. But Duan Xingyue was already a little confused, because she hadn't seen the real Border King even once. This made her wonder if the Border Kings really existed. However, none of that mattered anymore. The panic and grievances from before had all turned into anger. Duan Xingyue pointed at Chen Kuo and said, "Uncle Xiao, before I leave with you, please kill this man who's incredibly audacious, daring to attack Meihe's a lackey of the Grand Commandant's mansion. He deserves to die." Good. Xiao Jian stood up, turned around abruptly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and a terrifying aura instantly spread, overwhelming everything. An aura as powerful as the Grim Reaper enveloped the entire hall. The more than 20 experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion were shocked and took several steps back, none of them daring to approach. Chen Kuo trembled and stared at Xiao Jian in disbelief. Night Demon Xiao Jian? Su Ming's gaze fell on Xiao Jian. He had heard of this person, but had never dealt with him. Even years ago, when he was still in the Temple of War, he had little contact with this person. However, he was also curious about Xiao Jian's martial arts skills. Now you can see it for yourself. See, is it really as terrifying as the rumors say? After all, Xiao Jian was the personal protector of the emperors of the 9 provinces and never left the imperial palace, while Xiao Jian was fighting on the border. The two sides had nothing to do with each other. Xiao Jian's gaze slowly swept over Chen Kuo and the others, and he uttered a calm sentence. "The princess has ordered you to die. Take your own lives. Your blood is not enough to stain my hands." Boom! These words shocked everyone in the hall. Mad. That's insane. No, it should be described as arrogant and disdainful of others. Is this the confidence of a top expert from the imperial state? They don't even take more than 20 king-level experts seriously. Now, there's absolutely no need to doubt Xiao Jian's identity. Aside from this big shot, who would dare to utter such arrogant words? Court death. Chen Kuo's face turned red with rage. He gritted his teeth and roared ferociously, "Whether you are the real Xiao Jian or not, even if you are, this piece of Xingyue is our Grand Commandant's mansion's property, and you can't take it away. Everyone, attack, kill him." Chen Kuo roared hysterically, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Boom! More than 20 experts at the King Realm suddenly erupted, their earth-shattering aura sweeping out, each one like a fierce tiger, pouncing towards Xiao Jian. The entire hall was instantly filled with murderous intent and surging energy, making it suffocating. 733, Chapter 733. That's right. The terrifying force of more than 20 experts at the King Realm. Everyone present turned pale. They were all shocked and retreated to avoid it. Only Xiao Jian remained unmoved in the face of the crowd, like a lone boat in a raging storm. Die! The two experts at the front each threw a punch at Xiao Jian's face like thunder. The fist shot through the air with a sonic boom, demonstrating the immense power of the punch. Everyone from the Four Seas Medical Association watched in horror. As expected of a master of the King Realm, this move was absolutely earth-shattering. Even Xiao Jian, the night demon of the imperial state, couldn't remain indifferent. Moreover, with more than 20 people, this would probably be a tough battle for Xiao Jian. It's just that this third princess is too willful. It would have been fine if nothing had happened, but she still had to order Xiao Jian to kill Chen Kuo, without any regard for the consequences. Isn't this putting Xiao Jian in an awkward position? Even Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and looked up. Although these people's combined strength is not as terrifying as Ghost Celestial Venerables alone, their sheer numbers make up for it, and their combined power is still quite frightening. You want my life too, let's see who wants whose life. Chen Kuo's face was contorted with rage as he stared intently at Xiao Jian, as if he were looking at a corpse. Boom! Two fists fell like cannonballs, about to smash into Xiao Jian's face. Base! Just then, a clang rang out, and Xiao Jian suddenly drew his sword. A flash of cold light appeared in the air, as fast as lightning. Then, in the next moment, both arms flew off, and blood splattered all over the ground. The fists of those two experts at the King realm were actually detached from their bodies in mid-air, severed at the shoulder, and flew out horizontally, falling to either side. The speed of the blade was so fast that no one could react in time. Neither of the two experts felt any pain, they only felt that they had lost their leverage point and their bodies fell heavily forward, landing on the ground with a thud. Before he could even turn his head to look at his severed arm, excruciating pain shot through him. Ah! The two let out desperate screams. The other experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion were immediately terrified. They steadied themselves and stared at Xiao Jian in disbelief, none daring to take another step forward. Just now, they didn't even feel much energy emanating from Xiao Jian, yet he still severed both of his arms as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. What a terrifying and astonishing method this is. Everyone was stunned. Chen Kuo trembled all over, his face filled with disbelief. Is this the night demon Xiao Jian? Although he was terrified as if he had seen a ghost, Chen Kuo was now in a bind. If Xiao Jian isn't killed, Xiao Jian doesn't think he'll let him leave alive. Kill him, what are you waiting for? He only has 2 hands and a knife. How many can he kill? All of you, charge! Charge! Chen Kuo clenched his fists and roared deafeningly, the veins on his forehead bulging out like a centipede. Everyone who heard this agreed that it made sense. They swarmed towards Xiao Jian once again. Moreover, as people from the Grand Commandant's office, even if they escaped, returning would mean certain death. But Chen Kuo didn't care about any of that. Seeing Xiao Jian's move, he already knew in his heart that all of them combined probably couldn't even hurt a hair on Xiao Jian's head. Seeing everyone rushing up to entangle with Xiao Jian, he quickly turned around, pushed off with his feet, and in a few leaps, rushed out, running like a madman towards the outside of Cloud Mist Manor. He didn't stop for a moment, disappearing in a flash as he frantically fled for his life. Trying to leave? With a fierce shout, Xiao Jian killed 2 people and then went after Xiao Jian. But after taking only 2 steps, the men from the Grand Commandant's mansion swarmed forward from behind, surrounding Xiao Jian. Su Ming saw this, grinned, and calmly stepped out, heading towards the outside of Cloud Mist Manor. His pace didn't seem fast, but with such steady steps, he was already outside the door in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jian frowned upon seeing Su Ming's actions. What's up with this kid? You wouldn't want to go after Chen Kuo alone, would you? Chen Kuo was also a top expert in the Grand Commandant's mansion. He could tell at a glance that Chen Kuo was at least at the peak of the King realm. If Xiao Jian wanted to kill Chen Kuo, it would be a piece of cake. But everyone else was like an ant in front of Chen Kuo. Besides, it's just a kid like him. Xiao Jian shook his head, too lazy to think about it. He just wanted to finish off these lackeys as soon as possible. As for Su Ming's life or death, he didn't care much. Below Cloud Mist Manor, Chen Kuo ran like a mad dog fleeing down the mountain, not daring to look back. With a panicked expression and covered in sweat, he ran like the wind, wanting nothing more than to escape this terrifying place as quickly as possible. But after running about a kilometer, he suddenly stopped. He was now close to the foot of the mountain, but there he saw Su Ming leaning against a large rock, smiling at him. Chief Chen, you've already come all this way, how can you just leave without saying goodbye? That's incredibly rude of you. My Cloud Mist Manor isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Su Ming said with a smile. You're asking for death, you piece of trash. You dare to stop me? I thought someone else had come. I might be afraid of Xiao Jian, but who do you think you are? I'll take your life, you damned piece of trash. Chen Kuo roared angrily, not taking Su Ming seriously at all, and rushed out in a few strides. Upon reaching Su Ming, he raised his right hand and lunged at Su Ming's throat. Lie down. The peak power of the King realm surged forth like a flood. But Su Ming remained calm and composed, grinned, and easily grabbed Chen Kuo's 5 fingers, giving them a gentle twist. Click. Su Ming twisted all 5 of his fingers off. Ah! Chen Kuo's expression changed drastically, and he let out a scream. His eyes were red with pain, and blood was almost seeping from them. Su Ming kicked Chen Kuo in the knee again. It exploded with a loud crack. Like setting off firecrackers. Chen Kuo's kneecap was shattered by Su Ming's kick. He knelt down with a thud, his entire body. The man trembled violently, clutching his severed finger. He looked up in shock, staring dumbfounded at Su Ming, cold sweat pouring down his face like a torrential downpour. Trembling with fear, he asked, Who are you?
Su Ming grinned and said, "The Grand Commandant's office sent you out, but they didn't even tell you who I am." Su De really tricked you. Even someone as stupid as Qin Feiyu knew who he had offended, but you didn't. You deserve to end up like this. Could it be that what Qin Feiyu said was true, and you really are the big shot he mentioned? Thinking of this, Chen Kuo's fear deepened. Within Cloud Mist Manor, there are only 3 people who can be called big shots. The king of the 9 provinces, the master of Cloud Mist Manor, and a Rakshasa. Now that the king of Kyushu is engaged in a decisive battle with the Rakshasa, regardless of who lives or dies, he certainly doesn't have time to care about him. Therefore, there is only one owner of Cloud Mist Manor. Could this young man in front of me be the master of Cloud Mist Manor? That's right, Rakshasa died by my hand. I am the person Rakshasa was looking for, and also the great enemy that Su De tried so hard to get rid of. Su Ming curled the corners of his mouth. What? Chen Kuo completely broke down. So it wasn't the Manor Lord after all, it was him, the king of the 9 provinces. Chen Kuo was so frightened he almost fainted. 734, Chapter 734. Not at all shy. You are the king of the 9 provinces? Chen Kuo was going crazy, staring blankly at Su Ming. He originally thought that Su Ming was just the owner of Yunwu Manor, so he still had a glimmer of hope. But if it were the king of the 9 provinces, the mortal enemy of the Grand Commandant's office, then he would have absolutely no hope of survival. In that instant, Chen Kuo felt nothing but endless despair. I was so scared that I trembled like a leaf. He shook his head repeatedly, saying in terror, You can't kill me. If you kill me, Grand Commandant Su will know you're still alive and will definitely do everything in his power to take your life. Just let me go, and I promise to keep quiet and cover for you. When I return to the Grand Commandant's residence, I'll make sure the Grand Commandant's residence won't target you. Is the Grand Commandant's office targeting me? Su Ming laughed, and then burst into laughter. Laughter echoed throughout the entire foot of the mountain. Even if the Grand Commandant's office doesn't come, he'll still go looking for them. He'd love for the Grand Commandant's office to target him. It's too late. Someone else has already said that before. You blame it on your own stupidity. Su Ming sneered and walked towards Chen Kuo. No. Chen Kuo screamed in agony, as if he had seen a ghost. Inside the main hall of Cloud Mist Manor, the corpses of more than 20 experts from the Grand Commandant's mansion lay scattered on the ground, blood flowing and pooling into small rivers, the air thick with a nauseating stench of blood. Wan Shirin and the rest of the Sihai Medical Association were all pale-faced and dared not even breathe loudly. Xiao Jian remained expressionless, treating it as casually as if he had just slaughtered a dozen chickens. He turned around, walked up to Duan Xingyue, and said respectfully, "Third princess, please." Duan Xingyue swallowed hard, glanced at Xiao Jian with some apprehension, and dared not be presumptuous in the slightest. She obediently left Cloud Mist Manor with Xiao Jian. Only at that moment did he realize just how terrifying Uncle Xiao was in his memory. This head of the Imperial Guards, a top martial arts master, and an unchallenged figure, is not simply someone with a great reputation. Beneath the fame lies a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. With this big shot here, she no longer dared to be even slightly willful. However, Duan Xingyue was still somewhat unwilling, and kept turning back every 3 steps, wanting to see her true savior. Unfortunately, we didn't see it even after arriving at Cloud Mist Manor. Xiao Jian and Duan Xingyue descended the mountain and arrived at its foot, where they encountered Chen Kuo's corpse. This is Chen Kuo? Duan Xingyue took a closer look and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Besides Xiao Jian, is there anyone else who could kill someone like Chen Kuo? Who did it? Xiao Jian's gaze sharpened immediately. I realized something in an instant. When he fought against more than 20 kings before, he witnessed Su Ming chasing after him out of the manor, so it was obvious that Chen Kuo died at the hands of that kid. That person could easily kill a master like Chen Kuo, so their strength is probably not weak either. Recalling the words the Emperor of the 9 provinces had spoken to him before his departure, Xiao Jian suddenly understood everything. He stopped and said to Duan Xingyue, "Third princess, please wait here for me. Need to go back to Cloud Mist Manor. There's someone I need to see, and I'll be right back. You can leave if you want, but Central Plains is nothing but a piece of land to me. If I find you again, don't blame me, Uncle Xiao, for being unruly." Duan Xingyue was immediately embarrassed. Xiao Jian had seen through all her thoughts,
so she could only nod with a grim expression. Uncle Xiao, don't worry, I'll just stand here and wait for you to come back. Xiao Jian nodded, turned around expressionlessly, and headed back towards Cloud Mist Manor. Su Ming had returned to the villa and was sitting in his room on the second floor.
Have they all left?
Su Ming looked up at Yi Tang and asked. Yi Tang nodded. Yes, Prince Su, the people from the Four Seas Medical Association have already gone down the mountain, and Miss Wan has gone down the mountain with them. The third princess was taken away by Night Demon Xiao Jin. As for the others, they are either dead or dead. There are no survivors, especially the people from the Grand Commandant's mansion. There is not a single survivor.
Okay. Su Ming nodded slightly. This is also the result he wanted. Su Da's repeated dispatches of men were like stones thrown into the sea, receiving no response whatsoever. He wanted to see if Su De, who was in the Grand Commandant's mansion in the capital, was truly flustered and whether he was feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. The Grand Commandant's power has been diminished wave after wave now. Even Rakshasa is dead, and Duan Xingyue is no longer a hostage. Su De, what are you going to do now?
Su Ming couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a smile.
Creak.
Lin Xiaoyun pushed open the door and entered, looking at Su Ming with a smile, saying, Xiao Ming, are we going down the mountain? Qingqing hasn't seen me for a long time, she's probably a little worried, she just called to ask. Lin Xiaoyun was tired of playing at Yunwu Mountain Villa.
She's someone who can't stay idle.
You might be a little surprised when you first arrive, but after a day, you'll find that it's no different from other places. Most importantly, it had been noisy since before noon, and the backyard was making a loud rumbling sound, like firecrackers. Although Su Ming told her to stay in her room and be careful today, she was disturbed by the noise all day.
She couldn't wait to go down the mountain.
I feel that this place is not as comfortable as the old house in Yunqing.
Okay, Aunt Lin, I'll take you down the mountain right away. Su Ming nodded calmly.
He brought Lin Xiaoyun over for two reasons. First, to broaden her horizons, and second, because Yunwu Manor is rich in spiritual energy, and if Lin Xiaoyun stayed there for a longer period of time, it would have countless benefits for her health, making her several times healthier than ordinary people.
However, since Lin Xiaoyun wanted to leave, he didn't try to stop her.
Who? Just then, Yi Tang suddenly turned her head and shouted sharply towards the window.
There was a dark figure standing on the balcony by the window.
To trespass into Cloud Mist Manor without a sound is a capital offense. How dare he do this? Su Ming is absolutely deserving of death. Yi Tang flew into a rage, and with a roar, she charged forward like a black panther. Across the window was punched open, slamming open the dark shadow outside.
Yi Tang, don't do it.
Su Ming simply said something calmly.
Orders must be obeyed.
Even though her fist was already halfway through, Yi Tang stopped abruptly in midair, her face turning bright red. As expected of the king of the 9 provinces, a single sentence is enough to make the Azure Dragon War God stand still like a statue. The rules of the War God army are unparalleled in the world.
Xiao Jian slowly walked out from behind the window.
A calm yet somewhat appreciative gaze fell upon Su Ming, and he said expressionlessly, however, even I was mistaken. I didn't recognize King Su's identity. If I hadn't seen Qinqua's corpse down the mountain, I'm afraid I would have missed this opportunity with you again. Who would have thought that the renowned leader of the War God army is actually just a young man in his 20s? It's truly astonishing. Xiao Jian made no attempt to hide his shock and praise for Su Ming.
Oh, we have a guest, please have a seat.
Lin Xiaoyun, unaware of how terrifying Xiao Jian's identity was, still thought he was a guest visiting Su Ming. He quickly greeted him with a smile. This guest looks quite old. I didn't expect you to know. Xiao Ming, please have a seat. Let me pour you some tea. Yi Tang, standing nearby, was sweating profusely. This Aunt Lin was not shy at all. Night Demon Xiao Jian is a top-tier expert, whose status and position are in no way inferior to those of us Azure Dragon War gods. Moreover, as the Emperor's personal bodyguard, or simply put, his status is no less than Su Ming's. If this angers the other party, Lin Xiaoyun could probably die on the spot with just a wave of her hand.
735, Chapter 735. His surname is Zhang.
Sir, what's your name? Where are you from? How do you know Xiao Ming? Do you need any help? Xiao Ming is very capable. If it's reasonable, he'll definitely help you. Lin Xiaoyun thought Xiao Jian was like everyone else, coming to ask for help. She treated Xiao Jian like an ordinary person, asking him all sorts of questions and comforting him.
Yi Tang almost fainted from listening. Why should Night Demon Xiao Jian need to ask for help? Xiao Jian glanced at Lin Xiaoyun with a frustrated expression. He didn't even have the desire to be angry with Lin Xiaoyun, because in his eyes, such an ordinary person was not even as good as an ant. Su Ming couldn't help but smile and said to Lin Xiaoyun, "Aunt Lin, why don't you go back to your room and rest first? I'll see you down the mountain after I've finished entertaining this guest." Well. Lin Xiaoyun also sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off, and nodded with an awkward smile. Turned around and left the room. In the room, only Su Ming, Yi Tang, and Night Demon Xiao Jian remained. Su Ming poured Xiao Jian a cup of tea, knowing that this person was someone close to the Emperor of Kyushu and must know a lot. He then cut to the chase, saying, "Chief Xiao, you've returned. Is there something you wish to say to me? His Majesty asked me to pass on a message to you. If you need help, he can directly grant you permission. He'll act first and report later. The Grand Commandant's office operates similarly as long as you're alive. That's incredibly good news for him." Xiao Jian finished speaking slowly, his face expressionless. "Execute first, then report later." Upon hearing this, Su Ming grinned. This permission is far too generous. Simply put, with this permission, no one in the 9 provinces is exempt from being killed. It seems the Emperor of the 9 provinces isn't stupid. He's well aware of their current predicament, which is why he specifically sent Xiao Jian to deliver a message, hoping to use his power to eliminate Su Di. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then said to Xiao Jian, "Then go back and tell the king that I received it." Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes were filled with sharp killing intent and a cold light. Good. Xiao Jian didn't say much. He got up and left, walked to the window, turned around, and glanced at Su Ming out of the corner of his eye, saying, "I'll be waiting for you in the Imperial State. I want to have a real fight with you. I really want to see just how strong the people from the War God Temple are." After saying that, Xiao Jian leaped up, his body falling below and disappearing from sight. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. "King Su, what exactly does Night Demon Xiao Jian mean? Is he an enemy or an ally?" Yi Tang didn't understand. Especially at the end, Xiao Jian even said he wanted to fight Su Ming. Su Ming grinned and said, "For now, we're allies, because the Emperor of Kyushu is waiting to help him break through. However, even without this order, Su Di would definitely die at my hands." Understood. Yi Tang then nodded thoughtfully. At the foot of the mountain, Wan Shirin sat in the car and waited for a while before finally meeting Qin Feiyu. Wan Shirin hurriedly opened the car door. She didn't get the antidote prescription, and Guo Qianshan even had someone from the Sihai Medical Association take it back. The Sihai Medical Association was unwilling to give her the prescription, leaving her at a loss. She really wanted to ask Qin Feiyu what was going on. If there is no solution. If that's the end for the Wan family, then they're completely finished. Those wealthy people from Zhengzhou could devour the entire Wan family alive. But as long as Qin Feiyu is willing to try, she still has a chance. After all, Qin Feiyu is still a prodigy of the imperial state and a favorite of the Grand Commandant's mansion. With Qin Feiyu around, even if those wealthy people are very resentful, they don't dare to forcibly take action against Wanja. Qin Feiyu came to the car, but only glanced at it before saying to Wan Shirin, "You go back first. I won't go back with you. I need to get ready to go back to Dizhou." What? Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin's expression changed drastically, and she was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. "Cousin Qin, what exactly happened? Didn't you go to see the Cloud Mist Manor Master? With the master backing us up, what is there to be afraid of? Besides, weren't you going to unify the medical path in central China and shine in the medical ranking competition?" Wan Shirin felt her mind was in chaos, and she was about to go crazy. Before going up the mountain, Qin Feiyu was so full of vigor and so arrogant, it was still vivid in my mind. In the blink of an eye, they suddenly said they were going back to the imperial city? This change in attitude caught her completely off guard and left her unable to comprehend it. It's a shame she actually believed it before, thinking that the manor lord really had her back. Wan Shirin took a deep breath and felt dizzy, as if the world was spinning around her. "Master?" Qin Feiyu shook his head with a wry smile.
It would have been better if he hadn't seen it. Only after seeing it did he fully understand how terrifying the power structure in Zhengzhou was and what kind of people stood at the top.
Someone like him is simply an ant.
He still wants to stir up trouble, but in the eyes of the real big shots, he's probably no different from a clown. Clown. Thinking about it, Qin Feiyu felt a wave of frustration and despair. He used to think he was so great because he had two powerful forces backing him up, but now he realizes it was all a joke and not worth mentioning.
Qin Feiyu let out a breath, looking a little dejected, and shook his head, saying, "That's settled then, I'm leaving now, the rest is up to you."
After saying that, Qin Feiyu ignored Wan Shirin and left on his own.
What?
Wan Shirin was about to go crazy.
What about the antidote prescription?
Wan Shirin was in a terrible predicament.
We haven't gotten the antidote prescription, and Qin Feiyu seems to have become a completely different person, just abandoning us completely. What are we going to do?
Qin Feiyu could easily wash her hands of the matter and come and go as she pleased, but she had to bear the full responsibility. The life and death of everyone in the Wan family now rested on her shoulders.
Wan Shirin is under so much pressure she's going crazy.
Just then, the cell phone rang. Wan Shirin took out her phone and saw that it was a call from her mother, Luo Hongxia.
She answered it quickly.
She didn't know how to tell the Wan family that she had gained nothing. She was afraid that if this got out, the entire Wan family would collapse.
Unexpectedly, Luo Hongxia exclaimed excitedly, "Shirin, you're really something. It must have been you. I never thought you could even get such a miracle doctor to help you. You're really amazing."
What? Wan Shirin was shocked once again.
"Shirin, where are you? Come back quickly. We just received news that a miracle doctor at the hospital has come up with an antidote. He cured all the wealthy people and even gave us some pointers on how to improve our prescription. Our Wan family is going to be rich. Your dad and brother are over there entertaining that big shot, waiting for you to make the arrangements."
Luo Hongxia was overjoyed and her words were filled with excitement.
A miracle doctor?
Wan Shirin was completely dumbfounded.
She doesn't know any miracle doctors. Moreover, the people from the Four Seas Medical Association said in person that there is no antidote for this kind of poison. Who can detoxify it? If such a person really exists, what kind of big shot must he be? What's his name?
Wan Shirin asked, her eyes wide with shock. I don't know. You don't even know the name of the miracle doctor you invited. Your dad said his surname seems to be Zhang.
Luo Hongxia said slowly. Open? Wan Shirin was stunned. 736, Chapter 736. Granddaughter-in-law. Zhengzhou Hospital. Mom, where is the miracle doctor? Wan Shirin arrived at the hospital, found Luo Hongxia, and asked in surprise. In the hospital office. Luo Hongxia replied.
Wan Shirin rushed into the office. As soon as she looked up, she saw an old man with a white beard sitting in a chair, holding a long pipe and smoking a pipe. His clothes were decent, but his overall demeanor and temperament were such that no one would know he was a miracle doctor.
If you didn't know better, you'd think they were farmers from the countryside who had moved to the city.
However, the hospital executives around him treated the old man with utmost respect, just like students seeing their teacher, not daring to be disrespectful in the slightest.
Wan Shirin was filled with surprise and doubt. She stepped forward and asked cautiously, "Was it you who produced the antidote and saved all the poisoned patients in the hospital?" Presumptuous. The hospital executive standing nearby immediately shouted at Wan Shirin, "You dare to kneel before Zhang Qianqi, the Grand Physician of the Imperial Medical Academy, who gave you the audacity to question me? If it weren't for Dr. Sang's intervention, your Wan family would have been completely finished this time." A group of hospital executives stared intently at Wan Shirin.
Zhang Qianqi, oh my god. Wan Shirin was so frightened that she knelt down on the ground with a thud. She also wondered who this miracle doctor surnamed Zhang was, and who turned out to be a top figure in the Imperial Medical Academy.
This was so unexpected.
Wan Shirin never dreamed that such an important figure would make a move.
No wonder, in the whole world, apart from this head of the Imperial Physician's office, probably no one else could have this ability.
After all, even the Four Seas Medical Association said that there was no cure for that kind of poison, and there was no antidote at all.
Wan Shirin stunned everyone. He stared blankly at Zhang Qianqi.
But he couldn't understand why Zhang Qianqi, with his status and position, would help him and the Wan family. Seemingly sensing Wan Shirin's doubts, Zhang Qianqi took a drag of his cigarette and said with a faint smile, "It's just a coincidence a friend of mine also happened to be poisoned by this, and I haven't used it in a long time. Seeing this stuff made me itchy to use it, so I couldn't help but study the prescription."
"Don't worry about it."
Zhang Qianqi appeared quite calm. But a storm was brewing in Wan Shirin's heart. With a casual study, he solved a major event that the entire Wan family couldn't handle, and that even Qin Feiyu was so frightened that he ran away, causing a sensation throughout the Central Plains. As expected of a top figure in the imperial state.
In front of such a powerful figure, what is the Wan family?
Wan Shirin's mind raced. She knew that as long as she could curry favor with this Dr. Zhang, the Wan family would have no worries about the future.
Wan Shirin immediately prostrated herself before Zhang Qianqi, bowing deeply with immense gratitude and respect, saying, "Thank you so much, Dr. Zhang. For your help I am deeply grateful. If it weren't for your compassionate healing, the Wan family would have been finished. We have no way to repay your great kindness. I, Wan Shirin, will immediately have a banquet prepared to welcome Dr. Zhang and give him a proper welcome."
Zhang Qianqi smoked a cigarette, his expression blank.
The line of people wanting to receive him stretched almost to the outskirts of Zhengzhou city.
Besides, it was just a small family called Wan, which he didn't take seriously at all. Behind Zhang Qianqi stood a young man who looked quite young, probably around 24 or 25 years old. He was staring at Wan Shirin with a gleam in his eyes.
Zhang Qianqi turned his head slightly and asked, "Xiaoyang, what do you think?"
The young man smiled and nodded immediately. "Grandpa, I think we should just go along with the Wan family's wishes. This Miss Wan is quite polite. Besides, didn't you say we shouldn't attract attention? The Wan family isn't very well known in Zhengzhou, which is just enough for us to settle down." Zhang Qianqi smiled, seeing through his grandson's true thoughts, and nodded in agreement. "Then it's as you see fit." Hearing this, Wan Shirin looked up gratefully and said with great joy, "That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Zhang, for gracing us with your presence. Dr. Zhang, please." Then Wan Shirin immediately took out her phone, called the top hotel in Zhengzhou to reserve a table, and at the same time, had a car prepared to pick up Zhang Qianqi and the young Zhang Yang. Seeing Zhang Qianqi get into the car, Wan Shirin felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders and was overjoyed. Luo Hongxia quickly walked up from behind, peeked in, and then asked, "Shirin, how is it? Is everything settled?"
"Get what done?"
Wan Shirin asked, puzzled.
"Dr. Zhang, he's been waiting for you here on purpose. If I hadn't pleaded with him, such an important person would have left long ago. Shirin, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, you must seize it,"
Luo Hongxia said excitedly, her face beaming.
"What?"
Wan Shirin was completely confused and had no idea what her mother meant.
Look at Wan Shirin's bewildered expression. Luo Hongxia rolled her eyes in anger before revealing everything. It turns out that Zhang Qianqi producing the antidote prescription was indeed just a coincidence. But a big shot like Zhang Qianqi had absolutely no connection with the Wan family. After the matter was resolved, Zhang Qianqi should have left.
It was Luo Hongxia and Wan Jinshan who, after the Wan family arrived, tried their best to persuade them to stay. And that young man, Zhang Yang, is Zhang Qianqi's grandson. Despite his young age, Zhang Yang is already a key figure being cultivated by the Imperial Medical Academy. Moreover, with Zhang Qianqi as his mentor, Zhang Yang's future is undoubtedly bright, and he will surely become a top-tier physician in the future. The only regret is that Zhang Yang studied medicine at the Imperial Medical Academy under Zhang Qianqi and has lived a secluded life since childhood. To this day, he doesn't even know many girls.
There's no news about him getting married.
Luo Hongxia seized this opportunity to praise Wan Shirin, saying how well she and Zhang Yang matched, which piqued Zhang Qianqi's interest and led him to keep the two of them there. The meeting in the office just now was to size up Wan Shirin. It seems that Zhang Qianqi and Zhang Yang are satisfied, which is why they took their seats at Wan Jia the car. After hearing this, Wan Shirin was so angry she almost fainted.
"Mom, how could you do this without my permission? Isn't this tantamount to selling me out?"
Wan Shirin was about to faint. No wonder Zhang Qianqi didn't say a word just now, but as soon as Zhang Yang agreed, Zhang Qianqi immediately agreed as well.
This is to take a look at the granddaughter-in-law.
But Wan Shirin had no idea that she was feeling a mix of emotions at that moment.
What's wrong with that? Luo Hongxia glared at Wan Shireen and said irritably, "You're such a grown woman, and ever since you divorced that good-for-nothing, you haven't found anyone. You couldn't even catch Qin Feiyu, and now he's vanished. I, as your mother, have to find you a partner, and you're still not satisfied? What kind of person is Zhang Yang? It's your good fortune that he's interested in you. What makes him unworthy of you? Don't mess things up, this guy is the real big shot. Qin Feiyu is nothing but a lackey in his eyes. If we offend him, our entire Wan family is finished. You'd better behave yourself." Luo Hongxia glared angrily and said. This. Wan Shireen was about to faint. But what's done is done, and she had no choice at all. Considering the bigger picture, if they could indeed win over a big shot like Zhang Qianqi, the Wan family could rise to the top in one fell swoop. We'll talk about this later. Wan Shireen could only grit her teeth, say a deep sigh, and then get into the car. This girl, she doesn't know what's good for her. A woman will eventually get married. What's the use of earning a lot of money? You'll be grateful to me later. Luo Hongxia said, thinking herself clever. 737, Chapter 737. I know you hate me. Zhangzhou Hotel, Yanshanlu. What, you're saying there are no rooms available? After Zhang Qianqi, Zhang Yang, Wan Shireen, Luo Hongxia, and others arrived, they were told that there were no rooms available. Instantly, everyone's face turned green. Having finally managed to retain this important figure, they wanted to make a good impression. Wan Jinshan even drove back personally to bring the Wan family heirlooms as a gift to Zhang Qianqi, but now there isn't even a room for him. How can this be explained? If they can't even handle this small matter, how will Zhang Qianqi view the Wan family? What nonsense are you spouting? Luo Hongxia immediately flew into a rage, grabbing the head manager by the collar and roaring, "Our Wan family booked rooms before we arrived, you're saying there aren't any available, how do you handle things?" The manager pushed Luo Hongxia aside and said impatiently, "If it's gone, it's gone. Our Yanshanlu is packed with guests every day, so it's first come, first served. If we just held a room for you with a phone call, how much would we lose? Besides, who is your Wan family? Everyone who comes to Yanshanlu is a big shot. Your Wan family doesn't even have the right to wait in line." You! Luo Hongxia gritted her teeth instantly, almost going crazy with anger. What a snobbish bastard! It's one thing to look down on the Wan family, but who are they inviting to this banquet today? This idiot probably couldn't even dream of it. How dare they give their room to someone else? They're asking for it. You bastard, I think you're fired for spouting nonsense. You're a mere hotel manager, you're dead meat. Luo Hongxia gritted her teeth. Zhang Qianqi and Zhang Yang's expressions had both darkened. Wan Shireen saw this and immediately became extremely nervous. Mom, stop talking, I'll handle it. Wan Shireen stepped forward and said to the head manager, "From a moral standpoint, I was the one who called to book the room first. From a legal standpoint, it was your Yanshanlu that gave the room to someone else without my consent, so it's not fair for you to complain, is it? Here's what we'll do. I won't make things difficult for you. Give me the phone number of whoever took our room, and I'll call them myself." Wan Shireen remained extremely calm. No matter who you are, no one can surpass someone like Zhang Qianqi. As long as you reveal your name, the other party will probably be so embarrassed that they'll have to give up the room and come down to apologize. At that time, Yanshanlu will naturally realize how big a mistake it has made. Okay. The supervisor glanced at Wan Shireen with amusement, then without saying a word, went to the back office, opened the customer information, copied down a phone number, and handed it to Wan Shireen. Go ahead and call if you can get a room. I'll say you're capable if you can. From now on, whenever anyone from the Wan family comes, there will be no shortage of rooms. They'll be reserved for you 100% of the time, and you'll be treated like honored guests. The foreman smiled jokingly. Kid, you don't know your place, just you wait and see, or you'll be so scared you'll kneel down. Luo Hongxia looked at the foreman manager as if he were an idiot. Wan Shireen held the phone number and looked down at it, feeling that the number looked very familiar. She picked up her phone, entered the number, and immediately the contact name appeared on the screen, Su Ming. Is it this kid? Wan Shireen was completely stunned. He said the number looked so familiar. Isn't this Su Ming's phone call? So this guy took her room. Wan Shireen almost fainted from anger. What's wrong, Cheyenne? Seeing Wan Shirin's strange expression, Luo Hongxia couldn't help but frown and ask.
Su Ming is the one who's taking up our room. Wan Shirin said this in extreme frustration.
Is it that good for nothing? Everyone in the Wan family was astonished and suspicious. How dare that idiot enter the banquet pavilion? How could he possibly be qualified?
Luo Hongxia's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing the manager's confidence, she thought the person who had taken the room was someone important, at the very least a top 10 richest person in Zhengzhou. She never expected it to be this good for nothing.
That makes things easier. We'll call this good for nothing down here when he sees us. Won't he kneel down obediently? He even dared to take our room. I'll break his legs.
Luo Hongxia said angrily.
Mom, forget it.
While on the phone, Wan Shirin whispered, today is to welcome Dr. Zhang, so let's not cause any trouble otherwise, we'll just become a laughingstock. Let me handle it.
Fine, I'll deal with him later.
Luo Hongxia then let out a cold snort.
That good-for-nothing brat is not worth mentioning. As long as they can curry favor with a big shot like Zhang Qinshi, everyone in the entire Central Plains will have to fawn over the Wan family. Those kinds of people are like ants on the roadside. They don't even have the right to fawn.
Today, Wan Jia's growth is soaring and unstoppable. Wan Shirin dialed the number, and Su Ming answered it. On the phone, Wan Shirin calmly explained the problem.
Okay, I'll be right down. Su Ming responded and then hung up the phone.
A moment later, Su Ming, with his hands in his pockets, slowly walked out of the elevator. Upon seeing Su Ming, the Wan family members all looked at him with disdain. Zhang Qianqi and Zhang Yang didn't even glance at it, just waiting for Wan Shirin to finish the job quickly. Wan Shirin took the initiative to come forward, led Su Ming aside, and said in a deep voice, tell your people to leave quickly and give up the room.
On what grounds?
Su Ming grinned and gave a cold laugh. He looked at Wan Shirin with a sarcastic and bewildered expression. Wan Shirin's face remained cold. I don't have time to waste words explaining to you. You just need to know that the guests our Wan family is hosting are people you'll never meet in your entire life. You're just asking for trouble by occupying this room. Besides, I booked the room in advance. You got a good deal, so you should give it up.
No way. Without saying a word, Su Ming refused outright.
You. Wan Shirin was almost furious. Instantly, his eyes widened, fierce. He glared fiercely at Su Ming.
I know you harbor resentment towards me. Wan family is growing bigger and bigger. At its peak, if I hadn't taken the initiative to divorce you back then, you would be benefiting from it now. But some things are destined you weren't meant to be, so you're destined not to enjoy this wealth and glory. So there's no use in hating me. If you're going to hate someone, hate that you're still so useless. How about this? I won't treat you unfairly as long as you give up the room. I'll give you 1 million to make up for all the debts I owe you in the divorce, as well as your losses. How about that? Wan Shirin spoke with an air of authority, behaving like a vice president.
Having done this much, she felt she had done more than enough for Su Ming. 1 million is enough for an ordinary person like Su Ming to live a carefree life without having to worry about anything.
Although I can't enjoy the scenery with everyone else.
But 1 million was enough to make Su Ming rich and powerful. After saying that, Wan Shirin took out a check from her pocket, quickly wrote down a check for 1 million, signed it, and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming glanced down and gave a mocking smile. Miss Wan, quite the grand gesture. $1 million in one go. You really are something else. But I'm curious, who is it that makes you willing to spend $1 million to bribe me?
738, chapter 738. I'll remember you.
You don't need to know, and you don't have to know. Wan Shirin glanced at Su Ming coldly. All you need to know is to take the money, tell your people to leave quickly, and give up the room. It's that simple. 1 million, she was sure Su Ming was overjoyed. He would have taken the money and left without a second thought. Unexpectedly, Su Ming didn't even glance at the check, and said calmly with a smile, sorry, since I'm not qualified to know, then I don't need to give it to you. Figure it out yourself.
You? Wan Shirin was so angry she was almost going crazy. Miss Wan, is it still not settled?
Just then, Zhang Yang slowly walked up from behind and stood next to Wan Shirin. He glanced at Su Ming from head to toe and shook his head.
With Su Ming's appearance, he simply couldn't stand him.
I'm so sorry, I'll take care of it right away. Wan Shirin said with a grim expression.
No need, let me handle it. As the saying goes,
It's easier to deal with the king of hell than with his underlings. It's useless to talk nicely to this kind of person. He needs to be taught a lesson, made to realize the difference in status, and then he won't dare to be so presumptuous. Zhang Yang was full of confidence and made a firm promise. He also wanted to show off in front of Wan Shirin in order to win her favor. Immediately, Zhang Yang looked at Su Ming, grinned coldly, and said, "Kid, do you know who I am?"
"I don't know him." Su Ming gave a mocking smile.
"I bet you don't recognize me either, because you and I are on completely different levels. The difference between us is like heaven and earth. You're just lucky to see me here today. Listen carefully. My name is Zhang Yang, the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau's oversight. The head of the bureau, Zhang Qianqi, is my grandfather, the one behind him."
As he spoke, Zhang Yang turned to the side and pointed at Zhang Qianqi.
"Now, asking you to give up your room to us is a blessing you've accumulated over 8 lifetimes. You've heard of the Imperial Medical Academy, haven't you? Any one person from the Imperial Medical Academy could easily crush your ancestors for 3 generations, let alone us. Be smart and get out of here, or you won't have a place to stay in the entire Central Plains."
Zhang Yang looked down at Su Ming with an arrogant expression. Wan Shirin was utterly helpless.
"I originally wanted to handle it myself, but I didn't expect that I would have to trouble Zhang Yang and Zhang Qianqi to step in.
The identities of these two people are terrifying.
It would be one thing if it were dealing with someone else, but it's someone like Su Ming, which is really embarrassing.
That kid doesn't know what's good for him. He wouldn't even take $1 million, but he's relentlessly pestering her, insisting on benefiting from the Wan family's influence before he'll be satisfied. A greedy and utterly useless idiot. Now that she knows the Wan family is hosting a banquet for a big shot like Zhang Qianqi, this guy must be so scared he'll wet his pants. Now, there isn't even $1 million left. This is the consequence of insatiable greed.
Wan Shirin's face turned extremely cold. She also felt that Su Ming deserved it. Zhang Yang was right. This kind of person should be taught a lesson so that he can realize what an ant he is.
Unexpectedly,
Su Ming smiled mockingly, as if he hadn't heard it all, and sneered, "I said, no, get out. The people of the Imperial Physician's Mansion have to follow the rules when they eat. Now you're begging me, you make Zhang Qianqi come to me in person, and see if he dares to talk to me like that. You're asking for death. How dare you insult my grandfather? You're a damn piece of trash."
Zhang Yang's face instantly turned red, and he was furious. Wan Shirin was stunned. Is this guy genuinely stupid, or just pretending? Even if you're going to put on an act, you need to assess the situation carefully. Trying to impress Zhang Qianqi? Are you crazy?
Zhang Yang was so angry that he was about to attack Su Ming. Just then, a surprised voice suddenly came from the stairwell ahead.
"Dr. Zhang, is it really you? My goodness, we've been trying to find out where you're going to stay, but we never expected you to come to Yanshanlu."
Upon seeing Zhang Qianqi, the 2 wealthy men from Zhengzhou instantly reacted as if they had discovered a treasure, rushing over excitedly. He knelt down in front of Zhang Qianqi with a thud. "Luo Dun and Lu Ma, wealthy men from Zhengzhou, pay their respects to Dr. Zhang. Several other wealthy men are waiting at the bakery upstairs. Dr. Zhang, please come in." Zhang Qianqi remained unmoved, only turning his head to look at Su Ming.
Wan Shirin glanced back and let out a breath. It turns out that other wealthy people were also waiting for Zhang Qianqi here. Then we won't have to worry about not having a room.
However, this means that it gives other people a chance, instead of allowing Wan Jia to shine alone. But staying here and getting entangled with Su Ming isn't going to work.
It just makes us a laughingstock.
Wan Shirin immediately said to Zhang Yang, "I think we should accept those wealthy people's invitations for now, so we don't have to stand here all the time."
"Good."
Zhang Yang nodded, then glared fiercely at Su Ming. "Kid, I'll remember you. Don't let me run into you again, or you're dead."
After saying that, Zhang Yang turned and left.
Wan Shirin glanced at Su Ming and shook her head disdainfully. "You're truly beyond saving. In the end, you'll gain nothing. This is the result of your constant ignorance." After saying that, Wan Shirin returned to the group. Then the group of people went upstairs at Yanshanlu with the 2 wealthy men. Su Ming glanced at her coldly, said nothing, and slowly returned to the front desk. A few dozen seconds later, a middle-aged man rushed downstairs in a panic. He stood before Su Ming, sweating profusely with fear, and respectfully asked, "Your Highness, what happened? I received the news and rushed down here. Who is this person? How dare they make you give up your room? I'll make sure they never have a good time." This man was naturally the owner of Yanqianlu. Su Ming smiled coldly. "It's nothing, just Zhang Qianqi from the Imperial Physician's Office and the Wan family."
"What, Zhang Qianqi?"
Upon hearing this, the boss stared in shock.
He couldn't help but swallow hard. "I never expected that even Zhang Qianqi from the Imperial Physician's Office would come. No wonder trouble broke out. I just hate that he reacted so slowly. This is a powerful figure he can't afford to offend." However, compared to that, he was even less willing to offend Su Ming. The king of Kyushu, even Rakshasa, died at Su Ming's hands, so what was Zhang Qianqi? What about them? The boss looked at Su Ming in shock. Su Ming said coldly, "They went to 2 rooms belonging to 2 wealthy men named Luo Dun and Lu Meiyou. Know what to do from today onwards. Yanqianlu will refuse to entertain members of the Imperial Physician's Mansion and the Wan family." "I understand." The boss nodded, sweating profusely. Although going against Zhang Qianqi has serious consequences. But with Su Ming backing him up, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do, and he immediately turned around to make arrangements. Su Ming went back to the private room upstairs and ran into Yi Tang at the door. He said to Yi Tang, "Help me find out what Zhang Qianqi wanted to do in Zhengzhou, what he did, and why he was with the Wan family." "Yes." Yi Tang responded and took out her phone to make a call. A moment later, Yi Tang showed the information to Su Ming on her phone, including Zhang Qianqi's help in developing an antidote for the Wan family and the improvement of the prescription. After reading it, Su Ming immediately scoffed. "Zhang Qianqi has really gone senile. How can a prescription be altered like this? The dosage is clearly wrong, yet he changed the herbs, making it seem like an improvement in the end. The toxicity is even worse. If this prescription were given to the Wan family, they would be truly finished. It's a shame he's the head of the Imperial Medical Academy." Su Ming was incredibly sarcastic. 739, Chapter 739. Bring a pen. Su Ming was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Qianqi is a senior medical scholar, a medical sage or higher, yet he can't even understand this kind of prescription. That's truly laughable. However, Su Ming was too lazy to bother with such trivial matters. If the Wan family had gone to such lengths to curry favor, then they should be prepared to bear the consequences. Su Ming sneered, ignored him, and went back into his room. Inside the room were Guo Qianshan and his group. Upon seeing Su Ming return, Guo Qianshan hurriedly stood up and gratefully toasted Su Ming, saying, "Thank you, Prince Su, for saving my life." Su Ming calmly walked over and sat down. "Alright, I said I'm not here to save you, but to teach the people from the Grand Commandant's mansion a lesson. The medical ranking starts in 3 days. Have you all figured out the situation?" Guo Qianshan nodded hurriedly. "According to the information, all major forces are participating in this medical ranking. There are 3 people invited to attend as judges. The first is Zhang Qianqi, the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, the second is myself, and the third is Luo Qianshan, who has already stepped down from the Kyushu Medical Academy." Su Ming nodded after listening. These 3 individuals are indeed qualified to be judges, based on their seniority and experience. No one dared to voice the slightest objection. However, this also made him understand why Zhang Qianqi had come down to Zhengzhou. He probably came to oversee the medical ranking competition and serve as a judge. "By the way, Prince Su, I've already had Lei Chongyun send over the prescription. It should arrive soon," Guo Qianshan said respectfully. The main entrance of Yanqianlu. A man in black led a man and a woman into the hotel. Who on earth is this person? They have such a big influence that they not only want our 4C's Medical Association's treasured 4 directions divine medicine, but they also want us to deliver it personally. Do they think they're the emperor of the 9 provinces? Behind Lei Chongyun stood a tall, slender woman with a cold and stern face, who spoke with a gloomy gaze. "All right." Lei Chongyun looked up at the restaurant and said in a deep voice, "It was an order personally given by the ancestor, so no matter who it is, we have to obey. However, if this person is really a good-for-nothing, then even if the prescription is sent out, I have plenty of ways to get it back. How can we allow the most prized possession of our Sihai Medical Association to fall into the hands of others so easily?" Lei Chongyun gave a cold, gloomy snort. Then the three of them stepped into the elevator. A moment later, the three arrived at the door of the private room and pushed it open to enter. Lei Chongyun glanced around and immediately spotted Guo Qianshan and Xia Senyun sitting in the room. Lei Chongyun stepped forward and respectfully knelt before Guo Qianshan. Disciple Lei Chongyun pays respects to ancestor. Guo Qianshan simply nodded slightly, then asked in a deep voice, "Where's the prescription, did you bring it?" Lei Chongyun replied, "I brought it, but please forgive my impertinence in asking, who is this prescription for? After all, it is of great importance, it is the most precious treasure of our Four Seas Medical Association." It would be a lie to say Lei Chongyun wasn't heartbroken to give away something so priceless and rare besides, even if he were to give it away, he'd have to make sure it was more than worth the price. "Why all the nonsense, give it to me." But Guo Qianshan didn't bother to explain and simply shouted angrily. "You call yourself the president, yet you're so indecisive. The Four Directions Divine Medicine is just an incomplete ancient formula. Even if it's a treasure of the mountain, what difference does it make if it's unusable? It's no different from waste paper. If we bring it out and get guidance from Prince Su, maybe we can complete it. You can't even tell what's important." Guo Qianshan's face was cold and stern as he shouted angrily. He was completely subservient to Su Ming. But in front of outsiders, the status and domineering power of the Zhengzhou medicine saint ancestor were something no one dared to offend. Lei Chongyun trembled, hurriedly took the prescription, held it in both hands, and presented it. At the same time, I was also wondering. King Su? Which King Su? What king? Why has he never heard of him? What kind of king has the ability to guide him in ancient medical prescriptions from all over the world? Amid Lei Chongyun's surprised and confused gaze, Guo Qianshan took the prescription, turned around and respectfully handed it to Su Ming, revealing a fawning smile as he said, "King Su, this is the prescription for the Four Directions Divine Elixir, please take a look." Bang! When Lei Chongyun saw that it was actually offered to Su Ming, he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground again. The man and woman who came with him were both shocked and stared wide-eyed. "Is it this kid? Are you kidding me?" From the moment they stepped into the private room, they didn't even glance at Su Ming, completely disregarding him. "I thought he was some newly recruited follower, but I never expected him to be the Prince Su that Guo Qianshan had mentioned." And what's with the old ancestor's expression? They had never seen Guo Qianshan display such a fawning expression before. Lei Chongyun was instantly shocked. He glanced at Su Ming from head to toe, then said in shock and anger, "Ancestor, this is inappropriate. If you were to use this prescription yourself, or give it to some big shot, that would be one thing, but to give it to a kid like this is a waste of resources. Moreover, if word gets out that our Four Seas Medical Association's most treasured medicine is given to someone like this, wouldn't people laugh their heads off?" Lei Chongyun was so angry he almost fainted. But when he said this, Guo Qianshan, Xia Senyun, Linger, and a group of people from the Four Seas Medical Association were shocked. The president has absolutely no idea who this big shot sitting in front of him is. "How dare you say such a thing, are you crazy?" Xia Senyun was so frightened that he stood up abruptly, glaring at Lei Chongyun and saying, "President Lei, stop talking, it's not what you think, just do what the ancestor tells you to do." "No." Lei Chongyun was so angry that his face turned red. "Have you all become idiots after coming all this way to Zhengzhou? I, Lei Chongyun, have never even heard of or seen this kind of kid. What right does he have to take my Four Seas Medical Association's prescriptions? Presumptuous!" Guo Qianshan roared, slammed his fist on the table, and stood up, his face full of fury. "Shut up, all of you!" Su Ming gave a cold shout, his icy voice echoing throughout the entire private room, drowning out all other sounds. Su Ming looked up, he glanced at Lei Chongyun and said expressionlessly, "Can we please stop arguing? The Four Directions Divine Elixir is indeed interesting, but only I can complete it. Keeping it in your hands would be a waste." "Ha ha ha ha." Lei Chongyun, enraged, laughed loudly, pointing at Su Mingli and shouting, "You piece of trash, pretending to be something you're not. If you could really complete the formula for the Four Directions Divine Elixir, I'd kneel down and kowtow 3 times to you in front of everyone. Who do you think you are, daring to act all high and mighty in front of me? You can fool them, but can you fool me, Lei Chongyun?" Lei Chongyun's eyes were incredibly gloomy, and he wished he could kill Su Ming.
The two people behind him also stared at Su Ming with disdain and contempt.
You said it.
Su Mingbing sneered and raised his hand, shouting, "Bring me a pen." Immediately, Xia Xianyun hurriedly took out a pen and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming focused intently and began to scribble on the prescription.
The entire room fell silent instantly.
Lei Chongyun, however, crossed his arms and didn't take it to heart at all, only giving a cold smile. He was just waiting to see how Su Ming would embarrass himself if the kid couldn't change the prescription. He would make Su Ming crawl out of there.
740, Chapter 740. Who was that kid?
The Four Directions Combined Divine Medicine is a top-tier, 9-grade, medicinal formula. The Sihai Medical Association has existed for over a century. The Sihai Medical Association has studied this for at least 3 generations, but it has not been fully completed to this day. This prescription can enable peak martial artists at the martial emperor level and above to take a big leap in their realm.
This thing has always been regarded as a treasure by the Sihai Medical Association.
Because once the puzzle is completed and the elixir is successfully refined, it will cause a sensation throughout the entire 9 provinces, driving countless martial arts masters at the top of the pyramid into a frenzy. The status of the Four Seas Medical Association will rise to the top in one leap, and no one will be able to match it. Therefore, generations of the Sihai Medical Association have devoted themselves to studying this prescription. But there was still no result. And now, this kid actually claims he can complete the prescription, right in front of everyone, in such a short time.
That's utterly absurd and ridiculous. If only this could be completed. Doesn't that mean that even 3 generations of the Sihai Medical Association, with a century of research, can't compare to Su Ming's few minutes? Just thinking about it made Lei Chongyun laugh. Utterly ridiculous.
Lei Chongyun couldn't help but shake his head. Watching Su Ming's clownish performance, he wanted to see how Su Ming would scribble on the prescription and ruin it, and whether this good-for-nothing could leave here alive today.
It wasn't just a few minutes.
After all, the complexity and long duration of this prescription far exceeded expectations, making it even more difficult to obtain than the Dragon Breath rejuvenating pill.
Su Ming probably took about half an hour.
Half an hour later, Su Ming put down his pen, looked up, and let out a heavy sigh. Done.
Snort.
Lei Chongyun didn't believe it at all. He just snorted and sneered, looking at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. He then said to Guo Qianshan, "Ancestor, this kid says he's got it sorted out, so you should take a look yourself anyway. We've never seen the real prescription, so we can't be sure even if we do, but you, Ancestor, are knowledgeable and experienced. You'll definitely be able to tell the difference at a glance." Guo Qianshan glared at the sarcastic Lei Chongyun, too lazy to pay him any attention.
"Pick up the prescription and place it in front of you." To be honest, even Guo Qianshan remained skeptical.
After all, the origin and preciousness of the Four Directions Divine Medicine are not so simple. If it were so easy to complete, the Four Seas Medical Association wouldn't have left this prescription untouched for a century. But when Guo Qianshan picked up the prescription and looked at it closely, his mouth dropped open in shock, and his jaw almost fell off the table. His pupils dilated instantly, and his eyes widened in shock.
My God!
Is this real? The formula for the Four Directions Divine Elixir is complete, my God.
What?
Hearing this, everyone from the Four Seas Medical Association was deeply moved. Xia Xianyun and the others stood up and gathered around Guo Qianshan. Lei Chongyun was immediately startled, his eyebrows practically shooting up to the sky.
What followed was a burst of exclamations of wonder and amazement.
Lei Chongyun was shaken to his core upon hearing this. He hurriedly stepped forward and reached out to Guo Qianshan, saying, "Ancestor, may I take a look?"
Guo Qianshan looked up and gave Lei Chongyun a cold laugh. "Didn't you say you'd never seen a real prescription? Even if I showed it to you, would you be able to understand it?"
These words nearly choked Lei Chongyun to death. However, his words just now were purely meant to mock Su Ming, and as the president of the Four Seas Medical Association, he practically slept with this prescription, so how could he really not understand it at all? Guo Qianshan snorted coldly and handed the prescription to Lei Chongyun. Upon seeing this, Lei Chongyun was so shocked that he stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. The two attendants behind him, a man and a woman, realized the truth of the matter when they saw Lei Chongyun's expression. Instantly, the three of them froze and turned to look at Su Ming, as if they had seen a ghost. You really did it. How is that possible? Who exactly are you? We've been researching this prescription for 100 years, an ancient prescription passed down for thousands of years. Are you some kind of ancient monster who's lived for hundreds of years?
Lei Chongyun was so shocked he almost fainted. Presumptuous!
Guo Qianshan roared again. You don't even recognize the king of the 9 provinces, yet you dare to spout nonsense here. How could I have taken in such a foolish disciple, and how could the Four Seas Medical Association possibly appoint you as its president? Guo Qianshan was furious and wished he could slap Lei Chongyun to death.
Su Ming remained calm, merely glancing up at Lei Chongyun before grinning coldly and saying, Do you still remember what you said before?
I remember. Lei Chongyun's face turned red, and he knelt down with a thud, kowtowing several times to Su Ming. He shouted, I, Lei Chongyun, am blind and ignorant, unable to recognize Mount Tai. I pay my respects to the king of the 9 provinces. The man and woman behind Lei Chongyun were also so frightened that they kowtowed as well. The three knelt on the ground, trembling. It turns out that this big shot is none other than the king of the 9 provinces who has caused such a sensation in central China these past few days.
In the other private room.
Miss Wan, this is a prescription I personally improved. I am giving it to you from now on. You'll have no problems using this prescription to refine medicine. You've clearly been scammed. You need to be more careful in the future. Medicine is not something to be taken lightly.
Problematic medicine will harm both yourself and others.
At the dinner table, Zhang Yang, with a confident smile, took out the improved prescription and handed it to Wan Shirin.
It's clear that Zhang Yang is very satisfied with Wan Shirin.
At this moment, their eyes were filled with smiles and admiration. This prescription was not improved by Zhang Qianqi himself. Although Zhang Qianqi pointed out the problem of incorrect dosage, the improvement process was handled entirely by Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, thinking himself clever, replaced the medicinal ingredients in the prescription and added his own interpretation, which resulted in a clumsy attempt. Assuming Zhang Qianqi didn't trust his grandson that much, he would definitely have noticed the problem if he had seen him in person. Unfortunately, Zhang Qianqi, as the head of the Imperial Physician's Office, was arrogant and conceited. Moreover, this is his own grandson, whom he personally trained. Having inherited most of his medical skills, how could he not trust him? In Zhang Qianqi's eyes, these were just minor squabbles in a small place like Zhengzhou, and they were not worth his attention at all. Wan Shirin was filled with surprise and gratitude. She put away the prescription and said happily, Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I will definitely keep your reminder in mind.
Still calling me Mr. Zhang?
Luo Hongxue chuckled and reminded them, Dr. Zhang has helped us so much, he's practically our Wan family savior. We don't know how to repay him. Calling him Mr. Zhang is too formal. Zhang Yang grinned, and seeing how sensible the Wan family was, he felt a bit more favorably toward them. Nodding and smiling, he said, That's right, we're all on the same side. If Miss Wan doesn't mind, you can just call me Brother Yang.
Wan Shirin blushed and nodded slightly, Brother Yang.
Zhang Yang smiled smugly.
Brother Yang, could you give us a prescription too? If all else fails, a few pointers would be appreciated. Two wealthy men approached Zhang Yang with fawning expressions, their faces beaming like chrysanthemums. Get out of here, what business is it of yours?
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes in anger. Speaking of which, who exactly was that kid downstairs, so arrogant? Anyone who didn't know better would think he was someone important. I, Zhang Yang, grew up in Dizhou and have never seen anyone so arrogant.
Zhang Yang looked up at the Wan family members and asked in confusion.
741, Chapter 741. Let's see where you put your old face. That kid is a good for nothing, all pretenses nothing compared to young Master Zhang. When Su Ming was mentioned, everyone in the Wan family showed expressions of utter contempt. So, in front of everyone, Luo Hongxue recounted how Su Ming had married into the Wan family 3 years ago, how useless he was, and how he was kicked out of the Wan family. They exaggerated the story, almost making Su Ming sound worse than roadside trash. Wan Shirin listened and knew that her mother's words were too harsh and far from the truth. Although she felt slightly uncomfortable, she did not say anything more. After all, Su Ming has absolutely nothing to do with her now. Moreover, Su Ming's stubborn refusal to give up the room downstairs had also angered Wan Shirin. After hearing this, Zhang Yang burst into laughter, his laughter filled with contempt. So he's just a piece of trash. I thought he had some kind of background. It's utterly laughable. No wonder Miss Wan looks down on him. Miss Wan is absolutely right. That idiot probably saw your Wan family rise to prominence and was resentful, so he kept pestering you. I hope I never run into that beast again, or I'll make him kneel before me and beg for mercy. Zhang Yang smiled, but in his heart he already regarded Su Ming as a complete piece of trash. Luo Hongxue chimed in with a laugh. That's right, young Master Zhang, dealing with that kind of person is as easy as stepping on an ant. But that kind of trash, even if you step on him, it'll just dirty your shoes, young Master Zhang. Don't worry, he won't last long in Zhengzhou in the future. We'll make sure he has nowhere to live. Luo Hongxue gave a cold smile. Well said. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. When dealing with this kind of person, don't be polite, don't leave him any room for maneuver because this kind of person has no sense of shame. Bang! Just as the group was talking, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. The owner of Yanshanlu, along with his men, barged into the room. Everyone was taken aback and looked up at the owner of Yanshanlu. The boss's icy gaze swept over everyone, and he coldly shouted, "Everyone, take your belongings and get out of here immediately. This room is closed. You, get out of my Yanshanlu restaurant. We will not provide further service." Upon hearing this, everyone in the private room was shocked. I was both shocked and furious. The one family member's eyes widened instantly. The wealthy men who had been invited earlier, including Rodon and Luma, all stood up, angrily pointing at the boss and shouting, "What the hell did you say? Did you come to the wrong place, or are you blind? Putting aside everything else, the combined wealth of all of us could buy your entire Yanshanlu restaurant. How dare you be so insolent in front of us?" The owner of Yanshanlu immediately laughed, grinning mockingly, "If you're so capable, why don't you open your own restaurant, even if you call it Yanshanlu? I won't object, but now, this restaurant is mine. I am telling you to get out. And you have to get out, otherwise, don't blame me for calling security and notifying the enforcement team to kick you out. You son of a bitch." The wealthy men were all astonished. No one expected that a mere restaurant owner would be so arrogant, completely disregarding them. Normally, I wouldn't mind, at most, I'd be upset, but I try to downplay it and pretend nothing happened. But now they're hosting a big shot like Zhang Qianqi. If they get kicked out in front of Dr. Zhang, they'll lose face big time. Everyone in the Wan family turned green with rage. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. Why did the owner of Yanshanlu dare to come and drive people away? You wait, isn't the financial backer of your Yanshanlu just the head of the Central Plains Land Headquarters? We're not strangers. I'll call him right now and have him shut down your Yanshanlu. Let's see what you're still pretending for. Luma was so angry that his face turned red. He immediately took out his phone and called Sun Yun, the leader of the land headquarters. He thought that once he made that call, the owner of Yanshanlu was so frightened that he knelt on the ground on the spot. Unexpectedly, the owner of Yanshanlu was not flustered at all, but just grinned and looked at him as if he were an idiot. The call connected very quickly. In front of everyone, Luma spoke into the phone. "Chief Sun, this is Luma, a wealthy man from Zhengzhou. This Yanshanlu is your territory, and the owner of Yanshanlu is one of your men, right? Now, he wants to kick us out and stop doing business with us. What do you suggest we do about this?" At the Central State Land Management Headquarters, Sun Yun, wearing black leather shoes, crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa. On the computer screen in front of him were displayed the various illustrious deeds of the War God Army. He grinned and said, "If you're going to leave, then leave. Why are you making such a fuss? The restaurant is owned by them. Whether they do business with you or not is their decision. Who do you think you are, that the whole world has to welcome and entertain you? You son of a bitch." Upon hearing this, Luma nearly fainted from anger. I felt a tightness in my chest, and I almost couldn't catch my breath. Luma gritted his teeth, his icy voice almost spitting out from between his teeth. "Sun Yun, you can disrespect me if you want, but do you know who we're hosting today? It's the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, the divine physician Zhang Qianqi. Do you know how much you'll pay for saying such things? I think you don't want your position as the chief landowner anymore." A chilling aura emanated from Luma's mouth. Sun Yun sneered, "Anyone who didn't know better would think you were Zhang Qianqi. You'd better get out of Yanshanlu right now, or I'll shut down all the companies under your name.
You? Luma rolled his eyes and almost fainted. I've never encountered anything like this before. The owner of Yanshanlu restaurant, seeing Luma's ever-changing expression, almost died laughing.
Zhang Yang saw this and coldly said to Luma, "Stop talking nonsense, hand over the phone, I'll talk to him."
Yes. Luma respectfully responded, "Only then could I catch my breath."
He hurriedly handed the phone to Zhang Yang. He gritted his teeth, eagerly anticipating Sun Yun's expression upon learning that Zhang Qianqi and his grandson were present.
"Hello, this is Zhang Yang from the Imperial Physician's Office. My grandfather, Zhang Qianqi, is also here. How dare you refuse to do business with our mere Zhangzhou restaurant?"
Zhang Yang said with a gloomy expression. Sun Yun was extremely impatient. "Stop passing the phone around. Are you playing a relay game with me? Just give the phone to Zhang Qianqi. I don't have time to waste with you."
You? Zhang Yang's expression was even more interesting than Luma's. "Grandfather."
Zhang Yang turned to look at Zhang Qianqi.
"All right."
Zhang Qianqi reached for the phone, looking helpless.
This tiny Central Plains region has so many trivial matters. There are even more arrogant people. It's really beneath him to have to personally handle this. Zhang Qianqi answered the phone. "Hello?"
However, Zhang Qianqi hadn't finished speaking yet. Sun Yun coldly shouted, "Zhang Qianqi, get your men out of Yanshanlu right now. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you're still not gone in 10 minutes, I'll personally bring people over and spread the story of how you, Zhang Qianqi, have been acting like an old man and putting on airs throughout the entire Central Plains. I'd like to see where you'll put your old face then. From this day forward, you are forbidden from ever setting foot in Yanshanlu again."
742, Chapter 742, Unstoppable Momentum.
"What did you say?" Zhang Qianqi instantly flew into a rage, sitting up abruptly with fury blazing in his eyes. The mere head of a land management office has some nerve. How dare they speak like that? He only needed to say one sentence to make Sun Yun and everyone around him disappear from Zhangzhou.
"Didn't you hear what I said, or are you so old that you can't hear anymore, Dr. Zhang?" Sun Yun's tone was full of sneer. "Who gave you the guts? Who's backing you up, allowing you to challenge me?" Zhang Qianqi almost roared into the phone. "That's none of your business anyway. It's someone you can't afford to mess with. Remember me, 10 minutes. Sun Yun sneered and hung up the phone. Zhang Qianqi held his phone in one hand, his face extremely gloomy. Zhang Yang, standing to the side, didn't dare to breathe loudly. This was the first time he had ever seen his own grandfather show such a terrifying expression. Sun Yun is too arrogant. They've committed an utterly terrible mistake and don't even realize it. "Grandpa, I'll contact someone right away. I want Sun Yun to suffer a fate worse than death," Zhang Yang said with a sharp look in his eyes and a tone full of resentment. But Zhang Qianqi remained silent and gloomy for a long time. He slowly raised his head and said, "Forget it, let's go. This mere Yanshanlu is not worth mentioning, and we don't necessarily have to stay here." "This?" Zhang Yang was immediately stunned. He knew perfectly well how arrogant Sun Yun was on the phone, and he didn't take them seriously at all. The Wan family is one thing, but they don't even give face to the Imperial Physician's mansion. That good-for-nothing is simply courting death. He was already prepared to immediately order the relevant forces in the Imperial State to exert pressure, so that Sun Yun would have no choice but to kneel down and beg for mercy. But to my surprise, my grandfather actually gave up so easily. How can I swallow this insult? If word gets out, the grandfather and grandson will never be able to show their faces in public again. "Grandpa, how about I?" "All right, let's go." Zhang Qianqi stood up with a gloomy expression. Unlike others, Zhang Qianqi is a shrewd person who has lived most of his life and can immediately realize that something is wrong. Even if you gave Sun Yun 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to challenge him. During the phone call, Sun Yun's confident attitude clearly indicated that someone was backing him up. What kind of person could make Sun Yun unafraid of him? He must be someone of great importance. Once you understand this, things become much easier to comprehend. The battle for the ranking of medical practitioners is imminent, and the entire central continent is a chaotic mix of powerful figures, with no guarantee that there aren't some hidden big shots lurking among them. Therefore, Zhang Qianqi did not want to make a big fuss. Making a big fuss about it won't do him any good.
So Zhang Qianqi swallowed his anger, treating it as if he had been bitten by a stray dog. Wan Shirin rose with a look of fear and guilt, saying, Dr. Zhang, it's all my fault for not arranging things properly. I, Wan Shirin, am guilty. I will immediately have a grand banquet prepared at the Wan family home, guaranteed to be 100 times more sumptuous than the banquet at Yanshanlu.
Let's go back and talk about it first. Zhang Qianqi nodded without saying anything more. Then the group left the private room. The owner of Yanshanlu watched the whole thing with a smug smile, and as Zhang Yang walked past, he grinned mockingly and said, Mr. Zhang, weren't you so capable? Weren't you going to shut down Yanshanlu? What's going on? You're leaving already? Well, I won't see you off then. Don't be so arrogant, you'll regret this later. You can come begging on your knees and it won't do you any good, just you wait. Zhang Yang glared fiercely at the owner of Yanshanlu. Zhang Yang, young and hot-blooded, couldn't swallow this insult. Once outside Yanshanlu, he turned and whispered to Luo Dun, Lu Ma, and the other wealthy men, prepare some men, call all the thugs you can find, wait for me at 8 tonight. I am going to settle accounts with this Sun Yun.
Yes. Upon hearing this, the wealthy men immediately became excited, rubbing their hands together and beaming with anticipation.
Brother Yang, don't worry, we'll definitely prepare everything for you tonight and help you get revenge. We've wanted to deal with Sun Yun for a long time because he's so arrogant.
The men spoke with grim and ruthless expressions.
Okay, call me when you're ready.
Zhang Yang said something, got into the car, and left. Wan Shirin led everyone back to the Wan family headquarters and immediately ordered a banquet to be prepared, setting up a grand feast directly in the headquarters hall. When she returned to her office, she saw Qin Feiyu packing his things.
Are you really leaving?
Wan Shirin's gaze fell on Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu is also a member of the Imperial Medical Academy. If he can stay and join forces with Zhang Qianqi and Zhang Yang, the Wan family will be even more powerful and dominate the Central Plains. But now it seems that Qin Feiyu is determined to leave. Qin Feiyu turned his head and glanced at Wan Shirin, then simply nodded without saying anything more. Wan Shirin thought for a moment, then took out the modified prescription from Zhang Yang and said, the Wan family's troubles have been resolved, so you don't need to worry. Actually, even if you stayed, I wouldn't blame you.
Resolved?
Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu finally showed a hint of surprise. He heard it firsthand from the people of the Four Seas Medical Association. There was no antidote for that poison. How was it resolved?
Let me see the prescription. Qin Feiyu asked in confusion. Wan Shirin handed it over.
Qin Feiyu frowned after carefully examining the prescription. After a moment, he looked up and said, this prescription is wrong, there's something wrong with it. He was, after all, a key figure cultivated by the Imperial Medical Academy, and his medical skills were approaching those of a medical sage.
But that's not enough.
He could sense that something was wrong with the prescription, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong.
What did you say?
Wan Shirin suddenly showed a displeased expression.
He said in a deep voice, do you know who altered this prescription? If there's a problem with this, then there's no safe pill in the world. Cousin Qin, I know you're upset, but what you're saying is I find it disgusting. If you met those two who improved the prescription, you probably wouldn't dare say that.
Wan Shirin crossed her arms, an air of arrogance on her face.
Now she's starting to look down on Qin Feiyu. It would have been fine, but Qin Feiyu's words only made him look more like a clown. Whatever. Qin Feiyu curled his lips into a cold smile, handed the prescription back to Wan Shirin, and sneered, may your Wan family become more and more prosperous. Don't contact me again. After saying that, Qin Feiyu turned and left. Snort.
Wan Shirin gave a soft hum and did not try to stop her. In her opinion, Qin Feiyu was just resentful he came to Zhongzhou but failed to accomplish anything significant, and ended up like this. So you can see that she can solve the problem even without Qin Feiyu's help. He then became jealous. But some people are destined to forge ahead, unstoppable by anyone. That was Wan Shirin. Qin Feiyu's abilities were limited, so he could only perish on the way. 743, Chapter 743. Make him kneel before me. Who is that kid? No sooner had Qin Feiyu left than Zhang Yang stepped into the office, just in time to see Qin Feiyu carrying things up the elevator.
Qin Feiyu, don't you recognize him?
Wan Shirin turned her head and asked in confusion. They're all from the Imperial Medical Academy. Qin Feiyu is a rising star in the capital and a key figure being cultivated by the Imperial Medical Academy. There's no way Zhang Yang wouldn't recognize him. I've heard of that kid a few times, but he's all talk and no action. It's all just hype from people who don't know him. He has absolutely no real talent or ability. Truly capable people are discreet and don't flaunt their abilities so ostentatious. He won't have a good end.
Zhang Yang scoffed and sneered.
Wan Shirin didn't say much, but nodded in deep agreement. The fact that Qin Feiyu ended up like this proves that he himself was not capable enough.
Otherwise, with the support of the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office, and with such a great reputation, wouldn't the entire Central Plains have already fallen into his hands? How come he still hasn't made a name for himself? That evening, Zhang Yang received messages from several wealthy men in Luodan. He rushed to the outside of the Land Management Office building and saw that many cars were already parked there. When he arrived at the square and got out of the car, several wealthy people immediately came to greet him. Brother Yang, Brother Yang.
A group of people fawned over Zhang Yang, each one smiling like a lapdog.
Did everyone bring their own?
Zhang Yang glanced around and asked.
I've brought everything.
Several wealthy men nodded in agreement.
All of you, come here.
Rodon turned his head and shouted, and immediately nearly 100 people in the square behind him surrounded him. Each of them had piercing eyes and a fierce aura, and they were clearly not ordinary people. These are all hand-picked by us. They are our bodyguards or henchmen. There are over 100 of them, all of whom are martial arts masters at or above the heavenly profound realm. Rodon said with a confident and smug look on his face. Then Rodon shouted, why aren't you all coming over to pay your respects? This Mr. Zhang Yang is the grandson of Zhang Qianxi, the head of the Imperial Physician's Office. His status and position are unapproachable. Come and pay your respects to Brother Yang.
Brother Yang.
Hundreds of people bowed to Zhang Yang and shouted in unison, their voices resounding throughout the square like thunder. The scale was enormous, and they gave us the utmost respect.
The wealthy men immediately broke into smiles.
They did this to tie Zhang Yang to their cause, so that if anything went wrong, Zhang Yang would have no choice but to step in and smooth things over for them. With the Imperial Medical Academy backing them up, there's nothing they wouldn't dare to do.
Heavenly Profound Realm.
Zhang Yang glanced at it, shook his head, and said with some disappointment, it's just the Heavenly Profound Realm, a bit lacking. If there were 10 or so King Realm experts in charge, it would be foolproof. However, to deal with a mere Sun Yun, 100 or so Heavenly Profound Realm experts would be enough.
Go on up there. I'll be waiting for your good news within 2 hours.
Make Sun Yun kneel before me and beg for mercy, then I'll make sure he gets out of Zhangzhou. Can you do that? Zhang Yang stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze icy, and his expressionless face.
No problem. Rodon and his companions readily agreed. However, Rodon quickly realized what was happening, looked up at Zhang Yang, and asked in surprise, Brother Yang, aren't you coming up with us? What am I supposed to do there?
Zhang Yang frowned, his face full of displeasure, and said coldly, that kind of trash, does he deserve for me to go see him personally? I'll just wait here for him to crawl over to me like a dead dog and kowtow to me. If I go up there, I'll be giving him too much face. Don't you even understand this?
Yes. Then let's go up right away.
Rodon and his companions were sweating profusely from the scolding, but inwardly they were practically cursing. He cursed inwardly that Zhang Yang, though young, was as cunning as a fox. The reason they say Sun Yun isn't qualified is just because they're afraid he'll get implicated if a fight breaks out.
Moreover, if he doesn't go up there, no matter what happens, Zhang Yang can watch from the sidelines and won't be implicated. These wealthy men from Zhangzhou were tricked by Zhang Yang. But in order to curry favor with the Imperial Physician's Office, they had no other choice. Everyone, follow me.
So, Rodon, Luma, and several other wealthy men, along with over 100 others, surged toward the Land Management Office building.
At the top of the building, in the office.
Prince Su, everything has been done as you instructed. Also, this is the villa in the Jiangnan community you requested. Here is the property contract, please take a look. Sun Yun, the head of the Land Management Office, respectfully handed a contract to Su Ming. The owner of Yanshanlu also stood straight and tense to one side, his face full of tension, not daring to breathe loudly.
Su Ming took it, glanced at it, nodded slightly, and didn't say anything more.
Sun Yun then wiped his sweat and smiled, saying, "If it's for Prince Su to live in, I can have the most luxurious mansion in Zhengzhou delivered to you immediately. Why would you need a villa in Jiangnan community? That's just a modest villa for ordinary people, not very spacious."
Sun Yun was somewhat puzzled given Su Ming's status. What kind of house couldn't he have?
But they specifically requested this mid to high-end villa.
"I'm giving it away as a gift. As for who I'm giving it to, I don't need to report to you, do I?"
Su Ming sneered, looking at Sun Yun and asking.
No, it was my fault for being nosy."
Sun Yun raised his hand and slapped himself, his face full of apologetic smiles. In reality, this house was prepared by Su Ming for Lin Xiuyun. Lin Xiuyun came to Zhengzhou but had no job, while Chu Qingqing only had one company. Lin Xiuyun wasn't used to living at Yunwu Mountain Villa, so she came down the mountain. She couldn't very well stay at Chu Qingqing's company 24/7. He was relieved to have a place to stay for Lin Xiuyun. Given Lin Xiuyun's simple and honest nature, she probably wouldn't dare to accept a house that's too nice. This kind of medium-sized house is just right.
"That's settled then. I'll be going now. I'll let you know if anything comes up." Su Ming stood up and said. "Yes, Prince Su, please take care."
Sun Yun bowed respectfully to see them off.
The owner of Yanchenlu also bowed.
However, Su Ming had just stood up and turned around.
Boom!
The office door in front of them was kicked open, almost blowing the door panel off, and several wealthy men, including Rodon, led a group of experts in and barged in.
"Sun Yun, come here and face your death." Rodon let out a furious roar that echoed throughout the entire arena.
Immediately, everyone in the headquarters office was stunned. Sun Yun and the owner of Yanchenlu suddenly looked up and were stunned to see Luo Dun and his group.
"The king of the 9 provinces is here. How dare these idiots come looking for trouble? Are you crazy?" The owner of Yanchenlu instantly flew into a rage, roaring, "You bunch of good-for-nothings, have you all gone mad? How dare you come here to cause trouble?" The owner of Yanchenlu strode over, his face full of anger, and rushed up to Luo Dun and his group. Pointing at Luo Dun and Lu Ma, he angrily shouted, "A bunch of trash, I'll give you 3 minutes to get out of here, or you'll regret it." Bang! With a loud bang, the expert from the heavenly profound realm behind Luo Dun stepped forward and slapped the owner of Yanchenlu across the face. The slap was deafening and knocked the owner to the ground. He vomited blood on the spot. 744, Chapter 744. They're forcing me to take action. The owner of Yanchenlu was lying on the ground, his mouth full of blood. He was completely stunned, staring dumbfounded at Rodon, Lu Ma, and their group. He never expected that these guys would actually dare to make a move. But that wasn't all. Rodon walked up and stomped hard on the head of the owner of Yanchenlu, treating him like an ant under his feet. Rodon's face was grim and fierce. "What kind of trash are you, daring to yell at me? Tonight, none of the people in this office will get away scot-free. I, Rodon, will show you what happens when you offend me and the Imperial Physician's office." The owner of Yanchenlu was so frightened that he almost fainted and dared not move an inch. Because in Luo Tun, behind Lu Ma and several other wealthy men, countless experts at the heavenly profound realm had already stepped forward, their immense aura enveloping the entire room. The top of the building looked terrifying, as if it were about to explode. Sun Yun was also shocked, realizing that this was no joke. He might actually be thrown off the top of this multi-story building by these people. From now on, Sun Yun will no longer exist in Zhengzhou. "Prince Su, help!" Sun Yun was so frightened that she knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud, screaming in terror. The only one who can save him now is Su Ming. "King Su?" Upon hearing this, Rodon and the others looked up and then landed on Su Ming. When they saw that Sun Yun's plea for help was made by an unremarkable, young man, the group burst out laughing, their faces full of mockery. "Sun Yun, I never expected you to be such a coward. You only dare to put on a show on the phone, but you immediately go crazy in the face of real power? Why did you have to beg such an idiot and a piece of trash? If you hadn't pulled this stunt, I would have thought he was just a garbage collector. You're scared out of your wits, aren't you?" The wealthy men burst into laughter. Luma pointed at Su Ming and laughed mockingly, "Useless trash, can you really save him? What are you capable of? Here's your chance, show us what you've got."
Su Ming shook his head, completely disregarding the group of people in front of him. However, considering that Sun Yun did indeed do things for him, it was time to teach these scumbags a lesson. Otherwise, Zhengzhou will sooner or later be turned into a mess by these fly-like idiots. However, Su Ming was too lazy to make a move, although 100 or so heavenly profound realm cultivators were not worth mentioning. Killing them would be a real waste of time.
Can I make a phone call?
Su Ming looked up at the group and asked, seemingly politely, but his face was cold, more like he was giving an order.
Beat. Go ahead and hit us, we want to see what good a piece of trash like you can do.
The group laughed heartily as they spoke.
Good.
Su Ming grinned, and without saying a word, picked up his phone and dialed Yitang's number.
The call connected. Hello. Hello, is this Yitang? Tell them to have the 1,000 men stationed at Cloud Mist Manor come to the land management office. I need to see them within 10 minutes.
Yes.
Yitang responded in a deep voice.
Then Su Ming hung up the phone and said to the group, just wait, 10 minutes should be enough, maybe not, 8 minutes will do. Within 8 minutes, you can beg for mercy or offer your most valuable possession in exchange for a chance to save your lives, but after 8 minutes, you'll have no chance.
Ha ha ha.
The laughter of the several wealthy men was deafening. They were laughing so hard they couldn't even bite their teeth.
They looked at Su Ming as if he were an idiot.
Yitang, who the hell is he? Could he be someone your dad or a relative made up with just a random phone call?
I'm dying of laughter. I've lived half my life and never seen such a pretentious and funny guy. 8 minutes left, and I'll kill you right now. Rodon roared, not wanting to waste any more time, since Zhang Yang was still waiting downstairs. In their eyes, Su Ming's behavior was like that of a clown.
Even if you gave Su Ming 80 minutes, let alone 8 minutes, nothing would change. He's just a useless piece of trash who's about to die but still putting on an act. This kind of trash should just lie here. Make him kneel down. Luo Dun pointed at Su Ming and shouted, directly giving orders to the heavenly profound realm experts beside him. Immediately, a heavenly profound realm thug strode towards Su Ming.
Upon seeing this scene, both Sun Yun and the owner of Yanshanlu were horrified. It's over, it's over. This is truly the end. Who is Su Ming? He is the king of the 9 provinces. These beasts, Luo Dun, know nothing about him, yet they dare to touch King Su. If Su Ming really lies here, then not only Rodon and his group, but the entire land management office will be finished.
All of them must vanish from the face of the earth. Sun Yun trembled with fear, shaking like a leaf, not because he was frightened by Rodon's 100 or so experts, but because he was afraid that Su Ming was really in danger.
Then no one can save them. Bang!
However, just as the Shenjing thug reached Su Ming and raised his hand to grab Su Ming's shoulder, Su Ming suddenly slapped him across the face. The martial Dao heavenly profound realm is already a very powerful existence. The opponent reacted very quickly. Seeing Su Ming make a move, he hurriedly tried to raise his hand to unleash his energy to defend himself. At the same time, he was enraged and prepared to launch a counterattack. But when Su Ming slapped him, it felt like a truck crashing into him head-on. He couldn't defend himself at all. Not only was all the energy dissipated, but the opponent was also sent flying, blood gushing through the air, his neck broken and dislocated, and he died instantly upon landing. Dead silence. A deathly silence. The entire headquarters office fell silent. Several wealthy people and a group of heavenly profound realm thugs stared at Su Ming in shock and disbelief. Sun Yun was so frightened that he couldn't utter a sound. Could one slap a heavenly profound realm expert to death? Oh my God. Is he dreaming? Is this a person? Sun Yun blinked hard, her eyes filled with tears. I wonder if I'm hallucinating. Several wealthy individuals were so shocked that they couldn't react for a long time. What's going on? Does this kid possess such strength and skill? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Both of them, go at him together and kill him. After recovering from their shock, Luo Dun, Lu Ma, and the other wealthy men immediately realized that things were not simple. He roared repeatedly. Instantly, 3 or 4 heavenly profound realm thugs, like wild beasts, pounced on Su Ming with immense power. Su Ming shook his head and slowly straightened up. They really have no patience at all. Forcing me to take action, there could have been fewer casualties. After speaking, Su Ming looked up, his eyes filled with a chilling and boundless killing intent, and his murderous aura spread out overwhelmingly.
Its overwhelming power and imposing presence shocked everyone. Boom!
An unprecedentedly powerful wave surged forth like a tsunami, its force as immense as a mountain or as numerous needles and threads, instantly blasting 3 or 4 heavenly profound realm experts flying away. They crashed heavily into the wall behind them, causing it to shatter and killing them instantly. Others, unable to withstand the oppressive feeling, retreated one after another, even outside the office, their faces still flushed. Luodun, Luma, and several other wealthy men felt as if their hearts and lungs were about to explode, as if countless mountains were pressing down on their shoulders. They knelt down with a thud, unable to even catch their breath. His face turned as red as a pig's liver. His face was contorted with pain.
745, Chapter 745. Everyone on high alert. Bang!
All the glass on the top of the building shattered, and shards fell like raindrops, crashing and exploding on the ground. Sitting in the car, Zhang Yang looked up and a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Have they already made their move?
Although they were only a group of heavenly profound realm cultivators, their sheer number made them a formidable and terrifying force.
More than enough to deal with a few ordinary people.
Zhang Yang leaned back, a confident smile on his face. They were just waiting to see how Rodon and his men would beat Sun Yun to a pulp and make him kneel down and beg for forgiveness.
This is the scene of offending the imperial physician's office.
The mere charge of verbally abusing him and his grandfather Zhang Qianqi was enough to put Sun Yun to death, ensuring he wouldn't see the sun rise tomorrow.
Zhang Yang grinned. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Just then, a rumbling sound came from behind, and the ground shook as if there had been an earthquake.
The entire square shook. Zhang Yang was immediately filled with doubt and uncertainty. Could it be that some big shot has arrived again?
He hurriedly sat up, turned his head to look behind him, and was immediately dumbfounded, speechless with astonishment. At the edge of the rear square, squads of the war god army ran in one after another, their steps perfectly synchronized, each step accompanied by a deafening explosion.
It was as if a cannonball had exploded.
The entire entrance was a dark mass, as if a legion of demons had descended. Not only that, but behind the crowd, several off-road vehicles and armored vehicles drove in one after another, making a powerful and rumbling sound.
Zhang Yang was completely dumbfounded. What's going on?
He didn't recognize these as the war god army, but their uniforms, synchronized movements, and overwhelming aura were astonishing.
Without even looking, you can tell there's someone extraordinary. As the war god army approached, an immense pressure poured down like a tidal wave.
Zhang Yang was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and immediately realized that he should not stay there any longer. Regardless of whether the higher-ups succeeded or not, staying here will not end well for him. He didn't even want to think about what would happen if he offended these people. Zhang Yang looked up at the top of the building with a gloomy gaze and said in a deep voice, "You can only blame yourselves for being unlucky. You just happened to run into such a terrifying legion approaching. Good luck to you." After muttering to himself, Zhang Yang abruptly shifted into reverse, the car burst into flames, and reversed towards the back of the square. Then, with a drift, the car sped away, escaping the scene. Inside the SUV, the beautiful war goddess Dawn Lei turned her head and saw Zhang Yang fleeing. She frowned and asked Yi Tang, "Brother Yi, should we chase after him? He seems very panicked."
"Need not."
Yi Tang calmly replied, "King Su's order is for us to come to the building to provide support. As for the others, let them run if they want, it's none of our business."
"Yes." Dawn Lei responded with a sound of agreement and said nothing more. The vehicle, along with thousands of war god soldiers, continued to approach the building.
A moment later, everyone stopped in front of the building, and the thunderous sound ceased abruptly, like the rainstorm subsiding. Yi Tang and the other two opened the car door and jumped out. As soon as he steadied himself, Yi Tang looked up and felt the terrifying, powerful aura emanating from the top of the building. Yi Tang's expression changed slightly in an instant. It's hard to imagine what kind of person could unleash such terrifying power atop that building. This must be at least at the Emperor realm, and perhaps even an unprecedented, astonishing divine power realm expert. No wonder Su Ming asked him to bring reinforcements. If they really encountered such a terrifying opponent, their small force probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. The winter thunder and spring snow felt it too. This aura is terrifying. What kind of martial arts master at the top of this building lives there, Prince Su? Will something have happened to you? At this point, both of them showed anxious and worried expressions, their faces filled with intense urgency. Let's rush up and support King Su. What are we waiting for? Chuan Shui urged anxiously. She couldn't imagine what it would be like if she really encountered a master of the divine power realm. If something really happens to Su Mingjin, then the entire war god army is finished. Don't rush. Although Yi Tang's expression was not good either, she remained calm. He didn't believe Su Ming was capable enough to be in such a precarious situation. He pulled out his phone and said, King Su didn't give us orders to charge straight in. I'll call and ask before making a decision. What time is it? Are we still waiting for orders? Brother Yi, how can you be so inflexible? The two men spoke urgently, then strode out and immediately ordered, everyone, follow us, storm the building, and support King Su. Anyone who poses a threat to King Su will be killed without mercy, even if it costs you your lives. Dong Lei's sharp voice resounded throughout the scene. Yes. The thousands of warriors responded in unison, their voices thunderous. Then Dong Lei and Chun Shui turned around and were about to lead the charge into the building. Boom! Just then, all the floor-to-ceiling windows at the entrance of the building ahead shattered, and hundreds of heavenly profound realm thugs fled as if they had seen a ghost, running away frantically with panicked expressions, as if they had witnessed the most terrifying thing in their lives. But when they rushed out of the gate, they saw countless war god soldiers blocking the entrance, like layers of fences, making it impossible to pass. Everyone was stunned once again. The war god army's tight defenses left hundreds of heavenly profound realm fighters with no chance of escape. Even so, they would rather fight the god of war army to the death than face the demon behind them. Pairs of desperate eyes. A group of experts at the heavenly profound realm were about to fight the war god army to the death. Take it down. However, Dong Lei gave the order even faster. Boom! Countless warriors of the war god army roared into action, their overwhelming momentum surging forth like a tsunami. Countless warriors of the war god army immediately set up their guns, aiming at hundreds of thugs. Thousands of heavy weapons, and with armored vehicles crushing it, even the strongest fortress can be riddled with holes. Besides, it's just 100 or so flesh and blood bodies. Even a martial arts master at the heavenly profound realm is not invulnerable to swords and spears. Hundreds of people were so frightened that they raised their hands in surrender, losing all will to fight. They screamed in terror and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. What exactly is going on? Yi Tang, Dong Lei, and Chun Shui, the three Azure Dragon war gods, were dumbfounded once again, unable to understand the situation before them. Were these people so frightened by that expert at the divine power realm? So who is the real mastermind? Where is Su Ming? Amidst the astonished and suspicious expressions of the three. Ah! A scream came from the dark hall ahead, and two figures flew out, falling heavily to the ground like broken sacks, spitting blood, and unable to get up for a long time. A towering black shadow gradually came into view. That astonishing aura of martial arts came rushing towards me. Yi Tang and the other two were so frightened that their hair stood on end. Everyone was focused and on edge, not daring to relax for a second in front of such a big shot. Supernatural power realm. Killing them would be as easy as stepping on ants. Everyone, on high alert. Yi Tang gave a command, and then almost stopped breathing, only able to feel her own heart pounding. A pair of eyes were fixed on the dark figure that was gradually appearing in front of them, and they dared not move an inch. 746, Chapter 746. The War God Army cannot be offended. What are you on guard against? Su Ming slowly walked out of the hall, his gaze falling on everyone. King Su. Seeing that it was Su Ming, Yi Tang, and the others, along with a group of War God soldiers, who came out, they all showed expressions of surprise and delight. Prince Su, are you alright? Yi Tang walked up excitedly, and then peeked behind Su Ming. Which expert at the divine power realm is it? Yi Tang asked in surprise. I clearly felt just now that I had never seen such a terrifying aura before.
How did it suddenly disappear? Did they run away because they saw the war god army guarding the gate? Yi Tang was somewhat puzzled.
Su Ming did not answer, but looked down at the wealthy men in front of him, who were like dead dogs. Several wealthy men were lying on the ground when they realized what kind of big shot they had offended. Not only can they easily crush and kill experts at the heavenly profound realm, but they also have such a large and terrifying legion. Killing them would be a piece of cake.
They didn't even take Su Ming seriously. What an appalling mistake this is.
This guy is 1,000 times more terrifying than Sun Yun. The wealthy men were so terrified they were about to explode. They crawled on the ground, using both hands and feet, towards Su Ming, and knelt down in front of him, kowtowing repeatedly.
Crying and pleading, "Boss, spare our lives, let us go."
The other heavenly profound realm thugs who participated were terrified upon seeing this scene and kowtowed to Su Ming, begging for mercy.
He shouted loudly, "Boss, spare my life." The cries for mercy rose and fell.
Seeing this, Yi Tang, Dong Lei, Chun Shui, and the others were dumbfounded.
Only then did they realize that Su Ming hadn't encountered a master at all. It was clearly a one-sided crushing defeat. Could it be that the terrifying aura of the divine power realm just now was emanating from Su Ming?
Thinking of this, Yi Tang's forehead broke out in a sweat, but her eyes were filled with joy. I never imagined Su Ming had become this strong. He had always known that Su Ming's martial arts level was very high, but he didn't know exactly how high it was.
Now he truly understood.
Despite the pleas for mercy from the crowd, Su Ming didn't even glance at them. Instead, he focused his gaze on a few wealthy men and said to Yi Tang, "Kill these people. Zhengzhou doesn't need scum like this.
As for the rest of you, get out of here." Su Ming glanced around and gave a cold shout.
Thank you so much for sparing my life, sir." The group of heavenly profound realm thugs felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and they thanked him profusely before scrambling away from the scene. Suddenly, only a few wealthy people remained on Rodon's side, a desolate and lonely place shrouded in an atmosphere of despair.
Su Ming even issued a kill order.
Yi Tang waved his hand, and several soldiers from the war god army rushed forward, ready to drag the wealthy men away and execute them.
"No, you can't kill me."
Rodon struggled violently, screaming in terror, his eyes wide open, filled with nothing but endless panic and fear. They shouted loudly, "It was Zhang Yang from the Imperial Medical Academy who instructed us, otherwise, even if we were all together, we wouldn't have dared to touch the Land Management Office. The grievances should be directed at the perpetrators, not just us. Besides, Zhang Yang promised that the entire Imperial Medical Academy would back us up. If you kill us, you'll be going against the Imperial Medical Academy." Rodton's voice resounded throughout the entire venue.
Yi Tang and the others' eyes sharpened as they suddenly remembered the car that had fled when they first entered the area. Could it be that Zhang Yang was sitting inside?
If they had known, they would have stopped that person beforehand.
"Stop!"
Su Ming said coldly. The two warriors stopped in their tracks. Rodon fell heavily to the ground, panting heavily, staring blankly at Su Ming. But at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief and glared at us, saying, "Yes, now you should understand. If we didn't have a powerful backer, how could we dare to act recklessly? The Imperial Medical Academy is one of the top powers in the Imperial Province. Even you can't easily offend them. If you kill us, you'll be going against the entire Imperial Medical Academy.
The Imperial Physician's Office will not let you get away with this."
Rodton spoke loudly. Su Ming grinned, slowly walked over, placed one foot on Luo Dun's chest, and said with a grin, "You could have lived a few more seconds, but you talk too much. Go down first and wait for the people from the Imperial Physician's Office to reunite with you."
"What?"
Rodon shuddered and his eyes widened suddenly. The next moment, Su Ming suddenly drew the sword from the waist of the war god army, and with a single swing, severed Rodon's entire head. Fresh blood gushed out, spraying out 3 feet away like a spring. A head spun around a few times, rolled down the steps, and landed on the ground. The other wealthy men, covered in blood, fainted on the spot upon witnessing this bloody and brutal scene. Su Ming casually tossed the knife back to the war god army, then shouted sternly, "Drag him away and bury him."
"Yes."
Several wealthy individuals, who had fallen silent afterward, were completely dragged away. Then Su Ming suddenly turned his head and said to Yi Tang, "Immediately pass on my order, starting tonight, no wealthy person in Zhengzhou is allowed to associate with the Wan family or Zhang Qianxi.
Otherwise, you're going against me.
Su Ming's shout echoed throughout the venue.
Yes.
Yi Tang hurriedly and respectfully responded, then took out his hand and went to give the order. Sun Yun, who followed downstairs, was so shocked by what she saw that she broke out in a cold sweat.
At the same time, I felt extremely fortunate.
Fortunately, he made the right choice in time, otherwise he would have ended up like those other wealthy people. The War God army will not tolerate any offense. Zhang Yang drove back to Wanjia and stepped into the Wanjia headquarters lobby, panting heavily.
The banquet is still going on here.
Because of Zhang Qianxi's arrival, many well-known and wealthy people from Zhengzhou came to pay their respects, offering gifts and flattering him, making the whole scene quite lively. Wanjia they also benefited greatly from this, and for a time they were incredibly popular. After all, with Zhang Qianxi in charge, it's as if everyone knows that the Wan family and the Imperial Medical Academy have an inseparable relationship.
The Wan family is under Zhang Qianxi's protection.
Zhang Yang walked through the crowd, sat down next to Zhang Qianxi, picked up a tissue, and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Young Master Zhang, where have you been? We were looking everywhere for you. Luo Hongxia's gaze fell on Zhang Yang, and she asked with a smile. Nothing, I just went out for a walk.
Zhang Yang gave an awkward smile, but in reality, that one turn almost cost him his life and scared him out of his wits.
If he hadn't run fast, he wouldn't know what would have happened to him now. Zhang Yang leaned close to Zhang Qianxi and whispered, Grandpa, are there any particularly powerful garrisons in Zhengzhou, and who is in charge of them? He really wanted to find out who those people who showed up at the land management office tonight were. That's absolutely terrifying. 747, Chapter 747 I've offended the Night Owl Army. Government forces? There are a few, the most formidable of which is the Night Owl Army. Why are you asking about that?
Zhang Qianxi thought for a moment, then spoke up, turning to look at Zhang Yang with a puzzled expression.
Did this kid get into some trouble outside? No, it's nothing. Zhang Yang quickly shook his head, revealing an awkward smile. My heart was churning with turmoil. Could it be that the legion we encountered earlier was the Night Owl Army? Could it be that Sun Yun from the Land Management Office has connections with the Night Owl Army?
Thinking of this, Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine.
The Night Owl Army is not to be trifled with.
They were all valiant warriors, ruthless killers. The Night Owl Army is led by 4 war gods, which I won't go into detail about. And then there's Rakshasa, the leader of the Night Owl Army. What a killing god he is, just mentioning him makes countless people tremble with fear. Zhang Yang shook his head. Luckily, he ran fast enough that those guys probably didn't see him, otherwise he would have really gotten himself into big trouble. This must be young Master Zhang indeed. You possess an extraordinary bearing and are truly exceptional. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Come, let us offer you a toast. Yes, I was wondering why I hadn't seen young Master Zhang. He went out. However, it would be best for young Master Zhang to stay home as much as possible. Recently, there has been unrest and chaos in Zhengzhou. I heard that a legion is going to be mobilized tonight, which is quite frightening. Several wealthy men gathered around, all smiles, and toasted Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang sneered and glanced at the group with disdain. My Imperial Medical Academy is upright and honest. What is there to be afraid of? No matter what power it is, my Imperial Medical Academy has dealings with it. No matter who they are, they will not give my Imperial Medical Academy any face. Zhang Yang said with a confident look on his face. Yes, young Master Zhang is right. We were just ignorant frogs in a well. We used our own abilities to assess the Imperial Physician's office. Please don't take offense, young Master Zhang. Several wealthy men smiled obsequiously and drank a glass with Zhang Yang. Luo Hongxia and Wan Shirin stood to one side, watching this scene and the lively atmosphere in the hall, their smiles wide open. It really is our Wan family's time to prosper. When fortune comes, there's no stopping it. Before, we thought Qin Feiyu was something special, but he was useless and ran away on his own. All that talk about making us the #1 in Zhengzhou was just a load of bull. Shirin, thank goodness you didn't fall for it. Zhang Qianxi and Zhang Yang, these are the real big shots. Without them, the Wan family would be finished. You hurry over and offer the young master a few drinks. Don't be negligent.
With the Imperial Physician's Office looking after us, our future is bright.
Just thinking about it made Luo Hongxia overjoyed, and her eyes shone. Wan Shirin smiled and nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, Qin Feiyu and Zhang Yang are not on the same level. Qin Feiyu's previous remarks that slandered Zhang Yang only made him seem even more despicable. Or, even in the Imperial Physician's Office, someone like Qin Feiyu wouldn't be taken seriously by Zhang Yang at all. This is the true, accomplished genius of the capital city in her eyes. The sheer number of wealthy people crowding the hall demonstrates the immense authority wielded by Zhang Qianqi and his associates.
The gifts that were sent were almost piled up like a mountain.
Wan Shirin walked over with a smile on her face, holding the wine. But just then, several wealthy people's cell phones suddenly rang.
The group took out their phones and answered a call.
He was immediately horrified, and gave Wan Jia and Zhang Qianqi a strange look, as if something terrifying had happened. Immediately afterwards, several wealthy men put down their phones, already covered in sweat. He strode forward, approached Wan Shirin and the others, and said with a grim expression, "Miss Wan, we won't be attending this banquet. We'll take our leave now. If anyone asks, just say we weren't here. Is that alright?"
"What?"
Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin raised an eyebrow and glanced at the wealthy men with surprise and suspicion.
"What happened?" "It's nothing, just some family matters. By the way, can we take the gifts we brought back?"
Several wealthy men asked with awkward smiles.
"This?"
The expressions of everyone in the Wan family immediately changed.
What's going on with these guys? Why did they suddenly turn on each other? It's one thing to leave, but to take the gifts back is another. Isn't that a slap in the face to the Wan family?
Although she was extremely displeased, Wan Shirin did not want to make enemies everywhere, especially since they were all well-known and wealthy people in Zhengzhou.
So he nodded. "Alright, the gifts are all recorded, you can take them back." "Alright, then we'll take our leave."
The group immediately smiled, said something happily, then turned around to retrieve their gifts and hurriedly left the Wan family headquarters.
Wan Shirin looked on with a furrowed brow, puzzled. "I have no idea what's wrong with these guys." "Xian, what happened?"
Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia came up and asked in surprise. "I don't know either, but never mind them. This banquet won't miss a few more people." Wan Shirin shook her head.
"That's true. There were at least 100 wealthy people present. Losing a few wouldn't be a big deal. The connections of the others were already enough for countless families to rise to the top in one step."
But then something strange happened. Following suit, other wealthy individuals also answered the phone or read the message.
But everyone who looked at the phone was shocked.
Within minutes, dozens of people came up to say goodbye, and their statements were almost all the same, all wanting to take back their gifts. They all acted as if they wanted to sever ties with the Wan family and have no further contact with them.
This is a different story.
In the end, almost all the wealthy people left the Wan Jia Hall.
And all the gifts that had piled up were swept away.
The Wan family members' faces turned ashen.
Luo Hongxia was so angry she jumped up and down. These heartless people don't even give face to Dr. Zhang here. Have these idiots gone mad?
Although the Imperial Medical Academy wields immense power, to rise to prominence in Zhengzhou, one still needs the support and influence of these wealthy individuals. The money comes from the people. Thanks to Zhang Qianqi's influence, any one of these tycoons could easily secure orders worth tens of billions. But now they've all run away, which is like losing a piece of meat that was already in your mouth.
How could the Wan family not be shocked and angry?
Even Wan Shirin couldn't understand what kind of major event could make this group of people leave all at once, without even giving face to the Imperial Physician's mansion.
Could it be that the Wan family has offended some important figure again?
Thinking of this, Wan Shirin suddenly turned her head and looked at Zhang Yang.
From this afternoon until now, the only one who has gone out is Zhang Yang. Could it be that Zhang Yang has offended some powerful figure? Wan Shirin swallowed hard.
Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it's hard to tell at once.
Tell me, what exactly happened? Zhang Qianqi sat at the banquet with a gloomy expression, his gaze cold and distant, not even glancing at Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang stood up, his body tense, standing next to Zhang Qianqi like a child who had made a mistake, head down, looking embarrassed, and said, "Grandpa, I think I've offended the Night Owl army."
What? The entire Wan family was immediately shocked.
748, chapter 748 following in her footsteps.
Night Owl army?
Wan Shireen was the first to be shocked. Rakshasa is already dead, so where did the Night Owl army come from in Central Plains?
Could it be that they've come to avenge the Rakshasa? Even if it were revenge, the target would be the king of the 9 provinces. What would that have to do with them, let alone the imperial physician's office?
What Wan Shireen didn't know was that apart from a group of people from Shangyanwu Manor, not many people knew that Luosha had died at Su Ming's hands. Because the only Rakshasa ghost venerable who went up there had already died at Su Ming's hands. The people at the Sihai Medical Association dared not mention it.
Qin Feiyu has run away again. Duan Xingyue was also taken away.
The only one who probably knows is Wan Shireen.
No one else knew about it.
Even Zhang Qianqi is still in the dark.
Zhang Yang even mistook the War God army for the Night Owl army.
Grandpa, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted recklessly, but who would have thought that Sun Yun's methods and connections were so powerful that he even had dealings with the Night Owl army? I just wanted to vent my anger for what happened during the day. Zhang Yang was so frightened that he knelt down in front of Zhang Qianqi with a thud. Seeing that everyone from Wanjia headquarters had left and the entire scene had become deserted, he realized that he had caused a huge disaster.
Nonsense! Zhang Qianqi glared angrily.
He said irritably, "I told you long ago that no matter what happens in Zhengzhou, you'll follow my orders. I only held back because I suspected Sun Yun had powerful backers. Do you still dare to step on that landmine?"
Landmine? What should we do? What, Grandpa? What if the Night Owl army comes knocking on my door to settle scores?
Zhang Yang was so frightened that his vest was soaked with cold sweat. He never dreamed that he would make such a huge mess. Although the Imperial Medical Academy is powerful, it is ultimately just a group of people who practice medicine. If a martial arts brute like Rakshasa were to really come and kill us, the Imperial Medical Academy and the like would have no chance of stopping us.
Alright.
Zhang Qianqi rolled his eyes in annoyance. Luckily, I have some connections with this Rakshasa and I also know people from the Blood Fiend Hall. I'll call them right now. From now on, don't cause any more trouble, understand?
No.
Zhang Yang agreed with a grim expression. Zhang Qianqi then took out his phone, ready to make a call. Wan Shireen watched all this with a look of astonishment and disbelief, completely bewildered. Only now did she seize the opportunity to speak. "Dr. Zhang, I don't think this is the case. Rakshasa is already dead."
What? Upon hearing this news, the entire audience was once again shocked.
Zhang Qianqi frowned, looked up at Wan Shireen, and asked in a deep voice, "What makes you say that?"
"I saw it with my own eyes."
Wan Shireen hurriedly said, "I've been to Cloud Mist Manor. Although I didn't witness that great battle firsthand, the Manor Lord was still alive in the end, and I never saw Night Owl War God Rakshasa again in a battle like that. If there's no news, then he must be dead. I assent that, right? Maybe he's already dead at the hands of the king of the 9 provinces."
Puff!
Zhang Yang burst out laughing and shook his head. "Miss Wan, I'm not making fun of you, but what you said is completely unfounded and really laughable. Who was Rakshasa, the leader of the Night Owl Legion, a peak martial arts master? How could he possibly die so easily at someone else's hands? As for the king of the 9 provinces, he's nothing but a coward with no real power. No one has ever seen him or heard of him doing anything significant. To say that he killed Rakshasa is impossible. Not to mention that Rakshasa has his master, Ghost Celestial Venerable, and the Blood Fiend Palace backing him up. His methods and power are immense, far beyond our reach." Zhang Yang smiled and shook his head. They believe that Wan Shireen and the Wan family are like frogs in a well, completely unaware of Luocha's abilities, which is why they make such claims. It's all just Wan Shireen's own imagination.
Moreover, he had personally witnessed the imposing Night Owl army.
How can you say that the Rakshasa is dead? However, this also shows that the Wan family has no real strength, so it would be even easier for him to take down Wan Shireen.
In that instant, Zhang Qianqi had already dialed the phone.
Zhang Qianqi called someone from the Blood Fiend Hall. He had dealings with the Blood Fiend Hall in his early years. The Blood Fiend Hall was full of top martial arts masters from all over the 9 provinces. If they needed to cultivate pills, they would naturally come to him. He had done a lot of business with the Blood Fiend Hall in private, so they had some connections.
Hello, is this Soul Celestial Venerable? I am Zhang Qianqi from the Imperial Physician's Office. I heard that the Rakshasa leader is dead, is that true?
Seemingly to confirm Wan Shirin's words, Zhang Qianqi got straight to the point and asked the question directly.
A deep, muffled voice came through the phone. Never heard of that. What do you want to say? If not, I'm hanging up. No. Having confirmed that Rakshasa was still alive, Zhang Qianqi hurriedly said with a smile, it's like this, my grandson accidentally offended the Night Owl army. Could I ask Soul Celestial Venerable to show some leniency and pass a message to Raksasa's leader, asking him not to scheme against me?
Next time the Blood Fiend Palace needs pills, I can give you a 50% discount and I'll prepare some gifts for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
I see. Alright, I'll have someone from Zhengzhou talk to you. You can contact him directly if you need anything. His name is Lin Ao, and he's from the Zhengzhou military region. After saying that, Soul Celestial hung up the phone. If it weren't for Zhang Qianqi, ordinary people wouldn't even be qualified to contact the Blood Fiend Palace. Understood.
Zhang Qianqi then put down his phone and said to Zhang Yang, it's all taken care of. Just prepare some gifts and take them to see a man named Lin Ao in the Zhengzhou military region, and everything will be fine.
A gift? Where am I supposed to get a gift now? Zhang Yang was immediately frustrated. He had arrived in Zhengzhou empty-handed. Where would he get any gifts? We have them.
Upon hearing this, Luo Hongxia knew that this was an opportunity to prove herself.
He stepped forward, beaming, and said, young Master Zhang, don't worry, we'll take care of the gift. Let's get ready. It's a good opportunity to have Cheyenne go with you. Let her broaden her horizons. Zhang Qianqi nodded slightly, and the matter was settled.
Although Luo Hongxia readily agreed, she still had to buy the gifts on the spot. After all, they had no idea what kind of gift would be substantial enough, or how much money would be enough to make up for offending the Night Owl army.
And this was ultimately decided by Zhang Yang.
The next day, Zhang Yang made up his mind to go to a famous antique shop in Zhengzhou and pick out a few rare treasures.
Antiques are inconspicuous yet priceless, making them the perfect gift.
So he and Wan Shirin went to Zhengzhou antique shop together.
Upon entering the antique shop, Wan Shirin saw a familiar face. It was Chu Qingqing.
Chu Qingqing stood in the shop, looking up and around, her face blank.
Upon seeing Wan Shirin, Chu Qingqing smiled and walked up to her, greeting her, Miss Wan, what a coincidence, are you here to buy antiques?
Previously, Chu Qingqing didn't have a good impression of Wan Shirin, and because Su Ming had close ties with the Chu family in Yunqing, the two of them didn't get along. However, after learning Su Ming's identity, Chu Qingqing realized that there are always people more capable than herself, and her personality underwent a significant change. Even though he still didn't have a good impression of Wan Shirin, he was still quite polite to her.
What are you doing here?
Wan Shirin glanced at Chu Qingqing with a calm and cold expression and asked.
I'm waiting for someone, waiting for a big shot. Chu Qingqing replied with a smile. Big boss?
Wan Shirin frowned, but then shook her head, not taking it to heart at all.
The big shots Chu Qingqing knows are probably just some small-time tycoons in Zhengzhou.
After all, Chu Qingqing came from a disadvantaged background and was inferior to her in terms of conditions and abilities. Even if she came to Zhengzhou, she would only be following in her footsteps. What important figures could she possibly meet? 749, Chapter 749. A beautiful flower stuck in cow dung.
Who is this?
Standing next to Wan Shirin, Zhang Yang also noticed Chu Qingqing. In terms of appearance, Chu Qingqing is a beauty who is not much inferior to Wan Shirin. Moreover, she is lively and youthful, and wearing a white shirt and jeans gives her a unique charm. Zhang Yang was immediately intrigued and became interested in hunting for women. My name is Chu Qingqing, I'm from Yunqing, and I started a company in Zhengzhou. This is my business card, nice to meet you. With a smile on her face, Chu Qingqing took out a business card and handed it to Zhang Yang. He casually added a few more compliments. You must be Miss Wan's boyfriend. You're indeed tall, handsome, and have an extraordinary air about you. Only someone like you could be worthy of Miss Wan. Miss Wan has very high standards. These words carried a hint of sarcasm. After all, Wan Shirin didn't even look down on Su Ming, the king of the 9 provinces, so the only person Wan Shirin would look down on must be heaven.
Unfortunately, Wan Shireen couldn't understand the sarcasm.
Zhang Yang was also smug. He took the business card, grinned confidently, and said, "My name is Zhang Yang Zhang Qianqi of the Imperial Physician's Office as my grandfather. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me."
What?
Upon hearing this, Chu Qingqing was startled. It was truly unexpected that this seemingly simple-minded young man was actually the grandson of Zhang Qianqi of the Imperial Physician's Mansion. His background was indeed quite impressive.
Seeing Chu Qingqing's shocked expression, Zhang Yang became even more smug.
Wan Shireen even slightly pursed her lips.
Sure enough, someone like Chu Qingqing has never seen any important figures before. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's identity, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Now you should finally realize the gap between you and her.
Has the big shot you're waiting for arrived yet? Wan Shireen said coldly, not wanting to waste words with Chu Qingqing.
He didn't want Chu Qingqing to react before she started clinging to him like a leech. After all, this woman could even pick up a good-for-nothing man she divorced and didn't want. What else wouldn't she do? Seeing the hint of coldness, indifference, and disdain in Wan Shireen's eyes, Chu Qingqing finally realized what was happening and said with an awkward smile, "We should be there soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming walked in through the door. Ming Ge. Upon seeing Su Ming, Chu Qingqing immediately smiled happily and went to greet him. The big shot Chu Qingqing was waiting for was none other than Su Ming.
Wan Shireen rolled her eyes and almost fainted.
He's truly hopeless.
Wan Shireen was someone who always had others begging to curry favor with her, but this Chu Qingqing actually kept pestering Su Ming.
They really have no vision or perspective.
He was destined to never be able to compare to her. She doesn't even think much of Qin Feiyu anymore, let alone someone like Su Ming, who is nothing but an ant among ants.
Su Ming looked up and noticed Wan Shireen, asking in surprise, "What are you doing here?" "None of your business,"
Wan Shireen said indifferently.
"I think so too."
Su Ming grinned and then said to Chu Qingqing, "Let's go upstairs and talk."
"Good." Chu Qingqing nodded happily and went upstairs to the antique shop with Su Ming.
Watching Su Ming and his companion go upstairs, Zhang Yang curled his lip in disdain and said, "I never thought such a nice girl would fall for a guy like that. It's like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung." Wan Shireen chimed in, "How much knowledge could a little girl from Yunqing possibly have? Young Master Zhang, let's hurry up and pick out a gift."
"That's true." So the two of them started picking out gifts at the antique shop.
Upstairs, Fu Long, the owner of the antique shop, was extremely nervous, scratching his head and looking anxiously at the stairwell.
Upon seeing Su Ming appear, he rushed forward as if flying, and knelt down before Su Ming with a thud. "This humble one, Fu Long, greets King Su and welcomes your Majesty's arrival. I have been waiting here for a long time." "All right."
Su Ming waved his hand, took out dozens of loose pills, and handed them to Fu Long, saying, "These are the things I asked you to auction for. May don't need them anymore, but they are still made from a bunch of top-grade medicinal herbs, so it would be a waste to throw them away."
Oh my God.
Fu Long accepted the pills with both hands, and was so astonished that he couldn't close his mouth. 7th grade pills, 8th grade pills, and even 9th grade pills, my goodness.
Fu Long Kai almost fainted from fright.
Although he didn't understand medicine, he had spent his whole life in the antique business and still had some discernment. These pills are enough to buy half of his antique shop.
Fu Long nearly fainted. "By the way, is there any empty space? Could you arrange a place for me to talk?"
Su Ming said calmly.
Yes, Prince Su, please come directly to my office. I'll have someone serve you tea."
Fu Long then snapped out of his great surprise and hurriedly replied. Then, bowing and scraping, he ushered Su Ming and Chu Qingqing into his office and had them waited on. He then went to handle the auction arrangements for Su Ming's batch of top-grade pills. Chu Qingqing was completely stunned throughout the entire process, not daring to even breathe loudly. Only then did she realize how powerful and imposing a true top figure in the 9 provinces could be in the outside world.
"I was so blind before. Surprisingly, I've never witnessed it while I was with Su Ming. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only realized it at the very end." Once inside the office, Su Ming asked Chu Qingqing, "What's on your mind? Is there anything your company can help me with?"
Xu Qingqing gave an awkward smile. It seems nothing can be hidden from Prince Su. Here's the thing, Lu Jianming has been helping me refine a batch of grade 5 pills lately. I'd like to hold a sales event for them. However, I don't have the influence of one Shirin. I can't invite any big shots to preside over it, so I'm afraid even if I hold one, it will be a complete flop and won't cause any ripples. At this point, Xu Qingqing blushed and lowered her head, almost burying her face in her full chest.
So many things happened back then. She now shamelessly asks Su Ming for help, which is truly shameful to her.
But she was truly at her wit's end.
We've tried every possible solution, Butte and Zhengzhou, who knows Xu Qingqing?
Nobody was willing to give her that face. Only after Su Ming left did she realize what it meant to be in dire straits. Even if it's a bit humiliating, she has no other choice but to turn to Su Ming for help.
Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Isn't Lu Jianming a rising star and a top genius of the Sihai Medical Association? Isn't that reputation enough? Su Ming asked jokingly.
It used to be possible, but not anymore. Xu Qingqing said with a grim expression. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Su Ming, Lu Jianming has been despondent and has never dared to mention his own prowess again.
Naturally, it all happened silently. Alright, I'll have Guo Qianshan go through the motions for you.
Su Ming casually agreed. He was also planning to give the villa he had just acquired to Lin Xiaoyun, so this was a perfectly reasonable opportunity.
Guo Qianshan, the medicine saint ancestor, my god, thank you, brother Xiaoming, no, thank you, King Su.
Xu Qingqing was so excited that she stood up and knelt down in front of Su Ming. In short, the fact that the medicine saint ancestor personally intervened is an incredible honor. Before coming here, Xu Qingqing never dreamed of this.
I'm so happy I almost fainted.
750, Chapter 750. I am the master of the pills.
Okay, that's settled. Then you can go back and get ready now. Su Ming nodded, stood up, and prepared to leave the antique shop.
But as soon as he stepped out of the office, he heard a commotion downstairs, and the entire antique shop was like a vegetable market. Su Ming slowly walked down the stairs and arrived at the lobby on the first floor. He saw that the entire lobby was in a frenzy. A group of people were arguing heatedly, looking like they were about to fight to the death at any moment. Wan Shirin and Zhang Yang were also caught up in it.
Xu Qingqing, following behind Su Ming, also looked shocked upon seeing this scene.
The antique shop owner trotted over and bowed to Su Ming. Prince Su.
What's going on?
Su Ming looked up, frowned, and asked.
This.
Fu Long looked embarrassed. They're going crazy fighting over your pills, Prince Su. The pills were just released and the news spread like wildfire. Countless wealthy people rushed over as if they'd discovered a treasure, and now they're fighting tooth and nail over the price.
What's there to rob? Su Ming said coldly, didn't I say it was an auction? The highest bidder wins. Why would we need to fight for it?
That's how it was supposed to be, but that kid. At this point, Fu Long glanced at Zhang Yang and Wan Shirin and said with a sneer, that kid insisted that he was from the Imperial Medical Academy and that Zhang Qianqi was his grandfather. He didn't want to pay a high price but still wanted the pills, so he started arguing with the others.
I see. Su Ming gave a cold laugh.
That's understandable, though Zhang Yang considers himself to be of noble birth and is arrogant, so he doesn't take anyone else seriously at all. How could they possibly compete fairly with others? Zhang Yang originally wanted to buy his pills, which was already impossible, but then this happened. Su Ming immediately sneered, apart from Zhang Yang, we'll sell to the highest priced seller, but we can't sell to that kid.
But?
Fu Long's expression was grim, but he's from the Imperial Physician's Office, and his identity doesn't seem fake. The Imperial Physician's Office is not something a lowly person like me can afford to offend. Can the Imperial Physician's mansion be more powerful than me? Besides, it's my property. If there's anything, let him come to me, Su Ming said coldly. Upon hearing this, Fu Long immediately felt more confident, straightened his back instantly, and nodded, saying, I understand. So he turned and went to the front of the hall.
Who the hell do you think you are, to even think you can compete with me? You're only standing here bidding against me because you've had incredible luck. One word from me and I can bankrupt you. Get out of here.
Zhang Yang was still pointing his finger at a wealthy man and cursing him. A group of wealthy people were immediately furious, their faces turning red. They shouted at Zhang Yang, "Even if you're from the Imperial Medical Academy, you can't disregard the rules. It was an auction, the highest bidder wins." Yuri disrupting the market. "So what if I broke it? If you're not happy, go ahead and complain. If you bring the owner of this pill here, he'll have to kneel down and give it to me in auction. What do you have to offer me?" Zhang Yang's face was full of arrogance and pride. "You?" A group of wealthy people were furious and even contemplated murder. But they really couldn't touch Zhang Yang's identity. "Alright, stop arguing." Just then, Fu Long let out a deep voice that resounded throughout the entire venue, silencing all the noise. Fu Long's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, and he said in a deep voice, "I have made my decision. I said it's an auction, and it is an auction. The highest bidder wins." Qin Fuao, you bid 3 billion, which is the highest bid here. These dozens of pills are yours. Fu Long's voice rang out. Whoosh! The scene erupted in uproar. Although somewhat surprised, most of the reaction was mocking and sarcastic, a case of watching a joke unfold. It's better for it to fall into Qin Fuao's hands than into Zhang Yang's. That kid was so arrogant just now, he's gotten a real slap in the face now. Really, you sold it to me? Among the crowd, a fat man was so surprised he almost jumped up. It was Qin Fuao. He's practically made a fortune buying so many top-grade pills for 3 billion. He excitedly ran towards the counter where Fu Long was located. Presumptuous! Zhang Yang's face darkened. He roared and strode towards Fu Long. Reaching the counter, he glared at Fu Long, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Do you know who I am? Didn't you hear me? I'm Zhang Qianqi, the grandson of the head of the Imperial Physician's Office. If my grandfather finds out you beast, selling these top-grade pills to this kind of trash, I don't think you'll be able to do any business anymore. You can expect to close down before tonight." Fu Long raised his head, glanced at Zhang Yang, and grinned nonchalantly. If Zhang Yang had said these words before Su Ming gave the order, they would indeed have frightened him. But now that Su Ming has given the order personally, let alone Zhang Yang, even if Zhang Qianqi came in person, it wouldn't make a difference. Fu Long immediately sneered, "Sorry, the owner of the pills has already said that he won't sell it to you. No matter who he's selling it to, I'll wait and see if I'll close before tonight." You fucking want to die. Zhang Yang was furious, his face turning red with rage. It's no longer a matter of whether or not we can buy these top-grade pills. It was Fu Long who didn't take him seriously, making him lose face. Moreover, there was Wan Shirin behind him. If this got out, Zhang Yang would be utterly humiliated. Moreover, this is simply disrespectful to the Imperial Medical Academy. Fine, if you want to play dumb with me, let's see if you have the guts. Call out the owner of this pill and let him tell me himself. Let's see if he has the courage. Zhang Yang's eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. At that moment, he did show some quick thinking. They immediately grasped the crux of the problem. Fu Long has a narrow perspective and is unaware of the power of the Imperial Physician's Office. He is like a frog in a well, unaware of fear. Such a person will never wake up and regret his actions unless he is truly facing a great disaster. But the owner who could refine so many top-grade pills must be he was also a highly skilled physician, and such a person must have a deep understanding of the power of the Imperial Medical Academy. If the owner of this elixir were to come out in person and see him, wouldn't he be so frightened that he would kneel down on the spot? And that was the key to his turning the tide and making everyone awe and submit. Zhang Yang immediately became very confident. Fu Long's eyes practically rolled to the sky. Is this idiot insane? He still wants to see Su Ming. Unless Su Ming is willing, does this idiot kid even have the right to do so? I am the master of the elixir. However, at that moment, a voice rang out from the side, and Su Ming slowly walked out from the stairwell, through the crowd. Boom! The scene was a sensation. Instantly, countless people stared in shock. Zhang Yang and Wan Shirin also turned their heads suddenly, but when they saw that it was Su Ming, they were both dumbfounded. Is this kid the owner of this batch of top-grade pills? How could that be? Wan Shirin, in particular, was completely stunned. Her eyes were wide open, and she didn't even blink. Her mind was in turmoil. 751, Chapter 751. Who killed Rakshasa? Did this batch of pills belong to that kid Su Ming? How come? Stolen, given as a gift, or made by oneself? The latter two are unlikely. I reckon only the first possibility remains. After all, Su Ming had been with the Wan family for 3 years, and Wan Shireen knew him very well. This guy knew nothing about pills. Although the gift sent to the Wan family included several pills, it was later confirmed that they were all heirlooms from Su Ming's family and might have been moldy and unusable long ago. Moreover, when it came to matters concerning elixirs, Su Ming couldn't get a word in edgewise, showing that he was completely clueless. Then it would be impossible for someone to refine it themselves.
Oh, right.
Wan Shireen raised an eyebrow. Su Ming's currying favor with the Shen and Yun families might have been a gift from the Shen family, or perhaps he stole it from them. After all, the Shen family had the strength to produce a 9th-grade pill, the Qilin pill.
Thinking about this, Wan Shireen understood everything.
I felt utterly disgusted and contemptuous. This kid is a leopard that can't change its spots no matter where he goes. What Wan Shireen didn't notice was that the expressions of the other wealthy people all changed the moment they saw Su Ming.
At least half of the wealthy people present recognized Su Ming's identity.
After all, Su Ming has been involved in quite a few things in Zhengzhou recently. Moreover, since Heaven and Hellgate are at odds, and most of its members have joined Hellgate, how could they not know that the leader of Hellgate is Su Ming? Instantly, the group of people trembled with fear, staring at Su Ming in disbelief, almost kneeling on the ground in terror.
Some, however, were gloating. He thought to himself, Zhang Yang is so arrogant and conceited's doomed if he runs into King Su. Really?
Zhang Yang glanced at Su Ming, then his face was full of sneer. You beast, we met at Yanshanlu before, right? You even stole the room Shireen had booked. I haven't even settled that score with you yet, and you've already delivered yourself to my doorstep. So you're the owner of these pills, even I can't refine these top-grade pills from 7th to 9th rank. What are you?
Do you recognize these things? Do you know what these pills are called?
Zhang Yang stepped forward, his eyebrows almost pointing to the sky, his face full of disdain and contempt. He raised his hand and slapped Su Ming's face as if he were looking at trash. If you were the owner of these pills, then I'd be the Emperor Emeritus. You're just a piece of trash. You can't even find the right place to show off. This isn't a place for you to put on airs. Zhang Yang grinned maliciously, completely regarding Su Ming as an ant and trash. I had already heard about Su Ming's background from the Wan family, and now it's a good opportunity for Wan Shireen to vent her anger and teach this good-for-nothing a lesson. He could also win Wan Shireen's heart, which was a win-win situation. People like Su Ming are destined to become the stepping stone for Zhang Yang's rise to fame and renown throughout the Central Plains.
Yes.
Although Wan Shireen didn't say anything, she shook her head in frustration. I completely agree with Zhang Yang's words.
Su Ming is utterly shameful, daring to put on airs in front of so many people.
It's one thing to deal with the others, but what kind of identity does Zhang Yang have? With just a few words and a little trickery, Su Ming would be exposed for what he really is.
The two are not even in the same league. This kid is hopeless. Bang! But the next moment, Su Ming slapped Zhang Yang across the face.
With a loud bang, Zhang Yang was almost sent flying several meters away, landing hard on his backside. Bloody finger marks appeared on his face, and blood immediately welled up from the corner of his mouth, dripping continuously. Zhang Yang was completely stunned by the slap. He sat on the ground, staring blankly at Su Ming, unable to come to his senses for a long time, his eyes empty and vacant. He seemed to never dream that Su Ming would dare to hit him, and with such great strength.
I almost gave him a concussion. Brother Yang.
Wan Shireen was shocked and rushed forward to help Zhang Yang up. Then she turned around, her face flushed, and glared angrily at Su Ming. Are you fucking crazy, hitting people randomly? Do you know who he is? He's the grandson of Zhang Qianqi, the head of the Imperial Physician's Office. If you hit him, you're going against the entire Imperial Physician's Office. You're finished, you idiot.
Wan Shireen was absolutely furious.
Su Ming thought himself great and acted recklessly, but he didn't even know who he hit.
This time, there's really no one who can save him. It's completely over.
Su Ming rubbed his fingers together and grinned. Zhang Qianqi's grandson, didn't he claim to be the retired emperor? That's treasonous. I have the right to execute first and report later. I can kill such a traitor.
You?
Wan Shireen was almost driven mad.
Still pretending. That idiot didn't listen to what she said. Otherwise, how could they dare to act like this?
You dare hit me, you're finished, I'll take your life, everyone witnessed this, I, Zhang Yang, swear here and now that the Imperial Physician's mansion will kill you. If I don't kill you, I, Zhang Yang, am no man. Zhang Yang came to his senses, gritted his teeth, and almost let out a hoarse roar of anger. Yeah? Su Ming curled his lips into a sinister smile, already harboring murderous intent. He slowly took 2 steps forward, his eyes chillingly cold. He not only wants to kill Zhang Yang, but also Zhang Qinshi. Neither of them will survive. You're the one who instigated the disturbance at the land management office, aren't you? For that alone, I can sentence you to death today, you can die. Su Ming said with an icy expression. How did you know? Zhang Yang was greatly surprised. That matter was known only to him and a few wealthy individuals who were instructed to do so. Since last night, he has not seen those wealthy men, including Rodon, and he can't find them anywhere. Could it be that those wealthy people betrayed him? Even so, how could Su Ming, with his status and position, possibly know? Could it be that this kid is among the Night Owl army that I offended? Zhang Yang was momentarily surprised and uncertain. Su Ming was approaching step by step, his killing intent running rampant. A group of wealthy people from Zhengzhou watched in fear and trepidation, not daring to breathe. Ring ring. Just then, Wan Shirin's phone rang. Wan Shirin hurriedly took out her phone and answered the call. On the phone came Luo Hongxia's voice, which sounded somewhat flustered. Shirin, where are you? We just received news that Luocha is dead. Is it true? Are you telling the truth? Come back quickly, Dr. Zhang wants to see you. Wan Shirin was shocked. She knew that the news of Rakshasa's defeat and death at the hands of the king of Kyushu had finally spread. It's normal for Zhang Qinshi to want to see her. This matter has finally come to a conclusion, and I can now discuss future development plans with Zhang Qinshi. This is good news for everyone. Wan Shirin replied, okay, I'll be right back. After saying that, Wan Shirin put away her phone and said to Zhang Yang, Brother Yang, the news of Luocha's death has spread. Let's go back first. What? Rakshasa is really dead? How did he die? Who could kill a martial arts master like Rakshasa? Zhang Yang's anger vanished, replaced by utter shock. Since Rakshasa is dead, it means that what he saw last night was not the Night Owl army at all. He didn't offend the Night Owls, so there's no need for him to apologize or make amends. So, who are those people? Zhang Yang was instantly shocked. The group of wealthy people at the scene practically rolled their eyes to the heavens. They looked at Zhang Yang as if he were an idiot. What an utter fool, the king of the 9 provinces, who slew the Rakshasa, is right before his eyes, yet he doesn't even know it. Is Zhang Qianshi's grandson really that stupid? 752, Chapter 752. The grandest event. We'll find out when we get back. Wan Shirin said something, then turned her head and stared at Su Ming with sharp and disgusted eyes, saying, Do you know how big a mistake you made? We don't have time to argue with you now. You still have a chance. Go back and prepare gifts immediately, come to our one family, and kneel down to apologize to brothers Shang Yang and Dr. Zhang. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to regret it. Zhang Yang glanced at Su Ming with a cold smile. Trash, you have one last chance. I'll be waiting for you at the Wan family, otherwise, I'll make sure you don't live past 3 days. Let's go. After saying that, Wan Shirin helped Zhang Yang leave. In Wan Shirin's mind, if Su Mingming hadn't come to kowtow and apologize earlier, he would already be a dead man. That kid is so stupid. She had long understood that if Su Ming remained incorrigible, he would sooner or later provoke a powerful figure he couldn't afford to offend, and thus meet his demise. I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Moreover, he witnessed it with his own eyes. That's just how people are. The two walked out the door. Su Ming shook his head, and the murderous aura around him gradually dissipated. Let Zhang Yang live a couple more days. Before Su Di from the Grand Commandant's office made any move, he didn't want to start a massacre so quickly and alert the enemy. The two had only been gone for 2 minutes. Greetings, King of the 9 provinces. In the lobby of the antique shop, a group of wealthy people knelt down and kowtowed to Su Ming. Thank you, Prince Su, for the medicine. Having bought the medicine, Qin Fuao scrambled to Su Ming's feet, kneeling before him in surprise and gratitude. Has the money been paid?
Su Ming glanced at it and asked indifferently.
Yes, if that's not enough, I'll have the company transfer another billion right away. Su Wang's medicine is priceless. To have obtained it is a blessing I've accumulated over 10 lifetimes. A group of wealthy people were extremely excited, their faces filled with piety and respect. Leaving aside the astonishing reputation of the king of the 9 provinces, during Su Ming's time in the Central Plains, he first destroyed the Heavenly Paradise Society, and then beheaded the great scourge Rakshasa, allowing them to have peace. Protect the peace of this region. In their hearts, they already worship Su Ming like a god. Outside the antique shop, Wan Shirin helped Zhang Yang into the car and heard the sound of kneeling from behind. He couldn't help but step back in surprise, his eyes filled with shock as he looked in the direction of the antique shop. Could it be that even the famous king of Kyushu has come? She's been dreaming of meeting this powerful figure. The last time I went to Cloud Mist Manor, I was there specifically to see the king of the 9 provinces, but I didn't get to see him in the end. Unexpectedly, the king of Kyushu appeared again no sooner than I left. It was such a coincidence, such an unexpected turn of events. She felt like a cat was scratching inside her, and she couldn't wait to rush back and see the true face of the king of Kyushu. But Dr. Zhang was waiting for her, and she couldn't delay any longer. Wan Shirin could only sigh helplessly. It's a sad reminder that good things often come with difficulties. All these twists and turns show that she and the king of Kyushu are truly destined for each other. I just hope we can meet again in the future. That would be an immense blessing. She is gradually becoming stronger, and when they meet again in the future, even the king of Kyushu will look at her with new respect. With that thought in mind, Wan Shirin could only get into the car with anticipation and drive back to the Wan family home. Wan Jia headquarters. I never imagined what you said was true. Rakshasa really is dead, and at the hands of the king of the 9 provinces, no less. Even his master, Ghost Celestial Venerable, perished at Cloud Mist Manor. I never imagined the king of the 9 provinces was still alive, and so powerful. Miss Wan, have you seen the king of the 9 provinces with your own eyes? Zhang Qianqi's gaze was deep and his face was cold. He was filled with apprehension when he mentioned the king of Kyushu. I don't have that ability, and I'm destined never to see it. Wan Shirin replied awkwardly. Never mind, you'll see each other again. Zhang Qianqi sighed and said, let alone Wan Shirin, even I want to see with my own eyes what this great figure, whose deeds are known throughout the land but whose face is never seen, looks like and what kind of demeanor he has. What happened to your face? Zhang Qianqi saw the handprint on Zhang Yang's face. Zhang Yang's face immediately turned red. Don't even mention it. It's bad luck he got beaten up by a kid. It's that good for nothing who tried to steal my room at Yanshanlo. I didn't expect him to dare to make a move. I was caught off guard. However, I've given him a final deadline. I imagine that within 3 days, once he learns my true identity, he'll be so terrified he'll kneel down and beg for mercy. Zhang Yang said through gritted teeth. Didn't you tell him who you were when you were being beaten? Zhang Qianqi frowned and asked. I told him, I even mentioned your name, Grandpa, but that ignorant fool, that frog in a well, obviously won't believe me. He probably doesn't think he'll ever have a chance to come into contact with someone like us. Once he gets back and finds out, he'll be terrified. Zhang Yang said with a cold snort. Alright. Zhang Qianqi rolled his eyes. Look at you, so useless. You only cause trouble when you come here, and you even get humiliated by such a nobody. It's embarrassing to even talk about it. Zhang Yang pouted in anger. But then his eyes darted around, and he asked, Grandpa, now that Rakshasa is dead, does that mean I didn't offend the Night Owl army? Then who did I offend? Who knows you? Zhang Qianqi was so angry he almost fainted. Whoever it is, if they truly have a grudge, they'll come looking for it themselves. Let's just let this matter go for now. I just received an invitation from the medical ranking organization. They've invited me and a few other judges to come over tonight for a gathering, which will also serve as a way of exchanging greetings and preparing for the medical ranking conference. Ms. Wan, you should also get ready to come with us. It will allow you to connect with the real upper echelons of society. This will benefit your future business dealings. Zhang Qianqi said calmly. Zhang Qianqi is willing to give this opportunity. He has already recognized Wan Shirin's talent and will give her this chance. They raised Ian as if she were a real granddaughter-in-law. Otherwise, Wan Shirin would not be qualified to attend a banquet of this caliber at all. Thank you so much, Dr. Zhang. Wan Shirin immediately stood up excitedly, at a loss for what to do, overjoyed beyond words.
stepped into the true upper echelons of the pyramid.
At this moment, she truly became a top figure in Zhangzhou. My God, what kind of treatment is this? Others wouldn't even dream of such an opportunity, let alone in a lifetime, let alone 10 lifetimes.
And now, Wan Shireen has it.
Wan Shireen blushed with surprise.
Thank you so much, Brother Yang.
Wan Shireen turned her head again and said to Zhang Yang with immense gratitude.
We're all on the same side, so do your best and let them get to know you.
Zhang Yang grinned smugly. At this moment, Wan Shireen should realize just how powerful and influential the imperial physician's mansion is. This woman is already within my grasp. So Wan Shireen hurriedly made preparations, dressed herself up exquisitely, and went out in her finest attire. That evening, I went with Zhang Qianqi and Zhang Yang to the Central Plains Medical Tour, the most prestigious event. 753, Chapter 753. Come on, I'll let you use both hands.
The medical ranking conference was hosted by Yang Tianheng, the chairman of the Kyushu Haotian International Chamber of Commerce.
Haotian Chamber of Commerce ranks among the top 10 among the top companies in Kyushu, with a far-reaching reputation and countless assets. Yang Tianheng is a very famous and wealthy man. They are more than qualified to be the organizers. At this moment, Yang Tianheng was at the banquet, instructing a group of staff, hurry up and prepare the banquet, and take good care of the guests this time. I've also invited a top expert to oversee the event, so don't let him down if he's willing to come and serve as a judge. This medical ranking will reach its peak.
A group of servants immediately looked shocked, staring blankly at Yang Tianheng and asking, Boss Yang, is the big shot you're talking about Zhang Qianqi, the head of the Kyushu Medical Academy?
Zhang Qianqi? Upon hearing this name, Yang Tianheng grinned and said, What is Zhang Qianqi? Although Zhang Qianqi has some status, he is far inferior to this man. He is a master of the War God Temple and the king of the 9 provinces. Do you know what the Temple of War is? It's a worldly peak that stands above the 9 provinces, a level above all others, where no one needs to give face to anyone.
Even when facing the emperors of the 9 provinces, there is no need to kneel. However, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Hurry up and get ready.
Yang Tianheng said with a smile.
Yes.
A group of insiders responded in unison.
Although they didn't understand, the shock it brought them was already great enough. I never expected that even the king of the 9 provinces would make an appearance this time. Is he the big shot who killed the Rakshasa? That's definitely not something someone like Zhang Qianqi can compare to. They'd better keep their eyes open and make sure they don't offend this important person. 7 p.m.
Su Ming arrived at the entrance of the conference.
Beep beep beep. The phone vibrated.
Su Ming answered the phone. It was Yi Tang calling. Prince Su, the organizers of the medical ranking have sent gifts again. The people who came are kneeling at the entrance of Cloud Mist Manor, saying that if you don't attend their internal conference, they will stay kneeling there forever, Yi Tang said, feeling both annoyed and amused. Okay, tell them to get lost. I am already at the door, Su Ming said calmly.
But Prince Su, I'm very curious, what does their medical conference have to do with us? Why do you have to be there?
Yi Tang asked, puzzled. That's simple. To put it simply, although Yang Tianheng has a significant background, he's just a businessman. He doesn't have much say. If I don't attend this conference, he might not be able to hold the fort by himself. After all, the judges are all figures like Luo Qianshan, Hua Qianshan, and Zhang Qianqi.
Any one of these people could easily embarrass him.
Su Ming said with a cold smile.
I see. Yi Tang suddenly realized what was going on, and then asked, do you need me to bring people to help?
No need, it's just a formality. I am just here to watch the show. Even if they start fighting, I won't get involved, Su Ming said calmly.
Clear. Yi Tang responded. Su Ming slowly put down his phone.
Heh, isn't this that good for nothing from earlier today? He's so scared his legs are weak, and he's come here to kowtow and beg for forgiveness? Su Ming was followed by Zhang Qianqi, Zhang Yang, Wan Shireen, and others who arrived and got out of the car and walked over.
Less than 100 meters away, you can see Su Ming standing at the door making a phone call. This guy. Wan Shireen couldn't help but purse her lips. Zhang Yang was right.
No matter how stubborn and arrogant Su Ming was during the day, he was ultimately just a frog in a well. After figuring out the truth, he was immediately terrified. But how did this guy find his way here? As they spoke, the three of them came up behind Su Ming. You beast, come here and kneel down in front of me, kneel 100 times and shout, Grandpa, I was wrong 100 times, and I'll spare your life. Zhang Yang crossed his arms, staring coldly at Su Ming, and spoke with a sneer of contempt. Su Ming then turned around and looked at Zhang Yang with a puzzled expression. I glanced at it from head to toe. I also saw Zhang Qianqi and Wan Shirin. I immediately realized that Zhang Qianqi was probably attending this internal meeting, so he brought Zhang Yang and Wan Shirin along. Wan Shirin immediately chimed in, I warned you long ago that you were only one step away from death. Now you know who you've offended, right? It's not too late to know now, so hurry up and do as young Master Zhang says. Neuropathy. Su Ming rolled his eyes, I'm here for the banquet, what's it to you, get out of my way. Su Ming ignored them. Ha! Hearing this, Zhang Yang laughed in anger, looking at Su Ming as if he were an idiot. You piece of trash, how long are you going to keep being stubborn? You're not going to say you're here to attend the top summit, are you? Who do you think you are? Weren't you on the phone just now? You probably can't even get through the gate, right? This is your last chance. Will you kneel or not? If you don't, you'll never have another chance. Wan Shirin couldn't help but shake her head repeatedly. She thought Su Ming had come to his senses. It's still so stupid. I bet they don't even know where they are, which is why they said such stupid things. They're truly beyond saving. Idiot. Su Ming cursed, not even bothering to look at Zhang Yang, and turned to walk into the conference hall. Stop. Zhang Yang let out a fierce shout, his face full of anger, his eyes were red, and the veins on his forehead bulged, making him look extremely ferocious. That beast, how dare he ignore him and even insult him? With so many wealthy people from Zhengzhou watching during the day, he couldn't afford to make a big scene. But now, this kid has no backing whatsoever, yet he still dares to act tough in front of him. If you don't kneel, I'll make you die here today. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, his face filled with murderous intent. Come on, I'll give you a handicap with one hand. No, I'll give you both hands, you don't need to use any of those. Su Ming stood on the steps, looking down at Zhang Yang. This is insane. This kid must be crazy. Wan Shirin was dumbfounded. He didn't know where Su Ming got his confidence to challenge Zhang Yang. Given Zhang Yang's status and position, with just one order, everyone in the venue would rush out to help, and a single spit from each of them would be enough to drown Su Ming. This guy really didn't figure out his own role from beginning to end. Besides, Zhang Qianqi is here too. Wan Shirin rolled her eyes repeatedly, feeling that she could no longer understand Su Ming's stupidity. Court death. Zhang Yang roared and was about to rush up to attack Su Ming. 754, Chapter 754. I won't let him get away with it. Stop. Stop. Just then, Zhang Yang was about to rush up and attack Su Ming. Zhang Qianqi's cold shout echoed through the main entrance. Zhang Yang abruptly stopped in his tracks, fuming with rage. He glared fiercely at Su Ming, then turned to Zhang Qianqi with an extremely aggrieved expression. Grandpa, you saw it with your own eyes. This good-for-nothing is utterly arrogant and unreasonable, is clearly a worthless piece of trash. How could I not teach him a lesson? Zhang Qianqi's gaze turned cold. Fine, then go ahead and do it even if you kill him and blood splatters on the spot. How are you going to clean up the mess? What if the people at the medical Dao conference find out that my grandson, Zhang Qianqi's grandson, killed an ordinary person with no status right at their doorstep? This. Zhang Yang was speechless. Indeed, if things really turned out that way, they probably wouldn't even be able to get through this gate today. It would also cause Grandpa Zhang Qianqi to lose his judging qualification, making it all a wasted trip. He was too impulsive. That beastly brat is just too hateful. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, determined to make Su Ming realize what true regret and fear were after this incident. Little did they know that Zhang Qianqi's patience saved Zhang Yang's life, and also saved Zhang Qianqi's life. Otherwise, even if it alerts the enemy, Su Ming would not hesitate to leave their corpses lying here today. Wan Shirin's eyes darted around, and she immediately understood everything. She secretly marveled, thinking to herself, as expected of the head of the Imperial Physician's Office. This kind of vision and perspective is not something that ordinary people can have. She has learned something. For Zhang Qianqi, no matter how arrogant an ordinary person like Su Ming is, it has no impact whatsoever.
This is the true authority of the strong. It's even less important that Su Mingdao doesn't apologize. If you ruin something important because of a moment of anger, then it would truly be a loss that outweighs the gain. Su Ming is really lucky, he's escaped death again. Thinking of this, Wan Shirin took the initiative to say, "Young Master Zhang, please don't get agitated, let me go and talk to him." Zhang Qianqi nodded approvingly, showing even more appreciation for Wan Shirin's cleverness. Then Wan Shirin quickly walked up the steps, pulled Su Ming aside, and said in a cold voice, "You really just barely escaped death and you don't even know it, but explaining it to you wouldn't make you understand. You should be glad you escaped again, but now you should know the difference in status between you and young Master Zhang. Go over there quickly, apologize to him, and then leave obediently. That will be the end of it. Otherwise, even if you're fine today, it doesn't mean you'll be fine in the future." Wan Shirin believed that her words had both reasoned with and moved the person. She believed that even if Su Ming was an idiot, he should have understood. Unexpectedly, Su Ming grinned and said, "Apologize? Fine, I'll give him the chance. He'll come kneeling and apologizing to me within 3 days, and I'll spare his life. Otherwise, no one can save him." "You?" Wan Shirin's eyes widened, she was furious. "I asked you to apologize to him. Are you stupid? Zhang Xiao apologizing to you? What's wrong with your brain? Get lost. I'll see what happens to you later. You'll know when you regret it." Wan Shirin was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She then realized that trying to reason with Su Ming was like casting pearls before swine. It's pointless to talk to an idiot. Su Ming didn't bother with further words, and sneered, "Fine, you said it yourself. I am leaving, so don't come begging me to come back. You'll have to bear the consequences yourselves." Roll. Wan Shirin was so angry that she jumped up and down. Su Ming stopped talking and turned to leave. Wan Shirin then took a deep breath and returned to Zhang Qianqi and Zhang Yang's side. "I told that kid to get lost, but nothing I said really worked. It's already reached his limit in terms of understanding." Wan Shirin was also getting a little worked up. "Humph, what an arrogant piece of trash. I'll take his dog's life after this is over." Zhang Yang gave a cold snort with a gloomy look. After saying that, the three of them stepped into the conference hall. Meanwhile, inside the security room, several staff members saw through the surveillance cameras that Su Mingho stood at the door for a while before turning around and leaving. Everyone was terrified. They were all ready to welcome the king of Kyushu, but who would have thought that Su Ming would suddenly leave? The internal leader, his face filled with panic, hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie and reported to Yang Tianheng, "Boss Yang, something terrible has happened. The king of Kyushu is gone." "What?" Yang Tianheng, who was in the innermost hall, was so shocked by these words that he jumped up. "Why did you leave? Didn't you go to greet me? If you dare to offend the king of the 9 provinces, I'll take your lives." Yang Tianheng was furious. "No, Mr. Yang, we haven't even had a chance to greet him yet. It seems the king of Kyushu got into a bit of an argument with someone at the entrance, and then he left," the subordinate said in an extremely aggrieved tone. "Go to hell, who is this guy? How dare he argue with the king of the 9 provinces? If I find out who he is, I'll make him pay." Then, Yang Tianheng ordered, "You all hurry out and chase after him. Try to bring Prince Su back, even if you have to beg on your knees. I'll get everything sorted out." "Yes." A group of staff members scrambled out of the security room. At the same time, Yang Tianheng hurriedly took out his phone and dialed Su Ming's number. "I got this phone number from Yitang." But unless it was a critical moment, he didn't dare to call Su Ming directly. Now that the matter is so important, he has no choice but to swallow his pride and hit him. "Hello?" The phone was answered in the blink of an eye. "Su, King Su." Yang Tianheng's voice was trembling. "What's up?" Su Ming asked in a cold tone. "Isn't Prince Su here to attend this internal medical conference? I've already prepared to welcome you." Yang Tianheng hesitated, not daring to ask Su Ming why he had left. Su Ming sneered, "Some of your people don't want to see this. They told me to leave, so how could I not leave? Wouldn't it make me look shameless if I didn't?" "Our people?" Upon hearing this, Yang Tianheng was terrified. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his face trembled with shock. If they really are his people, then the crime is incredibly serious. Yang Tianhong was so frightened that his heart was trembling. That's right, Zhang Qianqi, wasn't he a judge you personally invited? Isn't he one of your people?
Su Ming said sarcastically.
Zhang Qianqi? I heard that name again.
It's Zhang Qianqi again.
Yang Tianhong immediately understood, and he was so angry he almost exploded.
This head of the Imperial Medical Academy is too arrogant just to judge, yet he dares to drive away the distinguished guest he personally invited.
What is this beast trying to do? Does he really want to control the entire medical Dao conference by himself?
Prince Su, I understand, please come back. I will definitely not let Zhang Qianqi get away with this, Yang Tianhong said through gritted teeth, his voice firm and cold on the phone.
755, Chapter 755. You guys are really not as good as.
Zhang Qianqi, Zhang Yang, and Wan Shirin stepped into the party hall. The entire hall was magnificent and dazzling, where top figures gathered, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts. Wan Shirin looked up and scanned the surroundings, and was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth.
That is Sun Buwen, the divine physician of the imperial state? Gao Song, a renowned figure in the medical field of Kyushu? OMG! And the medicine saint ancestor, Wu Qianshan, and the former head of the 9 provinces medical academy, Luo Qianshan, is here too?
Wan Shirin was dumbfounded. That's when I realized just how important this conference was. She had met and interacted with Wu Qianshan and Luo Qianshan before, so although she was surprised, she wasn't too shocked. But Sun didn't know that a big shot like Gao Song was extremely rare. A single one of them was a master-level expert. Wan Shirin had only heard of her. I never expected to see it in person today. These two individuals are no less important than Wu Qianshan, in fact, they are even more so. Wan Shirin was speechless with astonishment, not daring to utter a sound. If Zhang Qianqi hadn't given her this opportunity, she probably would never have had the chance to come into contact with someone at this level in her entire life. Just now, Su Ming actually said he was here to attend this banquet. Now you can see how ridiculous that is. In front of these big shots, Su Ming was not even an ant, no, not even a speck of dust.
Lord Zhang, I didn't expect you to be here too. Sun Buwen walked up with a wine glass in his hand and greeted Zhang Qianqi with a big smile. Zhang Qianqi grinned, Dr. Sun, how have you been?
I'm fine. It's all thanks to the Lord of the Prefecture's care that I've been able to live peacefully in the Imperial Prefecture. I never imagined we'd have to work together one day.
Sun Buwen laughed heartily.
Then his gaze swept over Wan Shirin and Zhang Yang beside him. He recognized Zhang Yang. After all, they were both from Dizhou and knew the Imperial Physician's office very well.
This is the first time I've met Wan Shirin. Sun Buwen immediately smiled and asked, and who is this?
Zhang Qianqi immediately stroked his beard and smiled. Her name is Wan Shirin, the eldest daughter of the Wan family. She is also my Zhang family's granddaughter-in-law.
I see.
Sun Buwen's eyes widened immediately, and he shook hands with Wan Shirin with a look of sudden realization. Miss Wan, please take care of me. Yes, I have long admired Dr. Sun's reputation. I hope Dr. Sun will take good care of me in the future. Wan Shirin hurriedly bowed modestly, her pretty face blushing. Wan Shirin wasn't stupid. She knew very well that Zhang Qianqi said this to enhance her image and increase the prestige and presence of her status.
Otherwise, if we just say she's the eldest daughter of the Wan family and the president of the Wan family, who would know her, who would care? So this wasn't about taking advantage of her, it was about paving the way for her. Otherwise, the granddaughter-in-law of the Imperial Physician's mansion would not be someone Wan Shirin could easily aspire to. Seeing that Wan Shirin was so intelligent and perceptive, Zhang Qianqi nodded in satisfaction. This little girl is clever, quick-witted, generous, and poised. She has a bright future ahead of her. To have risen from Yunqing to where he is today, he is no ordinary person. My grandson has truly struck gold. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sun Buwen changed the subject, saying mysteriously, Lord of the Manor, I heard that the organizer, Boss Yang, has invited a very important figure tonight. I don't know if you've heard about it. This big shot is extraordinary. It's said that he's someone who wouldn't even need to bow to the venerable king. Real? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianqi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Why don't you bow down to the king? What kind of status and position must someone have? The entire land of Kyushu is under the emperor's control. Could this person possibly be a being that transcends the entire land of Kyushu? He couldn't even think of two experts of that level. With Yang Tianheng's abilities, how could he possibly hire someone like this? Of course it's true. Boss Yang's intention is quite clear, to show off his connections and power as the organizer and give us a warning. He wants us to be good judges and not to cheat. However, my position is limited, and I really don't know the true background of this big shot. How much do you know, Lord of the Manor? Sun Buwen inquired with an expectant look on his face. If we can find out some information, it's like knowing ourselves and our enemy, and we'll have some confidence in our situation. Zhang Qianqi was completely clueless, even more bewildered than Sun Buwen. If Sun Buwen hadn't brought it up now, he wouldn't have known there was such a big shot. Now he could only give a vague answer, smiling ambiguously, and said, I don't know much either. I'll have to see it for myself to understand. That's right, Mr. Yang must have done a good job of keeping it a secret. Sun Buwen immediately nodded in deep agreement. Wan Shirin was shocked. She got goosebumps. Such a thing still exists. A master who's even more amazing than all the big shots here. What kind of person would that be? Wan Shirin only realized today that she was like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden. Her eyes were completely opened. Director Yang has arrived. Just then, a loud shout rang out from ahead. Wearing a black overcoat and a sharp suit, Yang Tianheng, exuding an air of authority, strode out with his entourage. Everyone immediately turned their heads, their eyes all focused on Yang Tianheng. But Yang Tianheng's gaze was cold and stern, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. After sweeping his sharp eyes around, he said in a resounding voice, Please, judges, take your seats. Immediately, Zhang Qianqi, Hua Qianshan, Sun Buwen, and other top-level medical figures slowly stepped forward and took their seats one by one at the large table in the middle. Then Yang Tianheng said, Other guests, this is an internal meeting. The rest of you, please step outside the hall. We will host a banquet for you after the meeting. So, Wan Shirin, Zhang Yang, and all the other juniors or their entourage were led to the courtyard outside the hall. Boom! The hall doors were slammed shut, the heavy sound echoing throughout the hall. The hall was deathly silent. Yang Tianheng, his face cold, did not sit down but stared at the group of renowned medical masters from across the 9 provinces, and said in a deep voice, Indeed, I'm so sorry, everyone. I know you were all highly skilled in medicine, each with your own distinguished backgrounds, renowned figures throughout the land. My original purpose in inviting you here, besides getting to know each other, was also to discuss the medical ranking conference. But now something very unpleasant has happened, which has left me with mixed feelings and makes me very upset, and someone has to take responsibility for this. Yang Tianheng's words were firm and resounding. Upon hearing this, the group of medical experts present immediately frowned, looking puzzled. Sun Buwen spoke first, Boss Yang, just say what you have to say. With the status of everyone here, there is no problem that cannot be solved. If you encounter any problems, just say it, and everyone can solve it. Sun Buwen was full of confidence. The others remained silent, but they shared the same thought. After all, any one of them could cause a sensation throughout the entire Central Plains. Yeah? Yang Tianheng grinned and sneered, If you can really handle this, then I'll consider you capable. The VIP I invited was offended and driven away by one of your own people. And the consequences of offending this big shot must be borne by this person. This? These words caused an immediate uproar at the scene. Only then did everyone realize what had happened. The faces of the renowned medical experts all darkened. Sun Buwen frowned and said, He's gone, so what? Who is he that's so great, or all of us here combined not as good as him? Oh. Yang Tianheng gave a sinister laugh, Sorry, I'm really not as good as him. He is the current leader of the million-strong war god army, the king of the 9 provinces. The king of the 9 provinces? Boom! The entire hall erupted in chaos, with several people standing up in shock. His face was filled with shock, and he was dumbfounded. 756, Chapter 756. Laughing my teeth off. In the hall, there were only expressions of astonishment and shock. Luo Qianshan and Hua Qianshan had long known that Su Ming was the king of Kyushu. However, they did not expect that Yang Tianheng would invite Su Ming to preside over the medical ranking conference,
which raised the entire conference to a higher level.
Although Gao Song and Sun Buwen had never met Su Ming, they had heard of the king of Kyushu's name before. Gao Song asked in surprise, "Boss Yang, is what you said true? You really invited the king of Kyushu, so that means the rumors these past 2 days that Rakshasa and Ghost Celestial Venerable have died at the hands of the king of Kyushu are also true?" OMG. Gao Song and Sun Buwen were practically beaming with joy.
Only Zhang Qianqi sat there with a gloomy expression, unmoved. His expression hardly changed. To him, being the king of the 9 provinces was just a title with a lot of prestige. But they rarely show their faces, there are only rumors about them, they are not seen in person, they are all show and no one knows how much of it is real. Moreover, as the head of the Imperial Physician's Office, he had seen all sorts of grand occasions, and even the current emperor of the 9 provinces frequently paid him a visit.
What does it matter if it's just the head of a military region? But other people are different. What an honor it would be to meet the king of the 9 provinces, and if they could participate in the medical ranking conference together, how much glory would they gain? Where is he? Luo Qianshan asked impatiently.
I've already said that Prince Su had accepted my invitation to attend this gathering, but some people are blind and don't know their place, and they've offended Prince Su. They deserve to die.
Yang Tianhang's gaze darkened, and he uttered a chilling shout. Luo Qianshan immediately joined in righteous indignation, his face flushed as he said, "Who is it? How dare they not even put the king of the 9 provinces in their eyes? Please tell me, Mr. Yang, I, Luo Qianshan, will be the first to not let them off the hook. This person is among us."
It's Zhang Qianqi. Yang Tianhang's gaze slowly swept across the crowd, and finally, his sharp and cold eyes landed on Zhang Qianqi.
Wow!
The group was once again shaken. No one expected that the one who offended the king of the 9 provinces was Zhang Qianqi, the head of the Imperial Physician's Office.
This is really going to be a problem.
Immediately, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Qianqi, and an immense pressure gradually spread throughout the hall. He's just the king of Kyushu. He may have a grand title, but to put it bluntly, he's just a military district commander. Look how panicked you all are, a bunch of spineless cowards. Zhang Qianqi sat calmly, not even bothering to look at the crowd, and said in a cold, disdainful voice.
Besides, I've never seen any king of the 9 provinces, and I didn't encounter anyone at the gate, so where does this story come from?
Zhang Qianqi raised his head slightly, his face full of contempt and disdain, with a hint of mockery, as he looked at Yang Tianhang.
Everyone present was completely bewildered.
Zhang Qianqi's words were like a thunderclap.
It's absolutely terrifying. The king of the 9 provinces, who is he? He's a highly respected figure in the War Gods Hall above the 9 provinces. The people who emerge from the Temple of War are all towering figures with extraordinary abilities. The leader of the Temple of War has created countless legendary myths and legends throughout the ages, and the Temple of War's reputation has long been renowned worldwide. This is why the king of the 9 provinces has the right not to pay homage to the current king. In other words, the king of the 9 provinces is on almost equal footing with the current venerable king. Such a big shot was spoken of as so insignificant by Zhang Qianqi, who even said he was just a military district leader. If these words were to get out, the entire 9 provinces would be in an uproar, causing a huge uproar. Yang Tianhang curled his lips into a cold smile, as if he had already guessed that Zhang Qianqi would say that. He immediately sneered, "Lord Zhang, I haven't said it directly to give you face. You are, after all, the head of the Imperial Physician's Office, but you're still being stubborn, which is really ungrateful. I have the surveillance footage from the main gate here. Do you want me to show it to you? But if I do, as the organizer of this medical ranking conference, I will have to revoke your right to be a judge." "Then you can't blame me."
"You dare." Zhang Qianqi let out a sharp shout, slamming his hand on the table with a loud bang. His face was fierce, like a raging jackal. It is said that the head of the Imperial Medical Academy was expelled from the medical ranking conference. If this gets out, it will be incredibly embarrassing.
Moreover, Yang Tianhang is just a business group owner. How dare he fire him?
In this hall, apart from the yet-to-be-seen king of Kyushu, Zhang Qianqi must be the one with the highest status. This Yang Tianhang is simply going to turn the world upside down. However, seeing Yang Tianhong's certainty and confidence, Zhang Qianqi couldn't help but recall in his mind whether he had really met this so-called king of the 9 provinces. But after thinking it over, from the time he left Wanjia to the time he stepped into this place, he only encountered one kid at the gate. That kind of trash, someone who doesn't even respect Wan Shirin. Could it be that? Thinking of this, Zhang Qianqi's pupils suddenly dilated, and a look of surprise and shock appeared in his eyes. Could it be that the kid is the king of Kyushu? In that instant, Zhang Qianqi felt a chill run down his spine, and goosebumps rose all over his body. In the courtyard outside the hall. Prince Su, this way please. 20 or 30 servants respectfully welcomed Su Ming into the courtyard. The grand scale of the event shocked and amazed countless people present. Aren't those people Boss Yang's subordinates? They must be staff members from the medical Dao conference, right? The fact that they all came out in force means they're welcoming back some top-tier big shot. Some sharp-eyed people recognized the identities of these servants and exclaimed in shock. These words caused an uproar, and everyone looked up, their eyes filled with doubt and surprise as they stared at Su Ming. Wan Shirin and Zhang Yangderi standing outside too. At this moment, I couldn't help but look up, wanting to see what kind of big shot it was that could make all the staff of the medical Dao conference come out to greet him. But when they realized that the person being greeted was Su Ming, the two of them were dumbfounded. This? Wan Shirin rubbed her eyes as if struck by lightning, wondering if she had seen things wrong. But that's reality. Even if you rub your eyes until they're broken, it won't change anything. Zhang Yang was so shocked that his pupils dilated countless times. Wasn't this kid chased away by us? Why is he back, and being greeted so warmly by these people? Are these idiots blind? Even when my grandfather came, it wasn't this big of a scene. Zhang Yang was both shocked and furious. This doesn't mean that Su Ming's status, position, and entourage far surpassed theirs, and even the imperial physician's mansion. What an insult. Zhang Yang grew angrier the more he thought about it, and then he saw Su Ming and a group of medical conference staff approaching. He took 2 steps forward and pointed at Su Ming, roaring, "Stop!" A group of people stopped in their tracks. Leading the way was the head of this group of security personnel. He frowned, gave Zhang Yang a cold look, and shouted, "How dare you? Who do you think you are?" shouting and blocking the way. Zhang Yang instantly turned red with rage, his anger reaching a fever pitch. He gritted his teeth and sneered, "What am I? Are you blind? I am Zhang Yang, the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, the grandson of Zhang Qianqi. Even when our Imperial Medical Academy came, you didn't know to kneel and greet us, and now you actually welcome someone like this in? Has everyone in the Medical Dao Conference gone mad? Is the entire Medical Dao Conference just a bunch of blind good-for-nothings like you? If this gets out, will the entire Medical Ranking Conference still have any weight? Won't it make us a laughingstock?" 757, Chapter 757. What do you want to do? You're asking for it. Upon hearing Zhang Yang's humiliation of the VIPs invited by the organizers, the head of security instantly flew into a rage, his face turning red. He raised his hand and slapped Zhang Yang across the face. Chairman Yang Tianhong personally invited Su Ming, taking his arrival very seriously, and was furious about it. And this young man from the Imperial Physician's mansion dares to publicly insult their distinguished guests like this. Doesn't he think he doesn't respect the entire medical conference at all? Moreover, he witnessed it firsthand in the surveillance footage. It was the people from the Imperial Physician's office who, out of ignorance, offended Prince Su. How dare you spout such arrogant words here? The security chief was the first to be enraged. Bang! A slap landed, but it didn't hit Zhang Yang. Behind Zhang Yang, 2 bodyguards in black stepped forward. One of them raised his hand and easily grabbed the security leader's wrist. Peak of the heavenly profound realm? Sensing the strength in the other's hand and the energy emanating from their body, the security chief instantly showed a look of shock. Zhang Yang then curled his lips into a sneer, his face dark and disdainful. "You bunch of scum dare to mess with me, don't you even know your own limitations? Make him kneel down." Zhang Yang let out a violent and fierce shout. His face was fierce. Looking at the group of security personnel was like looking at trash. They even dared to fight him. Did they really think Zhang Yang had no one to rely on? Having been slapped unexpectedly by Su Ming before, Zhang Yang immediately asked Wan Shirin to hire several martial arts experts as bodyguards after returning home to avoid such a thing from happening again.
It's time to let those scumbags in Zhengzhou get to know Zhang Yang of the Imperial Physician's Office. How could some ant dare to be so presumptuous in front of him? Especially that good-for-nothing.
Zhang Yang slowly raised his head, his gloomy eyes fixed on Su Ming. The next one to kneel before him and beg for mercy is this kid. Wan Shirin couldn't help but shake her head. That Su Ming is so ungrateful. She had already given him a chance to live by kicking him out earlier. They still dare to come back to their deaths, not even a god could save them. So, Zhang Yang's status is equivalent to that of the next head of the Imperial Physician's Mansion. Just this status alone is like a high mountain in front of Su Ming, something that can only be looked up to and is unattainable. So, even without these bodyguards, Zhang Yang would be the one to teach Su Ming a lesson, while Su Ming wouldn't even have the right to fight back.
Kneel down. The bodyguard also shouted, exerting force with his hand. The peak Tianxian realm energy surged out, and his 5 fingers, like daggers and iron hooks, sank into the security chief's wrist. There was a sharp cracking sound, as if the wrist had been snapped. Ah! The security chief let out a scream of extreme pain, his face contorted in agony, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. But he still refused to kneel down, because if he did, the entire organizers of the medical conference would be unable to hold their heads high. From now on, we'll be at the mercy of the Imperial Physician's Office. So, even though he was just a security chief, he knew that here, he would rather die than kneel. Court death. The bodyguard snorted coldly, a murderous glint appearing in his eyes. Ants, you think you have backbone, you're utterly ignorant of your own limitations. The next moment, the bodyguard raised his right hand, fingers together, and stabbed it into the throat of the security chief. This is going to kill the security chief. The other onlookers were so frightened by what they saw that they dared not breathe, and their breaths almost stopped. Is someone going to die? I never expected things to escalate this much. However, even though they were from the Imperial Medical Academy, they did indeed wield that power. This guy is just unlucky he didn't know to find a good backer, and he didn't even know who he offended is completely blind. Boom! The next second, everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and before they could see what was happening, a figure flew out. Everyone was immediately shocked. He blinked hard and looked closely. Only then did they realize that the security chief was still alive, clutching his wrist, his face flushed with pain. But the bodyguard in front of him had vanished. Could it be that the one who flew out was a bodyguard from the heavenly profound realm? Everyone turned around in shock. Only then did they see that the bodyguard was lying limply on the steps behind them, spitting blood, with half of his body sunk into the steps. He's practically dead. What happened? Nobody saw it clearly, nobody understood it. This? Zhang Yang's eyes widened, but he couldn't see clearly what was happening. Could the security personnel at this mere medical conference really have such great abilities? Only a group of organizers knew what had happened. The boss has made his move. Behind the security chief, Su Ming calmly walked out, glanced at Zhang Yang, and grinned coldly. I know you're here for me, to get revenge for being slapped by meth, and just come to me directly. I won't hesitate to give you a few more slaps. There's no need to take action against anyone else. You? Zhang Yang was so angry he felt like his teeth were about to break. His eyes darted around. Could it be that this kid was the one who knocked his bodyguard away? Impossible. Fine, you wanna die, I'll grant your wish, but if you're so capable, don't stand behind this bunch of trash like a coward. Stand up and face your death. Zhang Yang glared fiercely. Okay. Su Ming smiled coldly, slowly stepped forward, and walked towards Zhang Yang. Kill him. Zhang Yang almost jumped up and down, pointing at Su Ming and roaring furiously. Immediately, the remaining 3 or 4 bodyguards beside him rushed towards Su Ming, attacking him like fierce tigers and wild beasts. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud explosions echoed throughout the venue, but the bodyguards, despite their fierce appearance, couldn't even touch the hem of Su Ming's clothes. Almost one slap at a time, Su Ming strolled leisurely, as if wandering in a garden, sending each of them flying.
And these bodyguards, even Su Ming couldn't withstand a single move from him. He was sent flying, either dead or seriously injured, and landed on the ground like a dead dog, unable to even let out a scream. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming had already arrived in front of Zhang Yang. Like the arrival of death. At this moment, Zhang Yang truly felt afraid. Suddenly looking up, she stared blankly at Su Ming.
What exactly do you want?
His voice was trembling, and he was filled with immense fear deep inside. These heavenly profound realm bodyguards couldn't withstand a single blow from Su Ming. If Su Ming were to slap one of them, he would surely die. He then realized that Su Ming had been extremely merciful to him when he was slapped in the face at the antique shop, otherwise, he might have been dead.
It's not about what I want to do, it's about what you want to do. You like causing me trouble so much, are you never going to stop? You want to be slapped so badly, I'll give you a few more. How about 10, I don't know if you can take it.
Su Ming's eyes were icy cold. Zhang Yang was so frightened that he trembled all over and almost knelt on the ground.
No.
He shook his head in horror. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Wan Shirin hurriedly stepped forward and sharply shouted at Su Ming. Ming, what do you want to do? He's from the Imperial Physician's Mansion.
Bang!
However, before Wan Shirin could finish speaking, Su Ming slapped Zhang Yang across the face. Zhang Yang was beaten so badly that his teeth flew out and blood gushed from his mouth and nose. He knelt down with a thud, and blood dripped onto the ground like water. He saw stars and didn't even have the strength to stand up.
He's Zhang Qianqi's grandson, not someone you can mess with.
Wan Shirin was both shocked and furious.
Bang!
Another slap landed, and Zhang Yang was sent flying more than 10 meters away like a broken sack.
758, Chapter 758. Do I still have a chance? Wan Shirin was completely dumbfounded, staring at Su Ming in disbelief. Everyone was stunned. He's gone mad, this guy is definitely insane.
How dare he attack Zhang Yang and the successor of the Imperial Physician's Mansion? Does this guy even know the enormity of his crime?
Is it jealousy?
She was jealous that he had abandoned Su Ming and found a more outstanding, promising, and powerful patron. Knowing the gap between them, Su Ming knew he would never catch up in his entire life.
Is that why he was so jealous and furious that he recklessly tried to kill Zhang Yang?
Not to mention Wan Shirin, everyone else present was stunned and unable to utter a sound. Those were people from the renowned Imperial Medical Academy of the Imperial State, and the grandson of its director, Zhang Qianqi. Among them were many powerful individuals, but in front of the Imperial Medical Academy, they were all like ants and dust.
So even though Zhang Yang was so arrogant just now, they didn't dare to say a word. Who would have thought that Su Ming would be so audacious? But Su Ming didn't even glance at anyone else. He turned his head and stared coldly at Wan Shirin, saying in a chilling voice, he only deserved one slap. He didn't even deserve to die by my hand. The second slap he received should be attributed to you.
Who is he? I didn't hear you clearly just now. Could you say it again?
Wan Shirin's delicate body trembled.
How could he dare say anything more? If he continued, Su Ming would surely go crazy and kill Zhang Yang.
You're really crazy. You have no idea how big of a mess you've made.
Wan Shirin shook her head blankly.
Boom!
Just then, the door to the main hall in front of them was suddenly flung open, and a group of renowned medical experts stepped out.
What happened? Sun Buwen stood on the steps, looking surprised and suspicious.
It was this kid who hid young Master Zhang of the Imperial Physician's Mansion.
Someone stepped forward and pointed at Su Ming.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Qianqi glanced around and, sure enough, saw Zhang Yang lying on the ground not far away in the courtyard, unconscious and like a corpse. Instantly, a surge of intense anger and killing intent rose in his eyes.
He shouted at Wan Shirin, "What are you standing there for? Get him to the hospital right now."
Yes. Wan Shirin was startled and quickly responded. Then she hurriedly called for help to lift Zhang Yang up and rush him to the hospital.
The entire courtyard fell into a deathly silence once again.
Almost everyone in the courtyard thought that this kid was definitely dead.
You beat Zhang Qianqi's own grandson, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it.
Only one person was so excited that his face turned bright red.
That's Luo Qianshan.
After For many days, he could no longer contain his excitement when he saw Su Ming again.
Luo Qianshan can never repay Su Ming's kindness to the 9 Provinces Medical Academy in his lifetime.
Luo Qianshan excitedly took 2 steps forward, about to rush up and pay his respects. But Zhang Qianqi stepped forward even faster, his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixed on Su Ming with an icy gaze, looking at Su Ming as if he were already dead. Young man, you have one last chance to choose now. Kneel before me in front of everyone, clearly state your identity and background, and why you attacked my grandson. Explain everything clearly, and I'll spare your life, enough for you to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Otherwise, your body will be buried here tonight, and no one will even collect it. Zhang Qianqi's tone was calm, but his words were filled with an undeniable domineering aura.
Everyone present was horrified. As expected of the head of the Imperial Physician's Office.
Even without commanding a powerful military force, this status still places them among the top figures in Kyushu.
Su Ming shook his head and smiled. I think you've misunderstood now. I'm giving you a chance, otherwise, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand here. You brat, you're asking for death. Someone come here. Zhang Qianqi gave a sharp shout.
A loud voice resounded throughout the venue. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed all around the courtyard, footsteps fell like raindrops, and even the ground trembled in an instant. Hundreds of people rushed out from all sides and surrounded Su Ming.
In reality, Zhang Qianqi is different from the Grand Commandant's mansion.
Although the Imperial Medical Academy holds a high position, it only has influence and not much real power. Therefore, Zhang Qianqi only brought his grandson Zhang Yang to Zhengzhou on this trip, and didn't have many other people with him. But his advantage lies in his status and influence. Countless wealthy people are eager to curry favor with him before he even arrives. A little bit of news about him is enough to make countless wealthy people in the entire Central Plains vie to work for Zhang Qianqi. So now, with just one command, countless people will be at his beck and call.
The entire compound instantly fell under Zhang Qianqi's control.
Seeing this, Yang Tianheng at the entrance of the hall suddenly understood. No wonder Zhang Qianqi remained completely unfazed by his accusations, maintaining his aloof and superior demeanor. Sure enough, compared to others, his influence is still far behind.
The head of the Imperial Medical Bureau is not someone that can be compared to ordinary people.
Fortunately, he invited the king of Kyushu to oversee things, otherwise, with his own abilities, he probably wouldn't have been able to suppress someone like Zhang Qianqi.
You have no chance.
Zhang Qianqi pointed at Su Ming as if announcing a death sentence.
Who said that?
However, just as Zhang Qianqi finished speaking, a loud roar rang out from the doorway. Yi Tang led his terrifyingly imposing war god army through the gate of the compound, charging in with overwhelming force.
Moreover, there were countless booming sounds outside the entire courtyard wall.
It was as if there were thousands of troops.
Is it the war god army? My god, they are truly the war god army.
Upon seeing who it was, countless people at the scene gasped in shock, trembling with fear. A subordinate trotted over to Yang Tianheng and reported nervously, Boss Yang, the entire area outside the conference hall is surrounded. There are probably several thousand, there are estimated to be tens of thousands of people, and it seems to be a legion.
Don't worry about it. A smile appeared on Yang Tianheng's lips. He understands. He understands everything. The man before you is the king of Kyushu.
Although Yang Tianheng had arrived in Zhengzhou and had not yet seen the lineup of the king of the 9 provinces in person, he had already fully grasped the significance of such a display.
Greetings, king of the 9 provinces.
On the steps, Luo Qianshan shouted and scrambled down the steps, kneeling down in front of Su Ming with a thud, and shouted loudly.
The king of the 9 provinces? The entire audience was shocked.
Zhang Qianqi's eyes suddenly widened, and his eyebrows twitched wildly.
Greetings, Prince Su. Guo Qianshan also walked down the steps and knelt down in front of Su Ming. Is he the king of the 9 provinces?
Sun Buwen and Gao Song were both dumbfounded. No one expected that the king of Kyushu would be so young. They thought he was a dignified old man, but they never imagined that the difference would be so great. The two were immediately shocked and hurriedly rushed down the steps. They rushed to Su Ming and kowtowed as if they were in a hurry.
Greetings,
king of the 9 provinces. Seeing so many big shots kneeling and kowtowing, even the most clueless person at the scene knew something was wrong.
Hundreds of people knelt down and paid homage to Su Ming. Do I still have a chance now?
Su Ming looked up, his eyes cold, and a sneer on his face as he looked at Zhang Qianqi. Zhang Qianqi gasped, nearly fainting.
759, Chapter 759. Then you'd better hurry up. Didn't you want to avenge your grandson? Here, I'll give you that chance.
Su Ming slowly walked up to Zhang Qianqi, his cold eyes staring at Zhang Qianqi like knives.
Zhang Qianqi's face twitched, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Little did he know that this young, unassuming boy was actually the king of Kyushu.
No wonder Yang Tianheng dared to interrogate him, saying that he had offended the king of the 9 provinces. If he had thought of that, this would never have happened. Zhang Qianqi was filled with remorse. But it's too late to regret it now, we've already offended them without even trying.
His actions were minor, the main problem was Zhang Yang's youthful impetuosity, which almost led him to defecate and urinate on Su Ming's head. Fortunately, the kid was taken to the hospital beforehand. He couldn't even imagine what would have happened if he hadn't. Their previous arrogance has vanished. Zhang Qianqi could only lower his head and say, I wouldn't dare. You don't dare, then I'll have to settle accounts with you. All the judges of the medical Dao conference, come into the hall. Su Ming glanced around and snorted coldly. Yes. Yang Tianheng quickly responded. The others, including Gao Song and Sun Buwen, dared not utter a word of dissent and all followed back to the hall. The door closed again, leaving the kneeling crowd outside stunned and speechless. Nobody knows what will happen next. But without Su Ming's orders, they could only kneel obediently. Inside the lobby.
Zhang Qianqi, I'm going to find you guilty of 3 crimes.
Answer truthfully if I can ask, then I have confidence if all 3 charges are proven, I guarantee you won't live to see the start of the medical ranking conference if you haven't committed any crimes. I'll let you go from now on. Whatever you do, Zhang Qianqi, is none of my business. Su Ming sat in the head seat and slowly opened his mouth, his domineering voice resounding throughout the room with its imposing presence. Upon hearing this, the judges immediately sat up straight, not daring to be disrespectful in the slightest. The fact that Zhang Qianqi, the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, was convicted of a crime demonstrates immense power. Who is Zhang Qianqi? He is one of the most prominent figures in the imperial court. Only the current emperor of the 9 provinces can judge him. Although Su Ming is the king of the 9 provinces, there is a distinction between internal and external affairs. I assented, a bit like usurping power by interrogating Zhang Qianqi like this. Can Zhang Qianqi be recognized? As expected, Zhang Qianqi's face turned extremely gloomy. He raised his head to look at Su Ming and said in a deep voice, King of the 9 provinces, you are indeed extraordinary in your prowess. I, Zhang Qianqi, have certainly broadened my horizons. I am willing to listen attentively. Ask away. If I, Zhang Qianqi, have done something, I will never deny it in the slightest. Zhang Qianqi appeared compliant, but in reality, his eyes held a hint of contempt, showing that he didn't take Su Ming seriously at all. So what if he's the king of Kyushu? In the end, he's just a kid who hasn't even grown up yet. What right do they have to interrogate him? But Su Ming curled his lips into a sneer and asked directly, First, did you collude with Su De of the Grand Commandant's office? These words shocked everyone present. Even Zhang Qianqi suddenly sat up straight, his eyes turning cold and sharp, the contempt in his eyes instantly vanishing. The issue isn't whether he colluded with the Grand Commandant's office, but rather that Su Ming already knew the Grand Commandant's office was problematic. This was a trap set for him. So whether he admits it or not, he's been fooled. Denying it would mean that Zhang Qianqi knew about it but failed to report it, which is also a capital offense. Moreover, what's the difference between knowing something but not reporting it and collusion? What a vicious brat. Zhang Qianqi, a shrewd man who had lived most of his life, immediately realized that Su Ming's question was a trap. His gaze instantly turned incredibly dark. He then realized that this kid was even more terrifying and troublesome than he had imagined. Zhang Qianqi snorted coldly, I have no idea what you're talking about. I am in charge of the court and serve the current emperor. What collusion? I think you're being treasonous. Zhang Qianqi gritted his teeth, his face full of anger.
Old fox. Su Ming grinned and gave a cold laugh. Alright, then the second question, did you come to Zhongzhou to pave the way for Su Di, as an invited judge at this medical conference? Are you planning to engage in favoritism and cheating? Su Ming asked with a cold smile. Is this one problem, or two problems? Zhang Qianqi asked angrily through gritted teeth. Let's treat these as two questions and answer them together. Su Ming said with a smile. Alright, then listen carefully. Su Taiwei and I are colleagues. He doesn't need me to clear the way for Hemas for the third question. I am the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau. What's wrong with me serving as a judge? Is there any medical practice in the world that surpasses the Imperial Medical Academy? How dare you? What right do you have to interrogate me? You're just a greenhorn, full of ignorance. Even if you are the king of the 9 provinces, to put it bluntly, you're not that much older than me. You re-interrogating me here. Are you trying to seize power? Your crimes are far more serious than mine, aren't they? I'll report this to the king and see who's finished first. Zhang Qianqi gritted his teeth, almost bursting into rage. Ha ha ha. Su Ming burst into laughter, leaving everyone looking bewildered. In this battle of wits, it seems that Zhang Qianqi has the upper hand. After all, Zhang Qianqi had resolved all of Su Ming's problems, but Su Ming seemed unable to answer the questions that followed. After all, they had all heard what Su Ming said. If Zhang Qianqi were to report the truth, then the evidence would be irrefutable. Although a mere verbal charge might not actually do anything to Su Ming, this heinous crime could damage the reputation of the king of the 9 provinces. It all depends on whether Zhang Qianqi is willing to let Su Ming off the hook. Otherwise, this would be a real disaster. Prince Su, you were so careless. The others didn't dare to breathe, all holding their breath for Su Ming. Zhang Qianqi sneered, laugh, let's see how long you can keep laughing. I guarantee that what you said tonight will reach the ears of the current king by tomorrow morning. Send it quickly, don't waste time. Su Ming was still smiling when he looked up and called out to the door, Yi Tang, come in and announce to Lord Zhang the secret order that Night Demon Xiao Jian brought me. Yes. Yi Tang pushed open the door and strode in front of everyone. His face was cold and solemn, and he said without a smile, by order of the king of the 9 provinces has the right to execute first and report later. This is the official seal. Yi Tang slammed a decree certificate onto the table with a bang, the imperial seal of the 9 provinces clearly visible on it. The entire hall was filled with awe. Understood. I understand everything now. A group of renowned medical experts stared in disbelief. They finally understood why Su Ming dared to interrogate Zhang Qianqi so openly. If Zhang Qianqi had said even half a wrong answer to those questions, he would probably be beheaded by now. Zhang Qianqi realized what had happened and was now drenched in sweat, his soul almost flying out of his body. This kid wasn't setting a trap for him at all. They really want to execute him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A piercing sound came from the side. Zhang Qianqi suddenly turned his head and saw Su Ming wiping a gleaming long knife at the table. Su Ming grinned and said, Lord Zhang, what did you just say? You need to report? Did I hear that right? Well, you'd better hurry, or I'm afraid you won't have time. 760, Chapter 760. Entering the game alone. Zhang Qianqi raised his hand and touched his back, only to find it was soaked with cold sweat. Just now, he almost walked through the gates of hell. No, it's not over yet. This kid doesn't seem to be giving up yet. Sweat dripped from his forehead like rain, and it kept falling even after he wiped it away. His eyes darted around rapidly, filled with fear and unease. The head of the Imperial Physician's office was so frightened that he was at a loss and could not sit still. A moment later, Zhang Qianqi hurriedly stood up and said to Su Ming, Your Highness Su, what you say makes sense. In order to clear myself of any suspicion, I, Zhang Qianqi, am willing to withdraw from the ranking of the Medical Dao Conference and will no longer participate. I will also voluntarily resign as a judge. I beg Your Highness Su to grant my request. Zhang Qianqi has no choice but to withdraw now in order to protect himself. Because he knew that regardless of whether he had any dealings with the Grand Commandant's mansion, Su Ming would definitely not let him leave easily if he didn't do something today. Fine, you said it yourself, I didn't force you. Su Ming looked up at Zhang Qianqi and sneered. Yes, I'm willing. Zhang Qianqi immediately affirmed.
Fine, then get lost. I hope I don't see you on the rankings of the medical Dow conference.
Su Ming sheathed his knife and said with a cold laugh.
Thank you for your kindness, Prince Su.
Sweating profusely, Zhang Qianqi respectfully said something and bowed as he withdrew. Many thanks to the king of Kyushu for his great kindness. After Zhang Qianqi left, the organizer, Yang Tianhong, knelt down with a thud and bowed to Su Ming in gratitude.
If Su Ming hadn't come, he really wouldn't know what to do.
Given Zhang Qianqi's power, he simply couldn't control him. The entire medical ranking conference might be manipulated by Zhang Qianqi. In that case, not only would he be doing all the work for others, but he would also become a puppet after that. He probably wouldn't be able to hold his head up high anymore.
All right.
Su Ming stood up and said calmly, Zhang Qianqi is no pushover, so be careful. Although I don't want to get involved in the medical Dow conference, I will handle matters related to the Grand Commandant's mansion. If anything goes wrong, let me know. Su Ming stood up, preparing to leave. Yang Tianhong looked up and hurriedly said, Prince Su, I have prepared a banquet and generous gifts to thank you.
No need, I have things to do tomorrow, you can keep it for yourself.
Su Ming strode away from the scene.
What, Dr. Zhang, you've been removed from the judging panel?
At the Wan family headquarters, when the Wan family members learned of this news, they were all horrified, staring at Zhang Qianqi in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost.
The head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, what a status that is, he's practically second only to the emperor.
Moreover, it was a medical ranking conference, a grand event that was closely related to medicine, yet they dismissed the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau.
This is absolutely a huge joke. Moreover, who has the authority to fire Zhang Qianqi? The Wan family members were completely bewildered and couldn't understand what was going on. Is there someone stronger than Zhang Qianqi in Zhengzhou now? What kind of identity would that be?
Zhang Qianqi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't want to mention this matter at all. It was a great humiliation for him. He had lived most of his life and had never encountered anything like this before, especially not at the hands of a mere young upstart. Zhang Qianqi turned his head and looked at Wan Shirin, who had rushed back from the hospital, and asked, Is Zhang Yang all right?
Wan Shirin hurriedly replied, reporting to Lord Zhang, the hospital has examined the injuries. They are quite serious. The patient needs to rest in the hospital for a period of time and then be examined for any long-term effects. Wan Shirin dared not continue. The grandson of the head of the Imperial Physician's Office was beaten so badly in Zhengzhou, mainly because he was beaten by that guy Su Ming. If this angers Zhang Qianqi, the Wan family will probably not escape unscathed. That kid has really caused a lot of trouble. Thinking about this, Wan Shirin gritted her teeth in anger. That kind of person never listens to anything you say, harming both themselves and others. They're utterly despicable. This is outrageous. Zhang Qianqi's anger almost burst from his eyes. The entire Wan family was so frightened they didn't dare breathe. Does your Wan family have a place and equipment for refining medicine? Zhang Qianqi asked with a gloomy look. Yes, we've refined several batches of pills before, all at the Wan family. As if Dr. Zhang needs them, I'll take you there right away, Wan Shirin hurriedly replied. Okay. Prepare some medicinal herbs for me. I need to concoct medicine. I want to see if I, Zhang Qianqi, can participate in this medical ranking competition. I'll show them just how big the gap is between me and the Imperial Medical Academy. Originally, if I were just a judge, then the Imperial Medical Academy would basically have to forfeit in the medical rankings. But now it's alright since they won't let me be a judge, I'll just go it alone. Nobody's saying that my Imperial Medical Academy can't participate, right? Zhang Qianqi's gaze was piercing, deep, and sharp, exuding a powerful aura. This caused a sensation among the entire community. Is Zhang Qianqi, the head of the Imperial Physician's Office, going to participate in the competition himself? Isn't this a case of overwhelming force? That would guarantee first place, wouldn't it? Wan Shirin, on the other hand, earned money even faster with her brain. If the Imperial Medical Academy wins first place, and the Wan family has a close relationship with the Imperial Medical Academy, does that mean that the Wan family will also rise in status and directly ascend to the top? Moreover, who will sell the top-grade pills that Zhang Qianqi refines? Won't it be the Wan family that sells them? Oh my god! We're about to make a fortune.
Wan Shireen was so overjoyed that she almost fainted. Dr. Zhang, please wait a moment, I'll go and prepare it for you right away. Whatever medicinal herbs you need, my Wan family will go bankrupt to buy them for you. Wan Shireen was excited and thrilled.
We're just one step away from being number one in Zhengzhou.
Later, when Wan Shireen shared the immense benefits and immense wealth inherent in this matter with others,
the entire Wan family was in an uproar. Immediately, the entire Wan family sprang into action to help Zhang Qianqi prepare the medicinal herbs. Almost that very night, Zhang Qianqi began refining medicine overnight.
There are still 2 days until the start of the medical ranking conference Sky. The next day, a sales conference for grade 5 pills was held downstairs at Chu Qingqing's company. Because of rumors that Guo Qianshan would also be present, many people flocked over, and a number of prominent figures gathered in front of the Chu family company. Su Ming drove to the edge of the crowd, his face calm as he quietly observed the scene. In the hall, Lin Shouyun straightened Chu Qing's black dress and instructed her, Qingqing, you must do your best. This is a golden opportunity. If you do well today, your reputation in Zhengzhou will be completely established.
Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing. Chu Qingqing nodded confidently.
Before, she might not have been confident, but after asking Su Ming and getting Guo Qianshan to come and oversee things, everything changed.
Who dares to question the prestige of the medicine saint ancestor?
Chu Qingqing turned her head and saw Lu Jianming sitting listlessly in a chair next to her. She walked over to him and said, let's go out together. After all, you refined this batch of pills yourself. If we go out together, everyone will get to know you.
No need, I won't go. Lu Jianming immediately shook his head, looking like he had social anxiety.
He said listlessly, it's just a batch of 5th grade pills, what's the big deal? In Zhengzhou now, all sorts of big shots are everywhere, and 5th grade pills are no longer worth their attention. Even the Wan family can easily produce 7th grade pills, not to mention those great medical families. My little bit of medicine isn't even enough to fill a gap between my teeth.
I won't go and embarrass myself. Lu Jianming kept shaking his head.
You. Chu Qingqing was at her wit's end.
Lu Jianming suffered a huge blow and has fallen into a deep slump.
It's unlikely they'll amount to much in the future.
There's nothing we can do about it. Why did Lu Jianming have to provoke Su Ming? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? This medicine is well made.
Just then, a voice rang out from the side. Everyone turned their heads to see who was speaking, and they were all shocked and stunned.
761, Chapter 761. The gap is too big. Guo the medicine saint?
The person who walked in was Guo Qianshan. Lu Jianming stood up abruptly, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Guo Qianshan. This humble one, Lu Jianming of the Four Seas Medical Association, pays respects to the medicine saint ancestor.
Get up. Did you concoct this medicine?
Guo Qianshan held a pill in his hand, which was a 5th grade pill from the Chu family, made by Lu Jianming.
Lu Jianming was sweating profusely, thinking that Guo Qianshan was going to blame him.
After all, he is now a disgrace to the Four Seas Medical Association. But in front of the medicine saint ancestor, there was no point in him lying. He could only admit, that's right, I made it. I've disgraced the ancestor. If the ancestor is going to blame me, I will withdraw from the Four Seas Medical Association and not bring shame to the Four Seas Medical Association.
Why did you withdraw from the Four Seas Medical Association? If you withdraw, who will represent the Four Seas Medical Association to compete for the rankings in the Medical Dao Conference? Guo Qianshan grinned and said. What? Lu Jianming looked up abruptly, his face full of shock, thinking he had misheard.
Chu Qingqing was also taken aback, but quickly realized what was going on and said to Lu Jianming with delight, don't you understand? The ancestor is asking you to represent the Four Seas Medical Association in the competition?
No, that's not it. Lu Jianming looked bewildered and kept shaking his head. That's all the ability I have. How could I be qualified? Besides, I can only refine 5th grade pills, which is a far cry from what I could possibly do. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Four Seas Medical Association?
Don't worry. Guo Qianshan smiled confidently. Your 5th grade pill is already refined to perfection, extremely pure. It can be considered the pinnacle of 5th grade pills, without any flaws. If I'm not mistaken, you can also refine 7th grade pills. It is possible, but the results are far from satisfactory. Lu Jianming replied with a grim expression.
He knows his own limitations very well.
Although he had previously claimed to be a half-step medical saint, he was still far from being a true medical saint. Even a medical sage like him could refine a ninth-grade elixir. But he hadn't even reached the threshold of a ninth-grade elixir.
It's all right.
Guo Qianshan smiled calmly. Don't worry, the ranking of this medical Dao competition is actually just a contest of the strength of the major medical force. It's all about who has the strongest foundation. The 4C's Medical Association will provide you with the pills. You just need to learn the prescriptions and the refining process. If you can explain them on stage,
you can represent the 4C's Medical Association in the competition.
Moreover, for the 4C's Medical Association now, rankings are no longer important as long as they are within the top 20, anything goes.
Guo Qianshan had a big smile on his face. This is a tremendous opportunity.
Xu Qingqing understood immediately. It seemed like she was just going up on stage to give a presentation, but she would get access to top-tier medicinal formulas, learn how to make medicine, and receive personal guidance and training from Guo Qianshan.
This is tantamount to grooming Lu Jianming as his successor. Even if he isn't the successor, he will still be a core member of the Sihai Medical Association in the future. This is an opportunity that others would kill for. Lu Jianming has finally turned his life around.
But Lu Jianming still seemed confused, lacking confidence, and said with a face full of shame, "But what have I done to deserve this?"
"You're so stupid." Xu Qingqing was so angry she wanted to hit someone. She glared at him and said, "This is an opportunity for you to learn from Ancestor Guo. Why don't you hurry up and thank him?"
"Yes." Guo Qianshan nodded with a smile. "Do you expect an old man like me to stand on that big stage, show my face, and argue with people until I'm red in the face? Whether it's medicine or martial arts, it will be the future of you young people. We old folks will be too old to walk sooner or later, so what's the point of arguing?"
Now Lu Jianming finally understood.
His eyes lit up, and he called out excitedly, "Thank you for your great kindness, Ancestor. I, Lu Jianming, will do my utmost to live up to your expectations."
"Well,"
Guo Qianshan smiled broadly, "let's make today's launch event a success first, so that others can get to know you, the young prodigy of our Sihai Medical Association." Then Guo Qianshan smiled, turned around, and left. Lu Jianming stood up, tears welling up in his eyes, at a loss for what to do, his face flushed. It took him a while to calm down, then he turned to Xu Qingqing with a puzzled look and asked, "But why is this? I made a complete fool of myself before, a disgrace to the entire 4C's Medical Association. Why is the Ancestor still willing to give me this opportunity?" Xu Qingqing smiled slightly, although she didn't say it explicitly. She understood.
This matter is inextricably linked to Su Ming. Even the medicine saint Ancestor wouldn't dare to use someone Su Ming dislikes if Su Ming didn't agree. It seems that Lu Jianming owes Su Ming a huge debt of gratitude.
However, Su Ming probably doesn't care at all.
Never mind that, this is a golden opportunity for you, you have to seize it.
Xu Qingqing said with a smile.
Lu Jianming nodded, his face flushed.
Afterwards, the sales event officially began, and the venue was packed with people, with more and more arriving, causing a complete traffic jam. Su Ming's gaze swept across the area, and he noticed that Wan Shirin had also arrived not far away. Previously, Xu Qingqing was worried that she was not of high enough status to invite people, so she sent invitations to almost everyone of status in the entire central state.
This naturally includes Wan Jia.
Wan Shirin originally didn't take Xu Qingqing's petty squabbles seriously, but she noticed that Xu Qingqing seemed to have changed her attitude towards Su Ming at the antique shop. This piqued her interest slightly. She was also curious to see what kind of results Xu Qingqing could achieve.
5th grade pills, so boring.
Beside Wan Shirin, Wan Hua glanced up, scoffed, and shook his head with a look of utter contempt. "Sister, why did you come to this kind of sales event? It's utterly boring. Grade 5 pills are everywhere in Zhongzhou now. There's no profit in them anymore. Even if she refined 10,000 or 100,000. She wouldn't make much money. Breaking even would be good. It's completely irrelevant to us. There's no comparison." Wan Hua shook his head, dismissing the offer with disdain. "That Xu Qingqing, all she does is pick up the things the Wan family doesn't want. Su Ming, Lu Jianming, weren't they both people we kicked out of the Wan family? And she, shameless as ever, treats our trash like treasure. She's destined to never catch up to even a tenth of us." Wan Hua sneered.
"Alright, if you don't like watching, go back now.
Anyway, Dr. Zhang is busy refining medicine right now, so it's none of our business. Let's just treat this as an opportunity to check out other markets. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll be back soon. Wan Shireen said calmly.
But deep down I also felt that way. Following in someone else's footsteps to pick up bargains is a far cry from the real thing. They're still relying on people like Lu Jianming. Lu Jianming's true worth was already evident when he was with the Wan family. He's not even as good as Qin Feiyu.
Not to mention that the Wan family now has a top-notch doctor like Zhang Qianxi. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest grade 5 elixir released by our Chu family. It was refined by Lu Jianming, a prodigy of the Four Seas Medical Association and a half-step medical saint. The medicine is of the highest quality, simply the best, incomparable to any other 5th grade pill. In front of everyone, Chu Qingqing showed the pills that Lu Jianming had refined.
A half-step medical saint, a peerless talent of the Four Seas Medical Association? A sneer rang out from the crowd. Wasn't this kid already abandoned by the Four Seas Medical Association? What good stuff could he possibly concoct? Even a dog wouldn't want it. I thought it was something good. What a waste of time. With something like this from your Chu family company, I don't think you need to continue operating. Just close down and go bankrupt. You'll save some money. The entire scene was immediately filled with shouts of abuse. Lu Jianming stood on the stage, his face flushed red, too ashamed to lift his head. Chu Qingqing was immediately scolded and her face turned ugly. She stood stiffly in place. See, she's hoisted herself by her own petard. This little girl doesn't think she's so clever, does she? Seeing this, Wan Hua laughed triumphantly. It was as if they had already trampled the entire Chu family under their feet. 762, Chapter 762. Apologize to him. Kid, get down here already. You think you can concoct medicine? You're a piece of trash abandoned by the Four Seas Medical Association. Do you dare say you're still a member of the Four Seas Medical Association? If not, what qualifications do you have to concoct medicine? Aren't you afraid of poisoning people to death? Exactly, he doesn't even know his own limitations. I thought the Chu family had invited some important figure, but it turns out he's just a good-for-nothing. Angry shouts and curses echoed throughout the scene, and insults resounded all around. Chu Qingqing and the rest of the Chu family looked extremely grim. Lu Jianming was also scolded so badly that he couldn't lift his head. If it were the old Lu Jianming, he would naturally not back down in the face of such angry rebukes and would have shown everyone what he was capable of. But now he has lost all ambition and feels inferior to others. Wan Hua and the others were happy to watch the show. We're just waiting to see how the Chu family and Lu Jianming die. Who said he was abandoned by the Four Seas Medical Association? Just then, a calm and authoritative voice rang out from ahead. Wu Qianshan walked out with an imposing aura and a cold, dignified expression. It's the medicine saint ancestor. Old Master Gua has come too? The entire audience was instantly shocked, and the shouting stopped abruptly. Guo Qianshan surveyed the crowd and roared in a deafening voice, from this moment on, I'm telling you, Lu Jianming has not only not been abandoned by the Four Seas Medical Association, but he will also represent the Four Seas Medical Association at the Medical Ranking Conference. Furthermore, he will be groomed as our successor. From now on, anyone who opposes him will be opposing my Sihai Medical Association. Wu Qianshan's words stunned the audience. Everyone was instantly stunned. Successor to the Four Seas Medical Association? My God, could this kid be about to become the next president of the Four Seas Medical Association? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Those who were shouting and cursing the loudest just now wished they could slap themselves twice. I'm so regretful. By uttering those words, aren't they going against the Four Seas Medical Association? Countless people were instantly dumbfounded, their faces turning green as if they had swallowed a bitter pill. The successor of the Four Seas Medical Association, how is that possible? And he's even going to represent the Four Seas Medical Association at the Medical Ranking Conference. What's going on? Wan Hua, who had been watching with amusement, was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Just moments ago he was mocking Lu Jianming as a piece of trash abandoned by the Wan family, but now he's suddenly become a superior person. If he really becomes the president of the Four Seas Medical Association, won't the Wan family still have to be subservient to Lu Jianming? Sis, did I hear that right? That's what Guo Qianshan said just now, wasn't it? Wan Hua asked, stunned.
Wan Shirin shook her head, completely baffled as to what was going on.
Could it be that even she misjudged him? If we had known earlier that Lu Jianming would have such an opportunity, and had let him stay with the Wan family, wouldn't he have gotten involved with the Sihai Medical Association by now? Wan Shirin's feelings were complicated. However, there's nothing to regret, just the successor now, and whether Lu Jianming is qualified is still up in the air. Perhaps Guo Qianshan deliberately said this to save face for the Sihai Medical Association. Forget it, with Dr. Zhang around, we don't need someone like that anymore. Even if he were the successor of the Four Seas Medical Association, he'd be miles behind. The Four Seas Medical Association isn't even in the same league as the Imperial Medical Academy. Just watch, the Imperial Medical Academy will definitely be number one in this medical ranking competition. At that time, our Wan family will be able to easily crush the entire Central Plains. Wan Shirin said confidently. Of course. Wan Hua nodded with a smug smile. Let's go back. Wan Shirin said that there was nothing to see here anymore, and she was quite disappointed that she hadn't seen the result she wanted. Turning around, he immediately saw Su Ming sitting next to the car at the back of the crowd. This guy's here too? Wan Shirin frowned. Who? Wan Hua looked up and saw Su Ming. He was instantly enraged and sneered, that idiot, you can see him everywhere. So much has happened, and I haven't even had a chance to settle scores with him for the past. The one who got me thrown in jail, and yet he can still swagger around like that. Sister, don't stop me today. I am going to settle all our scores. Old and new, he won't leave here alive until he kneels down and begs for mercy. Wan Hua said angrily and strode towards Su Ming. Wan Hua, don't cause trouble. Wan Shirin called out anxiously. But it was impossible to stop them. At that moment, Su Ming was sitting in his car answering a phone call. I won't see them if they want to kneel. Let them kneel outside Cloud Mist Manor. You said it before. I won't interfere with the medical rankings. I won't meddle either. They want me to predetermine their rankings. They think too highly of themselves. Su Ming snorted coldly. In the past few days, many medical practitioners have come to Cloud Mist Manor to kneel and beg for an audience. We want to ask him to come out of retirement. If they can get the King of Kyushu to oversee things, their ranking will definitely rise several levels. The gifts delivered to Cloud Mist Manor are almost piled up like a mountain. Useless trash, what are you pretending for, Cloud Mist Manor? Did I hear you right? With your abilities, you even know about Cloud Mist Manor? Wan Hua had already walked up ahead, looking at Su Ming with a gloomy and cold smile. That's it. Su Ming put down his phone, looked up at Wan Hua, and sneered, are you asking for trouble? What's it to you? Are you kidding me? Get down here. With a sharp shout, Wan Hua grabbed Su Ming by the collar, trying to drag him out of the car. But Su Ming's gaze turned cold, and he slapped Wan Hua across the face. It exploded with a loud crack. The immense force nearly knocked Wan Hua to his knees. His face stung with pain. He looked up abruptly, his eyes blazing with fury. You fucking dare to fight back, you stray dog who was kicked out of my Wan family. You dare to fight back when you see your master? Huh? Someone come here. Wan Hua roared angrily. The bodyguards under the Wan family immediately rushed over. A dozen or so people surrounded Su Ming's car. At that moment, Wan Shirin also walked through the crowd. Su Ming glanced around and looked at Wan Shirin, saying, I'll give you face and take your idiot brother with you and get lost, or don't blame me for not showing any mercy. Sister, you saw it, this good for nothing, I won't be able to get my revenge until I beat him so badly he can't get up. Wan Hua gritted her teeth. Alright, Wan Hua, shut up. Wan Shirin glared at Wan Hua. Then, pushing through the crowd, he came to Su Ming's side and whispered, Wan Hua hates you. After all, you did injure him several times before, and you yourself, of all places you could go, you had to come here and let him see you. How about this? You apologize to him, I'll stop him, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, he won't let you off the hook in the future. Wan Shirin believed she had given Su Ming an incredibly wise choice. After all, given Su Ming's current status, he is far inferior to the Wan family, so admitting his mistake wouldn't be too shameful. This feud is now resolved. Otherwise, if this continues, Su Ming will die at Wan Hua's hands sooner or later. She's saving Su Ming. 763, Chapter 763. I've got you covered. What? Rakshasa and Ghost Lord are both dead.
In the main hall of the Imperial Prefecture's Grand Commandant's mansion, Su Da's eyebrows twitched in shock upon hearing the news.
That's right, so that's why the two of us personally came out of seclusion. There are only a handful of people in the entire 9 provinces who can do something like this. One is the War God Hall, and the other is the Su family of 9 Emblem Mountain. Both of them have great grudges against our Blood Fiend Hall. The 2 Blood Fiend Palace Celestial Venerables sat in the hall, their faces extremely gloomy, their gazes sharp as lightning. The Su family of Jiuhui Mountain, impossible. Upon hearing this, Suda trembled and said with a shocked expression, wasn't the Su family wiped out by your Blood Fiend Hall more than 20 years ago? Actually, no. One of the elders in black robes said in a deep voice, when we first attacked the Su family, their main force had already moved away. Later, we pursued the Su family patriarch, Su Lingkong, and his woman. The 2 of them fled to the territory of the War God Temple and disappeared. We later heard that they were dead, and that's when our Blood Fiend Hall stopped. But in recent years we've discovered that these 2 people are not dead at all. Not only are they alive, but they also have close ties to the Temple of War, and the Su family of Jiuhui Mountain has always existed. Now, they are one of the top families that have gone into seclusion. The Su family is probably no match for even 10 Grand Commandant mansions. Sol Celestial's words sent chills down Su Da's spine. Above the 9 provinces, there are several reclusive and exceptionally powerful forces, the War God Hall, the Blood Fiend Hall, and the Su family. These forces are essentially outsiders, and he dares not even imagine how strong they truly are. Hearing that the Su family still exists now undoubtedly puts him under tremendous pressure. Because what he is about to do will change the situation no matter which of these forces intervenes. Then what should I do? Su Da's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Sol Celestial Venerable sneered, it has nothing to do with you, so why are you panicking? In the face of these hidden peak forces, ordinary people are like ants, and they won't care about your trivial matters. Just do what you need to do. We've only come to tell you we're about to move to Zhongzhou to thoroughly investigate who killed Ghost Celestial Venerable. No matter who it is, once this person is found, they will surely be killed. Sol Celestial said with a cold gaze. Understood. I hope those 2 esteemed figures had a safe journey. Tomorrow is the medical ranking conference, and I must also take action. The start of the medical ranking conference will be the start of my uprising. Su Deus. From this day forward, the imperial family of the empire will change its surname to Su. Su De had a big smile on his face. Yes, inform the Blood Fiend Hall immediately if you need anything. Sol Celestial Venerable stood up, and the 2 walked out of the main hall. Yes. Su De bowed his head respectfully. Inside the imperial family of the empire. Your Majesty, according to a report from our informant in the Grand Commandant's office, 2 Blood Fiend Palace Celestial Venerables entered the Grand Commandant's office, but then left and headed to Zhongzhou. These 2 are both top-tier martial arts masters at the Divine Ability Realm in the Blood Fiend Hall. The Emperor of the 9 provinces sat on his dragon throne, frowning as he asked, what are they doing in the central province? It seems to be to find out the truth about Ghost Celestial's death and avenge him. Subordinate reports. I see. Summon Steward Shuai over and have him contact the king of the 9 provinces immediately. Ghost Celestial Venerable is clearly dead at his hands. We must make him prepare in advance. How can he deal with 2 experts at the Divine Power Realm? At this point, even the emperors of the 9 provinces frowned. The current state of the imperial province is beset by internal and external troubles. The king of the 9 provinces must not suffer any more mishaps, otherwise, he really doesn't know how he will be able to withstand the impending storm. His subordinates had just left. With a loud bang, Princess Duan Xingyue pushed open the door and entered. Arriving before Emperor Duan Tianhong of the 9 provinces, she put her hands on her hips and said angrily, Dad, you must agree today to cancel my engagement with that brat Su Ming. I don't know what you were thinking in the first place, actually letting me get engaged to someone like that. What makes a useless piece of trash worthy of me? If I marry him, won't the whole world laugh at me? Speaking of this, Duan Xingyue gets angry. Although she was forcibly brought back, the engagement with Su Ming was never called off. What if that good-for-nothing tries to disgust her with the engagement again? How can I face people then? This is absolutely a major stain on one's life.
Who is Duan Xingyue? She is like the bright moon in the sky, while that kind of guy is like a toad on the ground.
This is absolutely bizarre.
Xingyue, what are you doing now? What's wrong with him? Besides, he's being confronted by two powerful heavenly venerables from the Blood Fiend Palace, and he's probably about to face a major battle. Don't bother him with such trivial matters. The Emperor of the 9 Provinces said with a sullen expression.
Ha!
Hearing this, Duan Xingyue laughed, overjoyed, and exclaimed, Great, this is fantastic news. Sure enough, the wicked always have their match. That shameless brat refused to cancel the engagement. Now someone will deal with him. The war was nothing short of a massacre. The experts of the Blood Fiend Hall could probably kill him without even a flick of their fingers. Great, I can finally sleep tonight with him dead. This engagement is off.
Duan Xingyue laughed triumphantly. Are you crazy? Duan Tianhong was both shocked and furious. He's not good enough for you. Who is?
Duan Xingyue laughed and said, Of course, he is the Border King, second only to the Emperor, the great hero who saved me. Only he is worthy of me. After saying that, Duan Xingyue smiled and walked out with light steps.
Duan Tianhong was taken aback. The Border King, isn't that still Su Ming? What's wrong with this girl? Zhang Zhou.
Sis, don't waste your breath on him. I'll call him right now. Break his leg. With a roar, Wan Hua completely lost his patience and shouted at the dozen or so thugs around him, What are you all standing there for? All of you, get him, take this piece of trash down. With a command from Wan Hua,
a dozen thugs immediately sprang into action and charged toward Su Ming.
Wan Shirin hurriedly stepped aside, anxious but helpless. All I can say is that Su Ming is too ungrateful and doesn't listen to my advice at all. Otherwise, I could have saved Su Ming's life today.
We're completely out of options now.
We can only wait and see if we can still stop Wan Hua. Otherwise, Su Ming might have died here.
Almost simultaneously, Su Ming's phone rang again.
Su Ming took it out and saw that it was a call from Shuai Hai.
Shuai Hai's call must have something important to say.
Su Ming turned to Yi Tang in the car and said, Yi Tang, I've got this sorted out. I am going to take this call.
Yes.
Yi Tang responded and burst out of the car like a tiger, charging towards the dozen or so thugs.
Its overwhelming momentum is like a wolf among sheep.
764, Chapter 764. It's practically cheating. What, you're saying the Su family still exists? That means my parents might not be dead yet? Su Ming sat in the car, answering Shuai Hai's call, and made a surprised sound. He still clearly remembered that the Lord of the War God Temple, who was also his master Gu Xiaoyao, told him that his parents had died and that they had rescued him from the foot of the mountain by the sea.
Although I inquired about this matter after leaving the Temple of War, I never heard anything about it.
Then there was no hope left. Unexpectedly, the Su family still exists, which means that my parents may not be dead. This news was like a bombshell to Su Ming, exploding in his mind. That's right, I just received the news too. If it weren't for the Blood Fiend Hall's actions, the news about the Su family might never have gotten out. The ones heading to Zhongzhou this time are Soul Celestial Venerable and Fiery Celestial Venerable Prince Su. You must be extra careful, these two are clearly after you.
Shuai Hai said in a solemn voice over the phone.
But Su Ming didn't even bother to mention these two people.
He simply asked, Could you give me the Su family's contact number?
Let me see, it should be okay. I'll text you in a bit, Shuai Hai replied.
Okay, I'll wait for your news. Su Ming put down his phone.
Looking up again, all of the dozen or so thugs from the Wan family were lying sprawled on the ground.
Their mouths were full of blood, and they couldn't even get up.
Yi Tang stood tall and imposing, as terrifying as a war god.
Wan Hua was dumbfounded.
Staring at Yi Tang in shock, he was both surprised and furious. Who the hell are you? You dare to hit someone from my Wan family? You're standing up for that kind of brat. Do you think he can protect you? Our Wan family now has Zhang Qianqi, the head of the Imperial Physician's Office, in charge. What is that brat? If you stand up for him, you'll die too. Wan Hua's face was contorted with rage as he pointed at Yi Tang and began to hurl insults. Then he cursed into the car, useless piece of trash, you only dare to hide behind others. You're too scared to even get out of the car. He can protect you for a while, but how long? When I get back, I'll gather the Wan family to search your place. I'll make you wish you were never born. Wan Hua was furious and started yelling and cursing. Whoosh! Su Ming opened the car door and got out, his gaze dark. He glanced at Wan Hua, then said to Yi Tang, "Get in the car, we need to return to Cloud Mist Manor, the Blood Fiend Hall people are coming." Blood Fiend Palace? Upon hearing these 3 words, Yi Tang raised an eyebrow, her expression immediately becoming serious. Without saying anything more, she turned and got into the car. Trash, are you scared now? Now you know how easy it is for the Wan family to find your hiding place, right? I'll give you one last chance, kneel down before me. Wan Hua looked at Su Ming and sneered coldly. Without wasting words, Su Ming took 2 steps forward and slapped Wan Hua across the face. Bang! Like a cannonball, Wan Hua was sent flying and crashed into the iron fence next to him with a loud bang. Ah! Wan Hua let out a miserable scream, spitting out blood, and lay on the ground like a dead dog, unable to move. You? Wan Shirin was completely stunned, staring at Su Ming in disbelief. To everyone's surprise, the dozen or so thugs not only posed no threat to Su Ming, but Wan Hua was also severely injured. I told you long ago to take this idiot with you. You didn't listen, so you got what you deserved. Su Ming said coldly, too lazy to waste any more words, got back into the car, and the car started with a roar, heading towards Cloud Mist Manor. Wan Shirin was stunned for a few seconds before she came to her senses. She rushed to Wan Hua's side, helped him up, and asked in shock, "Are you alright?" Wan Hua cried out in pain, his face contorted, unable to even speak. Cloud Mist Manor? Wan Shirin turned her head again, looking in the direction Su Ming's car had left, her face full of surprise and doubt. Did she hear that right? Was Su Ming really talking about Cloud Mist Manor? Given Su Ming's status, would he be able to enter Cloud Mist Manor? This guy probably doesn't even know what Cloud Mist Manor is. What's going on? Wan Shirin took Wan Hua to the hospital, where an examination revealed that he had 5 or 6 broken ribs, half of his face was dislocated from the blow, and even the bones were injured. It would be a month or 2 before Wan Hua could get out of bed. Upon learning that Wan Hua was seriously injured and hospitalized, Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia rushed over. In today's Wan family, who would dare to hit their people, let alone their son? Upon learning that it was Su Ming, the 2 almost fainted from anger. He wished he could tear Su Ming to pieces. However, Wan Shirin did not explain much. She simply asked her parents to stay and take care of Wan Hua, while she returned to the place where the Wan family refined medicine and found Zhang Qianqi. In a huge square, a strong aroma of medicine permeated the air. Wan Shirin walked over and took a closer look, and found that a small cauldron was filled with pills, at least 20 or 30 of them. Each bead is perfectly round and lustrous, with a delicate sheen. They are clearly extraordinary. Zhang Qianqi wiped his hands, grinned smugly, and said, "It's been a long time since I've refined medicine, but luckily my skills haven't become rusty. This is a mid-grade 9th rank pill, the Jade Frost pill. Taking it will replenish qi, preserve youth, and prolong life. To put it simply, even someone nearing the end of their lifespan can have their life extended by a single Jade Frost pill for another year." Oh my god! Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin was immediately shocked. These were all refined by Dr. Zhang, and they can extend life by a year. How valuable are they? If these 20 or 30 pills were taken out, wouldn't the entire 9 provinces go crazy for them? Wan Shirin was so shocked that she got goosebumps. In all my years, this is the first time I've ever heard of something so magical and amazing. This is simply a magic pill. It's not that exaggerated. Saying it can extend life by a year only applies to those nearing their end normally. It just replenishes qi and preserves youth, but the qi it replenishes isn't ordinary qi. This Jade Frost pill is enough to make everyone back down and admit defeat at the medical ranking conference. At once even Gao Song, Sun Buwen, and their ilk could never refine such a pill in their entire lives. Zhang Qianqi strolled leisurely and said with great confidence, "When it comes to alchemy, there are really few in the entire 9 provinces who can rival him. By the way, I plan to have you take these pills to the medical ranking conference in the name of the Imperial Medical Academy and your Wan family." Zhang Qianqi said with a smile. What? Wan Shirin was stunned for a moment, thinking she had misheard. What merit or favor has she received from Wan Jia? Making a name for yourself at the medical Dao conference can make your name resound throughout the entire Kyushu. But Dr. Zhang and the Wan family are not medical families. Wan Shirin was overjoyed, but she still spoke cautiously.
If I say your one family is one, then that's it.
Zhang Qianqi grinned, his eyes shining brightly.
Oh my god.
Wan Shirin was so surprised that she almost fainted.
Saying that China is the best in the Central Plains is making a mountain out of a molehill.
Being able to use this Jade Frost pill to compete for rankings at the Medical Dao Conference in the name of the Imperial Medical Academy means that they will likely be able to directly stand on the stage of the 9 provinces. They have become one of the most powerful families in Kyushu. This is true ascension to the top in one step. Something that even 100 of your own flying feathers couldn't do. Only then did she realize what kind of powerful backer she had attached herself to, what kind of extraordinary being she had been clinging to. This is practically cheating.
765, Chapter 765 Taking an inch and wanting a mile. By the way, Dr. Zhang, I have another question for you. Do you know about the Blood Fiend Palace? Filled with confusion and curiosity, Wan Shirin asked Zhang Qianqi. Blood Fiend Hall, why are you asking that? Zhang Qianqi turned his head and looked at Wan Shirin with surprise and suspicion. I received news that people from the Blood Fiend Hall are coming to Zhengzhou, so I wanted to find out what kind of existence the Blood Fiend Hall is.
Wan Shirin spoke slowly.
Although Rakshasa and Ghost Heavenly Venerable came from the Blood Fiend Palace before.
But what exactly is this Blood Fiend Palace? Given Wan Shirin's status and position, she really doesn't know anything about it. Zhang Qianqi shook his head and said, the Blood Fiend Hall is one of the top powers in the 9 provinces. Even the imperial family of the imperial province does not dare to provoke it casually. Anyway, it has nothing to do with you, so you don't need to worry about it, but never provoke the Blood Fiend Hall.
Zhang Qianqi gave instructions. Yes.
Wan Shirin kept it in her heart.
At the same time, I also had many different ideas. Since the Blood Fiend Palace is so powerful, how did that kid Su Ming know about it? Even she doesn't understand this existence, how could Su Ming possibly have access to it?
Moreover, Su Ming's statement that he was going to Cloud Mist Manor made things even more bizarre. Even the top tycoons in Zhengzhou can't get into Cloud Mist Manor, so why is that guy allowed to go?
Wan Shirin couldn't understand.
But I'm too lazy to think about it, there are other more important things to do right now. Although Wan Hua was beaten by Su Ming, they could settle the score later and not let that kid delay their important business. Besides the upcoming medical ranking conference, a large batch of the 7th grade pills that she had previously refined, after being improved by Zhang Yang, have now also been refined.
It can be sold normally. You can make a profit in advance.
Once the medical ranking conference begins, the Jade Frost pill will immediately propel the Wan family to the top. At that time, countless riches and fame will come her way, so she needs to prepare in advance. If wealth comes to you like a tidal wave and you can't handle it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Wan Shirin picked up her phone and made an appointment with a few people.
Half an hour later, in a private room at the Zhengzhou 5-star hotel.
Wan Shirin told the several shopkeepers in front of her about the 7th grade pills she was going to sell, along with their prices and effects, and asked them to act as agents for the entire business. In this way, the Wan family could simply sit back and collect the money. No problem at Allah's Miss Wan instructed, we will do our utmost. The Wan family is growing larger and larger, given time, it will likely become the #1 family in Zhengzhou. It is truly an honor for us to serve the Wan family. A round-figured man in a suit spoke to Wan Shirin with a fawning smile.
Wan Shirin is calm and confident.
The Wan family has come a long way and has firmly established itself in Zhengzhou. She's heard such compliments so many times she's practically worn out. He smiled calmly and said, Mr. Wu, you flatter me. Was just lucky. As for being the best in Zhengzhou, it's too early to say.
Miss Wan, don't be modest. We've all inquired, with that powerful figure backing you up, becoming the #1 in Zhengzhou, or even the top 10 in the 9 provinces, is a piece of cake. As long as that powerful figure speaks, you'll gain power and status without lifting a finger. Mr. Wu chuckled. The other bosses also smiled, knowing the unspoken agreement. They had already inquired and checked beforehand. Wan Shirin was married to the king of Kyushu, so she is considered his ex-wife. Although I don't know why they divorced, even a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. With that powerful figure backing Miss Wan up, what can't she have?
This is also why they are willing to cooperate with Wan Shireen.
If we cultivate a good relationship with this young lady from the Wan family, wouldn't that be equivalent to getting in touch with the king of Kyushu as well? This is an immense honor and fortune.
Wan Shireen looked puzzled, but after a moment's thought, she understood. These people are probably talking about Zhang Qianqi, the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau. I didn't expect these guys to be so well informed. It's only been 2 days since Dr. Zhang settled in the Wan family's home, and these guys already know about it. But for these guys to think they can curry favor with Zhang Qianqi is just wishful thinking, isn't it? Although I scoffed at it in my heart. But for the sake of business, Wan Shireen still replied perfunctorily, "What do you want me to do for you? Just tell me, I'll consider anything I can do." Real? Hearing this, the group was overjoyed, their faces flushed with happiness. Boss Wu rubbed his hands together, beaming, and said, "It's like this, we'd like to ask that big shot for a favor, to bestow upon us a few pills. They don't need to be too good, just rank 7 or above, but below rank 9. Will Dao also want to make a name for ourselves in the medical Dao conference rankings? Miss Wan, do you know that just showing your face at the medical ranking conference can bring enormous benefits?"
Mr. Wu chuckled. Is that really the case?
Wan Shireen sneered inwardly. They really were begging Zhang Qianqi to give them the elixirs. However, given Dr. Zhang's status, it's impossible for him to concoct medicines for them. Moreover, Zhang Qianqi had just promised to let her lead the Wan family to represent the Imperial Medical Academy in the competition, so how could she possibly allow others to become competitors? It's highly unlikely that this can be done. Wan Shireen immediately shook her head and said, "That big shot isn't someone anyone can just call upon. I don't have that much influence. Why don't you think of another way?" "There's no need for that." Mr. Wu immediately pulled out a small piece of paper from his pocket, on which was written a phone number. He handed it to Wan Shireen and said, "As long as you make the call in front of us and say it on the phone, we'll be satisfied. Whether it works out or not, we don't mind. In return, we will definitely market the rank 7 pills to all families, and we will make you, Miss Wan, a fortune."
Several people had already ready.
The king of Kyushu's ex-wife personally called to help.
If that still doesn't work, they'll just have to accept it.
But Wan Shireen had lost her patience. Her face darkened, and she said coldly, "What exactly do you want? Can you even do it?" I said no, and that's final. Besides, don't you get a share of the profits from selling on behalf of others? You're pushing your luck. Do you really think I, Wan Shireen, am easy to bully?
The bosses' faces immediately turned ugly.
Mr. Wu shook his head and said, "Ms. Wan, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement. You won't lose anything by making a phone call. If you're not willing to help, then it's difficult for us to help you with marketing and sales.
Then get lost."
Wan Shireen flew into a rage, pointed at the bosses and coldly shouted, "Now, get out. My Wan family has no need to cooperate with you.
You said it yourself, don't regret it."
Several bosses gave Wan Shireen a cold look, then stood up, angrily left their seats, and departed the scene. Wan Shireen sat at the table, her face full of anger.
Still regretting it?
When the medical ranking conference is held, Wanjiao will be famous throughout the land.
Let's see who regrets it then.
A bunch of idiots who have wild ideas and are pushing their luck. Wan Shireen grew angrier the more she thought about it. She picked up the phone number on the table and glanced at it, wondering if these idiots had actually gotten Zhang Qianqi's number. But when she picked it up and took a look, she almost vomited blood.
That familiar phone number above, isn't it Su Ming's phone number?
Those idiots made me dial that kid's number.
How is that possible?
Wan Shireen was completely stunned.